Chapter 1. When Songja traversed into this realm, he found himself ensnared within a burlap sack. Upon extricating himself from the confines of the sack, he was immediately assaulted by a surge of light, and the memories of this life flooded back to him like a relentless tide. In the Qinyan continent, martial prowess reigns supreme. Martial artists cultivate their energy as their path. There are several significant stages: innate, entry-level, acquired, golden body, great perfection, transcendent, and saintly. Sword sects, Qi sects, and Taoist sects each follow distinct paths of cultivation, giving rise to a diverse array of sects and powers. The continent is divided into 9 provinces and 16 kingdoms, with the Great Jin Kingdom, where Songja resides, being one of the smallest. The Song family of the Great Jin Kingdom is hardly noteworthy among the myriad of clans, and Songja is considered the most inconsequential outer disciple of this family. At the age of 16, he had yet to show even the slightest sign of awakening, a veritable waste of potential, the bottom of the barrel. It was this very circumstance that led to him being ensnared in a burlap sack by the talented young genius of the Song family, Song Bo, under the cover of night, only to be discarded after being beaten to death on the mountainside as fodder for wolves. His head throbbed, as if it might split apart. How can I traverse the world in such a pitiful state? In my previous life, I was a loser who endured endless humiliation, and now, having been reborn, I am on the brink of demise once more. Songja cursed vehemently. Suddenly, a crack beneath his feet caused him to stumble, and his hand landed directly upon a corpse. As he drew closer to the ground, he realized that he was surrounded by the remains of the deceased. This was a mass grave. It's over, Songja thought bitterly, resigning himself to his fate. But at that moment, a voice echoed in his ears. Would you like to complete the first attribute collection and activate the system? What? Songja exclaimed in surprise. He then noticed a soft, white orb of light appear before him, adorned with numbers and annotations. Residual vitality, 5. Binding reward, 50 spiritual energy. Instinctively, he reached out to touch it. In an instant, he awakened his spiritual power. From being a mere waste, he ascended directly to the first stage of innate power. His injuries healed rapidly, his body felt light, and the pain dissipated. What was happening? Songja clenched his fists. The commotion attracted the attention of a massive, demonic wolf nearby. Previously, the creature had been feasting on the corpses, but now it fixed its blood-red eyes on Songja and lunged toward him. An aura surged around him. As he scrambled to evade, the demonic wolf opened its gaping maw, and several small bubbles began to appear on its body. Vitality, 10. Physical strength, 10. Agility, 15. Stamina, 5. Insight, 10. Songja immediately understood and excitedly pointed at the bubbles. Indeed, upon collecting the attributes from the demonic wolf, he felt an enhancement in his own abilities. His perception of the surrounding environment sharpened, and his speed increased. The demonic wolf lunged directly at Songja. Instinctively, he felt a surge of bloodlust. Although he had never awakened before, he had learned quite a bit about the lower-level skills within his family. Without thinking, he swung his right hand forward, releasing a surge of energy that struck the wolf in the throat. The creature collapsed lifelessly. Did I actually kill it? Songja exclaimed in delight. Could it be that I can extract attributes from magical beasts and thereby enhance my own strength? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Having experienced humiliation in 2 lifetimes, Songja was resolute this time. He would not suffer any indignity. He was determined to upheave this new world. This continent is so wondrous having traversed here. I wonder if I might one day return to the peak of my former life and fulfill my long-held wishes. Yet, for now, I must focus on the immediate situation. Songja shook his head and took a few quick steps, leaping up from the ravine. He surveyed his surroundings. Not far off was the Song family's martial training ground, where he could faintly see dozens of individuals bustling about. The majority of the family's talented youth were gathered there. Songja had never had the privilege of stepping foot within. If I return in this state, I will undoubtedly be looked down upon. Songja clenched his fists, feeling the innate energy surging within him, lost in thought. Since I can absorb the attributes of magical beasts, I might as well cultivate here in the back mountain for a while. Treading carefully through the back mountain, he soon encountered a vividly colored giant python with fiery red eyes. Level 3? Songja licked his parched lips. A level 3 magical beast was far more formidable than the previous wolf. Moreover, it possessed fire attributes, granting it immense attack power. After a moment's hesitation, the brightly colored python lunged at him, flicking its tongue. It will likely attack from a distance first, Songja thought, and without waiting for it to open its mouth, he jumped aside. Sure enough, 2 fireballs erupted and flew toward him, sparks scattering and singeing his hand. Bubbles appeared, Songja exclaimed with excitement. According to his deductions, the attributes of the magical beast, or its attacks, must be sensed through contact to be extracted. Vitality, 20. Agility, 10. Spiritual energy, 6. Insight, 8. The bubbles were considerably more plentiful than those from the wolf, and after swiftly extracting them, Songja felt his innate energy significantly bolster. Furthermore, the scorching heat from the fireballs the python launched had diminished considerably. Utilizing his agility, Songja adeptly dodged the python's attacks. Within the Song family, he had been unable to cultivate energy. Thus, he had developed a keen interest in various historical texts and extraordinary tales. His extensive reading encompassed knowledge of magical beasts, various materials, and even methods of smelting and forging, making him well-versed in these subjects. So, despite lacking combat experience, upon seeing the flames, he immediately recognized the creature's tendencies, attack range, and vulnerabilities. Capitalizing on this knowledge, Songja seized the opportunity to unleash 2 low-level skill waves, striking the python in its most vulnerable spot, its 7th inch. The scales were the weakest. The level 3 fire python was slain. The only regret Songja felt was the limited attributes he could extract. This was due to the low level of the magical beast. For 3 days, Songja relentlessly hunted all the magical beasts below level 5 in the back mountain. On the 4th day at dawn, he emerged from the edge of the back mountain, his clothes tattered, yet his gaze sharp. A faint aura of lethality surrounded him. Now at the 3rd stage of innate power, coupled with my other attributes, I should be able to exact my revenge. At the training ground surrounding the Song family estate, dozens of youths practiced earnestly, their expressions solemn as they executed each technique with precision. A middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, occasionally offering guidance. You all are the future hope of the Song family. Practice diligently. The eldest son, Song Bo, is your role model. At such a young age, he has already reached the 9th stage of innate power and is on the cusp of entering the entry-level realm. Suddenly, the previously focused youths halted their movements, glancing over their shoulders. Songja furrowed his brows and turned, astonished. Songja, I thought you were dead. He almost blurted out, but instead corrected himself. What right do you have to be here? Get lost, and don't tarnish this place. Songja, clad in tattered, blood-soaked garments, approached steadily with unwavering steps. Wasteful Songja, get out of here. Don't come here to embarrass yourself. The youths jeered. No one noticed the fleeting glimmer of shock in Songja's lowered gaze, which vanished as he raised his head to reveal a serene smile. Are you deaf? Do you wish to be beaten? Songja stepped forward, hurling insults. Songja showed no sign of stopping. He walked slowly yet resolutely, his gaze fixed intently on Songja. 3 days ago, it was you, wasn't it? Just the 2nd stage of innate power. Nothing but trash. Songja spoke in a low voice, laced with disdain. Songja frowned, recognizing the implication behind Songja's words. He had been present when the eldest son left Songja on the brink of death. Moreover, he had volunteered to fetch the burlap sack, stuffing Songja inside and discarding him at the mass grave. You have quite the resilience. Do you fancy dying once more? A murderous glint flickered in Songja's eyes as he felt the energy within him begin to circulate. In that instant, several bubbles emerged above his head. Spiritual energy, 10. Sword intent, 6. Sword technique, falling leaf, sword technique. Cultivation method, yellow grade, breaking wave palm. Without hesitation, Songja swiftly collected the attributes, instantly comprehending the falling leaf sword technique and breaking wave palm. His cultivation slightly improved, albeit not significantly. There were no bubbles indicating increases in strength, speed, or agility. Songja surmised that this was because he had already surpassed Songda in those fundamental attributes. If you dare take another step forward, according to the Song family rules, I will strike without mercy. Songda prepared to attack. With a swift motion, the palm shot forward, the momentum of the break wave palm generating a fierce gust of air that ruthlessly aimed for Songja's head. Songda stood poised, anticipating the spray of blood that would follow. However, in an instant, the figure before him flickered, and the worthless Songja vanished. "Too slow, trash," came the voice of Songja from behind Songda. "What?" Songda gasped in shock. "Die for me." This time, he exerted 8 of his strength, still employing the break wave palm. This move is not executed in such a manner. Observe closely. Songja angled his arm with a posture akin to Songdes, but with greater swiftness and a more ferocious aura. Crack! Ouch! Songdes' arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth, causing him to faint from the excruciating pain. "Ill spare your worthless life. Take this as a lesson," Songja declared nonchalantly, striding through the training ground towards the Song family entrance. The youths in the square stood agape, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Is that really Songja? That waste? How could he be so formidable? By the time the crowd regained their senses to rush to Songdes' aid, Songja had already reached the doorway. Voices of admiration echoed from within. "Young master, congratulations. At just 20, you've already stepped into the entry-level realm. Your future is limitless. The hope of our Song family." As the door swung open, the arrogant Songbo emerged, lifting his leg to step out. His gaze immediately fell upon the tattered Songja. "You?" Songbo thought he was seeing a ghost. Once assured that the Songja before him was indeed alive, he wore a look of disdain. "Your life may be resilient, but a waste like you is merely a drain on the Song family's resources." The attendant beside him echoed the insult. "Get out of the way. Good dogs don't obstruct the path." With a smile gracing his face, Songja calmly replied, "Have you forgotten your place as servants? Disrespecting your master is a capital offense." Those words rendered several of Song Boss attendants momentarily speechless, their minds shaken. Yet, they quickly reverted to their brash demeanor, advancing towards Songja, their fingers nearly poking his face. They barked insults. "Do you have the right to call yourself a master? You are just a waste." Smack! The one who had been shouting was sent tumbling away, collapsing to the ground in a fit. "Do you dare lay a hand on me?" The remaining attendants summoned their inner energy, lunging at Songja all at once. Songja furrowed his brow. A bunch of first-stage trash with such little energy. Effortlessly sidestepping their attacks, he unleashed the break wave palm. Slap! 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 The sound of slaps rang out sharply. The attendants fell to the ground, howling in agony, their teeth scattered about, the count unknown. "If it's the next time, you won't just lose your teeth." Songja's expression remained unperturbed, his killing intent radiating outward. "Have you learned some skills?" Song Boss' face darkened ominously. He sensed that this worthless Songja of the Song family had transformed in the past few days. He dared to strike back now, and it was evident he had just employed the Song family's yellow-grade technique, the break wave palm. Even when beating a dog, one must heed its master kneel and apologize at once, or I shall ensure you meet your end once more. Song Boss' aura subtly intensified, intending to leverage the momentum of his newly acquired entry-level power to intimidate Songja. A flicker of excitement finally crossed Songja's face as he focused intently on the abundant energy bubbles emanating from Songbo. Spiritual energy 50, strength 20, agility 20, sword technique, snowfall without trace, martial art profound level, blazing palm. The accolades are countless. After collection, my power firmly rests at the innate fourth stage, effortlessly mastering the sword techniques and martial arts. Useless. Die, Songbo, having lost his patience. Unleashed a palm strike forward, his aura ineffective in intimidation. Among the two of us, one is a waste. Songja deftly dodged, sneering, but it certainly won't be me. Songbo was genuinely taken aback. With his speed, it was impossible for anyone below the innate sixth stage to evade. Following several fierce attacks, each was easily sidestepped. Bastard! I wonder how long you can keep dodging. Songbo cursed, his power soaring to the innate sixth stage. Enveloped by a faint crimson aura, blazing palm, the Song family's profound martial art, only accessible upon entering the introductory realm. Songja noticed another bubble of energy appearing around Songbo, absorbing it and gaining a hint of energy sensation. Simultaneously, his cultivation advanced step by step. AS's internal energy circulated, a faint red halo manifested around him, even more radiant than Songbo's. Is this skill fusion? Is that even possible? Songja was elated. The previously absorbed breaking waves palm from Song that had unexpectedly fused with the blazing palm, creating an entirely new martial art, Blazing Inferno, surpassing the level of blazing palm and reaching late profound stage. This is impossible. How could you, a waste, learn the blazing palm? Songbo was astonished, unhesitatingly striking out with his palm. Songja, without hesitation, mirrored the action. Two brilliant red lights violently collided. Amidst the thunderous clash, Songja staggered back 2 steps. Meanwhile, the genius of the Song family, Songbo, let out a muffled groan, his body flying backward and crashing to the ground. After struggling a moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in shock before he fainted. Songja understood that given his current strength, defeating Songbo head-on was impossible. The only fault lay in that fellow's underestimation. Only exerting strength at the innate sixth stage, he had to swiftly enhance his power. Songja quickly turned and slipped through the door. The news of injuring Songbo would soon spread throughout the Song family. Before facing repercussions, elevating his strength was paramount. He sneaked back to his modest courtyard. As the legitimate heir of the Song family, the once deemed waste, Songja had no right to a proper residence. What was called a courtyard was merely a plot used for growing vegetables, which Songja tended to. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, Songja was astonished to discover several herbs within, each adorned with barely perceptible luminous orbs. Spiritual energy, 1. These herbs were nurtured with great care by Songja, initially intended for concocting elixirs in hopes of altering his physique. Without hesitation, he gathered them all and retreated indoors for a refreshing bath. Changing into clean clothes, he felt significantly rejuvenated. The back mountain concealed numerous exceptional herbs. If he could sneak in, Songja resolved to venture out. Just as he reached the door, it swung open, revealing a charming young girl, around 15 or 16 years old. Songlinger, one of the few in the Song family willing to associate with Songja. Despite her youth, she possessed remarkable cultivation talent, already at the innate 8th stage. Seeing Songja's joyful expression, she inquired, "Where have you been these past few days?" Songja felt a bittersweet pang. In the vast Song family, only Songlinger seemed to care about his disappearance. "I went out to clear my mind, and just returned," he replied casually. Then an idea struck him. With a playful grin, he leaned closer to Songlinger. "Have you been practicing diligently lately? Let me see what level you've reached." Songlinger was taken aback, but still displayed a hint of pride, channeling her internal energy as the overwhelming aura of the innate 8th stage surged forth. Songja's face lit up with delight. Spiritual energy, 40, agility, 20, sword technique, meteor butterfly, martial art, yellow level, sky breaking. Innate 5th stage, Songja felt a wave of relief. "Show me the sky breaking technique." Songja squinted with anticipation. "Songja, you're acting oddly today. You haven't awakened a spiritual contract. Why are you looking at this?" Songlinger murmured, yet obediently gathered her internal energy, causing the surrounding air currents to become tumultuous. Wind spirit. 5. Songja's spirits soared as he absorbed yet another attribute of energy. "What are you talking about?" Songlinger approached with curiosity. "I need to head to the back mountain for something. I'll find you later." Songja turned and headed for the door. Suddenly remembering, he asked, "Did anything happen while I was gone?" Songlinger shook her head. "Are you feeling unwell?" Songja chuckled awkwardly and dashed off, sneaking toward the entrance of the back mountain. He found it to be a forbidden area, where the family's strong practiced IT was his best option thus far. However, upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed an elder sitting cross-legged. Demise, The elder certainly possesses formidable attributes. Songja approached eagerly, ready to absorb. What are you doing? The elder opened his eyes, breaking from his meditative state. Furrowing his brows at Songja, sensing an unusual presence, his astonishment, he detected the faint aura of the innate eighth stage emanating from the once deemed waste. Songja, surely, it must be a mistake. The elder scrutinized again at this moment. Songja was doing his utmost to conceal his energy fluctuations. Indeed, the elder frowned, adopting a dismissive demeanor. Elder, I wish to visit the back mountain. Songja politely inquired. Having just gained significant benefits, he was naturally courteous that you not understand the rules. No one below the innate ninth stage is permitted to enter the back mountain, the elder replied with a bureaucratic tone. Songja felt a bit embarrassed. Just then, a beautiful middle-aged woman approached, adorned with subtle makeup, her attire appropriate, and her peach blossom eyes revealing a hint of cunning. The matriarch of the Song family. Songbo's mother, Lu Ryue. Elder, what is going on? Lu Ryue spoke softly, her expression warm. The elder stood and replied, this boy wishes to enter the back mountain. Oh. Lu Ryue smiled, turning her gaze to Song. Her smile tinged with a shadow of malice. Since he wishes to experience it, let him go. He is, after all, a member of our Song family. The elder frowned but did not oppose, stepping aside with indifference. Songja turned and made his way down the small path leading to the back mountain. He then heard the elder's voice behind him. The back mountain is perilous. Do not wander recklessly. Remember, do not encroach upon Lu family's territory or face the consequences. Songja casually acknowledged and swiftly disappeared from their sight. What is with this woman? Why is she helping me? Songja wore a perplexed expression. Typically, Lu Ryue would barely lift her eyelids upon seeing him, so her unusual behavior today was indeed quite strange. Meanwhile, Lu Ryue was making her way to her residence, her countenance darkening in an instant. Upon receiving news that Songbo had been injured, she promptly sealed off the area. The prodigy of the Song family had been reduced to a state of vomiting blood and fainting at the hands of that good-for-nothing. If word of this got out, it would be disastrous. As Lu Ryue contemplated ways to eliminate Songja, she encountered him earlier, blissfully unaware of the danger he was walking into in the back mountain, perfectly aligning with her intentions. The back mountain was fraught with peril. Even the elite members of the family dared not venture into it alone. Wasn't Songja simply courting death by going there? At this moment, Songja gazed at the mountainside teeming with dense bubbles, his delight nearly causing him to lose his teeth. Wow, I've struck it rich. Spiritual energy, 10. Spiritual energy, 15. Strength, 35. Speed, 30. Suddenly, as he was feverishly popping bubbles to absorb the spiritual energy, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He soon discovered a frost blue spider lurking beside several precious herbs. Level 5 magical beast, ice spider. Songja's throat ran dry. Indeed, this was the back mountain, and the first magical beast he encountered was a formidable level 5 creature. The ice spider was evidently poised to attack, and before he could finish absorbing the remaining bubbles, it sprang forth, enveloping Songja in an aura of chilling power. Blazing palm. Songja swiftly dodged to the side. Simultaneously raising his palm that a torrent of fiery spiritual energy erupted from his hand, striking the ice spider with a resounding blow. The ice spider let out a shriek, a wound appearing on its body. Yet it remained undeterred. Instead, it turned more ferociously, exhaling a frigid breath towards Songja, frost creeping over the vegetation in its wake. This was indeed no ordinary foe. Songja quickly evaded while absorbing the attributes of the ice spider. Water resistance, a splendid find. He felt a surge of excitement as he realized the chilling effect on him had diminished significantly. He then began to nimbly attract the ice spider, leaping into the air as he did so. Blazing fury. Seizing the moment, Songja unleashed his fusion skill without hesitation. Incorporating the techniques gleaned from his sword intent, a flame-wreathed long sword shot forth, piercing the soft abdomen of the ice spider. This technique had been acquired from the Grand Elder. The ice spider collapsed that a level 5 magical beast should yield a decent crystal, right? Drawing from the knowledge he had amassed from books, Songja hurried over to excavate the ice spider's body. Indeed, he discovered a blue crystal the size of a fingernail. In an instant, He absorbed it, feeling his strength rise steadily. Excellent, but time is of the essence. Sangja lifted his head and dashed across the hillside at the fastest speed, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from the precious herbs that in the blink of an eye. Having traversed the entire slope, his strength approached the innate 9th stage. Having dispatched 2 level 5 magical beasts, he felt increasingly at ease. He wondered if he might encounter even more formidable foes if he pressed forward. Licking his lips, he felt that the current slope could no longer satisfy his needs. Just as he advanced a short distance, preparing to explore new territory, a dark figure charged at him from the side, launching an attack. An innate realm fighter. Sang's pupils constricted. As he retreated, he locked onto the opponent's aura. Though he could not discern the man's face, he recognized him as male. Spiritual energy, 60. What? Yellow grade skill, blazing palm. Damn it, a member of the Song family? Sang's astonishment swiftly morphed into fury. The aura and skills of the opponent unmistakably pointed to the Song family. He quickly punctured the opponent's attribute bubbles, and in an instant, his strength surpassed the innate 9th stage. The man before him was agile and unleashed his full power without holding back. Sangja found himself in a precarious position, forced to dodge back and forth. Kid, you really are playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger. You love to play dress-up? Why not go all the way today? The man spoke coldly, attempting to instill psychological pressure upon Sangja. You want to kill me, but are you prepared to be killed? Sangja's gaze turned icy, his heart devoid of burdens. Suddenly, he closed in, unleashing a blazing fury with a bang. The attacker found it difficult to evade, struck directly. Staggering backward, his eyes widened in horror. You've reached the entry-level realm? The voice trembled slightly. Not yet, but it's enough to kill you. Sangja's confidence surged as he charged forward without hesitation. The ambusher turned and fled deeper into the back mountain. Trying to escape, Sangja quickened his pursuit. However, the opponent was remarkably swift and well-acquainted with the terrain of the back mountain. Vanishing in the blink of an eye beyond its borders, furrowing his brow, Sangja stood at the boundary. The Grand Elder had warned him sternly not to cross the boundary. The back mountain did not wholly belong to the Song family. The dividing line split it in two, with the other half belonging to the Liu family, a clan far more powerful than the Song family, one they could not provoke. Something was amiss. That man had navigated the area with such ease. And Sangja recalled that the spot where the man had appeared was nearby. Could it be that he had crept over from the Liu family? Sangja's curiosity deepened, sensing a conspiracy lurking within. With so many rare herbs around, it would be a shame not to absorb their essence. Ultimately, Sangja succumbed to temptation, leaping down the slope to absorb a copious amount of spiritual energy, further enhancing his strength. Just as he prepared to search for higher-level magical beasts, he suddenly heard a commotion from behind a mountain ridge. Oh no, it's a level 6 thunder serpent. Prepare for battle. Upon hearing this, Sangja's eyes sparkled. That a level 6 magical beast was a rarity in such a place, especially one of the lightning attribute. Without hesitation, he climbed the ridge and peered down. 3 men clad in white brandished their weapons. Encircling a massive blue python, the serpent moved. Arcs of blue lightning flickered across its body, and the 3 white-clad men struggled to maintain their ground. Fortunately, a girl in colorful attire was skillfully maneuvering around the thunder serpent, barely managing to control the situation. Saving the damsel in distress wasn't bad, especially with so many attributes to absorb. A wicked smile crossed Sangja's face as he rose at that moment. The several Liu family members were drenched in sweat. Contemplating retreat, one of them turned and was startled. What the hell? There's another person here. The Liu family disciple spotted Sangja, who wore an excited expression, standing there and pointing. Immediately, they shouted, "Are you from the Song family? Get lost. This isn't a place for you." Sangja paid them no mind, absorbing the attribute from them entirely, even including the level 6 thunder serpent. His strength surged, advancing to the entry-level first segment of the innate realm. Perfect, Sangja exclaimed with delight. Reaching this new realm significantly improved his control over his power. Moreover, in an instant, he had learned a great deal from the Liu family disciples regarding their techniques, quietly beginning to integrate them. Are you seeking death? The Lu family disciples cursed vehemently, but they were currently besieged by the Thunder Serpent and could not spare the attention to deal with Songja. Focus on your own survival first. Songja stood nearby, mockingly embracing his shoulders. The three Lu family youths were subjected to a barrage of jests from Songja, which incited a flurry of anger. Throwing them in a disarray one after another, they were struck by the thick tail of the Thunder Serpent, left bruised and groaning on the ground. Only the girl in colorful attire remained, valiantly holding her ground. "Need some help, miss?" Songja could no longer bear to watch, his heart swelling with a desire to protect. The girl glanced at him but offered no reply, just as the Thunder Serpent surged violently. Blue lightning gathered at its head. Be careful. Without a second thought, Songja rushed forward, wrapping his arms around the girl's slender waist and pulling her aside. Soft and fragrant, she filled his embrace, causing a tumult of emotions within him. The girl gasped, her cheeks flushing crimson. Before she could chastise him, she witnessed Songja turn and collide fiercely with the Thunder Serpent, enveloped in a chill of frost. The serpent's speed diminished in an instant. "Wrath of the flame," Songja murmured softly, seizing the moment as the creature stiffened, unleashing a fiery ray that effortlessly pierced through the serpent's vital point. Slaying it on the spot, it was harvest season. With delight, Songja cracked open the serpent's skull, preparing to extract the shimmering crystal of lightning. Just then, he sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. The three Lu family youths, witnessing how easily Songja dispatched the Thunder Serpent, convinced themselves that they had significantly weakened it in their struggle, allowing him to swoop in for the kill. They exchanged glances, gripping their weapons tighter as they advanced from three directions, intent on ambushing him, their eyes gleaming with malice. Songja was no longer the useless individual he once was, having absorbed so many attributes. His sensitivity to danger had increased manifold. With a clang, the weapons of the Lu family youths clashed together, yet Songja was nowhere to be seen. A wave of shock washed over them. One of the Lu youths looked up, stunned to see Songja had somehow appeared behind his companion, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth, leaving him at a loss for words. After all, his mind had not registered Songja's movement at all. The Lu youth standing in front wore a perplexed expression, furrowing his brow. "What do you mean, what? Why can't you even speak properly?" Another youth suddenly caught on, his brows knitting together. With determination, he swiftly darted forward, hurling his spear at Songja while shouting, "Duck!" The moment he saw this unfold, fear gripped his heart. The spear was hurtling towards him. Cursing under his breath, he attempted to evade, but to his astonishment, found himself unable to move. Before he could comprehend the situation, the spear had pierced through his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief as he collapsed. Lifeless, the remaining Lu youths stood frozen, unable to process what had just transpired. Clapping his hands together with a grin, Songja remarked, "Bravo, Lu family. It's no wonder you're the foremost clan in Jinsha Town. When it comes to ruthlessness, you even turn on your own. Impressive." He leisurely stepped forward, crouching down to extract the lightning crystal amid the stunned onlookers. The spear thrower could hardly fathom the turn of events. Instead of Songja being in peril, it was Lu Min who had met his demise. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he glanced at the distressed expression of the colorful-clad girl and another Lu youth. Hearing Songja's words, he felt compelled to shout, "You filthy dog of the Song family. You've killed Lu Min. Prepare for Lu family retribution." His fierce words could easily deceive the uninformed. Fearing dissent from his companions, he quickly added, "Shuero, Lu Tian, you both witnessed it. This scoundrel murdered Lu Min." The girl's expression shifted dramatically, her face a canvas of emotions. Though she disdained his behavior, she remained silent, recognizing Lu Li as the eldest son of the Lu family patriarch. Lu Tian held a low status within the clan, and Lu Li's accumulated influence rendered him unable to refute. Fearing retaliation if he hesitated to express loyalty, "Of course. What you say is true, young master. It was indeed this scoundrel who killed Lu Min. Lu Min was the grandson of the clan's elder." While he felt unafraid, he knew that if the elder learned of it, it would undoubtedly create a plethora of troubles for his father. Seeing Lu Tian and Lu Shuero so perceptive, Lu Li grinned, "Good lad. Return and claim some cultivation resources. This young master won't treat you poorly." Hearing this, Lu Tian's remaining worries dissipated, replaced by newfound confidence that he glared at Songja, whose hands held the luminous lightning crystal, and declared, "You foolish dog of the Song family, hand over the lightning crystal obediently. Our young master Lu Li will forgive you, and the matter of Lu Min's death will be forgotten." Songja, momentarily taken aback while extracting the energy from the crystal, was astonished by their audacity. He had witnessed shamelessness before, but this was a new low. Much like Dong Zhuo, who distorted reality, Lu Li was blatantly reversing the truth. And they all accepted it in that moment. Memories of his past life as a downtrodden individual flooded back, filled with humiliations like this one that he never imagined that just days after his transmigration he would face such indignities again. The accumulated resentment of a lifetime ignited a fierce anger within Songja. With a sharp crack, the now extracted lightning crystal shattered in his hands, the sound crisp and clear. Upon witnessing the crystal's destruction, Lu Li was momentarily stunned, before unleashing a torrent of curses at Songja. "You wretch! We toiled to slay the Thunder Serpent, and you dare to crush the crystal? You seek death, don't you?" The crystals of magical beasts below a certain level of cultivation were exceedingly fragile, easily shattered even by an ordinary man. Lu Shuai cast a disbelieving glance. She couldn't believe that a level 6 Thunder Serpent's crystal had been destroyed by Songja. Such a resource was indeed rare for cultivation. Lu Li's fury emboldened Lu Tian, who without hesitation struck out with a fierce slap, his face twisted with hatred as he shouted, "You're tired of living, aren't you? How dare you?" Before he could finish, Songja swiftly seized Lu Tian's wrist, a sharp crack resonating through the air of the back mountain. The next moment, a scream akin to a slaughtered pig echoed as Lu Tian's arm was brutally broken, writhing in agony. He lost consciousness. Witnessing Songja's ferocity, Lu Li quickly swallowed the words he had yet to utter. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lu Shuai standing nearby, and a wave of anxiety struck him. He realized that if he performed well now, he might win her favor. He dashed in front of Lu Shuai, shielding her as he bellowed, "Shuai, flee! This dog of the Song family intends to kill and silence me. I shall hold him off. You must go." He had envisioned Lu Shuai expressing sentiments of solidarity and loyalty, but to his dismay, the girl turned without a word, her icy voice cutting through the air. "Very well, senior brother. You hold him off while I fetch help." Yet her leisurely pace belied any urgency to summon aid. Lu Li was left in disbelief, realizing he had to maintain the facade he had constructed. Hastily adding a few more prompts, something about seeking vengeance and being willing to die for his junior sister. If he would turn around and see Lu Shuai's demeanor, he would likely lose all will to continue the charade. Having been furious just moments ago, Songja watched the unfolding scene, his gaze darting between the two, surprised by how events had transpired, leaving him momentarily speechless. "What are you staring at, you dog of the Song family? Look at my junior sister one more time, and I swear I'll pluck out your eyes." Lu Li, overly engrossed in his bravado, observed Songja's hesitation to act, mistakenly believing it was due to his status as the Lu family heir, and thus stood tall, resuming his tirade. Gaining some clarity, Songja could no longer tolerate Lu Li's arrogance and prepared to teach him a lesson. Sensing this, Lu Li awkwardly chuckled and seized the opportunity to flee, moving faster than Songja could comprehend. Songja was left momentarily stunned. As darkness fell. Within the Lu family's main hall, a porcelain bowl shattered on the ground with a sharp crack, splintering into several pieces. The middle-aged man in a black robe seated at the head of the right side stood up, his short black beard and weathered face contorted with rage. When Songja returned to his small courtyard from the back mountain, night had already descended. With little to occupy his time, he sat cross-legged on his bed, allowing the moonlight that slanted through the window to bathe him. Having arrived in the Qinyan continent for barely 2 days, he had transformed from an unawakened waste into a beginner cultivator in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the unique abilities bestowed upon him by his transmigration, if others were to discover this, they would likely suspect something amiss. While he was not one to shy away from trouble, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Songja suddenly felt a rapid depletion of spiritual energy coursing through him, the aura of a beginner cultivator visibly diminishing. What is happening? This startled Songja. He had intended to rely on this ability to navigate the world. In a moment of panic, he hastily closed his eyes and turned inward to inspect his body, eager to discern what had transpired. Upon doing so, a surge of fear nearly propelled Songja from his bed, his face a portrait of astonishment, mouth agape in disbelief. How could there be a tripod within me? When did this occur? Confusion enveloped Songja. Fortunately, having traversed 2 lifetimes, he quickly regained his composure, conjecturing that this was likely related to the abilities acquired through his transmigration. But he compelled himself to calm his racing thoughts and resumed a meditative posture. Intent on approaching the small tripod to uncover its mysteries, to his astonishment, the process unfolded with remarkable ease, devoid of any obstacles, allowing him to observe the entirety of the tripod's interior and exterior with clarity. The 4-cornered vessel boasted flawless walls, remarkably smooth and pristine. However, what captivated his attention were the numerous bubbles contained within, each marked with distinctive numerical identifiers, causing his mouth to water. Vitality, 10, agility, 12, strength, 8. There was even a rare resistance to lightning. The quantity of these bubbles was astonishing, easily double what he had previously absorbed. Songja's fingers trembled with excitement as he hastily focused his thoughts on retrieving these bubbles. Initially, he relished the act of collection, but gradually, he discerned a troubling pattern. The bubbles marked with the number 10 did not vanish entirely after collection, merely diminishing to 5. That this revelation piqued Songja's concern. Yet he did not cease his efforts. It wasn't until he had extracted bubbles without any alteration to their numbers that he realized he was unable to retrieve them completely. Not being a greedy individual, he decided to relinquish the unattainable. Having collected such a multitude of bubbles, he anticipated a corresponding advancement in his cultivation level and promptly checked his progress. To his dismay, he found himself utterly stagnant. He remained at the initial entry level, with no discernible change. With widened eyes, he gazed at the small tripod within him, unable to suppress an expletive. Damn it, so you were the one who siphoned away my power. The moment those words escaped his lips, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through him, transforming his innate abilities to the 5th stage of innate power. Yet this time, Songja maintained a sense of calm. He had witnessed the transformation of his power into bubbles returning to the tripod, and as he scratched his head, contemplating the bubbles within, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that these bubbles were remnants of my incomplete absorption? Songja muttered to himself. Over the past 2 days, he had been fervently absorbing any bubbles he encountered, without considering the extent of his own absorption. Before he could ponder further, the bubbles within the tripod spontaneously floated outwards, dispersing throughout his body, and in an instant, his cultivation returned to the initial entry level. It felt almost like a magic trick, leaving Songja both amused and perplexed. It seemed his hypothesis was correct. The actions of a small tripod confirmed his suspicions. With a glint in his eye, Songja chuckled. If I could fully utilize these bubbles, wouldn't my cultivation advance significantly? He would undoubtedly encounter more individuals and extract even more bubbles. If he couldn't achieve a 50% absorption rate, it would be an utter waste. But upon reflecting, a bitter smile crossed his face. There was little he could do. The thought of so many bubbles going to waste left him feeling despondent, akin to witnessing a delectable swan delicacy just out of reach. Such cruelty! Thus, he oscillated between the joy of seeing a treasure trove and the agony of being unable to claim it, all while the sky gradually brightened. With the morning sun peeking over the mountains, the gentle moonlight of the night had transformed into the warm sunlight of dawn, and Songja remained oblivious to the passage of time. At that moment, his dark eyes furrowed in concentration. He had spent the entire night pondering how to draw energy from the bubbles within the small tripod, just as he became ensnared in his worries. A melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark, drifted in from outside the courtyard. Songja. Inside the courtyard, Songja found himself in a frenzied state, his mind consumed solely by the bubbles brimming within the tripod. Longing to extract them immediately, with a soft creak, the wooden door of the courtyard swung open, and a fragrant breeze wafted in as Song Linger, clad in a flowing red garment, appeared before him. Her face radiating joy, her small hands hidden behind her back. Songja, guess what I brought for you? she chirped. Songja remained silent, propping his chin on his hand, seated at the table, his gaze fixed intently ahead, eyes wide with astonishment. This scene startled Song Linga, who, disregarding her own thoughts, placed the white porcelain vial on the table and shook Songja vigorously. Songja, don't scare me like that. The mere thought that the Songja who had accompanied her for so many years might be in distress brought tears to her eyes. Her voice tinged with a clear tremor. As she shook him. Songja finally snapped back to reality, his eyelids heavy from a night of staring. With a few blinks, he irritably remarked, "What on earth is going on? I'm still alive. Why are you crying like this?" Seeing him speak brought relief to Song Linger, and she shot him an exasperated glare, playfully smacking him with her small hand to express her annoyance. Songja, however, was unfazed, his attention diverted to the white porcelain vial on the table. Immediately recognizing it as a container for medicinal pills, the term medicinal pill flooded his mind, igniting a wave of elation. His eyes sparkling with unrestrained joy. In a world where resources were scarce, aside from alchemy, what could be more advantageous? It was no wonder Songja had been in a quandary the previous night. He had never engaged with alchemy before, and to call him an alchemy novice would be an understatement, despite his extensive theoretical knowledge. Just as he felt a sense of relief, noticing Songja's uncharacteristic laughter. Song Linger couldn't help but glance at her own small hands, perplexed that I didn't use much force. How did he become so foolish? Before she could comprehend the situation, she felt something soft brush against her delicate face. Warm and unexpected, leaving her momentarily stunned, her eyes wide and unblinking. The tender age of 18, Song Linger was no longer the naive girl she once was. In an instant, she realized what had transpired. Her already rosy cheeks flushing a deeper shade, akin to a ripe apple. Her head lowered, she nervously clutched the hem of her garment, embodying a figure of anxious uncertainty. In her mind, she pondered, has this fool finally come to his senses? Over the years, their interactions had made it evident to others how she felt about Songja, yet remained unclear whether he was oblivious or merely feigning ignorance, always maintaining an elusive demeanor that left her both intrigued and vexed. In her excitement, Songja leaned in and kissed Linger, exclaiming with joy, "Thanks to you, Linger, you truly are my lucky star." Within the knowledge embedded in this body was a formula for a pill that could maximize the absorption of spiritual energy. It was an ancient recipe known as the spirit-enhancing pill. What does it mean to be your lucky star? Linger, with her head bowed, felt a twinge of confusion upon hearing his words. Yet that confusion was soon eclipsed by a sweet warmth blossoming in her heart. Being a lucky star sounded wonderful. As long as she could bring him good fortune, that was enough. With a shy countenance, Linger slowly lifted her head and said, "Brother Songja, I can bring you." Her words trailed off abruptly, for before her stood only the morning sun's rays gently caressing her face, with Songja having vanished. "Damn it!" Linger exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot and gritting her teeth. "Songja, you scoundrel, hurry up and reincarnate." As soon as she uttered those words, a gust of wind swept through, and Songja's figure suddenly reappeared before Linger, opening his mouth to say, "Linger, do you have any money?" It dawned on him mid-sentence that alchemy required both a cauldron and herbs, all of which cost money, but he had not a single coin to his name. With no funds, he had no choice but to beg. Thus, he hurried back, seeking assistance from the one person in this world who had shown him kindness. Song Linger was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. She had not yet gathered her thoughts when her delicate hand instinctively reached for the embroidered pouch at her waist, adorned with 6 pristine white flowers, and handed it to Songja. The entire action was done in a daze, purely instinctual. In his haste, Songja hardly noticed the details, snatching up the pouch and vanishing from the courtyard like a whirlwind. As she watched his retreating figure, Linger snapped back to reality, glancing at her now empty hands, suddenly realizing something. She called out, "Songja, Songja, come back to me." Regrettably, having run quite a distance, Songja could no longer hear her words. Upon exiting the Song family residence, he made his way directly to the bustling market of Jinsha town, completely unaware that a pair of furtive eyes were observing him from behind the grand entrance. Upon seeing him head towards the market, the observer hastily turned and dashed back behind the gate, their urgency rivaling that of Songja. This individual arrived at the serene and spacious courtyard of the Song residence, knocked thrice on the door, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and whispered, "Young master, that fellow has emerged from the courtyard." His voice was so soft that it would be inaudible unless one was close by. A cold voice emanated from within the house. "Understood, you may leave." The servant then hurried away, and the elegantly attired man stood by the window, gazing at the bright sky while toying with a petal in his hand. Muttering, "Songja, what on earth have you experienced in these past few days that has transformed you from a mere useless wretch into your current self?" This man was Songbo, the eldest son of the Song family, who had been inadvertently knocked unconscious by Song. Songbo was not an incompetent individual. Being the eldest son of the Song family and leader of many young disciples was not solely due to his superior cultivation among the younger generation, but also because of his ever-evolving schemes that instilled fear in his juniors, dissuading them from challenging him. Had it not been for his carelessness, believing a supposed dead waste would not pose a threat even if he awakened spiritual energy, he would not find himself defeated by Songja, the very wretch he dismissed. The mere thought of being bested by Songja filled Songbo with fury. He crushed the pristine petal in his hand, baring his teeth as he vowed, "Songja, you will pay for this. One day, I shall see you utterly disgraced. This Song family shall rightfully belong to me." The shattered petal drifted slowly to the ground, landing silently. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the market, Songja gazed at the throngs of people bustling about early in the morning and couldn't help but exclaim, "Jinsha Town truly deserves its reputation as the central hub connecting the north and south. Look at how many people are already here." Jinsha Town was a small city within the Yinchuan prefecture of the Great Jin Kingdom, yet its unique geographical position facilitated the constant flow of merchants traveling between the north and south, frequently bringing with them various rare treasures, which significantly contributed to the town's development. As Songja entered the market, he became engrossed in his tasks, given that the original owner of this body rarely ventured out. He was utterly unfamiliar with the market and had no choice but to ask others for directions. After considerable effort, he finally located a place specializing in the sale of cultivation resources. Approaching a narrow alley, he spotted a burly man dressed in coarse linen, squatting on the ground, wielding a broom to sweep left and right as if attempting to rid the area of dust. Intrigued by this scene, Songja glanced at the stall to see what item warranted such care. Upon closer inspection, he abruptly halted, but on the ground lay a small, dark-colored cauldron, no larger than a thumb. Resembling a toy, whether viewed from the inside or outside, it was pitch black, and from a distance, it appeared akin to a piece of charcoal, easily overlooked. The man, perceptive to Songja's pause, immediately set aside his broom and smiled. "Young hero, you have a discerning eye. Do not be deceived by its diminutive size. This is a treasure I painstakingly acquired." "Treasure? Who does he think he is fooling?" Songja scoffed internally. Had it not been for the slight movement he felt within his own cauldron, he would not have bothered to stop and inspect such a dull-looking object, especially one so small. However, sensing the stirring within, he concluded that this little cauldron must possess some significance. With that thought in mind, Songja remained silent, crouching down to examine the small cauldron from various angles, unable to suppress his skepticism as he inquired, "Is this truly a treasure?" From his perspective, aside from recognizing it as a single-foot cauldron, it appeared to hold no extraordinary qualities. "Oh, you doubt my word?" the burly man exclaimed upon hearing Songja's remark, tossing aside his broom and standing up. "And my temper is rather fiery. I will make you see the truth." With that, he stepped forward, snatching the single-foot cauldron from Songja's hands, his beard bristling as he declared, "Watch closely, and you shall learn what it means to be blind to the obvious." Upon uttering these words, the man's aura surged, and a wave of scorching flames erupted, enveloping the cauldron in mid-air. Innate ninth stage, Songja, with keen eyesight, immediately discerned the man's cultivation level. Little did he expect that a casual outing would lead him to encounter an individual capable of easily overwhelming the youthful members of the Song family. The bubbles of energy emanating from the man were quickly absorbed by Songja. After all, this was foundational to his standing, and he could not afford to overlook it amidst the intense flames. The tiny cauldron's shape was obscured to the passerby, witnessing the flame's power, could not help but remark, at this temperature, even black gold would melt. Black gold was a forging material, known for its durability and value, making it an unparalleled choice for crafting divine weapons. Foolishness! Did you not see that no metallic residue has fallen? A woman's disdainful voice chimed in from the crowd, inciting the ire of the elegantly dressed man, who was accompanied by his attendants. Turning to see a striking woman behind Songja, her figure elegantly framed in a flowing green veil, her chestnut hair cascading gracefully behind her, a silk veil adorned her face, hinting at a celestial beauty beneath. Who dares speak such nonsense? Our young master has declared that it will melt, so it shall. How dare you retort? Do you wish to court death? One of the attendants stepped forward, exuding arrogance, upon witnessing the woman's figure. The richly attired man, Lu Shuqian, could barely contain himself, leering, a fine figure indeed. If you were to accompany me back to my estate, I might overlook your offense and even reward you. What do you say? He failed to notice the disgust in the woman's eyes as he presumptuously reached to lift her veil. Lu Shuqian, remove your filthy hands. Songja recognized this man all too well. Lu Shuqian, a notorious scion of the Lu family, infamous in Jinsha town for his unscrupulous deeds of bullying both men and women. Had this green-clad woman been a local, she would have fled at the mere sight of him. Too frightened to engage in conversation, displeased with Lu Shuqian's behavior, Songja reached out and seized his wrist, coldly retorting, "Oh, I was wondering who it might be, only to find a Song family's waist before me. Is there no one left in the Song family? Even a useless wretch like you dares to show your face?" Lu Shuqian, momentarily taken aback by the grip on his wrist, quickly recovered and laughed mockingly. "Is the Song family truly so desperate that they allow a waste like you to roam free? Release me at once, or do not blame me for being impolite." At that moment, he attempted to wrench himself free, only to be astonished to discover that, despite his innate sixth-stage prowess, he could not break free from Songja's hold. Alarmed, he felt a flicker of fear creeping in, though his face still bore a fierce expression. Now he's somewhat lacking in confidence. Though Songja had stabilized his cultivation at the innate fifth stage, his true attributes were far beyond what this mediocre individual, who relied on elixirs for his training, could compare to. With a grin revealing a row of even teeth, he quipped, "Shall I let go then? Whatever happens next cannot be blamed on me." As soon as the words left his lips, he loosened his grip on Lu Shuqian's wrist, unleashing a surge of hidden energy that propelled him several dozen meters away, crashing into a roadside stall. "Curse you!" Lu Shuqian, feeling humiliated, scrambled to his feet from amidst a pile of vegetables. Spitting curses, "You too! Get over here and beat them into submission." However, his two companions stood frozen, their fear evident as they dared not move. What a surprise to see you again so soon. Among the two, Songja recognized one, Lu Tan. His gaze lingered on Lu Tian's arm, which he had broken the day before. It seemed to have healed remarkably quickly. The Lu family truly lived up to its reputation as the foremost family in Jinsha town, treating even their servants so well. Others, Songja merely cast a fleeting glance. Yet to Lu Tian, it felt as though a blade was poised at his throat, engendering terror and dread. This was a man even Lu Li feared. With a swift gasp, Lu Tian succumbed to the pressure, turning on his heel and fleeing in terror. "Ah!" The onlookers erupted in derisive laughter, their disdain evident. "You scoundrel!" Lu Shuqian, thoroughly humiliated, roared in fury, channeling his innate sixth-stage energy as he charged forward, employing a peculiar step as he bellowed, flowing cloud step. At that moment, a bubble of energy erupted from Lu Shuqian, revealing that this fool possessed a form of footwork. Though it was of a low tier, it was still a legitimate technique, and Songja unreservedly absorbed it. The Lu family's flowing cloud step is truly being squandered by you wretches in the blink of an eye. Songja absorbed the situation, letting out a cold snort as he stepped forward with his right foot, mirroring Lu Shuqian's movements with ease and effortlessly evading a punch. Enhanced by spiritual energy, his actions appeared even more enigmatic. As he deftly dodged, Songja seized Lu Shuqian's wrist, executing a flawless shoulder throw, The result was Lu Shuqian crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner, akin to a turtle turned on its back. The sight elicited a light chuckle from a young woman in a green dress. Her laughter drew the agreement of passers-by, with one bold individual even producing a turtle shell and displaying it on the ground. Its four limbs splayed, resembling Lu Shuqian's own pitiful position in contrast to the ridicule directed at him. Lu Shuqian's expression was more one of astonishment, gritting his teeth against the pain. He pointed at Songja, his face a mask of disbelief as he exclaimed, "How can you, of the Lu family, possess such skills?" This footwork was unlike any other, exceedingly rare, though merely a yellow-tier technique. It was still quite precious. Over the years, the Lu family had never shared it with non-direct descendants. He had only obtained it through his connection to Lu Li. He had felt a surge of joy upon acquiring it, even if his peers looked down upon this technique, deeming it trivial. How could the Lu family hold it in such high regard? Why should others not possess it? Before Songja could respond, the masked woman interjected with righteous fervor. He cast her a glance. Unwilling to engage with such a minor character, his interest piqued instead by the single-footed small cauldron. Lu Shuqian, unnerved by that gaze, stood up with the help of another trembling companion. Aware that he was no match for this so-called waste, he muttered a threat and fled in disgrace. "Songja, you will regret this. This matter will not end here." Songja paid him no mind, his eyes fixed on the small cauldron in the fire, a fleeting spark of excitement passing through him. He noticed a faint glimmer beneath the cauldron, which vanished in an instant. Coincidentally, this moment was captured by Songja's keen observation. As the commotion subsided, the burly man retracted his spiritual energy and, extending his hand that clutched the small cauldron, chuckled. "What do you think? This cauldron shows no signs of damage even under such extreme heat. And it feels remarkably cool to the touch. Feel for yourself." Just as Songja was about to reach out, a delicate arm resembling white jade reached over, fondling the cauldron. Indeed, it's completely devoid of warmth. "Ice cold even? What could be the reason?" the young woman in green exclaimed in astonishment. Irritated, Songja shot her a glare, grasping the small cauldron and running his fingers over it repeatedly, scrutinizing the base for a considerable time, yet finding nothing amiss. Could it be an illusion? Doubt began to gnaw at him. Noticing Songja's keen examination of the cauldron, the burly man grinned wider, boasting, "Though my strength may not be remarkable, my mastery over fire attributes is unparalleled. You won't find another in the whole of Jinsen who can compare." His implication was clear. He was praising the single-footed black cauldron as a treasure. For how else could it endure such prolonged exposure to flames without even a hint of warmth? "What price do you ask for this cauldron?" Songja inquired, still puzzled about its true nature, yet feeling an instinctual sense of its extraordinary value. Upon hearing the question, the burly man became even more animated, squinting with a grin as he replied, "Since you seem to be from a wealthy family and recognize its worth, I'll let it go for 5 gold coins." In the Qinyan continent, currency was categorized primarily into gold, silver, and iron. 1 silver was equivalent to 100 iron coins, and 1 gold equated to 100 silver coins. "You're trying to swindle me." Songja's brows twitched as he tossed the small black cauldron in his hand, frowning in discontent. The typical family could live comfortably for a year on a single silver coin, while 1 gold coin could last a lifetime. To his astonishment, this burly man, who appeared unassuming, demanded 5 gold coins right off the bat. Upon hearing this, the previously jovial burly man immediately soured, surveying Songja with disdain. He unceremoniously snatched the cauldron back, coldly retorting, "How can you, a young master of the Song family, be unable to produce 5 gold coins? How dare you attempt to purchase something?" "Why you?" Songja stammered, struggling to articulate a response. As he truly lacked the funds, that Linger's purse contained only 3 gold coins, which she had painstakingly saved. In his moment of confusion, the young woman in green reached out once more, her expression warm as she said, "Allow me to assist you." She produced 5 gold coins and tossed them to the burly man, retrieving the small cauldron from his grasp and gently handing it to Songja. "Your kindness is something I shall never forget. Young master, consider this cauldron a gift from me," she declared, Though her expression was concealed behind a veil, her sincerity was evident in her actions. Songja nodded, choosing not to be overly formal, as he accepted the cauldron and remarked, "This shall be considered a debt owed to you, fair lady, that I will repay it in due time." The term fair lady caused the young woman to shiver slightly, having never been addressed in such a manner before. She pondered the meaning, finding the words quite intriguing. With a step forward, he prepared to purchase herbs for alchemy, but suddenly halted, stating, "I am Songja. Should you require anything, seek me in my family home." Having said that, he continued on towards the herb-selling area. The young woman in green chuckled softly, finding it amusing that while others typically requested their benefactor's name for the sake of gratitude, he had voluntarily provided his. Did he intend to seek her out for money? How amusing. Her curiosity piqued. She repeated his name silently, feeling a strange intrigue towards this peculiar individual. "Oh, it gets even more interesting." The burly man chimed in as he returned to his previous spot, preparing to sweep the ground with a broom. "How so, uncle?" the young woman in green asked, her interest piqued. How could it not be interesting? Just 3 days ago, this Songja was merely a waste, a soul yet to awaken, incapable of cultivation. And now he has someone even I cannot see through. Clearly, he had discerned that Songja's cultivation was not merely at the innate 5th stage. Upon hearing this, the young woman in green gazed in the direction where Songja had disappeared, her curiosity intensifying. Arriving at the area for purchasing medicinal herbs, Songja searched in vain for the ingredients necessary to concoct the spirit-enhancing pill. Inquiring about items like lampwick grass and golden sparrow root, yet no one had ever heard of such herbs. Could it be that these ancient recipes had long since faded into obscurity, their ingredients extinct? After a fruitless search, Songja, feeling perplexed, wondered aloud, could it be that the herbs for this ancient recipe have indeed gone extinct? With no other options, he opted to buy herbs for the essence-enhancing pill instead, which would serve as good practice for his alchemical skills. Despite the commonplace nature of these herbs, he still spent a gold coin due to the quantity he required as the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a crimson glow across half the horizon. Songja finally returned to the Song family gate, carrying a large burlap sack nearly a meter taller than his head. Just as he was about to step over the threshold, he collided with a fragrant breeze, causing the sack in his hands to tumble down the steps of the inner gate. "Ling, why are you in such a rush? And why do you look so distressed?" The newcomer was Song Linger, her face marked by worry. Upon spotting Songja, she immediately grabbed his hand and urged him to flee, exclaiming, "Songja, you must hurry. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." However, the completely bewildered Songja was not about to leave with Linger in such a haphazard manner that he shook off her hand, a frown etching his brow. "What on earth is going on? You need to explain yourself clearly before we go." He attempted to retrieve the fallen sack of herbs, but before he could reach it, a delicate foot clad in embroidered shoes stepped onto the bag, the applied pressure threatening to rupture it, revealing the herbs within. Thinking of leaving? What have you done, waste? Do you not understand? Songja frowned slightly, looking up to discover it was Lu Ruyue. This seemingly dignified woman regarded Songja with contempt, as if his very existence was a source of embarrassment to her. Lu, madam," Linger stammered, clearly startled at the sight of Lu in the Song family. Lu Ruyue held significant influence, perhaps due to the absence of the family head, Song Qing'an, which allowed her authority to grow unchecked. The members of the Song family feared her presence immensely. "Oh, Madam Lu, would you kindly remove your foot?" Songja stated coolly, his gaze solely focused on the sack of herbs. That was a gold coin's worth. Feeling belittled, Lu Ruyue, who had long wielded power over the Song family, could not tolerate such disrespect. She lifted her leg and aimed a kick at this insolent waste, intending to teach him a lesson about who truly held dominion in the household. However, her leg remained suspended in midair, unable to advance as she stared in disbelief. This waste actually possessed cultivation? No wonder he and T perished in the mountains behind the house. Lu Ruyue's desire for control was intense, yet her own cultivation had not faltered, placing her at the first stage of entry-level skills. In that fleeting moment, the force of the kick was intended to obliterate Songja, thus sparing him from a multitude of complications. "Did you not hear me?" Songja exclaimed, his aura surging as he sprang to his feet, his voice booming. "Remove your foot at once." The brief outburst took Lu Ruyu by surprise, sending her hurtling backwards, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, a burly man clad in black robes caught her, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he remarked, "Is this how the Song family educates its juniors? Such a blatant disregard for hierarchy is quite alarming. I shall have to teach you a lesson on behalf of Madame Song." Gazing at the man before him, Song maintained a calm facade. Yet within, a tempest of emotions surged, for the black-robed man bore no trace of energy, his head adorned with a series of question marks. What could this mean? Before Song could ponder further, the man lifted his hand and struck downwards towards his crown, the sheer force causing the air to ripple ominously. Behind him, Song Ling Air gasped in horror, due to his previous inability to cultivate. Song had shown little interest in the masters of Jinsha Town, yet Song Ling Air was well aware of the man's identity. This was Lu Mao, the esteemed elder of the Lu family. His profound cultivation placed him at the pinnacle of power in Jinsha Town. Faced with such a ruthless assault, Song's eyes widened in disbelief, his body paralyzed, his only thought being, could I truly meet my demise here? After all the effort to be reborn, fueled by a vendetta against Song for the death of his grandson, Lu Mao unleashed his full might, the palm strike landing squarely upon Song's crown, the tremendous force propelling him violently against the wooden door of the Song residence. The door groaned under the impact, clearly bearing the marks of the assault. With a violent cough, blood erupted from Song's mouth, his head spinning from the force. Miraculously, he had survived, thanks to the small cauldron within him. Had it not intervened at that critical moment, absorbing the majority of Lu Mao's power, he would have surely perished on the spot. Impossible! Lu Mao's heart trembled. With his level of cultivation, how could he fail to eliminate a mere junior? Would this not be a source of ridicule? Now was not the time to ponder why Song yet lived. With a fierce resolve, Lu Mao flickered forward again, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Just as Song had begun to relish his narrow escape, the oppressive aura of death enveloped him once more. Yet he found himself utterly powerless, yearning desperately for an increase in strength. "You dare!" Song Ling Air suddenly stepped in front of Song, raising her gaze to meet the towering man. The palm strike halted mere inches from her forehead. Observing this, Lu Ruyu felt a surge of joy at Lu Mao's aggressive stance, only to be silenced upon recognizing the figure before her. "Lu Mao, have you grown too arrogant?" Unbeknownst to them, a venerable elder with silvery hair had appeared behind Song Ling Air, stroking his white beard as he regarded the black-robed man with a knowing gaze. "Song Qin, you are still alive." Lu Mao's complexion darkened as he withdrew his hand. The man before him was all too familiar to ha-ha. Song Qin laughed heartily, declaring, "As long as Lu Tung Feng yet breathes, the king of hell would not dare claim this old bone of mine." As Song Ling Air regained her senses, a wave of relief washed over her, but upon noticing Song's pallid complexion, panic set in. "Grandfather Song..." Blood continued to seep from the corner of Song's mouth, defying all attempts to stem the flow. Witnessing this, Song Qin immediately crouched down to check his pulse, the tranquility on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by a mix of gravity and confusion. "Grandfather, I am fine." Song managed to utter, his voice strained. In his memories, the elder Song Qin had been quite fond of him in his youth, but after he turned 6, the elder had vanished from his life. Who would have guessed they would meet again today? "Do not speak." Song Qin's white brows eased slightly as he produced a milky white pill from his robes, placing it in Song's mouth. Sighing with relief as he instructed, "Ling Air, assist your heir back to his room, that I shall join you shortly." With her heart laden with concern for Song Ling Air had no choice but to comply, swiftly leading him inside, leaving Song Qin and the others behind. And no sooner had they departed than a throng of Song family members rushed in. The elders of the Song family bowed in unison upon seeing Song Qin, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Grand Elder." Song Qin waved them off dismissively, directing a cold snort at Lu Mao. "Lu Mao, mark my words, I shall seek justice for today's events from your Lu family. The Song family has matters to attend to, so I shall not see you out." The intent to dismiss was glaringly obvious. Lu Mao's expression oscillated as he pondered whether his strike had indeed dispatched Song. Doubt crept in as he observed Song's serious injuries. Moreover, considering the high-quality pill Song Qin had produced, it was evident that Songjia had suffered greatly. Humph. 3 days hence, my Lu family will come to settle this matter, and it shall not be resolved as it is today. With that, Lu Mao stormed off, leaving a palpable silence in his wake. The members of the Song family dared not breathe a word in Song Qin's presence. And even Lu Ruyu grew subdued, her lowered gaze concealing her thoughts. 10 years, a mere decade apart, and look at what has become of the Song family. The Lu family dares to brazenly bully the descendants of the Song family? Song Qin's ire boiled over as he berated those present, the depths of his fury unmistakable. The crowd remained meek and silent, heads bowed. It was Lu Ruyu who finally spoke. Grand Elder, you are unaware, but Lu Mao accused our Song family of murdering his grandson, and with witnesses to back his claims, we had no recourse. Indeed, Grand Elder, Lu Mao was quite adamant, and we found ourselves unable to refute his statements. The elders continued. Lu Mao claimed that a member of the Song family had slain his grandson, and after investigating, we found only Songjia the waste. The elders faltered, realizing they were treading on dangerous ground. Aware that Song Qin had once held Songjia in high regard, who could say what had changed over the years? Humph. Song Qin swept his sleeve in exasperation, commanding, Ruyu, enlighten me on this matter. What exactly transpired? With that, he led the group into the hall. Meanwhile, Song Ling helped Songjia into the small courtyard. Once inside, Songjia abruptly turned and shut the door, sealing the windows as well. Song Ling gazed at him in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had been grievously injured, and now he appeared as if reborn. Songjia chuckled, perching himself on the table, grinning as he remarked, shouldn't I be lying in bed? Barely clinging to life, he had anticipated his end. Yet the small cauldron within had not only absorbed the majority of Lu Mao's power, but had also miraculously healed his injuries, leaving him bewildered. Indeed, Song Ling nodded instinctively, only to shake her head vigorously. No, it wouldn't have died. Seeing her earnestness, Songjia's heart tightened. He stepped forward, enveloping her in an embrace, softly saying, Thank you, Ling in a moment of peril. She had bravely stood before him, facing the formidable Lu Mao. How could he not appreciate her loyalty? Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Song Ling hesitated, then relented, gently resting against his chest. Songjia, did you truly kill Lu Min? She recounted the events simply, her brows knitting together as she looked up at him. What do you think? Songjia expressed a twinge of regret for not having eliminated both adversaries when he had the chance. Absolutely not. You would not have killed him. You simply cannot cultivate. How could you possibly defeat Lu Min? Ling shook her head, her expression earnest. Having encountered Lu Min, she knew he had awakened his talents, making it impossible for the unawakened Songjia to have slain him. Observing her earnest and adorable demeanor, Songjia couldn't help but jest. What if I truly did kill him? Ling was taken aback by his words, pausing before resolutely stating, Whoever dares to harm you, I shall slay them. Though she possessed only innate 8th-level cultivation, her willingness to confront the Lu family for his sake deepened Songjia's feelings. In his past life, he had been treated like a mere plaything, subjected to ridicule. Never had anyone stood up for him in such a manner. Silly girl, I am a man. How could I allow you to protect me? Songjia teased, gently tapping her nose, a smile gracing his lips as he released a fraction of his energy. Feeling the change in his aura, Ling mouth fell open in disbelief. Songjia, you can cultivate. Have you advanced to the entry-level realm in one fell swoop? A few days ago, Songjia was but a worthless individual incapable of cultivation. Now, in the blink of an eye, he has ascended to the threshold of entry-level cultivation, much to her astonishment. What significance does the entry-level stage hold? Sooner or later, I shall traverse this continent and ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Songjia declared with a raised eyebrow, exuding an air of arrogance that Linger suddenly felt a twinge of unfamiliarity towards the Songjia before her. His imposing demeanor was undeniably cool, yet she felt an inexplicable sense of loss within her heart. Has the amiable and warm-hearted Songjia of yesteryears vanished for good? She forced a smile and said, You are truly remarkable. I always knew that a golden dragon does not dwell in mere ponds. You shall surely shine brightly. She had thought similarly when she observed him poring over ancient texts day after day. Songja was oblivious to the change in her gaze as he retrieved a small one-legged cauldron from his bosom and inquired, "Linger, do you recognize this item?" Linger shook her head, noticing his entire focus was on the cauldron. With a forced smile, she suggested, "I shall go fetch something to eat. You must be hungry after being out all day." Without allowing Songja a chance to respond, she turned and exited the room. Songja paid her little mind, his attention fully captivated by the cauldron, convinced that it held the key to some profound knowledge. The one-legged cauldron stood resolutely on the table. Despite his scrutiny, Songja could discern nothing of worth. Just as he was lost in thought, the shadow of a four-legged cauldron unexpectedly emerged from within him. Startled, Songja felt his heart leap into his throat. These recent days had taught him that his ability to extract attributes was likely linked to this small cauldron at that moment. Even its shadow felt vulnerable. Fearing the gaze of others, to be spied upon was far from desirable. The shadow of the four-legged cauldron hovered directly above the one-legged cauldron, and then, to Songja's utter disbelief, the shadow merely projected onto the cauldron, causing it to merge gradually. The speed of this transformation was undeniably visible. In less than 3 minutes, the one-legged cauldron had liquefied into a pool of dark fluid, revealing a slender crystal shard the size of a fingernail, glimmering with a unique radiance under the sunlight. "What is this?" A surge of curiosity compelled Songja to reach out and touch it, but before he could, a bubble erupted from its surface with a plop. Spirit Pearl Fragment 1. A Spirit Pearl Fragment? What could that possibly be? It seemed he was unable to collect the bubble. This realization dawned upon him. Bubbles could convey information he could not retrieve. The series of question marks that had adorned Lu Mao and Song Qin likely indicated that their attributes were far beyond his own cultivation level. Unable to collect the bubble, surely he could grasp the Spirit Pearl Fragment. Songja extended his hand to seize it, but to his surprise, it suddenly levitated, directly absorbed by the shadow of the four-legged cauldron. Not a trace was left behind. Songja's expression darkened immediately. 5 gold coins gone just like that. He had gained nothing. Frustration bubbled within him, compelling him to hurl the wretched cauldron in anger. Alas, it was merely a shadow. Once its task was complete, the shadow returned to Songja's body that a flicker of hope ignited within him, prompting him to introspectively check for any changes in the four-legged cauldron to his disappointment. There were no alterations. In fact, the bubbles within had completely vanished, leaving him with the disheartening sensation of having labored in vain. Realizing he had accomplished nothing, Songja let out a bitter laugh, discontented, and resolved to seek misfortune among the magical beasts on the back mountain, hoping to elevate his cultivation level in the process. As he opened the door, he was met by the sight of the white-haired, white-bearded Song Qin, who awkwardly smiled and said, "Grandfather Song." Song Qin seemed unconcerned about Songja's lack of injuries, hands clasped behind his back as he calmly stated, "Follow me." With that, he began to walk towards the back mountain. Songja was no longer the same Songja. The old fellow's demeanor struck him as exceedingly peculiar. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and followed suit. Song Qin led him along an alternate path to the back mountain, a route that few of the Song family's offspring dared to tread, a place regarded as a forbidden area within the clan. Just as suspicion filled his heart, they arrived at a small bamboo grove. Song Qin gazed at a gravestone before him and sighed, saying, "Qin girl, look who I've brought." Upon seeing the grave behind him, constructed from sturdy stones, Songja's gaze fell upon the inscription on the stone tablet, "Grave of by Yueqing." Mother. The words surfaced in his mind. In his memories, he had never seen his biological mother, only knowing her name, Bai Yueqing. "What are you still dawdling for? Come pay your respects to your mother." Song Qin chided him upon noticing Songja's dazed expression. Songja felt somewhat dazed, suddenly confronted with his mother's grave. His mind went blank as his legs instinctively knelt before is this truly my mother? Wasn't he it said that there was merely no news of her? How could a gravestone suddenly appear? This is all too sudden. It seemed that Song Qin had anticipated this reaction. With a wry smile, he reassured, "This is indeed your mother's gravestone. You should offer incense in a swift motion. Song Qin retrieved several incense sticks from a storage space. Igniting them with a flick of his fingers, Songja silently accepted the incense, and after bowing 3 times and performing 9 prostrations, the sorrow of having lost his mother in both lives washed over him. Filling his eyes with mist, Grandfather Song, "Who was it? Who killed my mother?" he asked heavily, his gaze fixed on the unfamiliar yet haunting gravestone. "Child, you are still too weak." Song Qin's withered hand rested gently on his shoulder as he spoke earnestly. "That person is not someone you can confront." With furrowed brows, Songja replied coldly, "Whoever it may be, the blood of my mother demands vengeance." He turned while still kneeling, looking earnestly at Song Qin and imploring, "Please, Grandfather Song, tell me that I must avenge my mother." Determined, he resolved to seize this opportunity to make his mark. If he did not act for his own sake, his conscience would weigh heavily upon him. After all, he aspired to traverse this world. What was there to fear? Observing Songja's resolute demeanor, a flicker of emotion crossed Song Qin's eyes, and a hint of joy shone through his expression. How could her son remain so inconspicuous? Good, good. Song Qin laughed heartily, looking at the gravestone and exclaiming, "Qin girl, this is your child, so much like your youth." Song Qinyan, his biological father, yet he had never publicly acknowledged this connection within the Song family. To the outside world, Songja had always been regarded as a bastard child. This man occupies a lofty position, possessing unparalleled cultivation. Few in this world could inflict harm upon him, even if you toil for 1,000 years. You might not even graze his garments. Have you truly considered this? Do you still wish to seek revenge? Song Qin fixed his unwavering gaze upon Songja. Revenge, a single, succinct word conveyed Songja's unwavering determination. A figure at the pinnacle of the 9 provinces. Rather than fear, his heart brimmed with excitement, eager to discover what the world beyond held. Good. After 10 years of absence, Song Qin was astonished to find that not only had his grandson cultivated, but his formerly timid nature had transformed immensely. With a gentle smile, he stroked his white beard, filled with warmth. From his robe, Song Qin produced an object the size of a die and handed it to Songja, saying, "This is the Song family's supreme technique. Once mastered, you will traverse this realm with ease. Take good care of it, my child." The Song family's supreme technique? Songja, though not dismissive, found it hard to believe that the modest Song family of Jinsha town could possess any advanced techniques. Perhaps the pinnacle was merely at the Xian level. Such techniques hardly piqued his interest. "Grandfather Song, you mentioned that this person possesses unparalleled cultivation. How could the Song family's technique?" Songja brushed off the dust from his clothes and stood up with an awkward smile. Song Qin paused, chuckling, "Oh, young lad, you do not appreciate a top-tier technique of the celestial level. Your appetite seems quite large." His teasing demeanor left Songja agape in disbelief. The top-tier celestial technique. Did I hear that correctly? "Grandfather Song, what did you just say?" A top-tier celestial technique. The astonishment within Songja's heart rivaled that of his very crossing into this realm. It was known that upon discovering his inability to absorb bubbles from those of significantly higher realms, his fanciful notion of obtaining a top-tier celestial technique from others to ascend to the apex of the Qinyan continent had been utterly shattered. Hearing of a top-tier celestial technique now, it was no wonder he was so taken aback. Song Qin nodded kindly, smiling. "This is indeed the Song family's top-tier celestial technique. Accept it and practice diligently." He did not inform Songja why the inconspicuous Song family in the small town of Jinsha possessed a celestial-level martial art, and one of the highest caliber at that. Songja furrowed his brow slightly, then gradually relaxed. He did not wish to confront the reasons behind it, yet he sensed that his lineage was perhaps more complex than it appeared. With this thought in mind, he gladly accepted the celestial-level martial art, watching as the 6-faced magic cube began to spin in his hand, gradually enlarging until its surfaces split apart and collapsed into a tome of secrets. This display of transformation was rather impressive, Songja mused internally. The book's pages bore 4 significant characters inscribed in small seal script. Songyun, sword technique. Clearly, this was a manual for a sword technique of tremendous lethality. Despite holding a top-tier celestial martial art, Songja did not rush to examine it. Instead, his mind wandered to the small seal script, which seemed to only appear in the Liang and Yong provinces of the 9 provinces, both situated in the west and occupying a considerable portion of the Qinyan continent. Was it possible that his biological mother was connected to the Shu kingdom of Liang province or the Qin kingdom of Yong province? The intricacies of this matter would likely require his own exploration. He then perused the Tsungyun sword technique, discovering that it was, in fact, comprised of merely 7 illustrations. Upon quickly finishing his review, he stared blankly at Song Qin. "Grandfather Song, is this truly it? Just 7 illustrations? How does one cultivate it?" Song Qin nodded earnestly, his words articulated clearly and his expression serious. "This supreme sword technique is not something just anyone can master. Whether you can cultivate it successfully will depend on your comprehension." Comprehension. Songja felt a flicker of curiosity, looking at Song Qin with wide-eyed intrigue. "Grandfather Song, have you practiced this sword technique?" The allure of a top-tier sword technique was irresistible. He found it hard to believe that Song Qin had not attempted to master it. As expected, Song Qin nodded and began to share some of his insights from his practice. However, Songja's attention was not on this. He was exhilarated, for as Song Qin spoke, a previously elusive question mark above his head suddenly burst into another bubble. Comprehension 5. This thing can truly be obtained, if not for Song Qin's presence. Songja would have leapt with joy, thrilled to discover such a rare attribute could be acquired in this manner. Without hesitation, he seized the comprehension bubble, and a torrent of profound insights regarding the Tsungyun sword technique flooded into his mind. It turned out that Song Qin had merely mastered the first move, and not to perfection. He had only grasped it at a preliminary level. At the Heian / Songja murmured softly. Seeing Songja so nonchalantly absorbing his teachings, Song Qin was initially irritated, but upon hearing this, he froze in place. What followed was even more astonishing. Songja picked up a branch from the roadside and assumed a sword-wielding stance. The aura of the first level surged wildly, and his sleeves fluttered dramatically. How could Song Qin, so familiar with the Tsungyun sword technique, not recognize this? He was incredulous, yet excitement danced in his eyes. Songja shouted, thrusting the branch forward with such vigor that it created a faint tremor in the air. Witnessing this scene, Song Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. A genius, absolutely a genius. That strike already resembled the embryonic form of the Heian slash from the Tsungyun sword technique. To outsiders, it appeared as a simple thrust, but Song Qin could discern the delicate flow of energy generated by the sword's motion. Though faint, it was undeniably present. After years of arduous training, he had only just achieved this effect. Yet his grandson had managed it after a single glance. What else could he be but a genius? In contrast to Song Qin's astonishment and joy, Songja pouted, feeling somewhat dissatisfied that a 5-point increase in comprehension yielded only this meager progress. Absorbing the comprehension bubble had evidently made it clear to him that this was far from the completion of the first move of the Tsungyun sword technique. There was still significant room for improvement. As he contemplated this, Song Qin suddenly lifted him into the air. Though an adult now, Songja towered over Song Qin, yet he was effortlessly raised above his grandfather's head. This scene appeared both peculiar and heartwarming. Clearing his throat, Songja thought, who would have imagined that at 16, I would still be hoisted into the air? It was just that it felt a bit awkward that a genius, indeed, a genius, Song Qin, oblivious to Songja's thoughts, was overjoyed by his grandson's exceptional talent, repeatedly exclaiming that the Song family had hope. After a while, Songja finally spoke. "Grandfather, please put me down. It's tiring to be held like this." Upon hearing this, Song Qin set him down, though his excitement had not diminished. "From tomorrow onward, I shall teach you the Tsungyun sword technique on the back mountain," he declared, his eyes gleaming with hope. Songja nodded, and the two descended the mountain under the cover of the dark night. Upon returning to the small courtyard, they found Linger, dressed in a long red dress, squatting at the entrance with her chin resting in her hands, appearing lost in thought. "What's wrong? Who are you thinking about?" Songja approached her quietly and inquired softly. "Besides that scoundrel Songja, who else could it be?" Before she could finish her sentence, she realized the voice sounded familiar. Looking up, a rosy blush spread across her cheeks. She stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Oh, you've grown wings and are starting to bully me now. without giving Songja a chance to respond. She hastily departed. Watching Linger's retreating figure, Songja could only smile helplessly. There were still plenty of days ahead. Now that he was aware of her feelings, there was no need to rush. The next day, early in the morning, Song Qin summoned all the legitimate heirs of the Song family to the hall. Song just stepped over the threshold, standing behind Song Bo, Songda, who had lost an arm. Remarked sarcastically, the old master of the Song family claims that only legitimate heirs can enter the hall. How is it that a bastard can now call himself a legitimate heir? As soon as these words left his mouth, all eyes turned toward the entrance. Sitting in the leftmost seat, Lu Ryue's lips curled into a slight smile, her gaze never once glancing toward the door. Songja anticipated that attending this family meeting would undoubtedly invite mockery. Yet Song Qin had insisted he attend, so he had no choice but to brave it. His temperament was fiery. How could he tolerate such ridicule? He huffed coldly. What, is losing an arm not enough? Do you wish to be a waste? The moment these words left his lips, Songda instinctively took 2 steps back, trembling as he cast a wary glance at Songja, lowering his gaze. Waste? Song Bo spat in disdain. His peripheral vision flickered, signaling the Song family members seated below him to take action. One of them, calm and composed, sat half-naked in black attire, his well-defined muscles exposed, clearly not someone to be trifled with. He nodded subtly and stood up, looking at Songja. I heard that Song Shidi has begun to cultivate truly a cause for celebration. This man was known as Songja. He was another of Song Bo's sycophants named Song Tianqing, a martial arts enthusiast whose prowess surpassed that of Song Bo, evidently on the verge of breaking through to the first level. Raising an eyebrow, Songja replied indifferently, Are you abandoning Song Bo to become my subordinate? His words were unrestrained, directly suggesting that Song Tianqing switch allegiances. The crowd was momentarily stunned, and after a brief silence, laughter erupted, ringing throughout the hall. Did I miss here? The way Songja actually wants Brother Tianqing to be his enforcer? How ridiculous! He should take a look in the mirror and see how much he weighs. Does he really think Brother Tianqing would follow him? I don't think it's a matter of waking up. It's just that after so many years without being able to cultivate, suddenly being able to do so has made him a bit foolish. Song Tianqing's thick eyebrows quivered slightly, and he shifted imperceptibly. Laughing, Songja Shidi, you must be joking. This is no laughing matter. His lips curled upwards, a look of disdain etched across his face. Oh, so you refuse my offer? Songja was fully aware of his lack of standing within the Song family. So he seized the opportunity to challenge this individual, determined to show everyone that the former Songja was no more. His voice fell. A fiery aura enveloped his fist, and he suddenly launched a fierce attack at Song Tianqing. His strike fierce and powerful, akin to a tiger descending the mountain, exuding an overwhelming force. Seeing Songja's offensive, Song Tianqing merely smiled in contempt, relying on his robust physique and martial prowess to withstand the blow. It was well known that Brother Tianqing practiced both body and energy cultivation, his skills far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. He could likely withstand the punch of this so-called waste, be confident. Eliminate the word BA. How could there possibly be? Before the word BA could fully escape his lips, Song Tianqing, with a sturdy physique, crashed into the wall-mounted map of the main hall like a kite with a broken string. Blood splattering 3 feet. The scene fell silent in an instant. Even Lu Ryue looked astonished. She was well aware of Song Tianqing's martial prowess. Even those at the second level of entry might not be able to breach his defense with a single punch. Had they truly encountered ghosts today? You, Songja, injuring a clansman. According to clan rules, you must be punished by death. Seize him. Seeing Song Tianqing spitting blood from being struck, Song Bo's eyes gleamed with delight. And he immediately stood up in fury, barking orders. Usually, Song Bo commanded immense respect. With a single command, several elders from the Song family stepped forth, all possessing entry-level cultivation. Together, even Songja would struggle against them. As they rose, Songja frantically absorbed the surrounding energy bubbles. After all, these individuals were intent on opposing him. If he didn't absorb their energy, it would be a missed opportunity. Observing the encroaching elders, Songja's expression hardened, and he took a slight step back. He knew he was not a match for their combined strength at this moment. I dare anyone to try. Behind Songja, the gray-clad Song Qin shouted angrily, his figure flashing as he stood proudly in front of him, glaring at the Song family elders. The appearance of the Grand Elder instantly commanded respect. The fierce demeanor of the elders dissipated upon his arrival. With a few swift motions, Song Qin struck out, delivering slaps to the faces of those who intended to surround Songja, leaving them both startled and furious. This is my Song family's prodigy. How dare you lay a hand on her? Do you wish to die? Song Qin pointed at Songja, his anger palpable as he addressed the elders. After last night's events, he regarded Songja as the hope for the future of the Song family. How could such hope falter before it had the chance to shine? Prodigy. A resounding question mark arose in everyone's minds, with Lu Riyue unable to suppress her disdain, thinking, prodigy him? He hardly deserves such a title. Perhaps this old man has been away too long and is yearning for a grandson. Grandfather, I am the future of the Song family. I am your grandson. Song Bo could no longer contain his frustration at Song Qin's defense of Songja and exclaimed loudly. Clearly, he too was a son of Song Qingyun and the eldest son of the Song family. How could a mere illegitimate child like Song should be compared to him? Hearing Song Bo's words, Song Qin's expression flickered. After all, this was also the bloodline of his own son and thus his grandson. He spoke softly, Boer, this matter does not concern you. Step aside. Saying this, he pushed him away and directed his gaze at the Song family elders. With Song Qin's imposing presence, merely standing there exerted tremendous pressure on everyone present. Good. I have arrived just in time for a splendid show, just as the Song family elders began to sweat nervously. The grand door of the Song residence shattered with a crash as a man with long gray hair and a robust physique burst through, laughing heartily as he swept his long robe. The members of the Song family rushed towards the door. And taking advantage of the moment, Songja approached Song Qin's side and greeted, good morning. However, his simple greeting was met with silence. Linger appeared lost in thought, with demeanor vacant, just as Songja was about to inquire. The robed man pointed at him and declared with arrogance, I have come solely for him. As his words fell, several individuals surged in from outside, among them familiar faces. Lu Shiwero, Lu Li, and Lu Mao. All present, that it seemed the Lu family had come to provoke them. Impudence. My Song family's prodigy is not something you, Lu Tongfeng, can simply take. Song Qin recognized this man as the grand elder of the Lu family. Lu Tongfeng. Having clashed for years, they were well acquainted with each other's backgrounds, and Lu Tongfeng's arrogance ignited Song Qin's anger. Lu Tongfeng waved his robe dismissively, snorting coldly, and did not engage with Song Qin. Instead, he stepped aside, gesturing, Shiwero, you speak. Dressed in white as pure as snow, Lu Shiwero gracefully stepped forward, saluting the assembly. Uncle Song, a few days ago, while in the back mountains of our two families, I and several clansmen encountered Song. As she spoke, Lu Shiwero suddenly began to weep, her voice trembling as she pointed at Songja, wiping her tears. This scoundrel has killed Lu Mao's grandson and has also been disrespectful towards me. The scene fell utterly silent. One could even hear the drop of a pin. Nonsense. Upon hearing this vile accusation, Songja, filled with rage, pointed at Lu Li and furiously retorted, you shameless harlot. It was clearly you who attempted to seize my thunder crystal. The fool accidentally killed your own. How dare you place the blame on me? At that moment, Lu Riyue stepped forward, half her face concealed by a silken handkerchief, gently laughing, your martial skills have improved remarkably. Just a few days ago, you were but a frail scholar, yet now you can even vanquish a level 6 thunder serpent. Quite impressive. The mention of her only darkened Song's expression further. Song Qin's countenance shifted, and with a sudden surge of energy, he struck Lu Riyue back, causing her to stagger and blood to trickle from her lips. Mother! Song Bo cried out in alarm, a tinge of fear creeping into his heart. Mind your tongue. Speak again, and you may find yourself stripped of the title of matriarch, Song Qin warned, his brow furrowing slightly. What? You old fool. Do you intend to silence me? Lu Tongfeng glared at Song Qin, his expression devoid of warmth. I care not for your Song family's affairs. This brat has disrespected my granddaughter, and today he must provide me with an explanation. Indeed, Songja killed my grandson. If you do not surrender him, I shall wash the Song family in blood and erase your clan from Jinsha town. Lu Mao's fierce countenance shook with rage. Yes, soon as his words fell, a throng of Lu family disciples surged forward, each wielding weapons, chanting in unison, "Blood wash the Song family! Blood wash the Song family!" Such a display. This was clearly a premeditated plan. Song Qin cursed inwardly, regretting allowing Lu Mao to return home yesterday. Matters had now escalated beyond control. Grand Elder, they have come for this useless Songja. We should hand him over. The eldest elder of the Song family stepped forward, his brow furrowed. This was not the time for bravado. A single misstep could bring ruin to the Song family's hard-earned legacy. You! Song Qin glowered at these individuals, filled with fury and hatred. As an elder of the Song family, how could one sacrifice their kin for self-preservation? In just 10 years of absence, humanity had changed so swiftly. It wasn't just the eldest elder. The expressions of the other Song family disciples mirrored a sentiment, inciting a furious response from Song Qin, his white beard bristling, spiritual energy swirling in his palms. Witnessing this, the Song family disciples and elders retreated in fear, wary of becoming sacrifices to Song Qin's wrath. Grandfather, please do not be angered that I end this critical moment. Songja persuaded Song Qin, shaking his head. This is ultimately the legacy you and father have painstakingly built. Looking at his underage grandson, a flicker of solace filled Song Qin's heart. Lu Mao, you claim I killed your grandson. What evidence do you have? Lu Tongfeng, you assert I have disrespected your granddaughter. What proof do you possess? Songja faced the formidable Lu family elder with unwavering composure, showing no signs of fear. Evidence? Lu Mao's rotund face quivered in indignation. Lu Tian, Lu Li, come forth and testify. Did he not kill my grandson? Lu Tian and Lu Li stepped forward without hesitation, nodding in agreement. Lu Mao burst into laughter, gazing at Songja as if he were a caged rabbit, sneering. What now? Do you have anything to say? Will you take your own life, or shall I take action? Meanwhile, Lu Tongfeng scoffed, deeming further explanation unnecessary. His granddaughter had already testified against Songja. Was there any girl who would sacrifice her reputation to slander another? Thief calling out thief. Songji erupted into laughter, pointing at Lu Li and Lu Tian. The witnesses are all from a Lu family. I could just as easily claim that you all killed each other in a bid for the Thunder Crystal, and Lu Tian even raped Lu Shuoro. Ding dong! You brat! How dare you! Lu Tongfeng's fury ignited. His granddaughter was still a maiden, and the insult from Songja was intolerable. How could she face anyone henceforth? In a fit of rage, the ground beneath Lu Tongfeng cracked inch by inch. Aimed at Songja, the overwhelming pressure of his aura bore down on Songja, rendering him immobile, a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet, the results failed to inflict any harm upon him, as Song Qin's face, which Lu Tongfeng despised, appeared before Songja once more. The lethal aura dissipated upon contact. If you wish to harm my grandson, you must first step over my corpse. Song Qin finally understood. This was a conspiracy. There was no room for negotiation. Someone aimed to harm his grandson. With a swift motion, a fiery spear materialized in Lu Tongfeng's hand, and he swung it, declaring, "Ah, it has been 10 years since we last fought. I would like to see your Song family's blazing palm." Song Qin did not respond, his fiery palms emanating intense heat, veins glowing red. With a fierce furrow of his brow, he met Lu Tongfeng's long spear with both palms. The collision produced a sound reminiscent of intertwining metals, truly astonishing. That it is worth noting that Song Qin received the long spear with his bare hands, akin to catching a blade with empty hands, which indeed left onlookers in awe. Both combatants stood just a step away from the realm of the golden body. Their speed and strength were nearly equal. Spectators could only perceive the dazzling sparks flying, barely catching sight of the figures involved. Remarkable! Songja watched the fierce struggle between the two, his body trembling with excitement. In the face of this fierce battle, members of the Lu and Song families retreated, fearful of being caught in the aftermath of the conflict. Grandpa Lu, who do you think is stronger, you or the elder of the Song family? Lu Shuoro observed the ongoing clash, her brows slightly furrowed as she inquired softly. Before Lu Mao could respond, Lu Li behind him chimed in with a grin. Isn't it obvious? Of course, Grandpa Tengfeng is stronger. He has been keen on marrying Lu Xiuero, and this is a rare opportunity for him to strike up a conversation. Lu Mao cast a wary glance at Lu Li, his expression grave as he surveyed the duel. It's hard to say. Both are merely a step away from the Golden Body realm, and their techniques are quite familiar to one another. It may be difficult to determine a victor. As soon as he spoke, Lu Tengfeng and Song Qin collided once more. The spear's tip, aimed directly at Song Qin's throat. One palm decisively grasped the spear's shaft, while the other struck forward towards Lu Tengfeng's chest. Seeing this, Lu Tengfeng's lips curled into a slight smirk. If you wish to test your foundations, then let us proceed. With one hand wielding the long spear and the other mirroring the palm strike, the two transformed their clash into a contest of spiritual essence. Witnessing this, Lu Mao rejoiced, declaring, "Foolish, do you truly believe my elder brother has made no progress over the years?" These words reached the ears of the Song family, causing their hearts to sink, and Songja began to worry. As Song Qin felt the imbalance during the palm strikes, he realized that retreating could lead to severe injury or even death. Damn it, old fool, you managed to open another Qi Si. Song Qin's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He had not expected that at his age, he could still cultivate another Qi Si, significantly enhancing his internal spiritual essence. Upon entering the acquired realm, a Qi Si vortex forms within, and its quantity relates to the practitioner's talent, comprehension, and experiences. Clearly, Lu Tengfeng had encountered some fortuitous opportunity in the past decade. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult for someone of his age to forcibly cultivate another Qi Si. In contrast to Song Qin's struggle, Lu Tengfeng appeared relaxed. Laughing heartily, I have traveled through the Great Jin and chanced upon an opportunity, hence acquiring an additional Qi Si. So, how about it? Surrender, and, out of respect for our years of rivalry, I shall grant you a complete corpse. What do you say? As Lu Tengfeng's words fell, Song's heart sank, that he noticed a new bubble emerging above Lu Tengfeng's question mark. Opportunity 10. Opportunity. Such attributes are rare and cannot be sought after. If my opportunity attribute increases, does that mean I can gain benefits from merely picking up items by the roadside? This thought ignited a wave of excitement within Song. Should he traverse the continent in the future, this opportunity attribute would prove immensely valuable. Regrettably, as Lu Tengfeng and Song Qin battled, no one dared approach within several dozen meters, let alone seize the opportunity bubble. Given Song's current strength, he could only attempt to collect it from a distance of 1 or 2 meters. Was he to give up? Songja felt a pang of reluctance. Missing such a rare attribute would be more regrettable than missing out on a billion, as he lost himself in thought. Song Qin's complexion turned pale. He could hardly hold on much longer. With a sudden determination, Songja seized a sword from a clan member and shouted, "Grandpa, I will aid you." This all unfolded rather abruptly. Onlookers could only watch in shock as Songja charged forward, unable to react. They found themselves unable to approach the aura emanating from the two combatants. It was as if they were bound by an invisible force. Yet for Songja, the aura felt like mere paper, posing no threat to him. What is happening? This was the question on everyone's mind. Do not come closer. Song Qin exclaimed in alarm. He could not spare a moment to ponder why Songja was able to approach. He only urged him to retreat, knowing that any clash between them was beyond what he could withstand. Upon seeing Songja approach, Lu Tengfeng's expression shifted, and with determination, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual essence, instantly sending the weakened Song Qin flying and charging directly towards Songja. Song Qin, who had fallen to the ground, was oblivious to the extent of his injuries, consumed by worry for Songja. Damn it! In his anxiety, he spotted the sword in Songja's hand, and an idea sparked within him. Facing the oncoming Lu Tengfeng, Songja felt cold sweat bead upon his forehead. Although he was confident in his ability to escape unscathed, facing the overwhelming aura of this pinnacle practitioner still left him feeling uneasy. Without the small cauldron, he would have likely suffered internal injuries. Holding the long sword steadily, Songja remained calm, with his left hand gripping the sword and his right resting on the hilt. He assumed a drawing stance in that instant. His gaze turned icy devoid of fear or panic, replaced by an emotionless aura of slaughter. At that moment, all present believed Song Zhe was courting death. It was utterly absurd. How could a mere innate warrior contend against a peak practitioner? Only Song Linger felt a surge of urgency, desperate to rush in, yet she found herself unable to move an inch, drawing slash. Just as Lu Tingfeng's long spear reached Song Zhe, two identical voices rang out across the battlefield. Simultaneously, Song Zhe and Song Qin drew their swords, each executing their strikes on the same plane, one thrusting directly, the other slicing diagonally. The intertwining sword lights formed a crucifix, colliding with Lu Tengfeng, who was mere inches away. With a thunderous roar, dust billowed, obscuring the battlefield, leaving both the Lu and Song families unable to discern the outcome of the clash. Grandpa! Sensing the oppressive aura dissipate, Lu Xiuero was the first to rush in, eager to find her grandfather. As the dust settled, Lu Tengfeng, who had once sported a long black beard and appeared quite dashing, was now a disheveled figure with a short beard and messy hair, his black robes marred by visible sword scars. The long spear lay shattered in 3 pieces, leaving Lu Tengfeng holding a mere iron rod, his appearance a sight to behold. Most perplexing was the fact that, despite Lu Tengfeng's proximity to Song Qin and Song Zhe, he now stood at the entrance of the Song family estate. Behind him, a terrifying sword scar had pierced through the wooden panel, revealing the outside world. It was unimaginable what price Lu Tingfeng had paid to withstand that sword strike, with Lu Xiuero's assistance. Lu Tengfeng discarded the iron rod and gazed at Song Qin with an altered expression. "You old fool, you dare to conceal such a formidable sword technique?" He coughed, feeling blood surge within him. Spitting out a mouthful of crimson, "Grandpa!" Lu Xiuero's heart tightened as she cried out in distress. In contrast to Lu Tengfeng's disheveled state, both Song Qin and Song Zhe appeared relatively unscathed. Song Qin's complexion had regained some color, while Song Zhe looked pallid. "So, you still wish to receive another of my sword strikes?" Song Qin raised his brows, seemingly preparing to deliver another blow. However, given the immense power of the previous drawing slash, their ordinary swords were already broken in multiple places. This Sanyan sword technique was indeed a waste of swords, he mused. "Humph." The weakened Lu Tingfeng let out a cold snort and addressed Lu Xiuero. "Let us return." Lu Xiuero nodded, supporting her grandfather as they departed the Song family estate. Meanwhile, Lu Mao, feeling indignant, shouted, "Elder brother, will we let Minner's matter go just like that?" Lu Tengfeng did not respond, leaving only the sight of the two departing figures. "What? Lu Mao, you little brat, do you wish to receive one of my sword strikes too?" Song Qin, having procured a sword from somewhere, grinned menacingly. This expression made Lu Mao grit his teeth. His face filled with reluctance as he waved his hand, leading the Lu family members away from the Song estate. Safe travels. No need for farewells. After this battle, the Song family disciples, who had long been suppressed by the Lu family, suddenly felt their spines straighten, with some even shouting out in exhilaration, "I never expected your understanding of the Sangyun sword technique to surpass even mine," Song Qin remarked with delight, watching the Lu family leave. In their simultaneous execution of the Sangyun sword technique, Song Qin had thrust straight, while Song Zhe slashed diagonally. In that moment, Song Qin discerned a hint of the drawing stand from the Sangyun sword technique, deepening his comprehension of it. Song Zhe, feeling weak and unable to articulate his thoughts, merely felt a throbbing in his head, enveloped in a hazy stupor. The moment he slowly collapsed, his heart was consumed by a singular thought. This opportunity a tribute has truly been seized. 3 days later, in Song Zhe's small courtyard, he finally awakened languidly from his slumber. "Where am I?" He opened his bleary eyes, feeling a slight ache in his eyelids. Before his bed stood Song Linger, clad in a flowing red robe, who suddenly leaped towards him with a cry, crashing into him and tumbling back onto the bed. "Song Zhe, you frightened me to death," she exclaimed, her voice laced with a hint of tears, her eyes rimmed red. One could only imagine how many tears she had shed during his unconsciousness. At a pang of guilt struck Song Zhe as he gently caressed the girl in his embrace, chuckling softly, "But I am perfectly fine now, am I not? Besides, they say that good people do not pay with their lives, and calamities live for 1,000 years. noticing her still nestled against his chest. Her eyes darting around anxiously, Songja felt a flicker of panic, hastily saying, "Look, I made you cry. How could I be anything but a calamity for someone as lovely and beautiful as you? The king of hell dares not claim me. Come now. Do not weep." With a soft chuckle, Song Linger, who had been leaning on his chest, wiped away her tears and playfully smacked his chest, saying, "Who says one can call themselves a calamity?" Seeing her smile, Songja breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he found himself reminiscing about the solitary life he once led, realizing how challenging it was to comfort a girl. With a sudden creak, the door to the room swung open, revealing Song Qin, his hair and beard white with age, accompanied by Lu Riyue and her only as Song Qin caught sight of Linger nestled against Songja. He couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, youth is indeed a wonderful thing. He felt a wave of relief that his grandson had finally awakened. Upon hearing his words, Linger blushed and quickly stood up, lowering her head and fidgeting with her hands. Lu Rue smiled gently, teasingly remarking, "It seems the old man is not far from cradling his grandson." This only caused Linger's head to lower even further, as if it might disappear in her chest. Grandfather Songja, just rising from his bed, was filled with joy upon seeing Song Qin, but his expression shifted upon noticing Lu Riyue and her son. Sighing, Song Qin approached and sat at the foot of Songja's bed, taking his hand and saying, "She is, after all, your adoptive mother. Let bygones be bygones, shall we?" He cast a knowing glance at Lu Riyue and her son. Lu Riyue, perceptive as ever, smiled brightly and added, "Any past grievances are solely my fault for overlooking your feelings. From now on, I shall care for you as if you were my own son." In the midst of her speech, she nudged Song Bo, who reluctantly offered an apology. "It was all my younger brother's fault. Big brother, you are magnanimous. Please forgive me." Songja frowned slightly, recognizing that this was merely the internal strife of the Song family. If Lu Riyue genuinely wished to bury the hatchet, he could consider forgiveness. Yet having lived two lives, he sensed that matters were not so simple. Seeing the furrow in Songja's brow, Lu Riyue awkwardly added, "Boer is still young and naive. He will improve in time." Their attitudes appeared sincere enough, prompting Song Qin to speak again. "Boer is ultimately your half-brother, and Lu Riyue is your adoptive mother. The future of the Song family's legacy will need your support, and they cannot be excluded at this juncture." Songja nodded helplessly, offering his forgiveness. However, no one noticed the flicker of cold light that passed through Lu Riyue's eyes as the discussion turned to the Song family's legacy. Feigning fatigue from his recent awakening, Songja dismissed Song Qin and the others, then turned to Linger, saying, "Linger, as I have just awakened, I find it difficult to move. Could you investigate what Lu Riyue has been up to lately?" Linger, having shaken off much of her earlier embarrassment, paused before nodding. "Are you suspecting that they are feigning goodwill to deceive us, while secretly harboring ulterior motives?" Songja's brows deepened with worry. People rarely change their true nature. Even a dog cannot abandon its instinct for filth. Those capable of ensnaring a bag to end my life are not likely to change so easily. Understood, Linger nodded, handing him a bowl of porridge before excusing herself to keep an eye on Lu Riyue and her son. As she turned to leave, Songja's pupils widened in disbelief. "How can this be possible?" he exclaimed inwardly, his heart racing with shock. He had seen a peculiar bubble above Linga, bearing two words that he was loath to believe. Deception 1. How could deception manifest as an attribute? No. Could Linger truly deceive me? Images of her smiling face, as sweet as melting ice and snow, flooded his mind, igniting a flutter in his heart. Shaking his head vigorously, he furrowed his brow and murmured, "I refuse to believe she would harm me." For the first time, Songja felt a sense of resistance towards the emerging bubble, troubled and unable to settle his thoughts. He found himself rising and heading towards the back mountain, towards the grave of Bayueqing. "Mother, if you are watching from above, could you enlighten me as to what is truly happening?" He gazed at the gravestone, his heart heavy. Before exhaling a long sigh that moment, he suddenly heard a woman's voice, unfamiliar yet distinct. The unexpected sound startled him into standing upright. Surely, it could not be a ghost. His sharp gaze fixed upon the grave behind the stone, fearing that someone might leap out at any moment. Miss, another unfamiliar female voice called out, soft and indistinct. Song's ears perked up, and his eyes immediately darted to the area behind the gravestone. There, amidst a cluster of overgrown grass that had likely gone untended for quite some time, he spotted two female figures, their slender forms visible. Lurua. A sense of foreboding washed over Songja as he recognized one figure. But the other remained a stranger. Though Lurua wore a veil, her shape and voice were unmistakable to him. Miss, this is what the eldest son prepared, brought from Bashu. This item is originally a medicinal herb. But with slight application, akin, the words trailed off as the girl's lips curled into a chilling smile. Upon hearing this, Lurua laughed. Excellent. With this item, that old fool Song Qin will surely not survive for long. Song's heart sank at the realization. The item known as Qianji was concocted from strychnine seeds, inherently a medicinal herb that posed no harm to the human body. However, if the seeds were processed into Qianji, it would transform into a deadly poison. Once consumed, the afflicted would suffer violent spasms, enduring excruciating pain for an extended duration before succumbing. An utterly cruel fate. He pondered that should Song Qin perish, the Lu family would likely attack immediately. Lu Riyue could not be unaware of the implications, and it seemed she had already colluded with the Lu family. Sure enough, he overheard the maid say, Miss, you may proceed with your plan. Once it succeeds, the eldest son will lead the Lu family to invade the Song family, and from then on, the Lu family of Jinsha Town will be under your control. Good, you go inform my brother, and await my good news. Lu Riyue's lips curled upwards, determined not to allow the Song family, which she had governed for over a decade, to fall into the hands of the useless Song, thus becoming a mere pawn for others. Upon hearing such treachery, Song's expression darkened as he turned to descend the mountain to inform Song Qin. Otherwise, both Song Qin and Ling'er would be in grave danger, and he found himself feeling far less attachment to the Song family. However, just as he took a few steps, he found himself unable to cross the small patch of ground before him. A sudden chill of dread creeping over him. Sure enough, a figure clad in black appeared before the two women, exuding an air of indifference and subtle arrogance. This brat is spying here, and I have trapped him. Upon seeing this, Lu Riyue gasped in surprise, but then smiled. Ah, I see it as you, the useless one. I never imagined you would develop the ability to spy. Song's eyes darted nervously, forcing a sheepish grin. I was merely passing by and happened to stumble upon Aunt Lu. You are indeed magnanimous. I shall take my leave now. Such a pretext for escape, of course, proved futile, but he calculated that the cloaked figure must possess significantly greater strength than his own, and thus he could only rely on wits rather than strength. Otherwise, it would be akin to striking a stone with an EGG. As he contemplated this, a bubble appeared above the black-clad figure's head. Yet the information it contained was not an attribute. Strange indeed. Liangzhou, Shu Kingdom, 100. Songja had now encountered this type of information bubble for the second time, distinct from attributes. Gazing at the number 100 and recalling the previous one, a spark of realization ignited within him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at, fool? You are already like a fish in a barrel, yet you still find cause for mirth. Lu Riyue observed Song's calm demeanor and laughter, her ire flaring as she scolded him. Little did she know, Songja was genuinely amused, having discovered another function of the bubble, its informative prompt. If the preceding part is information, then the latter denotes credibility. Currently, the upper and lower limits remain unknown, yet it is evidently much smaller than 1 compared to 100. In other words, Song Ling'er possesses merely a scant trace of deceit. After all, who does not harbor a small secret? Naturally, in his eyes, it appears inconsequential. The melancholic thoughts in his heart were instantly dispelled, and he could not help but smile. Aunt Lu, you are mistaken. Although I may be a useless individual, does that mean I cannot find humor? Songja realized he could not escape, and his emotions calmed considerably. Lu Riyue's elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly, and she commanded with an air of displeasure. Stay here and confine him. I want him to witness his grandfather's fate and see Song Ling'er humiliated. You dare! Song's smile vanished, his eyes widened as he shouted fiercely. His imposing demeanor, however, was somewhat diminished by the feeling of being trapped. Observing his state, Lu Ruyu unveiled her face, which, once beautiful, twisted into a grimace as she snarled, "Dare. How much does the Song family owe me? At this juncture, what do I have to fear?" Song's expression turned perplexed. Song Qingyun had married Lu Ruyu, making her the matriarch of the Song family. What debts could they possibly owe her? She had enjoyed boundless honor over the years. How could she claim to be wronged? Do you harbor many doubts? Do you believe that as the matriarch of the Song family, I have indulged in luxuries that a commoner could never attain in a lifetime? Lu Ruyu, seemingly misfiring, noticed Song's confusion and began to explain. 20 years prior, Song Qingyuan had descended upon Jinsha town like a shooting star, stirring up a tempest in this remote frontier settlement. He arrived gravely injured and was rescued by Lu Ruyu. The then young lady of the Lu family, nursed him back to health. Lu Ruyu tirelessly kept him company day and night. Their mutual attraction blossomed into love, and Song Qingyuan intended to propose to the Lu family. However, the Lu family, citing a pre-existing engagement with the Lu family, forcibly separated them. Harboring resentment, Song Qingyuan resolved to achieve great things in Jinsha town. With his formidable prowess at the time, he indeed stood atop the realm of Jinsha. He set up a martial arts arena, recruiting local warriors and establishing the Song family on the spot. Thereafter, whether in business or martial arts, the newly founded Song family surged forward, rapidly becoming the third most influential family in Jinsha town. Feeling threatened, the Lu and Lu families conspired to suppress the Song family. Yet their efforts backfired, allowing Song Qingyuan's establishment to solidify its presence in Jinsha. As the Song family flourished, Lu Ruyu was the most delighted. She stood by the window each day, eyes shimmering with hope for Song Qingyuan's arrival to claim her as his bride. She knew that all his endeavors were for her sake. Indeed, 10 days later, Song Qingyuan arrived in a grand procession, announcing to all of Jinsha town that he would marry the Lu family's esteemed lady. However, at the moment of their wedding night, a bloodied maidservant burst into the chamber. Heartbroken as she recounted the massacre of the Lu family by the Song family, Lu Ruyu, this was akin to the sky collapsing, before she could revel in the joy of marrying her beloved. She learned of her parents' murder, severing her ties to life. She could hardly bear it, fainting upon hearing that it was the Song family who had slain her parents. Upon regaining consciousness, with the maidservant's counsel, she refrained from turning against Song Qingyuan, remaining by his side solely for revenge. In her fury, Lu Ruyu cried, "I loved him deeply, yet he allowed my parents to be murdered. What has the Song family given me?" Hatred, endless hatred. The depth of her former love equaled the breadth of her current loathing. Song furrowed his brow and questioned, "How can you be so certain that my father ordered the slaughter of your family? At that time, he was marrying you. Did he have the leisure for such deeds?" This tale was tragic, yet contained numerous inconsistencies. Song had never met Song Qingyuan, making it difficult to assess his character. How could one judge an entire family based solely on one person's word? Lu Ruyu produced a yellowed letter, clearly one she often consulted, with visible creases as if it could tear at a mere touch. "This is a letter penned by Song Qingyuan to the Lu family. When I married, both families conspired to slaughter the Lu family, then blamed it on bandits. Qing can testify. What more do you have to say?" Lu Ruyu, filled with fervor, pulled the maiden who spoke to her closer, her voice laden with sorrow. Song was taken aback. With both eyewitness and material evidence present, it seemed he had no grounds for refutation. "One person acts, another bears the consequences. My grandfather was not involved. Why seek to harm him? Ling is innocent." Song grew frantic. Knowing Lu Ruyu harbored such deep-seated hatred, he realized she would not easily relent. The maidservant named Qing smirked coldly. "Innocent? Lu Leioi and his wife, along with over 100 members of the Lu family, were they not innocent? Is it only the Song family that is blameless?" Song inhaled deeply, unable to counter her words. Yet, he was resolute in ensuring they did not harm Song Qin and Linga. A surge of spiritual energy erupted as he attempted to break free from his confines. "Fools! If you dare to harm my grandfather and Linger, I will kill you!" Song roared like a trapped tiger. Lu Ruyu's smile was one of despair. "Death? I have been dead for 16 years. She disregarded Song, turning her gaze towards the cloaked figure, her eyes icy as she ordered, 3 days, Ensure he is confined for 3 days. Do not disrupt my grand scheme. The cloaked figure seemed to regard her with disdain. Yet out of obligation, he nodded apathetically and fell silent. After receiving assurances, Lu Ruyu vanished into the desolate mountains with Qinger, a place where no one would tread, for it was forbidden ground to the Song family. Do not waste your energy. This dragon confinement array, though a low-level formation, is beyond your meager abilities to break. The cloaked figure lounged nonchalantly on a tree, legs crossed, chewing on some unknown root, after several futile attempts. Songja understood the cloaked figure's words held truth. His eyes darted, and he smiled. Senior, if you must confine me for 3 days, won't I starve? Why not just buy my hands and feet and allow me something to eat? His demeanor was laced with forced cheerfulness. With a scoff, the cloaked figure spat out the root. Don't waste your breath. Whether you live or die is of no concern to me. I only need to keep you confined. Although Lu Ruyu insisted he remain alive, it was irrelevant to the cloaked figure. Upon completing this task, he could return to the royal court and report back, for this wretched place was hardly fit for habitation. Thinking of returning to the battlefield brightened his expression considerably. Observing the cloaked figure's indifference only heightened Song's urgency, yet he found himself powerless. This fellow was impervious to persuasion. Thus, the cloaked figure watched over Song's day and night, his gaze unwavering. During this time, Song's lips became parched, and he could barely speak, yet the cloaked figure remained unresponsive. Can you not take a break? We've been at this for 2 days and nights. Aren't you tired? The cloaked figure bit into a ripe apple, relishing the crispness. Though Songja did not feel fatigued, his mouth was excessively dry, and his lips cracked, rendering his speech unclear. He attempted to speak, but the effort felt like an insurmountable task, and his mind blanked. Before he could finish his thought, he collapsed without warning, lying still on the ground. The cloaked figure, startled, tossed aside the apple and rushed over, exclaiming, "Hey, don't play dead. How can one die mid-conversation?" In truth, Songja had arrived gravely injured, and after 2 days without proper rest or sustenance, his collapse was entirely expected. The cloaked figure suddenly recalled Lu Ruyu's mention of Songja being grievously wounded by the Lu family's grand elder. Realizing he had gone without food or water for days, he became alarmed. Lu Ruyu had instructed him to keep Songja confined, but he could not allow him to perish. How else could he leverage this young man against Song Qingyuan? Contemplating this, he furrowed his brow and, with a swift motion, summoned a brush, channeling spiritual energy to dissolve the dragon confinement array. He hurried to Songja's side, intending to assess his condition. However, Songja suddenly struck back with all his might, a blazing inferno erupting as he aimed a palm directly at the cloaked figure's chest. The cloaked figure was struck with fear. He had crouched down, and the distance between them was minimal, leaving no time to evade. Fortunately, his strength was formidable, allowing him to narrowly avoid a lethal blow, yet the force of the strike still severed half of his shoulder, blood gushing forth. "You scoundrel," the figure clad in black, enduring the pain, glared fiercely at Songja as he rose to his feet. In his hand, a brush danced through the air, unleashing 2 sharp, black threads that surged directly towards Songja. The weakened Songja felt a jolt of alarm at his heart, attempting to evade the attack. However, while his mind reacted promptly, his body lagged behind. The inky threads grazed his waist, slicing open a wound. Songja shot a glare at the healing figure in black, clutching his injury, and fled without hesitation. That he had previously contemplated that this black-clad individual seemed to hold a grudge against Lu Ruyue, and with the news of the Shu nation, it was apparent that he had ulterior motives for being here. Even now, despite the presence of the confined dragon array, he remained vigilant. It was evident that he was an essential part of the black-clad man's mission. Otherwise, he would not have pursued him so relentlessly. Realizing his importance, Songja resolved to gamble on his survival. And indeed, he had wagered correctly. Like a madman, he dashed down the mountain, his mind fixated on a singular thought. "Grandfather, you must not come to harm." The exposed bone on his shoulder, mingled with crimson blood, prompted the black-clad man to staunch the bleeding. With a furrowed brow, he immediately pursued, unwilling to let his hard-won prize escape. Although Songja had gained a head start, the disparity in their strengths was stark. Soon, the black-clad man was hot on his heels, The overwhelming aura he exuded evident even without a glance back. "Damn it," Songja muttered, his lips tinged with blood. A surge of anger bubbling within him to maintain clarity. He forcibly bit his lip, letting the blood invigorate him. Yet ultimately, the difference in power became more pronounced, the gap between them narrowing. "You little brat, stop right there." The furious roar of the black-clad man echoed behind him, his desperate figure seared into Songja's mind. No. At this rate, I will surely be caught. The path down the mountain was not particularly long, but it required traversing a farm under the jurisdiction of the Song family. As he continued his descent, Songja's eyes darted about, and under the astonished gaze of the black-clad man, he resolutely dove into the tall grass flanking the road. "Damn it," the black-clad man, enraged, swung his brush to cleave through the undergrowth. His speed diminished as a consequence that if he did not take this route, the injury on his shoulder would likely worsen due to the dense foliage. This was not a scenario he wished to face. While he harbored such concerns, Songja had none. Clutching his wound, he sprinted through the thicket. "Damn it, don't run. You little wretch, if I catch you, I will kill you." The black-clad man, frantic, although capable of severing the dense grass with his brush, could not avoid the inevitable collisions within such a thick expanse. He suppressed the pain from his shoulder while furiously cutting through the underbrush in pursuit. Despite the hindrances, Songja remained visible in his line of sight. Songja sprinted ahead. A frown creased his brow. This fellow truly was relentless. Just as he was contemplating a countermeasure, he suddenly spotted something familiar amidst the grass. A bubble of spiritual energy. Spirit Chi, Tin. Hope surged within him. Songja's heart leaped with joy, recalling that this mountain was indeed Lingbao Mountain, abundant with spiritual herbs and medicines. As he ran, he swiftly collected the bubble, instantly feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. Thus, Songja led the black-clad man on a winding chase halfway down the mountain, absorbing the spiritual energy from the herbs and medicines along the way. The entire area of grass bore a wide circle of vacuum, a testament to the black-clad man's handiwork, having expended such a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Even the black-clad man began to feel the strain. The gap between them gradually widened. This little brat, how can he still have an endless supply of spirit energy at such a low level? The black-clad man pondered, struggling to maintain his pace as he noticed Songja quickening his speed. Little did he know, Songja had absorbed an abundance of spiritual energy from the herbs, replenishing his reserves significantly. His cracked lips regained their color, and the pain from his wound was alleviated under the nurturing influence of the spirit energy. Noticing the black-clad man slowing down, Songja understood that the moment had arrived. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the black-clad man's sight. The sudden development left the black-clad man momentarily stunned, unsure of where to pursue. "What the hell? This brat possesses such speed," he cursed, observing the swath of grass he had just cut through. After lingering for a moment, realizing he had no other option, he sheathed his brush and charged towards the mountain's base. That moment, Songja, relieved to find the black-clad man no longer in pursuit, suddenly sensed something flash past on his left side, causing his heart to leap. At him. Songja estimated that the black-clad man was likely at the 8th or 9th level of entry, making it impossible for him to confront him directly. In terms of combat skills, or foundational strength, he was no match. His eyes darted nervously, a foreboding feeling creeping in. Soon, he arrived at the foot of the mountain, only to see the black-clad man seated cross-legged on the ground. Recovering his spiritual energy, if he were to emerge now, given his current physical condition, he would undoubtedly be captured. Despite the fact that spiritual herbs and medicines could enhance spirit energy, such enhancements were merely temporary and limited in quantity. How could he possibly contend with someone who was nearly a whole realm above him? Hiding among the grass, Songja bit his lip, unsure of what to do. This back mountain had only one exit. The rest were blocked by towering stone walls erected by the Song family. If he were in peak condition, he might have managed to leap over the stone barrier. But in his current state, he would likely find himself trapped, waiting to be captured once again. Damn it. What to do? If I don't act quickly, Ling and grandfather will be in danger. Remembering Lu Ryue's plan, Songja felt his composure slipping. It had already been 2 days. Just when he was at a loss for solutions, a figure clad in blue appeared in his line of sight, adorned with a silky veil. Her graceful silhouette approaching with a long sword in hand. Esser. Song's heart raced. Was this not the charming young lady he had encountered at the market? Though veiled, her figure alone was enough to confirm her beauty. But what was she doing here? Song's gaze flitted between the black-clad man and the blue-clad woman, his mind filled with uncertainty. The blue-clad woman had learned from a burly man that Songja was the young master of the Song family, having roamed the town for 2 days before inquiring about this secluded mountain. Though access to the mountain was forbidden, the nearby farmlands were open for exploration. With her decision made, she ventured forth. Upon reaching the end of her path, she spotted the masked figure in black, her brows furrowing in concern. Wearing black in broad daylight, clearly, he was no good. Approaching the black-clad man, she scrutinized the exposed bone on his shoulder. Her heart racing. Upon circling him, her suspicion deepened. She declared, "Speak! Who are you? Dressed like that in broad daylight. You must have some sinister plot." With a curious expression, she glanced toward Songja, whose heart raced. "This is a killer." "A killer? What are you doing, girl? You can't just talk to him like that. You're putting yourself in danger." But the black-clad man had no time to acknowledge her. He was focused on hastily recovering his spirit energy while remaining alert for Song's potential escape. Seeing him disregard her, the blue-clad woman became enraged, drawing her sword with a swift motion, declaring, "Not speaking. Do you believe I cut you down?" Songja nearly fainted in disbelief. The gentle girl he had met at the market now appeared so domineering, threatening to kill at a moment's notice. The blade glimmered ominously in the sunlight, resting against the black-clad man's throat, dazzlingly bright. Noticing the sword at his neck, the black-clad man's expression shifted. He spoke in a low, serious tone. "Who are you? How do you possess the Thunder Abyss sword?" The Thunder Abyss sword was renowned across the Jojo continent, ranked 35th on the list of famous swords, embodying the essence of thunder and striking fear throughout the land. To his knowledge, the Thunder Abyss sword contained immense thunder attributes. Its surface adorned with intricate, enigmatic thunder patterns, and its blade featured 7 distinct, oddly shaped holes, small but uniquely formed. Upon hearing this, Songja finally noticed that the shape of the blue-clad woman's sword matched precisely with the descriptions in his books. He furrowed his brow. Possessing the Thunder Abyss sword indicated that she was no ordinary person. The blue-clad woman raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "You actually recognize the Thunder Abyss sword. You are not an ordinary person either." As soon as she spoke, she noticed something protruding from the black-clad man's sleeve. A glimpse of what appeared to be a golden token, albeit difficult to discern. Intrigued, she pondered that this must be something to ascertain his identity. Upon this realization, the woman in azure acted without hesitation, positioning her sword against his throat with her right hand while her left arm swiftly bent to retrieve the object. The man in black's expression shifted dramatically, and he rolled away on the ground, narrowly evading both the woman's sword and grasp. Yet after several movements, a larger portion of the item emerged from his sleeve, revealing half of the character for Shu in stark clarity. The woman's countenance changed abruptly at this sight, and she aimed her sword, Thunder Abyss, directly at the man in black, exclaiming, "You audacious thief from Shu, how dare you cross into our borders and disturb the peace of my great Jin nation?" Internally, she admonished herself, sensing the gravity of the situation, and after a brief moment of hesitation, resolved to act. The sky was darkening, and few would venture here at this hour. The man in black let out a cold snort, declaring, "You little girl, there's a path to heaven that you refuse to take, yet you dare venture into hell. Don't blame me for being ruthless when you descend to the underworld." His expression hardened as he brandished his brush, deftly waving it in the air, sending several ink-like threads hurtling toward the woman. These ink threads moved with astonishing agility, akin to swift currents. Merely a trivial skill. The woman in azure scoffed, expertly maneuvering Thunder Abyss in a protective dance, blocking each of the ink threads effortlessly. With a flick of her sword, she taunted, "Is this all the prowess of your Shu nation? Seeking death?" The man in black, incensed by her dismissive attitude, propelled himself forward, closing the distance in an instant. The brush, which had seemed soft moments ago, transformed into a series of deadly spikes, their ink hue instilling a sense of dread. The woman remained composed, countering his onslaught with ease, retreating step by step as she parried each attack. After 7 steps, the man abruptly halted, gazing at her with a smile. "You are still too inexperienced, little girl." As his words fell, a water-ink barrier suddenly rose between them, encircling the woman in an instant dot of formation. She mused, her brows knitting together before relaxing. Did he truly believe such a rudimentary formation could ensnare me? Even as death approached, he boasts, "This ink-killing formation is not as simple as it appears." The man in black snorted derisively, his eyes cold and devoid of life as they fixated on her. With a slight raise of her brows, the woman became enveloped in crackling sounds, an overwhelming pressure emanating from her, hinting at the presence of lightning. Before they could react, a deafening explosion erupted in the space around them. Startling songs seemed the man in black had gotten himself into serious trouble. "What was that you said about a killing formation?" With each step she took, the 7-step formation of ink trembled violently, erupting in bursts. The man in black was gripped by terror. The ink-killing formation was his most formidable technique. Yet the azure-clad woman shattered it with mere steps. How could this be possible? As she advanced, he instinctively retreated, panic flashing across his face until his feet collided, causing him to fall. Who are you?" he stammered, feeling the suffocating force of the lightning attribute. The woman in azure remained indifferent, seizing the opportunity of his disarray to flicker forward, the light of thunder abyss gliding past, leaving a crimson mark at his throat. His eyes widened in shock, forever staring into the abyss. Who could she possibly be? Witnessing this scene, Sangja felt a stir within him, unable to fathom how someone at the 8th or 9th level could be so easily frightened to death. As he furrowed his brow, a familiar yet terrifying voice cut through his thoughts. "What are you thinking?" The woman in azure had somehow appeared beside him, glancing down at his wounded waist, her brows knitting slightly. "You re-injured? Did he do this to you?" The two were now standing quite close, and Sangja only needed to lift his gaze slightly to behold her neck, as white as a swan. The scent of her unique fragrance disoriented him, and he inhaled deeply before pushing her away, muttering, "Thank you." With that, he stood and hurried towards the Song residence, his heart heavy with worry, observing Sangja's silhouette. The woman in azure's lips curled into a faint smile, a glimmer of amusement gracing her delicate features. How could she have appeared here by mere coincidence? In recent days, she had diligently gathered information about the Song household, knowing he would not be present within the estate before venturing to the back mountain. Unexpectedly, she had lent him assistance, jesting, "You now owe me a favor." The two hastened to the back door of the Song residence, and upon arrival, they were struck dumb by the sight before them. The stone wall had been shattered, revealing a chaotic scene within, the rockery and flowers in disarray, blood staining the cobblestone path. And several guards of the Song household lay lifeless. There's no need to panic. Everything will be fine, the woman in azure reassured, sensing the grim nature of the situation. However, she was astonished to see Sangja merely furrow his brow before striding into the inner courtyard. What is going on? Are these not the brothers he spent every day with? Why is he so unfazed by their deaths? She murmured, her initial fondness for him waning slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to follow, determined to uncover the truth. Navigating through the inner rooms, Sangja rushed toward the main hall, and long before he approached, he spotted Lu Tongfeng raising his sword to deliver the final blow to the gravely wounded Song Qin. "Stop!" Sangja shouted, though he was still several hundred meters away, and Lu Tongfeng, powerful as he was, would not be swayed by a mere command. Having battled for years to determine a victor, Lu Tongfeng would not relinquish this opportunity to eliminate Song Qin. As Lu Tongfeng's sword was poised to pierce Song Qin's chest, Sangja could do nothing but scream in desperation. "Grandfather!" The once ethereal Song Qin now bore no semblance of his former self. His white hair in disarray, his face contorted in agony, and his lips darkened, each feature a testament to his suffering. As the sword plunged in his chest, Song Qin caught sight of Sangja. His eyes filled with affection and a smile, devoid of any fear of death. An miracle transpired. The sword pierced through Song Qin's chest, blood trickling down Lu Tongfeng's blade. the sound of dripping echoing in the air. "Grandfather!" Song's heart shattered as he witnessed, his voice a raw, anguished wail as he charged forward, frantic. Their brief moments together had allowed him to feel the genuine care emanating from this elder. Before he could fully relish the warmth of their bond, it had been cruelly severed. Song Qin's eyes closed for the last time. Lu Tengfeng reveled in his triumph, exulting in the victory that had culminated from years of conflict. "Ha ha, you old fool. I have emerged victorious. I have won." Grasping his sword, Lu Tengfeng was overwhelmed with joy. Yet before he could bask in his triumph, an oddly shaped sword swiftly pierced through his chest. Lu Tengfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the blade embedded in him, unable to comprehend how his defensive energy had been so effortlessly breached. Just days prior, Lu Tengfeng had transcended to the pinnacle of the postnatal realm, entering the golden body stage, and had yet to experience the benefits of his protective energy before meeting such an untimely end. From a distance, the woman in azure, her expression peculiar, touched her waist in confusion, muttering, "When did this boy take my thunder abyss?" She felt nothing amiss. The thunder abyss, infused with potent lightning energy, reacted violently with Lu Tengfeng's own fire attribute, igniting flames upon his body. At this sight, Songzhu instinctively withdrew Thunder Abyss. Meanwhile, Lu Xiuro, engaged in combat with the Song disciples, caught sight of her grandfather being slain by Songzhe, her heart aching to rush forward for one last glance. Unfortunately, before she could take a step, a shadow appeared behind her, knocking her unconscious and whisking her away without a trace. After dispatching Lu Tengfeng, Songzhe knelt before the lifeless Song Qin, tears streaming down his face, his heart laden with grief. Just as he was enveloped in sorrow, the woman in azure, standing at the entrance, suddenly grew alarmed, urgently calling out, "Songzhe, beware behind you." It was Lu, who had been lurking nearby, her expression shifting upon seeing Songzhe's sudden appearance. What transpired next was beyond her wildest expectations. Upon witnessing Songzhe kneeling on the ground, a surge of joy coursed through Lu Ryue's heart as she stealthily approached him. Brandishing her long sword, seizing the opportune moment, she decisively struck, unleashing a burst of power that far exceeded her usual might, a force not to be underestimated. Immersed in guilt and sorrow, Songzhe remained oblivious to the danger lurking behind him. Lu Ryue's excitement swelled. Her heart raced with delight at the prospect of slaying Songzhe, for with his demise, the entire Song family would fall in her grasp. Just a step away, merely a heartbeat away. As the long sword was poised to pierce Songzhe's back, a flash of crimson grace leaped into the fray, positioning herself behind him, sacrificing her own flesh to shield him from the fatal blow. Alas, the sword plunged in her chest, and even the legendary Hua Tuo would be powerless to reverse her fate. "Songzhe, I have no regrets in this life." The radiant figure was none other than Song Ling, who, in a moment of peril, had shielded Songzhe with her life. After being struck, she struggled to utter these words. Before Songzhe could fully process the sorrow that engulfed him, he turned abruptly, cradling the fading Song Ling in his arms, his voice a tortured cry. "Ling, why? Why?" His arduous return had solely been to save Song Qin and Song Ling, yet both lay lifeless before him, and Ling had perished in her attempt to save him. Observing the faint smile curling at Ling's lips, akin to falling plum blossoms, he felt a bittersweet blend of beauty and despair, with only a fragile breath remaining. Ling struggled to lift her hand, yearning to caress the face of the boy she cherished, but ultimately, her eyes fluttered shut, her hand falling limply to her side, in the mere span of a few days since arriving in this world. Songzhe had already placed this vivacious girl, who harbored deep feelings for him, firmly in his heart. Yet before he could express his emotions, they were cruelly severed by fate, overwhelmed by tumultuous emotions and anguish that refused to subside. Blood surged in Songzhe's eyes, the crimson veins instilling terror. He fixed his gaze on Lu Ryue, rising to his feet with a steadfast and heavy resolve. Before Lu Ryue could react, Songzhe's figure materialized before her, delivering a powerful kick that struck her exquisite visage. In his wrath, Songzhe's strength was immense, sending Lu Ryue crashing into a pillar like a kite severed from its string. Before her frail form could meet the pillar, Songzhe was already upon it, his expression cold and furious, devoid of any emotion, delivering another kick. This relentless assault continued for dozens of iterations, transforming Lu Ryue into a grotesque figure, soaring through the air. Deprived of the chance to utter a word, with a thunderous crash, the battered Lu Ryue plummeted from above, smashing into the ground with a resounding crack as the floor shattered, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of breaking bones, resonating throughout the realm. Witnessing such brutality from Songja, the Lu and Song families fell into stunned silence, their eyes filled with horror as they beheld the once ineffectual youth now consumed by rage. "You dare harm my mother!" Song Bo was taken aback by Songja's actions. Once Lu Ryue crashed to the ground, he snapped back to reality, roaring with fury, his hands poised to strike at Songja from behind. Songja remained expressionless, coldly turning to swat Song Bo aside, sending him crashing into a pillar, rendering him unconscious. This spectacle left the Lu and Song families in shock. How could someone so close to entering the fold be so effortlessly defeated? A single slap? It was utterly inconceivable. Regardless of their astonishment, Songja advanced step by step toward Lu Ryue, who lay with several broken meridians and shattered bones from the corner of her eye. She beheld the approaching figure of Songja, resembling a demon, her beautiful gaze filled with terror. Meanwhile, the calm demeanor of the woman in the green robe faltered. Songja's transformation resembled a descent into madness. Should he remain in this state of mindlessness, he would forever exist only to kill, a fate she could not bear to witness. Songja, the woman in green, bit her lip, and the distant Lei Yuan swiftly returned to her grasp. She bit her left middle finger, smearing the blood upon her sword's blade, softly murmuring, "Divine beings, heed my call. Guide me through the 9 heavens. Unleash divine retribution. Descend from the heavens." As her incantation concluded, the once clear skies darkened with ominous clouds, thunder rumbling and lightning flickering, resonating with the electric essence of the woman in green. "Songja, awaken!" she cried, as a bolt of divine lightning descended, aimed directly at the numbed Songja, who was advancing toward Lu Ryue. The Lu and Song families rejoiced at the sight of this sudden divine punishment, believing the mad demon would finally receive his comeuppance. Yet, before they could revel in their joy, the scene before them left them utterly speechless. The lightning struck down upon Songja, its fierce and potent energy seemingly vanishing upon contact with his body, leaving him unscathed, standing as he had been, without a trace of injury. This, the most astonished, was the woman in green. Since unlocking her unique abilities and mastering the 9 heavens' divine thunder, she had never missed her mark. While they stood in disbelief, Songja had already numbly approached Lu Ryue, crouching down and extending his hand toward her neck, intent on seizing her. With the divine punishment proving ineffectual against this so-called waste, Lu Ryue sank into utter despair, facing death with a smile, laughing unabashedly. "Ha ha, ha ha." Her laughter bore a mixture of sorrow, resignation, and unrestrained joy. Songja's actions halted. His previously dulled gaze flickered with life, yet he remained silent, simply squatting before her in stillness. "Save my mother," a voice cried out among the Song family members, prompting a few to rush in with weapons drawn, only to be effortlessly dispatched by the woman in green before they could reach Song. "Songja, please awaken. Don't lose yourself," the woman in green pleaded, shaking him vigorously, yet he remained unresponsive, as her brow furrowed in concern. Songja's expression suddenly shifted, and he spoke coldly. "What were you laughing about just now? Death is what you deserve, is it not?" This remark left both women in close proximity to him momentarily dumbfounded, realizing that he had never truly succumbed to madness. Instead, he maintained an unsettling calmness. "I deserve my fate. Are the Song family not deserving of theirs?" Lu, resigned to her impending demise, surrendered all hope of survival, lying back to gaze at the sky, a glimmer of sorrow reflected in her eyes. Observing her demeanor ignited a fire of rage within Songja, who grasped her sleeve and bellowed, "You caused the deaths of my grandfather and Linga. I will kill you." His eyes flared with intensity as he clenched his left fist, visible energy coalescing around it. "Go ahead and kill me." Lu Ryue did not resist, closing her eyes and falling silent, adopting a posture that invited death. The more she surrendered, the more enraged Songjia became. As his energy-infused fist shot toward her crown, an inevitable death sentence. Stop! Just as the command reached his ears, a fierce gust of wind propelled him away. The overwhelming force even startled the woman in green. "Luria, are you unharmed?" The newcomer inquired with concern as he examined her condition, taken aback by the severity of her injuries. Upon seeing him, Luria's bloodied visage broke into a radiant smile. A genuine expression of joy. "Qingyun, you've returned." Those simple words revealed the identity of her savior. Song Qingyun, the head of the Song family and Songjia's nominal father. Clad in a brown coat, his long robe billowed in the wind. And with a square face, he nodded with concern. "I have returned. You'll be safe now." He cradled Lu Ryue's side. Nodding toward her, "Leave the rest to me." Before she could respond, Song Qingyun turned to face Songjia, his expression shifting as he coldly admonished. "This is your mother, who raised you for over a decade. Regardless of her faults, you should never lay a hand on her." Missing the opportunity to kill Lu ignited a flicker of resentment within Songjia. But he soon regained his composure. This vendetta would not be forgotten. "She is not my mother," Songjia replied calmly, his eyes gleaming with determination. You insolent wretch!" Song Qingyun's anger flared, his rage propelling him to unmatched speeds. So swift that even the woman in green could not discern his movements. And in the blink of an eye, he stood before them. With a resounding slap, Song Qingyun struck Songjia's face with unadulterated force, the sound echoing sharply. Songjia did not so much as flinch, and had it not been for the vivid red imprint left on his cheek, none would believe he had been struck. "She is not my mother. My mother's surname is Bai." Each word fell from Songjia's lips like a heavy weight, striking Song Qingyun's ears with a profound impact. He froze, his raised hand gradually descending, the fury in his eyes dimming as he sighed. "Did your grandfather inform you of this?" What that revelation entailed was lost on Songjia, who had no desire to inquire further. "She murdered my grandfather in Linga." Songjia pointed towards Lu Ryue, stepping past Song Qingyun, advancing deliberately towards Lu Ryue. This vendetta could not go unavenged. Lu Ryue, who had just begun to relax, felt her heart race anew, anxiously exclaiming, "It was Lu Tongfeng who killed you. Song Lao Yizi. Linger died to save you. It has nothing to do with me." She turned her gaze towards Song Qingyun, her eyes filled with a desperate plea for salvation. In an instant, Song Qingyun appeared before Songjia, shaking his head. "She is ultimately your mother, who nurtured you for over a decade. Besides, your grandfather was not slain by her. Let this matter rest." His eyes bore a hint of softness, likely stemming from guilt regarding Bai Yueqing, which he now projected onto Songjia. "Am I not allowed?" As Song Qingyun stepped forward to obstruct him, a sense of certainty enveloped Songjia with a cold smirk. He retorted, "You believe her words, yet you do not trust mine." This statement left Song Qingyun speechless. Since arriving in Jinsizhen, he had felt a profound debt towards Lu Ryue, and now, her claims were indeed factual. How could he not believe her? Realizing this, he felt his authority as the head of the family being challenged, and in anger he growled, "Wretched child, take another step, and I swear I shall cripple you." Songjia raised an eyebrow defiantly, stepping forward without hesitation, under the gazes of many. "You." Observing his audacity, Song Qingyun was enraged, raising his hand to strike at the dantian where spiritual energy gathered, intending to obliterate him in one fell swoop. The woman in blue was taken aback, never expecting her biological father would treat his own son in such a manner. Songjia had no intention of resisting. He flew backward like a precious vase toppled. Yet his face bore an unusual smile. The woman in blue caught Songjia, her brows furrowing in concern. Even before she could assess his injuries, the crippled Songjia suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Are you all right?" The woman gasped, her hands trembling as she supported him. Shaking his head, he smiled at Song Qingyun despite her AIT that moment. Song Qingyun stared blankly at his own palm, realizing that in his fury, he had committed an act he would later regret. But now, it was too late. Songjia had been crippled, and there was no way to remedy it. Yet, Lu Ryue felt a surge of joy. A Songjia unable to gather spiritual energy could no longer be her rival. Even if he survived today, eliminating him in the future would be a trivial matter. Being stripped of his dantian meant his cultivation would remain stagnant at the first stage of innate energy, news so dire that it could plunge others into despair. However, Song Zhe wore a smile, feeling a sense of liberation that he looked at Song Qingyin, speaking each word with resolve. Today you cripple me. From this day forth, I shall have no ties to the Song family. To the astonishment of all, he severed his flowing hair with the blade Lei Yuan, transforming his long locks into a short hairstyle, losing some elegance, but gaining a sense of vigor. Today, I cut my hair, as a declaration of my resolve. From this moment, there shall be no more Song Zhe, only Bai Zhe. From now on, I shall bear my mother's surname. Bai Zhe gripped the severed hair tightly, calmly addressing the crowd. From this day forth, I, Bai Zhe, share no enmity with the Song and Lu families. The grievances against my grandfather and Linge. One day, I shall lay waste to the Song and Lu families, reducing them to ruins. Those 4 words struck the hearts of the onlookers like a heavy drumbeat, causing Song Qingyuan's expression to shift dramatically as he seethed. Wretched spawn, do you think you could sever ties with my Song family so easily? You bear the blood of the Song. Wherever you go, you are still of this family. Is that so? Then how about this? Bai Zhe's eyes turned icy as he skillfully sliced open the major artery of his wrist with Lei Yuan, avoiding any deeper damage. Blood flowed from his skin in rivulets he did not cease, cutting into the arteries of his hands and feet, letting blood spill freely. The woman in blue watched in horror, her heart aching, wanting to intervene, yet her hand faltered. She feared that if she stopped him, he would resent her for a lifetime. This blood, I return to you, Song family. Allowing blood to flow unrestrained, Bai Zhe's complexion grew increasingly pale, becoming a ghostly white in mere minutes. Throughout this ordeal, the surrounding crowd held their breath, unable to fathom such unwavering resolve, as he freely shed blood to repay a debt. From this son he had never truly regarded. Song Qingyan sensed an unfathomable, oceanic willpower, rendered speechless by his actions. After nearly half an hour of bloodletting, Bai Zhe struggled to remain standing, his face ashen, resembling a corpse. Enough! The woman in blue could no longer bear to watch. She pressed her hands to his acupoints, halting the blood flow, and forced a healing pill into his mouth. Yet he stubbornly refused to swallow. Furrowing her brow, she implored, "You possess not only the blood of the Song family, but also your mother's. Do you intend to bleed yourself dry? How can you face your mother?" Bai Zhe, momentarily stunned, allowed her to feed him the pill, replenishing his vitality. "Now that I have repaid my debt to the Song family, I shall take him beyond this door, severing all ties with you." Uncertain of the other party's thoughts, the woman in blue grasped Lei Yuan in one hand, while supporting the barely conscious Bai Zhe with the other. Stepping towards the door of the Song family, "We cannot let him leave. This boy's resolve is unyielding. If he is not eliminated today, he will bring endless troubles to the Song family in the future." Witnessing this, Lu Riyue's brows knitted tightly as she cried out desperately. Upon her words, several elders of the Song family appeared at the doorway, poised to capture Bai Zhe and the woman. Bai Zhe remained silent, merely glancing back at Song Qingyan, devoid of emotion, numb and cold. That gaze, unexpectedly, instilled a chill in the heart of such a formidable figure as Song Qingyan, who furrowed his brows and raised his hand, signaling them to let them pass. The elders hesitated, unsure whose orders to follow, yet their bodies did not budge. The woman in blue tightened her grip on Lei Yuan, prepared to act if necessary. However, she knew she lacked the strength to confront Song Qingyan, a formidable warrior of the Golden Body realm. "Do you not understand my words? Let them go." Song Qingyuan's frown deepened, his voice tinged with suppressed fury. Finally, the elders stepped aside, clearing the way for the pair. The woman in blue sighed in relief. Avoiding conflict was preferable, especially with such a burden in tow. Thus, the two departed the Song family under the watchful eyes of all. After traversing several hundred meters from the Song residence, Bai Zhe, barely holding himself together, let his hands droop in fatigue, his eyes fluttering shut. Seeing this, the woman in blue gasped, calling out, "Song Zhe, Song Zhe!" She had just come to terms with his name change. Placing her small hand on his nose, she felt his breath, relieving her worry. Arriving at the inn where they were temporarily housed, she laid him in a room, gazing at his unconscious form, frowning as she murmured, "Did I owe you in my past life? Why must I keep saving you?" Yet, with her inherently kind heart, she could not abandon Baizhi to his fate. Rising to her feet, she spoke to the air, "Summon my uncle Qingsong, quickly." As her words fell, a figure suddenly appeared in the air, kneeling before her and respectfully stating, "Yes, princess." With a swift motion, he vanished from the room. The woman in blue, surnamed Shangguan and named Mushua, was a noble of the great Jin kingdom, the younger sister of the reigning emperor, Princess Jinling. Accustomed to wandering the rivers and lakes, she fortuitously passed through Jinsizan and serendipitously formed a bond with Baizhi, allowing her to save him in time. Shangguan Mushua gazed at the unconscious Baizhi, recalling his bloodshed in repayment and his solemn vow. Her heart stirred with curiosity, whispering, "What kind of person are you?" Before Qingsong arrived, Shangguan Mushua devised a plan to secretly retrieve the remains of Song Qin and Song Linger, knowing how significant they were to Baizhi. 2 days later, adorned with a white jade crown, clad in a robe embroidered with the yin-yang fish symbol, and wielding a whisk, Qingsong appeared in the inn room. Shangguan Mushua looked at him, bursting into laughter. "Uncle Qingsong, when did you become a Taoist?" Zhao Qingsong, a renowned royal physician of the great Jin kingdom, possessed extraordinary medical skills capable of reviving the deceased and restoring flesh to bones. Removing the white jade crown to reveal his long, dark hair, Zhao Qingsong, now past 30, shot a stern look at Shangguan Mushua, scolding, "Is this not because of you? You ventured out without permission, and your royal brother is frantically searching for you, that if I slip up, he will surely drag you back." Though his words were harsh, the affection in his eyes was unmistakable. "All right, Uncle Qingsong, I summoned you for urgent matters." Shangguan Mushua approached, wrapping her arms around Zhao Qingsong's, pleading sweetly, "Please, save him." Zhao Qingsong, with a sense of helplessness, gently rubbed his delicate nose and approached the bed to gaze at the young man with strikingly handsome features. In astonishment, he turned to Shangguan Mushua and inquired, "Who is this lad?" Shangguan Mushua grasped his arm and shook it urgently, exclaiming, "Uncle Qingsong, it doesn't matter who he is, you must save him quickly, or he may not survive." Zhao Qingsong furrowed his brows and smiled, saying, "If I desire this young man to live, there is no one who can take him from this world, not even the king of hell." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and began to take the young man's pulse. His brow furrowed even more as he examined the boy's limbs, exclaiming in disbelief, "Does this lad wish for death? He has willingly bled himself. Does he find his own blood excessive?" Merely glancing at the wound and feeling the pulse, Zhao Qingsong discerned that the blood loss was self-inflicted. Truly, he was deserving of his title as the imperial physician. "All right, Uncle Qingsong, you chatter too much. Please save him," Shangguan Mushua said with a hint of displeasure, feeling that her uncle was treating the matter with undue levity. Zhao Qingsong chuckled awkwardly and assessed the young man's condition further. Addressing Shangguan Mushua, "Princess, this young man was previously struck through the lungs and has lost a considerable amount of blood. It is not impossible to save him, but it is indeed challenging. Surviving 2 severe injuries is nothing short of a miracle. Moreover, with his dantian shattered, even if he were revived," he hesitated, for the truth was that with a shattered dantian, he would be unable to gather spiritual energy, rendering him a cripple. Such a cripple. Was there any merit in expending great effort to save him? Shangguan Mushua frowned and inhaled deeply through her delicate nose. "Uncle Qingsong, just tell me what you need. If it is not available here, I can immediately return to the palace. The medicinal resources there are abundant. Surely we can save him?" Zhao Qingsong was taken aback. Her hints were so clear, yet he had not anticipated Shangguan Mushua's determination to save the boy. With a wry smile, he replied, "It is possible, but—" "Uncle Qingsong, it has been a while since we last met. Why have you become so verbose? Just say what you mean." Shangguan Mushua could no longer tolerate Zhao Qingsong's half-spoken words and asked irritably, seeing her unwavering resolve to save the young man. Zhao Qingsong sighed. "His injuries are too grave. There are indeed several necessary medicinal herbs in the palace, but to truly heal him, we must find a specific item." "Truly heal him? What item?" Shangguan Mushua was left bewildered by his vague words. Instinctively inquiring, "Why truly heal?" Zhao Qingsong meant enabling him to cultivate again. Otherwise, even if he were revived without the ability to cultivate, it would hold no significance, a notion Zhao Qingsong found unacceptable. What? Uncle Qingsong, are you saying he still has a chance to cultivate? Shangguan Muxue exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she grasped Zhao Qingsong's hand. Incredulous, with a shattered dantian, a common person would have long given up hope of cultivation. She never expected Zhao Qingsong might possess a solution. This method requires a particular object, which our great Jin Palace unfortunately lacks, Zhao Qingsong said, his brow furrowed. Moreover, only you can obtain it. Only I can obtain it? Shangguan Muxue's expression turned astonished as she asked. What is this object? The glazed gold Zun lamp. Zhao Qingsong hesitated for a moment before softly uttering these words, immediately averting his gaze from Shangguan Muxue, fearing she might hurl something at him. Upon hearing these 5 words, Shangguan Muxue's expression changed instantly, for the glazed gold Zun lamp was a treasure of the Jin Kingdom of Jingzhou. Before her escape from the palace, the Jin Kingdom had sent envoys to plead for her hand in marriage, offering the glazed gold Zun lamp as a betrothal gift to wed the younger sister of the great Jin Emperor, Princess Jin Ling, who was none other than Shangguan Muxue herself. It was precisely for this reason that she had fled the palace. Now, hearing Zhao Qingsong mention the glazed gold Zun lamp once more, her face darkened, and she glared at him, saying, Are you doing this on purpose? The glazed gold Zun lamp is merely a decorative item. How could it possibly restore a shattered dantian? Uncle Qingsong, are you trying to push me into a fire pit? Growing increasingly agitated, she could not help but place her hands on her hips, embodying the demeanor of a spoiled princess. Zhao Qingsong raised both hands in a gesture of surrender and chuckled. Although the glazed gold Zun lamp is merely an ornament, it possesses the ability to contain all things and is the most suitable substitute for the dantian to absorb spiritual energy. After this explanation, realizing Shangguan Muxue's displeasure, he quickly added, If you prefer not to pursue this, there is no matter. Simply waking him would be a great kindness, and he will undoubtedly be grateful to you. Grateful? Shangguan Muxue pouted, thinking that if a young man were to learn of her ability to facilitate his cultivation and she chose not to act, he would likely be furious. However, acquiring the glazed gold Zun lamp would necessitate marrying that hypocritical fellow. And the mere thought of him made her shake her head vigorously, biting her lip as she declared, Let's carry him back to the palace first. Saving him is the priority. A.S. for cultivation. We can discuss it later. She had no desire to jest with her own marriage. Observing this scene, Zhao Qingsong's lips curled upward slightly, a smile brimming with amusement. Surely he does not intend to trick me back to the palace. Does he? Shangguan Muxue mused, unable to suppress her internal grumbling at Zhao Qingsong's mirthful expression. Throughout the journey, Zhao Qingsong's support ensured that Baisha's condition did not worsen upon returning to the palace. Zhao Qingsong commenced treatment for Baisha. Meanwhile, Shangguan Muxue, having changed her attire, cheerfully made her way to the study to greet her elder brother. Muxue pays her respects to the emperor brother. Shangguan Muxue performed a graceful bow, her expression radiating joy as she regarded Shangguan Yun, who was engrossed in handling official documents. Upon hearing his sister's voice, Shangguan Yun set down his papers and immediately approached her with a smile, saying, Well, look at you, Muxue. After being away for so long, have you forgotten about your elder brother? With her arm around him, he reveled in his sister's affectionate display, his smile deepening as he teased. If it weren't for Uncle Qingsong informing me, would you have planned never to return? Goodness, that Zhao Qingsong. He truly intended to trick me into coming back. Shangguan Muxue acceded inwardly at his words. Yet her face remained playful as she retorted, I did not. Did not, you say? You have been away for several months, and that prince from the Jin Kingdom has been here every day seeking you. Shangguan Yun remarked, playfully pinching her delicate nose. The prince is indeed handsome and noble, a match made in heaven for you. Now that you have returned, do not avoid him. Hearing her brother mention that fellow, Shangguan Muxue's brows knitted together as she replied, Brother, can we refrain from speaking of him? You are ruining my good mood. Ha! Very well, we should not speak of him. Shangguan Yun chuckled, taking Shangguan Muxue's hand and leading her out. Continuing, now that you are back, let us visit Mother. She has been quite worried about you at the mention of their mother. Shangwan Mushue's previously buoyant mood plummeted, and she released her grip on Shangwan Yun. Huffing, I will not go. Shangwan Yun sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He had no means to persuade his only sister. Yet, recalling their mother's lonely demeanor, he could not help but plead, those matters have passed. The royal family has dwindled to just you, me, and mother. We are still family, and it is time to visit her. His surprise, this only deepened her resentment, and with a frown, she retorted, if you wish to go, then go. You may forgive her, but I cannot. With that, she turned and exited the study, leaving Shangwan Yun with a weary smile, shaking his head in defeat. That moment, a striking young man emerged from behind the study screen. Clad in a purple-blue robe adorned with delicate white embroidery, looking exceptionally handsome. Your Majesty, why the distress? Did you not previously state that everything regarding the princess was at her discretion? Why, then, do you appear so troubled? The young man wore a look of confusion, this situation contrasting sharply with what Shangwan Yun had said earlier. The hint of worry crossed Shangwan Yun's chiseled features as he sighed. The Tang dynasty has been frequently mobilizing troops to the borders, subtly indicating the possibility of war. This remark seemed somewhat out of place, disconnected from the previous topic. The young man in the purple-blue robe was none other than the son of the current prime minister, named Kan Zuen. Having often listened to his father discuss national affairs, he naturally understood the underlying implications. After a moment's hesitation, Kan Zuen tentatively asked, is your Majesty considering this matter to gauge the princess's stance? Perhaps to facilitate an alliance with the Jin Kingdom? The Great Jin Kingdom was the weakest among the 16 nations of the 9 provinces, and in the face of the Tang dynasty's aggression, it would be nearly impossible to withstand. Only by allying with the Jin Kingdom could the Great Jin endure. Shangwan Yun was taken aback, exclaiming, is my intention so easily discernible? His late father had often advised him that an emperor should not display his emotions, and that maintaining balance was the essence of imperial strategy. Kan Zuen chuckled, Your Majesty, your face nearly bears the words troubled written upon it. He grew up alongside Shangwan Yun from a young age, and he felt genuinely pleased that his pure-hearted brother, devoted to the nation and its people, ascended to the throne as emperor. Then do offer me some advice, he implored. Shangwan Yun, at a loss for solutions, turned to his childhood companion in distress. Today, Kan Zuen had come specifically to address this matter. He leisurely sipped his tea before remarking with a smile, Brother Shangwan, are you aware of why the Tang dynasty has stationed troops at the borders of our Great Jin? After a moment of contemplation, Shangwan Yun retrieved the map of the 9 provinces hanging on the screen, laid it open on his desk, and gazed at the vast expanse of the territory with a slight furrow in his brow. Both Great Jin and the Tang dynasty lie within the Central Plains, a region of conflict. Logically, the Tang should require Great Jin as a buffer state. Why then the military presence at the borders and signs of aggression towards Great Jin? Brother, have you forgotten? Rumors have been circulating among the common folk of late, Kan Zuen reminded him. The 9 provinces Yuan Ding, the essence of heaven and earth, contains myriad grand principles. Possessing even one could confer the title of emperor. This tale, spreading throughout the provinces, held uncertain validity. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yun waved dismissively. Unconvinced, such are merely folk tales. You truly believe there exist beings capable of transcending reality, moving mountains and traversing seas? His response was entirely anticipated by Kan Zuen, who had spent his youth within the palace, untouched by the wonders of the world. Unlike him who had returned to his aunt's residence and encountered those who had achieved remarkable mastery. And brother, how do you explain the matter concerning the princess? Kan Zuen cast a meaningful glance at Shangwan Yun, for the events surrounding Shangwan Mushue could not be rationalized by conventional wisdom. In her childhood, she had been struck by celestial lightning, yet emerged unscathed. Later, a Taoist had arrived at the palace, declaring that Shangwan Mushue was born of the thunderous body, for those practicing the mystical arts of his divine school. She would be a prodigious asset, prompting the desire to take her as a disciple at that time. Both of Shangwan Mushue's parents were alive. Her father held a deep admiration for those who pursued immortality and was drawn to various esoteric practices. However, due to personal limitations, he could not embark on such a path himself. Yet he never anticipated that his daughter could swiftly quashed all opposition from the Shangguan family and sent her to the divine cloud palace for cultivation. Decades later, she returned to Great Jin but fled the palace, unable to endure the solitude and the affairs of Jin's state. Reflecting on Shangguan Mushue's experiences, Shangguan Yun furrowed his brow. Could it be that such entities truly exist, capable of commanding the 9 provinces through a singular artifact or method? He had never held any fondness for such arcane paths and had little interest in them, even when those around him often discussed these matters. He regarded them merely as techniques for physical enhancement, devoid of any deeper significance. Qin Ziyuan laughed heartily. Isn't it true that matters of this world are indeed as one believes? Just as the Taoists of Liangzhou state, the appearance stems from the heart. This is the very principle at play. Yet upon hearing the mention of Taoist teachings, Shangguan Yun felt overwhelmed and shook his head. Even if such things were true, what relevance do they bear to the Tang's military presence at the borders? At the mention of the borders, Shangguan Yun's heart jolted, and he hastily examined the map for the locations of Tang's troop deployments. Suddenly, he exclaimed in astonishment, "The Tang's military presence is at Wansheng, which is precisely at the juncture of our Great Jin, the Tang, and the Jin." He then turned to Kanzin, his expression turning serious. Could it be that the object you referred to, which could confer the title of emperor, is located in Wansheng? The term emperor here did not refer to the common rulers of the folk, but was a supreme title for martial practitioners on the path of cultivation. In today's world, those who could claim the title of emperor were all extraordinary beings. Qin Ziyuan took a sip of tea, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, what I did not expect was that these national powers also seek to seize the 9 provinces Yuanding. Then does that not place our Great Jin in peril?" Shangguan Yun was unconcerned with the wider implications. His focus remained solely on the survival of Great Jin. "Your Majesty, you are mistaken," Qin Ziyuan replied with a wry smile. "If the Tang were to acquire the 9 provinces Yuanding, they could immediately create an extraordinary being. At that point, breaking our dynasty would merely be a matter of a finger snap in the present 9 provinces. Each nation possessed at least one extraordinary being to safeguard their realm, while Great Jin, the weakest among the 16 nations, had but a single peak-level expert to protect it, should the Tang possess 2 extraordinary beings. Their ambitions would undoubtedly swell, and they would easily cast their greedy eyes upon Great Jin, this small nation embroiled in conflict, as though it were a mere morsel. Shangguan Yun began to grasp the gravity of the situation, his brow furrowing further. In that case, it would be prudent to send Mushue to Jin's state. Firstly, to ascertain the Jin Emperor's stance on this matter, and secondly, to resolve the marriage alliance to maintain the friendship between the 2 nations. Qin Ziyuan smiled silently. Since his brother had made a decision, it was undoubtedly a positive development. Meanwhile, Shangguan Mushue had burst out of the study, feeling frustrated by her elder brother's insistence on pairing her with the Jin prince. Sitting in a pavilion by the lotus pond in contemplation, the princess furrowed her brows, seemingly troubled. Perhaps confiding in Gondang might yield some clarity. That moment, not far away, a dandy clad in a robe of purple and gold, with long hair flowing gracefully, approached, holding a paper fan and speaking eloquently. His leisurely strides exuded a certain elegance. Shangguan Mushu turned her profile to glance at him, and her previously sullen expression fell further, coldly retorting, "What more could there be to discuss? Your mere presence before me is the greatest misfortune." Having spent her formative years in the divine cloud palace, where formalities were few and actions were mostly spontaneous, the sight of this pedantic Jin prince elicited no favorable impression. Upon hearing her words, Shi Gondong's face, which had been adorned with a smile, turned awkward as he helplessly replied, "What offense have I, Shi Gondang, committed against the princess? Please do say." Having known each other for less than a month, their encounters limited, he found it perplexing why Shangguan Mushu held such a poor impression of him. "None," Shangguan Mushu said, turning away, disinclined to engage with this overly verbose individual. This left Shi Gondang in a state of distress. He had been smitten by Shangguan Mushu at first sight, enchanted by her delicate brows, sparkling eyes, lovely visage, and lively personality, all of which stirred his heart. Having anticipated a smooth courtship due to Jin State's dominance over half of Jingzhou, he could not fathom why matters had turned out this way. Leaving him troubled, Shangguan Mushu gazed into the lotus pond, occasionally spotting birds with gray wings flying by. Her heart stirred as she paused at the water's edge to admire the sight of a bird perched on a lotus leaf. Seeing her captivated by the bird, Shi Gandang felt inspired and, without a second thought, stepped forward, returning to Shangguan Mushue's side in a moment. "Since you like birds, how about I gift you this one?" He then turned to his attendant, instructing, "Prepare a bird cage, something exquisite." The attendant complied and retreated. However, upon turning back, he was met with a look of disdain on Shangguan Mushue's delicate face, who scolded him angrily. "You are truly unbearable. While others live freely, why must you confine it in a cage?" With that, she snatched the bird from his hands, lifting it high and declaring, "Fly, and fly as far as you can, to see the sights you've never witnessed before." Her expression radiated longing as she spoke. Shi Gandang stood in shock. If she cherished it, should it not be held close? Watching Shangguan Mushue storm away in anger, he scratched his head, bewildered, then broke into a silly grin. Mushue's hands are so soft. If Baizhi were to witness this scene, he would surely exclaim that even in another realm, infatuated fools exist. Having left the lotus pond, Shangguan Mushue proceeded to the Imperial Medical Department, eager to check on Baizhi's condition. "Greetings, Your Highness." As she passed through the corridors of the Imperial Medical Department, the maids and eunuchs bowed respectfully, their beaming faces lifting her spirits considerably. "Uncle Ching Song, Uncle Ching Song." Upon entering the inner chambers of the Imperial Medical Department, Shangguan Mushue leaped joyfully like a rabbit. Zhao Ching Song, who was in the midst of brewing medicine, quickly set aside his fan with a wry smile. "My dear niece, what brings you here? You usually abhor the scent of medicine." Having returned to the palace for several days, she had never dared to visit the Imperial Medical Department. "Today is different, Uncle Ching Song. Have you awakened him?" Shangguan Mushue seized the fan from his hand, curiously fanning herself, noticing it felt a tad different from the fans in the Divine Cloud Palace. Zhao Qingsong, accustomed to her antics, grew serious as he spoke of Baizhi's condition. Logically, he should have passed the danger. However, I'm uncertain why he remains unconscious. Shangguan Mushue's brows knitted in confusion. "What do you mean? Has he been saved or not?" His awakening was uncertain, ranging from a few days to several months, or even years. Zhao Qingsong glanced at Shangguan Mushue before continuing. "It is also possible that he may never awaken." "How could that be?" Shangguan Mushue refused to accept such an outcome, frowning as she retorted, "Did you not tell me before that such situations were within your grasp? Haven't you faced similar cases in the past? Why is it that with him, awakening seems impossible? If Baizhi fails to awaken, Shangguan Mushue feels an inexplicable void within her heart. Perhaps it is that insatiable curiosity. Zhao Qingsong shakes his head in resignation. It is his own unwillingness to awaken. He must have suffered immense psychological trauma. Although his body appears unscathed, his subconscious resists returning to consciousness. If that is the case, then Zhao Qingsong cannot be blamed. Shangguan Mushue, feeling vexed, lets out a soft huff and pushes past Zhao Qingsong, making her way to the room where Baizhi lies. Upon seeing Baizhi, whose complexion is calm yet tinged with a hint of redness as he lies in bed, her eyes dart around. Contemplating the loss of his grandfather and Song Linga, feelings of sorrow become understandable. Yet his continued slumber is simply intolerable. What will happen to the 5 precious metals you owe me if you do not awaken? What about the life you owe me? No, it is 2 lives. The thought of such debts left unpaid ignites her ire, and she plops down on the edge of the bed. In Zhao Qingsong's astonished gaze. She raises her delicate hand and delivers a sharp slap to Baizhi, the sound crisp and resounding. "Wake up, smack!" Another slap accompanies Shangguan Mushue's voice of dissatisfaction. "You scoundrel! Hurry and wake up, you still owe me." Just as she prepares to strike again, Zhao Qingsong, regaining his composure, quickly interjects. "Mushue, you cannot do this. He is still a patient. The healer's compassion dictates that even if he appears healthy, striking him while he remains unconscious is ultimately unkind." In a moment of urgency, he inadvertently calls her by her name, disregarding his status as the elder of the Shangguan siblings, being a brother to their father. Cough, cough. Just as Shangguan Mushue disregards Zhao Qingsong's admonitions and prepares to strike once more. A faint cough escapes Baijia's lips. Uncle Ching Song, he has awakened. Seeing this, Shangwan Mushiwa excitedly points at the bed, her joy surpassing even her own awakening. Zhao Qing Song, taken aback, wonders if such an ailment can truly be treated in this manner. With Baizhi awake, he cannot afford to be negligent and promptly checks Baijia's pulse. Baijia's eyes flutter open slightly, his eyelids heavy and slightly puffy. Gradually, the scene before him becomes clearer, revealing a delicate and fair visage, adorned with crescent-shaped brows and a joyful expression, causing Baijia's mind to whirl. Yinshi? Is that you? Yinshi? Tears welling in his eyes, Baizhi abruptly sits up, enveloping the woman before him in his embrace. Murmuring, I missed you so much. I missed you dearly. This moment, Shangwan Mushiwa stands frozen, never having experienced such boldness from anyone before. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! She exclaims in anger, forcefully breaking free, delivering a fierce slap, her fury evident as she stomps her foot and storms out of the Thai hospital. Observing the entire spectacle, Zhao Qing Song comes to his senses, realizing that Baizhi has just awakened only to be dealt a heavy blow. He hurries to Baijia's side, only to be rendered speechless at the sight. This fellow has actually fainted from the slap, he thinks with a wry smile. The princess is rather impulsive. Fortunately, Baijiu does not remain unconscious for long. By evening, he regains consciousness, only to find himself alone in the room. As he surveys the unfamiliar surroundings, he notices a lingering sting on his cheeks, a reminder of the slap. What is the situation? He feels as though he has been asleep for an eternity. And in his dreams, he seems to have seen the woman he loved deeply in a past life, the one who shared his happiest moments. Rising, he feels no discomfort, yet the strangeness of his surroundings and attire leaves him bewildered. Just as he contemplates seeking someone for answers, the door creaks open and a young woman dressed in a pale blue gown, wrapped modestly, enters, her hair adorned with a butterfly clasp. She carries a basin of clear water, her head bowed as she walks in. Young master, you are awake. Without raising her gaze, she acknowledges his awakening, placing the water on the dressing table while arranging cleaning items, adding, you have been asleep for quite some time. I imagine you must be hungry. I will prepare something to eat for you. As she turns to leave, Baizhi, regaining his senses, calls out, wait. He feels as though he is in a dream. Her attire resembles that of an ancient palace maid. Could it be that he has crossed into another realm? What do you command, young master? Baizhi steps closer, gently lifting her chin with his fair hand, asking softly, could you tell me where this place is? Is it the Qin kingdom, or perhaps the Han? Or is it the Song, Tang, Yuan, or Ming? He naively believes he has transcended to a different dynasty, bombarding her with questions, feeling the warmth of his hand on her chin. The maid's face flushes, her heart fluttering as she nervously glances up at him, avoiding direct eye contact. Young master, this is the kingdom of Dajin, not the Song, Tang, or Ming. The kingdom of Dajin. I assent that one of the 16 kingdoms of the 9 provinces? Am I not dead? Baizhi asks in astonishment. The maid then comprehends that Baizhi believed he had perished. Hastily, she withdraws from his grasp, lowering her head and respectfully stating, young master, you have not died. It was Princess Shangwan and Zhao Taiji who saved you. With that, she hurriedly departs, fearful that Baizhi might display any further peculiar behavior. Princess Shangwan, Zhao Taiji, Baizhi mulls over these names, having only known members of the Song family since his arrival in the Qingyan continent less than a month ago. Shaking his head, he wonders, could it be her? Recalling the mysterious woman in blue, the name Lei Yuan from the sword manual, and the enigmatic martial arts, he speculates that it could indeed be her. You are awake. Just as he drifts into contemplation, the door swings open once more, revealing Zhao Qing Song clad in a white and blue physician's robe. His thick brows and bright eyes beam with joy. It is good that you have awakened. Noticing the imprint of a slap on Baizhi's face, he nearly bursts into laughter. Baizhi recognizes Zhao Qing Song as the Zhao Taiji mentioned by the maid and expresses his gratitude. Baizhi is grateful for your life-saving grace, Zhao Taiji. Zhao Qing Song, momentarily taken aback, chuckles lightly. You need not thank me. It was the princess who insisted. Otherwise, I would not have intervened. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome remains that he saved Baizhi, who is a man of gratitude, declaring solemnly, Regardless of the situation, Zhao Taiji has granted me the gift of life, that in the future, should you require anything, I, Baizha, vow to repay this debt with my life. Seeing his determination, Zhao Qingsong smiles warmly, feeling a sense of fulfillment. Where is Princess Shangwan? I wish to express my gratitude for her saving grace. Baizha thinks of the woman in blue, an urge to confirm whether she is indeed the princess surging within him. Zhao Qingsong sees no reason to impede him, recognizing that this is a consequence of his own actions, and instructs someone to escort Baizha to meet Shangwan Mushua, under the guidance of a guard. Baizha, clad in simple gray attire, approaches the back garden adorned with rocks and flowers. Before he can draw near, a large stone hurtles towards him. The guard, witnessing this, quickly pulls Baizhu aside to avoid the projectile. The sizable rock crashes among the flowers, obliterating the beauty of the garden and displacing the earth. Who goes there? Shangwan Mushua, ever perceptive, immediately senses the presence of another. Armed with Lei Yuan, she swiftly approaches. Upon spotting Baizha, her face brightens momentarily, only to be quickly overshadowed by discontent. Why have you brought him here? Do you not know that I cannot have anyone near while I practice martial arts? Shangwan Mushua glares at the guard, her expression foreboding. The guard, startled, quickly drops his weapon and kneels, saying, Princess, this was instructed by Zhao Taiji. How could I dare disobey? Realizing it was Zhao Qingsong's doing, Shangwan Mushua mentally brands him a fool. Baizha, upon seeing her, is momentarily entranced, her beauty and every expression echoing the essence of the one he cherishes. Overwhelmed by the incredulity of the moment, warmth surges through him. Past transgressions may yet be atoned for, albeit in a different manner. After dismissing the guards, Shangwan Mushua, noticing Baizha's dazed expression, feels a surge of irritation. With a flick of Lei Yuan, she sends a blade of light slicing past Baizha's face, creating ripples in the small pond nearby. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall pluck your eyes out. Shangwan Mushua, recalling his earlier impropriety, scolds him fiercely. Yet Baizha remains unfazed. He approaches her side. His handsome face radiating tenderness, his eyes filled with an unnameable affection. As she gazes into his eyes, the anger that once ignited within her inexplicably dissipates, allowing him to take Lei Yuan from her grasp. She stands mesmerized, staring at the man who towers over her at long last. I have seen you. Baizha's smile was akin to the sunshine that follows a gentle rain, evoking a flutter of emotions within the heart. He extended his arms, tenderly drawing Shangwan Mushua into his embrace, murmuring, in this lifetime, I shall never let you go. In that moment, Shangwan Mushua resembled a marionette, momentarily dazed as she surrendered to his hold. Feeling the warmth enveloping her, her mind was consumed by the indescribable yet profoundly stirring gaze that held an intensity of affection unparalleled. What has come over him? This question echoed in Shangwan Mushua's mind, even as she found herself unperturbed by his boldness. Under the waning moonlight, they embraced by the small pavilion beside the pond, the surrounding tranquility so profound that even the sound of flowing water could be heard distinctly. After a while, Shangwan Mushua's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, and she hastily pushed Baizha away, dashing away across the stone platform. Baizha stood momentarily stunned, watching her graceful figure vanish from sight, a faint smile gracing his lips. Having spent an entire night in restless contemplation, Baizha tossed and turned, his mind inundated with memories of his days spent with Yan Shi, reinforcing his resolve to protect her in this world. As the morning drum sounded and the whip crack of the sword-bearing guards echoed, Baizha opened his eyes and he gazed out at the vibrant flora, a medley of colors and aromas, despite having lost the ability to condense spiritual energy. In possessing the extraordinary power to extract the attributes of others, he pondered how he could store such powers without a vessel. Observing the bustling Imperial Medical Institute, he murmured, Am I truly destined never to cultivate again in this lifetime? At that moment, the door creaked open, and the maid from the previous day entered, carrying a basin of clear water. Lowering her head, she spoke, Young master, you are awake. I shall assist you with your grooming. As she spoke, she rubbed a wet embroidered handkerchief against Baizha's face, causing him considerable discomfort. Frowning slightly, he waved his hand and replied, I can manage myself. Just as he reached for the handkerchief, The maid panicked and knelt down. "Young master, if I have erred in any way, please tell me, and I shall amend my actions. Please do not dismiss me. I have made a mistake." Her expression was fraught with anxiety, her voice trembling. Seeing this, Baija let out a wry smile. He had not expected the palace to be so similar in its dynamics. "Please rise. I simply find it difficult to have someone attend to me." He stepped forward to assist her, yet she remained obstinate, repeatedly apologizing and begging not to be dismissed. "All right, stand up," he said, slightly exasperated, and firmly pulled her up, looking at her earnestly. "I truly have no intention of dismissing you. I can handle these trivial matters myself. It is of no consequence. Who would dare to punish you? I shall bear the consequences for you." The maid, clad in a pale yellow bodice and simple attire, looked at Baija with tearful eyes, her demeanor pitiful as she asked, "Young master, will you truly be all right?" Just days prior, she had witnessed a young girl being harshly punished by the chief eunuch for a mere slip of the tongue. Returning dazed, and as if her soul had been lost, the mere thought of it filled her with dread. Baija observed the panic and fear in her eyes, his expression shifting to one of concern. He took a deep breath, calming himself before asking, "What is your name?" The maid, taken aback and momentarily at a loss, replied, "I am called Xiao Shi. You may leave now. I will inform the princess that this affair does not concern you." Baija gestured for her to exit. Xiao Shi, her face pale and eyes vacant, retreated. After completing his grooming, he pushed open the door, observing the busy physicians. Feeling like an outsider, he sniffed, then walked out alone. Although the Dajin kingdom was not mighty, its palace was resplendently designed, rivaling even the grandeur of the Forbidden City. As he wandered aimlessly, Baija felt increasingly lost. Eventually, he stumbled upon a lush bamboo grove, its vibrant greenery captivating him, drawing him inward. Upon entering the grove, a melodious sound resonated from deep within, startling him. Someone was playing the guzheng. The notes were crystal clear, unmistakably that of the guzheng. Soon, the bright, resounding music filled the air, its fluctuating melody reflecting a woman's alternating fury and sorrow, vividly capturing her emotions through the instrument's uniquely crisp tones. Baija felt a stirring within him. Quickening his pace as curiosity compelled him to uncover the story behind such poignant lamentation. Deep within the bamboo grove stood a stone pavilion, where a guzheng with 12 strings was placed upon a stone platform. Seated before it was a woman who appeared to be in her early 20s, dressed in simple, modest attire, a light white robe wrapped around her, cinched at the waist with a vibrant red sash. Adorned with a lovely bow on the left side, cascading gracefully down, her slender fingers danced delicately over the strings, her finely arched brows furrowing slightly, her smooth, porcelain-like face accentuating the intensity of her expression. Baija had never encountered a woman of such beauty before. He stood quietly, listening intently, refraining from interrupting her reverie, captivated by the nuances of her every gesture. Upon completing her piece, her lips parted slightly as she exhaled softly, rising to her feet. The moment she noticed Baija, her expression turned to one of alarm, as she hastily concealed her face with her wide sleeves, as if fearful of being seen. "Why do you hide your face? Fair maiden, such a divinely gifted countenance deserves to be seen and celebrated," Baija remarked earnestly. Just as she was about to call for help, the woman paused, bewildered, and inquired, "Who are you, sir? What brings you to this secluded bamboo grove? This place is forbidden to commoners." Little did she know, the guards outside had been reassigned early that morning, allowing Baija to slip through unnoticed. "My surname is Bai, and my given name is Zhe." "You may call me Baija," he replied, feeling somewhat uneasy with the formal address of sir. "Baija," she murmured, seemingly deep in thought before urging, "You should leave this place at once. If the guards find you here, it will spell trouble." Yet Baija was undeterred. Instead, he felt compelled to inquire about the sorrow and indignation woven into her guzheng piece. "Your guzheng playing is exquisite, yet the emotions conveyed are so potent with grief and anger. What experiences have led you to such depths?" Her brows furrowed even deeper as she shook her head. "You should go." She turned her back to him, concealing her expression. Observing her demeanor, Baija's eyes twinkled with mischief. And he chuckled. "You must be a person of the Qin dynasty to his words. The woman abruptly turned to face him, her lovely countenance now fierce as she demanded, "Who are you truly?" Her expression bore an intensity that suggested she would not let him depart without an explanation. Baija remained unfazed, smiling as he continued, "The guzheng you play, though appearing to have 12 strings, is missing one, and the small holes on either side have been neatly filled. Though the craftsmanship is impeccable, traces remain." The woman fell silent, her brows still knit tightly. Baija, sensing her reticence, elaborated, "This 13-string guzheng is a rarity in the Juzhou continent, currently only manufactured in the Qin kingdom, known for its unique timbre." Her expression shifted slightly, yet she remained silent, allowing him to continue his exposition. "Moreover, your attire, while somewhat reflective of the prevailing fashion in the Dejin kingdom, features a waist sash that appears to be wrapped. Yet it does not truly encircle. Rather, the trailing ends hang downwards in the yin region. The style is typically straight-cut, and such garments are seldom seen in other nations." The woman's heart sank, yet her expression remained composed. "I admire the customs of the Qin kingdom, and I choose to dress and conduct myself in accordance with their traditions. What harm is there in that? Indeed, there is nothing wrong with a commoner following their personal inclinations." Baija shook his head, letting out a sigh. "While others may indulge in such liberties without consequence, you, my lady, cannot afford to do so." This statement rendered the woman momentarily speechless, taken aback as she asked, "Why ever so? You are the revered Empress Dowager of the Jin kingdom, a symbol of its prestige. How can you adopt the ways of the Qin? If others were to see you, would they not assume that Dejin has become a vassal state of Qin?" Baija articulated calmly, drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired from his previous life, aware of the intricacies of the political landscape within and beyond the Dejin kingdom. The Dejin kingdom currently finds itself in a state of frailty, with the royal family in decline. The direct lineage consists solely of the siblings Shangguan Yun and her brother, with only a handful of collateral relatives. Countable on one hand. Among the elders of the royal family, there remains but one, the present Empress Dowager, Qin Wanyue. Qin Wanyue was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that her attire alone would reveal her identity. Upon hearing the title of Empress Dowager, she could not help but express her grievances. "The palace walls are high and isolating. Though I am esteemed as the Empress Dowager, who truly comprehends my suffering? Given the chance, I would rather live as an ordinary woman, accompanied by the mountains and rivers, to find solace in the twilight of my life." Baija, well versed in the history of Dejin, could see that this woman, who appeared far from a mundane existence, was, in reality, akin to a bird trapped in a cage, devoid of freedom. It is worth noting that she is merely in the bloom of her youth, only a year or two older than Shangguan Mushiwa. Baija shook his head, uncertain of how to comfort her. Having married at the tender age of 18, she became a widow before even completing her wedding. Languishing within the palace walls for 4 years, perhaps even half a lifetime, that, if you desire it, the heavens and earth can be yours. If you do not, the world you tread can become a prison. With a sigh, Baija turned to leave, casually uttering a phrase that seemed laden with meaning. Qin Wanyue was momentarily stunned. Those words resonated deep within her heart as her flowing sleeves danced in the wind, mirroring her current emotional state. "Can the world become a prison?" she murmured, her thoughts a tangled web of emotions, unsure of their origin. On another note, once the morning court session concluded, Shangguan Mushiwa visited her elder brother's study to pay her respects, a customary formality within the palace that she begrudgingly adhered to. Just as she was about to push open the door, she was startled by the sound of raised voices within, a tone she was all too familiar with. Presently, Dejin was engulfed in turmoil, with the Tang dynasty mustering forces at the border, hinting at possible incursions. "Ziyuan, what shall I do?" Shangguan Yun paced restlessly before his desk, his brow furrowed in concern. Standing below, Ziyuan spoke respectfully, "Your Majesty, our only course of action is to forge an alliance with the Jin kingdom to counter the Tang. Otherwise, the century-long foundation of Dejin may crumble in an instant." "An alliance?" Shangguan Yun's eyes brightened at the thought, but recalling his sister's expression, he sighed, "Mushiwa is my only sister. If she is unwilling, I shall never force her." But Kinzian hesitated, returning to his place in silence. Suddenly, Shangguan Yun drew the long sword hanging from the screen with a swift motion, proclaiming with a voice like thunder, "The only solution is for me to lead the charge personally. I shall stand with my people." Ah! Qin Ziyuan's face paled. The notion of a sovereign leading troops in a battle is a grave matter that should not be uttered lightly. Moreover, De Jin had not yet reached the brink of destruction. Though he had intended to voice this concern, upon seeing the map indicating De Jin's territories, he swallowed his words. 3 mere counties. Yet every conflict is a battle for the survival of De Jin. With a sharp creak, the study door swung open, revealing Shangguan Muxue. Her face pale as she declared, "Brother, I shall go to the Jin kingdom and persuade the Jin emperor to send troops." The unexpected entrance of Shangguan Muxue left the two men momentarily stunned. And once they regained their composure, Shangguan Yin admonished, "This is folly. Dispatching a princess to a foreign land is no trivial matter, and you, as a royal, cannot serve as an envoy." Kanzin, standing silently by, knew it was best to refrain from interjecting in their discourse. "Brother, I ask you once, will you allow it or not?" Shangguan Mushue's demeanor turned unusually assertive, wielding a thunderous weapon, radiating an aura that evoked fear. Shangguan Yun, feeling awkward under her gaze, cleared his throat. "Muxue, if you wish to go, you may, but with your impulsive nature, how do you expect to achieve anything?" At this juncture, he exchanged glances with Qin Ziyuan, who was aware of their prior arrangement. Qin Ziyuan sensed it was his moment to step forward. Taking a step closer, he said, "Your Majesty, Princess, I have heard from Imperial Physician Zhao that the young man whom the princess rescued requires the Lioli golden lamp from the Jin kingdom to resume his martial training. Is this true?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Muxue paused, unsure of this man's intentions. Yet after a moment's deliberation, she nodded in affirmation. If that is the case, why not allow him to accompany the princess? It would serve to repay the life-saving grace and provide her with companionship on the journey. Shangguan Muxue scoffed him. "Accompany me, he would only hinder my progress. I would end up protecting him instead. Of no use whatsoever." Qin Ziyuan shook his head, maintaining a calm demeanor. The worth of this individual remains to be tested. To this proclamation, both siblings grew intrigued, eagerly inquiring about the method of assessment. Yet Qin merely played coy, stating that clarity would emerge the following day. Thus, the three of them delineated Baiji's forthcoming journey, though he found himself unable to refuse, as the Lioli golden lamp ultimately resided within the Jin kingdom. With a heavy heart, Shangguan Muxue exited the study, leaving her brother and Qin Ziyuan sharing a knowing smile, a subtle expression of triumph gradually surfacing on their faces. "And you truly possess a knack for orchestrating events." Compelling Muxue to take the initiative to journey to the Jin kingdom, Shangguan Yun remarked, patting his shoulder with evident delight. It turned out that they had long agreed upon sending Shangguan Muxue to the Jin kingdom to negotiate the alliance. Yet if she were to approach the matter directly, success would be elusive. Only if she willingly consented would they have a chance. Thus, Qin Ziyuan employed a clever ruse, leading to the current outcome. Upon leaving the study, Shangguan Muxue made her way to the Royal Medical Institute. Intent on discussing this matter with Baizhi, anxiously, she pondered how to persuade him, completely oblivious to their previous day's encounter. Displaying a certain straightforwardness, arriving at the Royal Medical Institute, she found no sign of Baizhi and sought to inquire with the maidservant attending him, only to discover that she too was missing. As her brow furrowed in concern, the matron in charge of the harem appeared before Shangguan Muxue, informing her that the maidservant had been taken to the Department of Punishments. Shangguan Muxue was taken aback. How could a mere maidservant end up in such a dire situation? After further inquiry, she learned that it was due to her failure to attend to Baizhi. Resolutely, Shangguan Muxue rescued the injured Xiaoxi from the Department of Punishments, where the maid was left battered and barely clinging to life. Hastily, she ordered her to be taken to the Royal Medical Institute for treatment. Xiaoxi had cared for Baizhi largely because of Shangguan Muxue's previous assistance. In reflecting on this, she felt a surge of anger towards the matron who resorted to such cruel punishments. Fuming, she returned to the Department of Punishments to ensure that the perpetrators would experience the same torment. Emerging from the Department of Punishments, the sun was blazing, casting a stifling heat. Shangguan Muxue sought refuge in a shaded area to cool off as she passed by a certain palace, She was captivated by the melodious tune resonating from within, piquing her curiosity and alleviating her own discomfort. Glancing up, she noticed the gilded characters inscribed on the plaque above the palace. Hun Yuan Palace. Shangguan Mushua paused, bewildered as to how she had wandered here. She recalled her brother mentioning that there were several palaces she was forbidden to enter, and Hun Yuan Palace was among them. In truth, Hun Yuan Palace had fallen into disuse, neglected for ages. Overrun with weeds and cobwebs. How could anyone be playing music within? After much hesitation, Shangguan Mushua decided to venture inside. As she pushed open the heavy, dust-laden door, particles of dust danced in the sunlight, making her acutely aware of her surroundings. The melody persisted, and driven by her desire to uncover its source, she quickened her pace. Soon, she located the origin of the sound by the courtyard pond within Hun Yuan Palace, where a man clad in a long white robe stood atop a rock, playing a gentle tune. The light casting his silhouette ignited her imagination. He looked somewhat familiar, Shangguan Mushua mused, observing the man's shoulder-length hair and elegantly arched brows. Most men from the Jojo continent sported long hair, yet there were few like him. Baizha, she called tentatively. The man, engrossed in his performance, instinctively turned at the sound of her voice and, upon recognizing her, exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Indeed, it was Baizha. After returning from the bamboo grove, he had stumbled upon Hun Yuan Palace, sensing a stirring within him that hinted at hidden treasures, prompting him to explore. However, his search yielded nothing. As he observed the small pond in the courtyard, memories of the previous day flooded back, and with a hint of joy, he plucked a leaf and began to play, employing a technique from a future era. Remarkably, the outcome was quite impressive. Shangguan Mushua, astonished, remarked, "You can create such music with just a leaf. If you use an actual instrument, you would surely surpass any musician of this age." "Is that so surprising?" Baizha dismissed her admiration, discarding the leaf and leaping down from the rock, brushing off his clothes as he glanced at her. "You still haven't answered me. What are you doing here?" "I was merely passing by. Is that not acceptable?" Shangguan Mushua retorted, raising her head defiantly. "I was actually looking for you. My brother mentioned he needed to speak with you tomorrow." Baizha was taken aback, not expecting the Emperor of the Great Jin to seek him out. After a brief moment of composure, he calmly inquired, "What is it?" Only two cold words escaped his lips. "You." Shangguan Mushua, incensed, felt that this fellow seemed utterly unfazed by the events of the previous night, which was truly infuriating. With a flick of her wide sleeves, she stormed off in anger. "I don't know." Observing Shangguan Mushua's furious departure, Baizha exhibited no signs of panic, a faint smile playing on his lips as he mused. Is she so easily provoked? His actions were merely a fade, intended to gauge her reaction. However, he didn't anticipate the feeling of having backfired. Casting a glance at the forsaken palace, the furrow between his brows deepened. What could possibly be causing the stir within his inner elixir? With no clues at hand, he had no choice but to let it go for the moment. Upon returning to the Imperial Medical Institute and hearing about Xiaoxi's situation, he felt a pang of guilt and took the initiative to visit her. Thankfully, under Shangguan Mushua's guidance, Zhao Qingsong had administered timely treatment, and Xiaoxi was no longer in peril as night fell. The waning moon cast its silvery glow, and Baizha sat in the courtyard of the Medical Institute, gazing at the high-hanging moon, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. With his dantian shattered, he could no longer draw in spiritual energy for his own use, rendering the efficacy of the Ishan pill nearly null. Alas, a trip to the state of Jin was inevitable. He had also learned that the following day, Shangguan Yun would be testing him to determine if he possessed the capability to accompany the envoy to Jin. Just as he was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, Baizha suddenly felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as if a boundless energy coursed through his being, leaving him utterly astonished. What could this possibly mean? He wore a bewildered expression. Could it be? Suddenly, he recalled the possibility that the inner elixir might be at work, and he hastily turned his attention inward, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before him. The elixir was actually absorbing the remnants of the moonlight. Though he had noticed the bubbles in recent days, collecting them had proven futile without a vessel to contain them. His astonishment. The four-legged square cauldron was capable of self-absorption. More importantly, The absorbed moonlight was coalescing upon two opposing legs of the cauldron, while the other two legs faintly exuded the essence of the blazing sun. At that moment, an astonishing event unfolded before Baja's eyes. Four bubbles suddenly emerged from the legs of the square cauldron, each inscribed with the characters yin and yang. Baja was momentarily taken aback. Were these bubbles manifestations of his own consciousness? Was he extracting his own attributes? A wave of realization washed over him, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. Although he found it hard to believe, he couldn't resist reaching out to touch them. Ding! Upon contact with one of the bubbles, it emitted a sound, and the bubble inscribed within instantly dissipated within Baja's body, sending a shiver coursing through him. The icy sensation permeating his skin and every pore. What? Baja's confusion deepened as he reached for the yang bubble. Upon breaking it, he felt as though his entire body was engulfed in flames, prompting him to hastily shed his garments and leap into a small pool of water. The coolness of the water alleviated some of the burning sensation, and as Baja emerged with his head above the surface, he let out a rueful laugh, pondering, what sort of ability is this? I nearly caused my own demise. The night was tranquil, and Baja, wary of passers-by, hurriedly climbed ashore. The moment his hand broke the water surface, he was astonished to find his own hand, pure as jade, glistening like tears, far exceeding the standards of beauty in any future age. Excited by this revelation, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and submerge himself to investigate further, only to resurface with a sense of disappointment. Coughing, he realized he had overthought it. After dressing, he cast a doubtful glance at his hands, though the luster and smoothness were confined to his palms. It was still quite astonishing. Reflecting on his recent experiences, Baja mused to himself, this must be the power of yin and yang. The remnants of moonlight represent yin, while the burning essence signifies the yang of sunlight. The harmonious absorption of yin and yang has subtly altered my constitution. Through his inner vision, Baja subtly discerned that this interplay of yin and yang was quietly transforming his body, while the unabsorbed attribute energies lay dormant within the cauldron. After this episode, Baja felt mentally fatigued, and weariness washed over him, compelling him to return to his chambers for rest. The next day, Baja appeared invigorated and in high spirits as he accompanied Shangguan Mushiwe to the hunting grounds. According to her, Kinziyuan seemed intent on assessing him there. The exclusive hunting grounds of the Great Jin were expansive, surrounded by a throng of soldiers, all standing tall with long spears, their eyes sharp and their demeanor imposing. Commoner Baja pays his respects to your majesty. Upon encountering Shangguan Yun, clad in a dragon robe, Baja stepped forward to bow. Shangguan Yun smiled and said, You are Baja? Please rise quickly. Let me have a look. Curiosity filled his heart, as this was the individual his younger sister had brought back. Baja was momentarily stunned, rising to meet Shangguan Yun's gaze, a barely perceptible frown forming between his brows. This man exuded a gentle demeanor, with unremarkable eyes, lacking the commanding presence of an emperor. Reflecting on this, Baja sighed inwardly, feeling that the Great Jin could not withstand much longer. I am indeed Baja. Observing the impressive figure before him, Shangguan Yun laughed heartily, while said, No wonder my royal sister has taken a liking to you. Your demeanor is indeed remarkable. Standing nearby, Shangguan Mushiwe's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully chided, Your Highness, what are you saying? Her bashful demeanor only invited further speculation. This scene incensed the elegantly dressed man beside them, who stepped forward, indignantly declaring, Does your majesty not know the phrase externally strong but internally weak? This lowly commoner, lacking any merit, must surely be employing some form of sorcery to deceive the princess. As he spoke, he cast a fierce glare at Baja, clearly inclined towards confrontation. Baja had never seen this man before, but noticing the jade pendant inscribed with the character for Jin hanging from his waist, he deduced he must be the Prince of Jin, Shi Gondang. With a light chuckle, Baja remarked, a figure of delicate stature, with refined features and graceful movements. You must be the esteemed Prince Shi of Jin. Am I right? The emphasis on the character Shi was slightly exaggerated, making it hard to miss. The description of delicate stature and refined features typically pertains to women, yet Shi Gondang had developed into a figure that would put many women to shame. his complexion even fairer than the average female, and his long fingers made countless women envious. Hearing this, Shangwan Mushiwe's eyes flicked over to Shi Gandang, and with a soft laugh, she exclaimed, "You are indeed quite handsome. I wonder why I hadn't noticed it before." Shi Gandang felt insulted, glaring at Bai Zhe with a frigid tone. "So you're the envoy meant to accompany the princess to the state of Jin?" Without waiting for Bai Zhe to respond, he stepped forward, clasping his hands to Shangwan Yun and stating, "Your Majesty, the distance from the capital of the Great Jin to the Jin dynasty is vast. And along the way, there are many dangers such as theft and violence." Before anyone could react, he turned to Bai Zhe, a cold smirk on his lips, a powerless waste. "What qualifications do you have to protect the princess on her journey to Jin?" "Bastard, Shi Gandang, what do you mean by that?" Shangwan Mushiwe, incensed by his veiled taunts, immediately drew her sword, glaring fiercely at him. "If you don't provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall make you pay with your blood." Shangwan Mushiwe was exceedingly powerful, and the atmosphere grew tense. Shi Gandang, facing her wrath, began to sweat profusely as a mere mortal warrior. His combined cultivation was barely at the 8th or 9th stage of innate strength. How could he possibly contend with Shangwan Mushiwe? Gritting his teeth, Shi Gandang defiantly proposed, "If I defeat him, will you allow me to escort the princess to Jin?" Shangwan Yun exchanged glances with Qin Ziyuan, and Qin Ziyuan stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness, Prince Shi, Mr. Bai, please remain calm. The reason His Majesty has summoned you three is precisely to resolve this matter." After a brief pause, he continued, "Furthermore, aside from the two of you, His Majesty has also sought out 3 capable individuals from the common folk to escort the princess to Jin, who will be selected from among you." Shangwan Mushiwe's protective stance towards Bai Zhe greatly displeased Shi Gandang, who immediately demanded, "Then let His Majesty commence the competition without delay. I wish to demonstrate to someone that not just any commoner is qualified to undertake this escort." The implication in his words was unmistakable, infuriating Shangwan Mushiwe to the point where she nearly unleashed her sword. Thankfully, Bai Zhe's timely gaze quelled her wrath. "Very well. Let the 3 brave warriors come forth." With Shangwan Yun's nod of approval, Qin Ziyuan announced the arrival of the other 3 competitors. Before long, 3 skilled commoners stood before the stage, collectively bowing. "Commoners, pay their respects to your Majesty. Please rise. I'm not familiar with your names." "Why not introduce yourselves?" Shangwan Yun, encountering martial artists for the first time, curiously inquired as he observed their diverse attire. The 3 exchanged glances, and the man clad in a tight black outfit, sporting a straw hat, stepped forward first, clasping his hands. "I am He Xingyun, known in the martial world as Jinduyan, hailing from Yingchuan County." "Jinduyan, I have the golden cudgel." In Bai Zhe's heart there was a whisper of disdain. He regarded the individuals before him with a lingering sense of unreliability. His gaze shifted to Qin Ziyuan, filled with suspicion. The man in the center donned armor on the outside and a red garment within, draped in a flowing crimson robe, wielding a long knife of 9 feet. With his thick brows, large eyes, and round black beard, he exuded not the aura of a general, but rather bore the semblance of a rogue. "I am a commoner surnamed Zhu, named Zhu Ling. My ancestors have served as generals for generations, and the task of escorting the princess is something I, Zhu Ling, cannot miss." He thumped his chest and declared loudly, "How did it come to be that your lineage of generals has produced such a brigand?" Upon seeing the man's attire, Bai Zhe felt a chill run down his spine. Others were clothed in a manner befitting their station, but this man's garb did nothing to elevate his demeanor. The last individual stood handsomely in white, with a long sword at his side, the tassel of his sword trailing like a comet's tail, standing quietly. "I am the commoner Li Jianxian. I have met His Majesty." His brief 9 words were spoken with a calm demeanor, standing with his sword, further enhancing his aura of an otherworldly sage. Shi Gandang spat disdainfully, scoffing. What pretentiousness! He held little regard for such individuals, just as he did for Bai Zhe. "Well then, since all 5 of you have arrived, let us officially commence the competition." As soon as Qin Ziyuan finished speaking, the robust Zhu Ling brandished his great knife, bellowing, "Excellent! Who shall be my opponent?" The back of the knife bore 2 holes, hooked with sharp spikes, resembling a self-modified weapon. "Brave warrior, please hold your horses. Our competition will be judged by points, with the highest score declared the winner after 3 rounds, of which the martial contest is but one event, Qin Ziwen quickly explained upon witnessing his enthusiasm. Zhu Ling, realizing his eagerness, scratched his large head and chuckled. I thought we were starting with a grand display. Standing to the left, He Xingyan chuckled derisively, but said nothing. I Jinxian's expression remained unchanged, calm as the sea. Baizhe, however, furrowed his brow slightly, surprised that the contest would span 5 challenges, with the martial trial being merely one of them. His gaze drifted to Shangwan Muxue, and he pondered, does she truly need to compete in martial arts given her cultivation? After a brief respite, Qin Ziwen led the group to the royal horse grounds, which housed several stables containing thousands of horses. Gentlemen, the first test shall assess horsemanship, as well as serve as a martial arena. Qin Ziwen pointed toward a spacious area capable of accommodating thousands, explaining, you 5 will ride within, and whoever is unseated will be deemed the loser, until only one remains standing. Upon hearing the rules, the expressions of the group varied. He Xingyan's countenance shifted. His riding skills were not particularly proficient. Zhu Ling and Shi Gandan, however, appeared brimming with confidence and eagerness. In contrast, the expressions of Li Jianxian and Baizhe revealed nothing. The subsequent time was spent selecting horses from the thousands present, a task that tested their ability to assess equine quality. Though Baizhe maintained a calm exterior, internally he cursed his fate. In both past and present lives, he had never even touched a horse, let alone ridden one. However, the prospect of conceding without a fight stirred a sense of unwillingness within him. Are you all right? From a distance, Shangwan Muxue noticed that everyone had gone to choose horses. While Baizhe stood there, seemingly dazed, presuming he was feeling timid, Baizhe shook his head, glancing at the horses, all of similar color, feeling overwhelmed, and sighed. If I were to tell you that I cannot ride and cannot assess horses, what would you do? Shangwan Muxue gasped, incredulous. Does the Song family not teach these things? In a vast world of the Zhuzhou aristocracy, whether large or small, families had structured systems and taught their offspring the basics, horsemanship being one of them. Baizhe rolled his eyes, realizing that given his status in the Song family, merely having food to eat was fortunate enough, let alone receiving such teachings. What a dream. Never mind, you go ahead. I will find a way myself. He waved her off, dismissing her with a hand. This scene was witnessed by Shi Gandan, who, passing by Baizhe, let out a disdainful snort and strode toward the horse ground with an air of superiority. How infuriating! Shangwan Muxue could not tolerate such arrogance and stepped forward, grasping Baizhe's hand firmly, her voice low and intense. You must win. In a moment of impulsiveness, she uttered those words, but recalling the earlier events, she felt a lack of confidence. However, Shangwan Muxue was the type of person who never took back her words once spoken. Seeing Baizhe's resigned demeanor, she forcefully released his hand, declaring, if you do not win, I shall electrocute you. Shangwan Muxue bared her teeth at him, attempting to present a fierce visage, unaware that her demeanor had an unexpected charm. Baizhe, troubled by his predicaments, felt his heart race even more at her outburst, exclaiming helplessly, you might as well just electrocute me now. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Muxue's eyes widened, her cheeks taut as she stared at him. Impossible. I was just joking. Wait for me to win. Baizhe made a sudden about-face, having shifted from extreme self-doubt to a confident smile, striding toward the horse grounds with purpose. The contrast in his demeanor left Shangwan Muxue momentarily stunned, her brow furrowed in suspicion. Can he truly do it? What had just been an instinctive reaction now revealed her genuine concern for Baizhe, but her character prevented her from expressing anything else. Baizhe approached the tall horses, reaching out to stroke one's head. Some neighed in protest, while others remained docile. It's fascinating that they can be so utilized, Baizhe marveled as he caressed the horse's head. During his conversation with Shangwan Muxue, he had noticed that the individuals around him seemed to emanate a horsemanship attribute. Believing this to be something that did not require storage, he attempted to collect it for himself. To his astonishment, he succeeded. He absorbed the horsemanship attributes from the surrounding individuals in one breath. Instantly feeling bolstered, when he approached the horses, he was surprised to see bubbles appearing above their heads, such as the black-brown horse before him, which emitted a stream of bubbles. Speed, 35. Balance, 25. Spirituality 1. Attack 5. Baija shook his head, murmuring, no, no. While the speed was acceptable, the spirituality and attack ratings were woefully inadequate. Was this merely a horse that knew how to flee? How could it be used for combat against others? He shook his head repeatedly when suddenly, the large Zhu Ling appeared beside him. Seeing Baija with a gentle horse, he beamed with joy and said, "Kid, do you want this horse?" Baija was taken aback, responding in confusion, "You want it? If you do, go ahead and take it." Although the horse was tall and majestic, Baija, aware of its attributes, would not choose it. "Ha, great. Thank you." Zhu Ling seemed to have discovered treasure, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Noticing how earnest he was, Baija, unable to resist, warned, "This horse may not be very bright." Struggling to find an appropriate term for spirituality, he resorted to using brightness instead. Zhu Ling paused for a moment, then clapped a large hand on Baija's shoulder. Laughing heartily, "Brother, are you the comic relief here? If a horse had brains, it would no longer be a beast." With that, he led the horse away with laughter. Baija shook his head. This man, despite being a warrior's descendant, seemed somewhat foolish. A warrior treats his steed as a brother, even as a second life. How could he not know that a horse with greater spirituality offers more assurance on the battlefield? Using his extraordinary ability to perceive attributes, he scoured the horse grounds for his ideal steed. Yet after a full circuit, he found nothing suitable. Either the speed was lacking, or the spirituality insufficient, or they possessed no attacking capability at all. None of these fit Baija's ideal horse. Meanwhile, the other four had chosen their steeds, leaving Baija still standing before the horses, shaking his head. Shurgandan, growing impatient, frowned and said, "Little brother, dawdling over a horse selection will not get you anywhere." Ignoring Shurgandan's taunt, Baija turned to a nearby attendant and frowned. "There are no horses here that I desire. Could you kindly inquire with Lord Akin if there are any others available?" The attendant hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Young master, please wait. I will go ask." He did not dare to be negligent, as it was clear to any observant eye that this brother had a favorable relationship with the princess, and offending him would be unwise. After relaying Baija's request, Kinziuan consulted the horse grounds caretaker and indeed discovered that there was still one horse available. "Then go fetch it and show it to Brother Bai. Let us see if it meets his approval," Kinziuan instructed the rather aged horseman. However, the horseman hesitated, finally speaking, "My lord, while this horse is a rare find, it has unfortunately fallen ill, making even standing a challenge, let alone riding it." Standing nearby, Baija, who had been listening intently, stepped forward without hesitation and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Your Majesty, Lord Akin, I, a humble commoner, am willing to give it a try. Perhaps I can save this horse." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yun expressed his surprise. Does the valiant Bai possess the skill to treat horses? The elderly horse caretaker, skeptical, observed him with uncertainty. However, he understood that the horse had little time left, and if it could be healed, it would indeed be a stroke of fate. "Brother, since it's a horse afflicted with a strange illness, we might as well treat a dying horse as if it were alive." Though Shangwan Mushiwe felt a pang of doubt, she was also intrigued by Baija's calm demeanor, unsure of what he was truly scheming. Shangwan Yun nodded and instructed the horse caretaker, "Fetch the horse for Baija to examine. Let us see if there is hope for its revival." The caretaker, momentarily taken aback, bowed and went to retrieve the horse. In a short while, a frail white horse was brought forth, carried by several soldiers. Despite its bony limbs, the horse's pristine white coat was striking and endearing. "How beautiful!" Shangwan Mushiwe exclaimed, her face lighting up as she approached to touch the soft fur. The caretaker, startled, quickly intervened, saying, "Your Highness, though this horse appears to be on the brink of death, it is quite stubborn. Even in its weakened state, it will not allow anyone to touch it, let alone ride it." This statement caused Shangwan Mushiwe to hesitate, withdrawing her outstretched hand in embarrassment. Shurgandan stepped forward, pointing at the soldiers who were carrying the horse, and remarked, "The elder's words seem somewhat exaggerated. If the horse is indeed so fierce, why are those carrying it unharmed?" "To be honest, Your Highness," the caretaker responded after a moment's hesitation, "this agreement was made between me and the horse. It permitted this, but riding it is absolutely out of the question." "Who are you trying to fool?" He Xingyun said sarcastically, "If you understand the language of horses, I might as well eat its dung here. Having traversed the world for many years, he had seen much and knew that no one could comprehend the language of horses, as this comment echoed through the crowd. Many exchanged bewildered glances, feeling the old man was merely boasting. Baija scrutinized the caretaker, noticing the bubbles above his head, and felt a stirring within. Horse language, 15. Equestrian skills, 76, with a newfound attribute of horse language. Baija approached the ailing horse, gesturing toward it with his lips. The snow-white horse snorted in response, as if acknowledging him. Goodness, it appears to be suffering from anorexia. No wonder it is as emaciated as a skeleton. After deciphering its plight, Baija hesitated before addressing Shangwan Mushua. Your Highness, do you have a dagger I could borrow? His words immediately drew everyone's attention, and Shangwan Mushua, perplexed, retrieved a dagger from her storage space and handed it to him. Asking, what do you intend to do? Nothing much. It says it is hungry and desires a bit of blood, Baija replied calmly, his demeanor giving off an air of eccentricity. Shurgandang burst into laughter. Turning to Shangwan Yun, Baija has offended your Majesty's majesty by openly deceiving you. Such behavior is utterly unforgivable. Moments ago, the horse caretaker claimed to understand the language of horses, and now Baija's absurd declaration only seemed to further bolster that claim. Does the horse really drink blood? This notion seemed ludicrous to all present. The caretaker, taken aback, asked excitedly, do you also understand the language of horses? Baija regarded him silently for a moment, realizing that the attributes he had absorbed from the caretaker seemed to give him an unexpected understanding. After a brief pause, he shook his head. Given its emaciated state, it is obviously starving that if we let it drink some blood, it should help. Preposterous, Shangwan Yun exclaimed, rising with indignation. Do you think this is a place for such ridiculous claims? Even if you can converse with horses, have you ever heard of hunger being cured by drinking human blood? Seeing Shangwan Yun's displeasure, Shurgandang felt a surge of satisfaction and quickly added, Your Majesty, this man is nothing but a scoundrel, spouting nonsensical words that bring disgrace to our great nation. Sparing him would only serve to fuel our resentment. Shangwan Mushua furrowed her brow, uncertain of how to respond. How did he come up with such ideas? Could it be that he truly understands the language of horses? Baija, knowing that actions speak louder than words, remained silent, in the astonished gazes of those present. He addressed the feeble horse. Brother, if you stand up, I will give you some blood to drink. Before anyone could mock Baija, the horse, as if comprehending his words, let out a snort and, despite its struggles, managed to rise to its feet. Incredible, the horse caretaker exclaimed, astonished. After conversing with it for days on end, I could not make it stand, yet with just a single phrase from you, it rises. Truly extraordinary. Baija awkwardly rubbed his nose, astonished that utilizing the caretaker's attribute had yielded a more remarkable result than he himself could have achieved. Though the horse remained gaunt, its inherent grace could not be concealed. It was indeed a magnificent steed. Shurgandang's face turned pale with disbelief. Xingyin looked as though he had seen a ghost, his eyes dark and hostile as he glared at Baija. Do you really understand the language of horses? Shangwan Mushua jumped down from the steps, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Baija. After 10 years of cultivation, she had never heard of anyone being able to communicate with animals. Baija nodded, gripping the dagger, ready to make an incision for blood. If not, I shall offer mine, Shangwan Mushua said softly, biting her lip. You have just recovered from severe illness. Your vitality is still low, and you want to bleed. Her concern was palpable. Baija felt warmth spread through him, and before she could react, he swiftly pierced her fingertip, collecting a drop of her precious blood, and merrily made his way to the horse. This sudden action caught Shangwan Mushua off guard. She stared at the small cut on her finger and puffed her cheeks in indignation. You, Baija, dared to deceive me. Initially, Baija had intended to request Shangwan Mushua's blood, but had found it difficult to voice. When she offered, he felt no hesitation in accepting a pure thunder body. Shangwan Mushua's blood was a potent elixir, balanced in yin and yang due to her being a woman. Baija presented the blood to the horse, allowing it to lick the drop away. Feeling the horse's tongue against his fingertip, he smiled. I have procured this nourishment for you. It should help alleviate your anorexia. The horse, accustomed to ordinary fodder, had grown weary of it. Now, With a taste of the precious blood, its vitality began to return, though its appearance remained unchanged. The horse stomped its front hooves and let out a loud snort, lifting its proud head to face the onlookers. Throughout history, had anyone ever heard of a horse consuming blood? Yet, the formerly ailing horse had undergone a miraculous transformation merely by tasting a drop of Shangguan Mushua's blood. How could one explain such a phenomenon? Ahem, it seems that Baizha has chosen his steed. Let the competition commence, Qinzuan remarked, observing the stunned expressions of the crowd. Seeing the horse standing, Shangguan Mushua felt a surge of excitement and reached out to stroke its warm, fluffy white coat. Perhaps due to having consumed her blood, the horse was exceptionally docile, exhibiting no signs of aggression. Instead, it nuzzled against her, causing her neck to itch. "Ha! Please stop! Please stop!" Shangguan Mushua laughed heartily, finally managing to push the horse away. She turned to Baizha with a smile. "This horse is so spirited. It knows how to charm me." Baizha clicked his tongue, thinking disdainfully, if you could see its attributes, you would be even more astonished. Speed, 96. Strength, 90. Constitution, 92. Spirit, 99. The attributes displayed in the bubbles were more impressive than anything Baizha had previously encountered. He attempted to absorb them, but found himself unable to move. At that moment, he began to suspect that this horse had transformed into a magical beast. With such extraordinary attributes, having this horse as his companion filled Baizha with a sense of triumph. Shangguan Mushua, in high spirits, declared, "You must win," before returning to her seat to watch the competition unfold. Shigandang, observing intently, snorted and led his own horse forward, sneering at the dazed Baizha. No matter how divine a steed may be, it is of no use if its rider is incompetent. From a young age, he has been trained in martial arts, mastering the art of horsemanship, effortlessly executing archery while astride. Unbeknownst to him, Shigandang had donned his armor, with bow and arrows prepared, grasping a silver-white spear that complemented his gleaming white armor, creating a striking appearance. Meanwhile, Baizha felt a twinge of unease, stroking the horse's mane and murmuring, "Look at that lad, so arrogant, his skills are commendable, and his steed is exceptional. Is there any way we can make him stumble?" To his surprise, the horse let out a soft grunt and nudged him gently, the force behind the push surprisingly strong. Fortunately, Baizha's accumulated strength held firm. Otherwise, anyone else would have toppled over, creating a spectacle. Astonished, Baizha exclaimed, "What on earth are you?" The strength of that push rivaled his own, and he pondered how he had amassed such considerable strength. Yet this horse seemed even more formidable. It ignited a longing within Baizha. Were it possible to harness its attributes, he would not hesitate. However, he knew he must rely on it to regain control of the situation. Shangguan Mushua, observing Baizha mount the white horse, sensed something was amiss. It was only upon seeing Shigandang that she realized they were lacking weapons. A spark of inspiration struck her as she grasped Lei Yuan, elegantly waving it with 2 fingers, exclaiming, "Catch!" Lei Yuan flew from her hand, landing steadily in Baizha's grasp. Though it lacked a hint of spirit, Lei Yuan was indeed a legendary weapon, its sharpness unparalleled by ordinary arms. Unfair, Shigandang fumed upon witnessing Lei Yuan in Baizha's possession, his frustration evident as he glared at Shangguan Yun. "Your Majesty, this Lei Yuan is a divine weapon from the sword cannon, while the rest of us wield mere ordinary arms. How can we compete?" The disparity in weaponry was vast. Even with exceptional horsemanship, he could only flee, left with no means to retaliate. Noticing his sister's actions and hearing Shigandang's words, Shangguan Yun, feeling helpless, quickly signaled to Qinzuan, urging him to resolve the matter. "Your Highness, please remain calm. All weapons are chosen if none can select their own. Shall we all use military arms?" Qinzuan hesitated but ultimately proposed this solution, suggesting they all use common weapons, which would leave no room for dispute. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Li Jianxian, who had remained silent, coldly stated, "This sword has accompanied me since childhood, never leaving my side." The implication was crystal clear. He was unwilling to change his weapon. Zuling and Hexinjian exchanged glances, declaring in unison, "Commoners carry their own weapons." And so it is. Now, for the 5 refused to change their weapons, which only served to infuriate Shigandang, who grumbled resentfully, "Had I known, I would have brought my father's divine weapon." Unable to counter this logic, he begrudgingly acquiesced. Thus, Baizha, unarmored and wielding Lei Yuan, mounted on the white horse, stood at the eastern side of the arena. The five formed a circle, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters, waiting for Qin Ziyuan's command to commence the first bout. The first match begins, with Qin Ziyuan's words. Zuling, Hexinjian, and Shigandang charged towards Baizha in unison, forming a triangular formation to block his escape. How despicable! Shangwan Mushua watched in worry, never anticipating that the three would target Baizha from the outset, aiming to eliminate a competitor first. Only Li Jianxian remained mounted, calmly observing the unfolding scene. That I may be one, but you are truly dogs. Baizha spat at the approaching trio, patting the horse's mane and saying, "Let them witness what a divine steed can do." As soon as his words fell, the three were upon him, blades and spears aimed at Baizha. In a critical moment, the white horse reared, whinnying loudly, and with a powerful thrust of its front hooves. It managed to deflect all three weapons. Seizing the opportunity, the horse propelled itself forward, swiftly maneuvering behind them. That be why the time the trio regained their bearings, neither Baizha nor the white horse was anywhere to be seen. An astonishing speed that was truly rare. Shigandang swallowed hard, feeling a bitter pang. This horse is extraordinary. Its speed is unmatched. It had even eluded his peripheral vision, a testament to its swiftness. Watching from the sidelines, Shangwan Yun and Qin Ziyuan wore expressions of astonishment. This horse was indeed remarkably fast. Meanwhile, Shangwan Mushua beamed with delight. Only Li Jianxian maintained his serene demeanor, as if he had anticipated all of this. "Haha, even if all three of you come at me, I fear nothing." The confidence bestowed upon Baizha by the white horse was invigorating. He need not lift a finger, for now was not the time for restraint. His proclamation provoked the trio's ire, with Hexinjian, in a fit of anger, dismounting and brandishing his sword, coldly declaring, "Boy, let me show you what the cloud somersault is," with those words to the astonishment of the onlookers. Hexinjian, who had been dozens of meters away merely moments before, suddenly appeared before Baizha, his sword poised to strike. Baizha's gaze turned icy. This man's speed was likely at the pinnacle of human capability. Yet he had underestimated the prowess of the white horse. This creature was not of this world. Hexinjian, moving with incredible speed, was nearly invisible to the naked eye, reveling in the thought of knocking Baizha from his steed, believing it would earn him the princess's favor. However, he had gravely underestimated Baizha, and even more so, the magnificent white horse beneath him. With a grunt, the horse emitted a deep, resonant sound, its front hooves shifting slightly, astonishingly evading the strike. In Hexinjian's astonished gaze, a powerful kick sent him sprawling to the ground. Silence enveloped the arena. Baizha had not even lifted a finger. The horse alone had dispatched one opponent. Shangwan Yun's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as he laughed. "I never expected this to be a divine steed. Indeed, it knows how to please me. After all, it possesses considerable spirit," Shangwan Mushua chimed in, her face aglow with joy. The situation unfolded so smoothly that she was elated. Only Qin Ziyuan scratched his nose, inwardly muttering, "He dismounted and lost. What more needs to be said? I wonder if this fellow is a fool." Unable to grasp the rules, he felt a wave of helplessness. With one opponent dispatched, Baizha turned his gaze towards the burly Zuling, patting the white horse's head and advising, "The horse he rides lacks spirit and is overly timid. The outcome now rests on you." The white horse blinked, appearing to understand. Baizha, without drawing Lei Yuan, engaged with the sword casing, slapping the horse's flank. The steed surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. With a whoosh, they swiftly reached Zuling, where Baizha feigned a horizontal thrust. In a moment of panic, Zuling instinctively raised his blade to block, simultaneously clamping his legs against the horse's belly. However, the anticipated strike from Lei Yuan never came. Instead, the horse beneath him inexplicably grew agitated, rearing its front hooves and stamping the ground, lifting its hindquarters. Despite Zuling's tight grip, he lost his balance and was unceremoniously thrown off, rolling across the ground. "General Zhu, I concede," Baizha retracted Lei Yuan, chuckling as he regarded the fallen Zuling. Realizing he had lost his chance, Zuling, though irked and believing it was the horse's misstep rather than his own failing, accepted defeat with a sour expression and departed. Thus, the encirclement by the three was shattered in less than a minute, leaving only Shigandang, clad in armor and wielding a spear, staring at Baija. Relying on external strength is no true skill. Shigandang observed keenly, recognizing that the white horse had played a pivotal role in overcoming both Zuling and Hexinjian, while Baija himself had exerted no effort. Baija, ignoring him, smiled. It seems the prince wishes to witness my prowess. Very well. With that, he swiftly drew Lei Yuan, grinning at Shigandang. Shigandang's anger flared. This fellow was utterly shameless, attempting to subdue him with a divine weapon while claiming to demonstrate his strength. He had seen arrogance before, but never to this extent. What? Is the prince afraid? Baija did not initiate an attack, merely holding Lei Yuan with a knowing gaze. With Lei Yuan drawn, his ordinary weapon became inconsequential. However, Shigandang remained obstinate, gritting his teeth and charging forward, legs squeezing the horse tightly as he brandished his spear. This man displayed considerable horsemanship, skillfully avoiding Baija's Lei Yuan while targeting the white horse. Hoping to inflict pain upon it and unseat Baija, such a strategy could lead to victory. Alas, he was not contending with ordinary individuals. This white horse would not yield as he wished. Each time he attempted to strike, he would deftly sidestep, causing Gandan to seethe with frustration, convinced that this was no mere human skill. Seizing the opportunity amidst his ire, Baija took aim with his long spear. In a flash of lightning, he cleaved the finely forged weapon in two. Gandan, glancing at the iron rod in his hand, felt a surge of panic and quickly turned his horse to flee. Fearing that if the blow were to land upon him, he would surely be split in half. Alas, the white horse was remarkably swift, delivering a powerful kick that toppled his steed, forcing the off-balance Gandan to instinctively roll away from the impending weight of the horse. "My apologies, your highness, but you have lost," Baija remarked, reining in his white horse and gazing down at the fallen Gandan. Gritting his teeth, Gandan felt the sting of his previous taunts reverberate painfully in his mind, and he was loath to accept this defeat. What skill is it to rely on divine weapons and steeds? He thought to himself, convinced that had the circumstances been equal, it would undoubtedly have been Baija who faltered. Baija, unfazed by Gandan's fury, cast a dismissive glance his way and brazenly declared, "Indeed, I possess divine weapons and a divine steed. What will you do about it? If you have the capability, why not procure your own?" With that, he patted his horse and turned away. The white horse regarded the furious Gandan with a look of disdain in its eyes before trotting off, leaving him seething. A prince of the realm. Gandan had been accustomed to a life of luxury and comfort, and such humiliation was intolerable. He nearly erupted with rage. "You shall pay for this." Baija approached Li Jianxian, his expression growing more serious. "I sense danger emanating from you." Despite having lost his cultivation, Baija had previously attained a foundational level of skill, augmented by the sword intent and martial techniques he had acquired. He was no ordinary foe, yet before him stood Li Jianxian, exuding the aura of a drawn sword, cold and lethal, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with deadly precision. Jianxian remained composed, arms crossed over his chest, the ordinary sword resting silently in his grasp, not a word escaping his lips. "Now that it is merely you and I, why not exhibit our full capabilities so as not to squander a lifetime of learning?" Baija persisted, encouraging Li Jianxian to make the first move. However, Li Jianxian stood immobile, like a statue, not even uttering a single word. The atmosphere grew tense as the two men locked eyes in mutual scrutiny. Why do I feel like I'm superfluous here?" Shangwan Mushu amused, sensing an odd tension between the two. Shangwan Yunk, oblivious to this, scratched his head and remarked somewhat helplessly, "This isn't a viable way to proceed." Just as his words fell, Li Jianxian suddenly dismounted and, with an icy tone, declared, "I concede." This unexpected turn of events left the onlookers astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Not only were they shocked, but even Baija, facing Li Jianxian, found himself momentarily at a loss. The two had refrained from attacking due to their shared intention of adopting a defensive strategy, waiting for an opening to exploit. It was utterly unexpected that Li Jianxian would simply give up. "Thank you," Baija called after him, Hesitating before voicing his thoughts, he sensed that this individual bore him no ill will. That Jianxian did not halt, nor did he respond. The martial challenge consisted of 3 rounds, with 2 of those rounds being archery and equestrian skills. After a brief interlude, Bai Zhe and his companions reassembled in the expansive arena, where numerous archery targets were positioned at a distance of 100 meters, arranged in a 3-tiered fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, the second round of this martial contest will focus on archery. The bows and arrows employed by the 5 participants had been prearranged and sourced from the military camp. Zhu Ling, confident in his archery skills, stepped forth first, grasping his bow and, in one fluid motion, nocking an arrow, drawing back the string, and taking aim, he released a volley of 10 arrows. Remarkably, only 1 arrow failed to strike the bullseye. A feat indeed commendable. The crowd marveled at Zhu Ling's prowess. Bai Zhe busily collected the swirling orbs of archery, intent hovering above the heads of his companions, quickly amassing several, allowing him to discern the targets more clearly. He Huan, lacking in archery skill, fared poorly, with 4 arrows missing the target entirely and 5 veering off course, leaving him with just 1 arrow that fortuitously struck the bullseye. Such dismal results paled in comparison to Zhu Ling's. Then came Shi Gandan, striding confidently with his iron bow, casting a sideways glance at Bai Zhe as he passed, a smirk of condescension gracing his lips as he anticipated Bai Zhe's inevitable failure. Akin to Huan's performance, in response to his provocation, Bai Zhe remained unfazed, coolly retorting, "You are but a vanquished foe." The 4 words pierced Shi Gandan's pride like daggers, nearly causing him to stumble. Regaining his composure, he clenched his fists in anger, declaring, "Prepare to witness my archery skills." Shi Gandan positioned himself at the shooting line, bowing respectfully to the Shangguan siblings before executing a graceful somersault, drawing his bow mid-air and releasing an arrow that struck the bullseye with a resounding thud. As he landed, the crowd erupted in astonishment at his remarkable archery. "Excellent marksmanship," Shangguan Yang couldn't help but exclaim. But before he could finish, Shi Gandan, stepping on the bowstring and biting the arrow's feather, unleashed a series of arrows in a bold and audacious manner. Each arrow flew from the bow with pinpoint accuracy, striking the bullseye, the pristine white feathers quivering in the air. This display of archery left Shangguan Yang awestruck, yet he couldn't help but applaud. "Impressive. Shi Gandan's archery is unparalleled." As Shi Gandan regained his composure, he shot a glare at Bai Zhe, wielding his bow in one hand and an arrow in the other, employing a throwing technique to release an arrow that, against all odds, found its mark. The arena fell into a stunned silence until, after a moment, Shangguan Yang and Qin Ziyuan led the applause, acknowledging Shi Gandan's superior skill. Only Bai Zhe and Li Jianxian remained unruffled, exuding an air of detachment. Shi Gandan unleashed 10 arrows, each one striking the bullseye without a hint of deviation. After completing his round, he strode towards the stage, casting a challenging glance at Bai Zhe, as if to say, "Now that you lack divine weapons, let us see how you fare against me." Yet Bai Zhe remained silent, gripping his iron bow, retrieving 3 arrows, and with a focused gaze, he knocked all 3 arrows simultaneously, drawing the string into a crescent shape, poised to unleash them. The spectators gasped. Is he truly attempting to shoot 3 arrows at once? Can he possibly hit the bullseye with all of them? A single miss, and he forfeits. Shi Gandan was momentarily taken aback. He had considered firing 3 arrows simultaneously, but the precision required to control them was exceedingly challenging, necessitating an exceptional level of skill to avoid missing the target. All show and no substance. I shall see how you embarrass yourself." Shi Gandan scoffed, awaiting Bai Zhe's blunder. A glint of determination flashed in Bai Zhe's eyes. He released the bowstring, and an astonishing scene unfolded. Upon releasing the 3 arrows, he immediately drew back and shot 2 more arrows, the force behind the bowstring surpassing that of his previous shots, that in an extraordinary twist, the 2 newly released arrows veered off course, miraculously aligning with the targets, as all 5 arrows struck the bullseye in perfect unison. What even Shi Gandan struggled to comprehend the feat. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Am I dreaming? Is such archery even possible?" Even more astonishing was the fact that this prodigious talent belonged to a mere 16-year-old, a young genius, a prodigious talent. Shangwan Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded Bai Zhe, overwhelmed by this remarkable skill. Shangwan Mushua, however, merely rolled her eyes, unimpressed. It's just archery. I can shoot a multitude of arrows and hit a single target simultaneously. Her claim was indeed a reflection of the abilities expected from a practitioner of her caliber. Li Jianxian furrowed his brow, puzzled by how Bai Zhe had managed to release the arrows in such a manner, defying logic. Without pausing, Bai Zhe mounted his white horse, galloping back and forth as he shot arrows in rapid succession. The 5 arrows released within a single breath, forming a seamless line in the air, all striking the same target. The first arrow pierced through the subsequent ones, hitting the bullseye, leaving only one arrow lodged firmly in the target. While the others shattered upon impact, as Bai Zhe completed this astounding display, he approached the stage amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Bowing with both hands, he humbly declared, "I have not disgraced my mission. All 10 arrows have found their mark." His words, though modest, were accompanied by a slight smile that betrayed his true feelings of triumph. "Excellent, excellent, truly worthy of being the royal sister's favored consort, possessing such capabilities. He is well suited for my sister," Shangwan Yang exclaimed joyfully. In response, Shangwan Mushua shot him an exasperated glare. Stepping forward to address the crowd, she haughtily declared, "My husband shall undoubtedly be the strongest person in this world. None of these contenders are worthy of my attention." A.S., the direct disciple of the palace master of Shenshao Palace. Her words left no room for rebuttal. Bai Zhe, stripped of his cultivation, met Shangwan Mushua's piercing gaze with calm resolve and solemnly proclaimed, "Then I shall strive to become the strongest individual." Though the words were uttered softly, they bore a shock greater than that of Shangwan Mushua's. Even Li Jianxian, who had always maintained an air of indifference, was momentarily taken aback, a hint of a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Such bravado, unaccompanied by substance, was indeed audacious. A mere wastrel, incapable of cultivation, dared to covet the beauty of a princess, as Shigandang observed by just stealing the limelight. He felt the chasm between them widening, only to be taken aback when this fellow dug his own grave, prompting him to unleash a sarcastic remark. The atmosphere grew awkward, with the crowd at a loss for words. Shangwan Mushua was so consumed by Bai Zhe's statement that she momentarily failed to register Shigandang's words. "Ahem, Li Jianxian, you're the only one yet to shoot an arrow. Would you care to give it a try?" Qiguan broke the tension with a light cough, standing with sword in hand. Li Jianxian nodded and stated, "I require but a single strike." A great question mark appeared in their minds. Why would one shoot but a single arrow when 10 were at hand? Before they could process this, Li Jianxian, without retrieving an arrow, brought his fingers together and traced a circle before his chest, summoning countless sword shadows composed of spiritual energy that materialized before him. With a focused frown, Li Jianxian propelled the sword shadows forth, shattering all targets present in an instant, reducing the wooden targets to mere splinters, the once vibrant red centers now non-existent. "You are a sword cultivator." As astonishment swept through the crowd, Shangwan Mushua stepped forward, raising her right hand high as the thunder abyss in Bai Zhe's embrace soared into her delicate grasp. In that moment, her gaze fixated intently on Li Jianxian, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar brilliance, a mixture of excitement and fervor. On the Qingyun continent, there existed an unwritten agreement. Those who had surpassed the golden body realm in cultivation were forbidden from appearing in the mundane world. Since the inception of this unspoken rule, cultivators had become a rare sight across the vast territories of the 9 provinces. However, 30 years ago, the emergence of lower-tier cultivators and even entire lower-tier families became frequent, with the Liu and Song families of Jinsha Town, where Bai Zhe resided, being prime examples. This shift rendered the mundane world far from its former tranquility, as hidden currents surged beneath the surface, hinting at a tumultuous landscape. Li Jianxian no longer concealed his identity and stepped forward, declaring, "From the Shushan sword sect of Liangzhou, I am Li Jianxian, here to meet the esteemed first disciple of the Shenshao Palace." Miss Shangwan, he did not acknowledge her as the princess of the Great Jin, but rather addressed her by her title as the first disciple of the Shunshao Palace. It was evident that, in the eyes of these cultivators, the diminutive nation of the Great Jin was scarcely worthy of consideration. Shangguan Yun's gaze turned icy. Though his heart harbored resentment, he felt powerless. Cultivators had always held themselves in high regard, looking down upon the realms of mortals, where no formidable masters resided. The Shushan sword sect. Shangguan Mushue's brow furrowed slightly. She had not anticipated encountering someone from the Shushan sword sect during a mere assessment. Was this a coincidence or a deliberate act? Li Jianxian stepped forward, neither humble nor arrogant, and stated, "Indeed, the sword immortal represents only the Shushan sword sect, not the Shuwa. There is no need for everyone to be so tense." Currently, nations across various states have begun to engage with the martial forces within their territories, some even providing support to nations and secretly dispatching cultivators. Let us dispense with the pleasantries, regardless of your origin. First receive my sword. Shangguan Mushua huffed, incensed by the sudden appearance of someone from the Shushan sword sect within the Great Jin's royal court. With her hands forming a sword seal, she intertwined her fingers, revealing the formation of the Big Dipper sword array. With a determined exhalation, she proclaimed, "Divine beings, heed my call. Lead the way through the 9 heavens, and let the heavenly thunder descend upon us." As her words fell, divine thunder rained down, aimed directly at Li Jianxian's position. Not one to be outdone, he brandished his sword with one hand, his internal spiritual energy surging forth, manifesting as waves of sword chi surrounding him. With his precious sword at the center, poised to strike against the descending thunder, thousands of sword chi clashed with the divine lightning, erupting in the air, coalescing into a mushroom cloud. Nevertheless, the divine thunder still descended, and the considerably weakened bolts were easily evaded by Li Jianxian. Before he could catch his breath, another bolt of divine thunder descended, and Li Jianxian's expression shifted in alarm. He dared not confront it head-on. With his feet crossed and his movements agile, he deftly avoided the divine lightning, skillfully dodging a total of 6 strikes, aligning perfectly with the initial one, forming a pattern akin to the Big Dipper. Gazing at the 7 deep craters left in the ground, Li Jianxian inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Shangguan Mushua, saying with such martial prowess, "Miss Shangguan, there is surely no petty thief who would dare to challenge you on this journey. Why then must we engage in this contest?" Shangguan Mushua clicked her tongue, thinking to herself how little he understood. This contest was not merely for selecting a guardian. Mastery of martial arts was only a means of self-defense, and she still required his assistance in forging an alliance with the Jin Kingdom to protect the Great Jin. However, she could not voice these sentiments. Such matters were of national importance. Shangguan Yun's eyes widened as he surveyed the 7 craters on the ground, swallowing hard as his heart trembled, muttering, "In this world, such power still exists." He recalled that the Great Jin possessed a master at the pinnacle of perfection. He wondered what the scene would be like if that individual were to engage in battle. "Ahem, Li Jianxian. Is it?" Shangguan Yun, having witnessed the clash, forced himself to remain calm and declared, "There is no need for further competition. I see that your strength surpasses that of the 4 others. Would you be willing to escort my royal sister to the Jin Kingdom?" Before Li Jianxian could respond, Shangguan Mushu interjected, "I refuse." She pointed at Li Jianxian, asserting, "He cannot defeat me. What right does he have to protect me?" The 5 participants were momentarily taken aback, each harboring the same thought. Who could possibly defeat her? Was this martial trial not merely to gauge one's ability to protect oneself? "Ahem, Your Majesty, Princess, how about this? I propose a question to see how the others respond, and based on their answers, we can decide who accompanies the princess." Kan Ziyuan, sensing the situation spiraling out of control and knowing Shangguan Mushua's temperament, hastily stepped in to mediate. If this continued, who would qualify to accompany her to the Jin Kingdom? Sending her alone would jeopardize the crucial alliance with the Jin Kingdom. Given her disposition, such a task would clearly be arduous. Shangguan Yun nodded, and He Xingyun and the others had no objections, especially since they had been at a disadvantage during the earlier equestrian and archery contests. If there was a chance to stand on equal footing again, why would they refuse? The question was straightforward. What strategies can be employed to forge an alliance between the formidable Jin Kingdom and our Great Jin? As soon as the words were spoken, Shigandang's face lit up with delight, and he boldly declared, "It's simple. Just agree to my marriage with Mushua, and I guarantee my father will ally with the great Jin." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Mushua shot him a fierce glare, scoffing, "How naive." The others pretended not to hear Shigandang's words. If it were truly that simple, why hold a contest at all? Zulingshi pondered for a moment, scratching his head in frustration. "Your Majesty, Princess, I, Zulingshi, am but a simple man. I know nothing of diplomatic relations between nations. That I only understand that if war breaks out, I shall be the first to charge into battle. Loyalty is commendable, warrior Zulingshi. We shall require your service to the nation when the time comes." Kinziyuan's eyes narrowed, a gentle smile gracing his lips, though his mind was already devising a plan. Thus, only He Xingyun, Bai Zhe, and Li Jianxian remained. Li Jianxian, bound by the taboos of martial cultivators, could not speak of national affairs, and thus remained silent. He Xingyun, being a mere rogue of the rivers and lakes, was no match for Zulingshi in terms of strategy, and, as expected, he suggested, "It is simple. Offer rare treasures and cede territory to show fealty." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yun's fury ignited, and he slammed his palm on the dragon throne, exclaiming, "Seize this traitorous scoundrel at once." He Xingyun panicked, realizing he had inadvertently offended the imperial authority. His hopes of gaining some merit and a good reputation evaporated, and preserving his life became paramount. Without a second thought, he summoned all his strength and vanished from sight in an instant. "There is no need for you to be angry, Your Highness. He is merely a rogue of the rivers and lakes. There is no need to take offense that she spoke. She found it peculiar that Kinziyuan would invite such a person to participate in the assessment." Kinziyuan fell helpless. How could he highlight Baiji's prowess without finding some inept individuals? He never anticipated that he would encounter a sword immortal and inadvertently involve a prince from the Jin kingdom. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Kinziyuan turned his gaze to Baizhi, his expression filled with anticipation, silently pondering. "You are the one the princess has her eye on. I wonder what your abilities truly entail." Shigandang chuckled coldly, watching with keen interest, eager to see what earth-shattering declarations Baizhi would make, intending to have his father reject them later. Under the scrutiny of those present, Baizhi contemplated for a moment before stepping forward, proclaiming, "Historically, weak nations have no diplomacy." This declaration struck Shangwan Yun like a thunderbolt, his expression falling. The decline of the great Jin had been predetermined 30 years prior. Meanwhile, Kinzian nodded subtly, his ears perked up, listening intently for Baizhi's next words. Forge an alliance with the powerful Jin kingdom of Jingzhou. I believe it would be wiser to establish a mutual defense alliance with the Ming kingdom of Jingzhou. After all, the two nations share similar circumstances in terms of environment and national strength. Baizhi pondered for a moment before retrieving the meticulously prepared map of the 9 provinces from his pocket. Without waiting for the visibly perturbed Shigandang to interject, he pointed to the convergence of the Tang dynasty, the Jin dynasty, and the Jin state at Wansheng, boldly asserting, "This location is the nexus of the 3 kingdoms, possessing an exceedingly unique geographical significance." Turning to face Shangwan Yun and Kanziyuan, he confidently inquired, "Might I ask, Your Majesty and Lord Kan, what would you think of offering this city to the Jin dynasty in the hopes of forging an alliance?" His thoughts mirrored those of Xinyan from earlier. For a weaker nation to ally with a stronger one, mere words would not suffice. Both Shangwan Yun and Kinziyuan were astute individuals, quickly grasping Baizhi's implication that a mere Wansheng could secure an alliance with the Jin state. Shangwan Yun tentatively queried. Baizhi did not respond directly. Instead, he recited a cryptic rhyme. "In the 9 yuan ding, the earth and sky unite. Through 16 rivers they flowed, in gold. There lies aggression, while in wood salvation is sought. Water and fire show no mercy. On the yellow earth, the vast sea is honored. If one could obtain a weight or two, they could traverse 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers." Upon hearing this nursery rhyme, the expressions of both Shangwan Yun and Kinziyuan shifted dramatically. Discussions regarding the 9 provinces Yuan Ding, though rampant in rumor, were strictly forbidden between nations that it is already time for lunch. You, swiftly escort Prince Shi and the esteemed guest to dine, Qin stated, glancing up at the blazing sun. Shi Gondang and the others were left bewildered, though Li Jianxian seemed to grasp part of the situation. However, he had not come for such treasures. He would defer all discussions until he could meet with Shangwan Muxue in private. Thus, they all exited the horse arena, leaving behind the Shangwan siblings, Qin. And by do you have any proposals to facilitate an alliance between the Jin dynasty and us? Speak swiftly. Shangwan Yun, impatient after their departure, inquired, momentarily forgetting to refer to himself as I. Baizhi shook his head, reiterating, a weak nation possesses no diplomatic power. For Jin to ally with us, it is imperative that the Jin dynasty produces a formidable figure of extraordinary prowess. His gaze lingered on Shangwan Muxue as he solemnly declared. Currently, the Jin state is weak and lacks sufficient troops, with less than 100,000 soldiers and merely 3 counties under its control, while high-ranking martial artists are exceedingly rare. He then turned to Shangwan Yun and stated gravely, "Pray tell, Your Majesty, what reason would the Jin state, with nearly 100,000 troops and occupying a significant portion of Jingzhou, have to condescend to ally with a Jin state that is so feeble?" His words rendered Shangwan Yun and Qin speechless. The plight of the Jin state was indeed dire. Do not bolster the confidence of others while diminishing your own prestige. If they are truly so formidable, why do they not dare to attack now? Shangwan Muxue retorted, unable to tolerate Baizhi's exposing of the Jin state's vulnerabilities. Baizhi sighed with a wry smile and shook his head. Were it not for the presence of a pinnacle expert in the palace, and considering that your highness resides in the Divine Sky Palace, the 3rd largest sect of the 9 provinces with disciples spread across several states, the Jin state would have likely been trampled by the iron steeds of the Tang and Jin dynasties long ago. Shangwan Muxue attempted to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Turning away with a cold huff, refusing to look at him any longer, "We are well aware of these matters. His Majesty did not summon you to criticize the Jin state," Qin interjected, his eyes widening, revealing a flicker of something unknown within. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Muxue swiftly turned her gaze to Baizhi and retorted, "Indeed, you were called here to devise a solution, not to criticize my royal brother." Shangwan Yin nearly stumbled, nearly fainting at the implication. How have I become the target of criticism? Is all that ails the Jin state my doing? Was it not in this state when I took over? It was rather straightforward. 8 words. Baizhi extended his right hand, forming the shape of the number 8, and smiled. Forge alliances, recruit talent, and unite martial forces. Oh, what do these 8 words mean? Shangwan Yun, intrigue, asked. Baizhi stepped sideways, explaining, the forge refers to forming alliances, not only with the Jin dynasty, but also with the Wu and even the Qin. This statement left the 3 puzzled. While forming an alliance with Wu, located in Yangzhou, seemed reasonable, given that it occupied half of Yangzhou's territory and lay directly across the river from the Jin state. The notion of allying with the Qin, so far away in Yangzhou, seemed meaningless. An alliance with the Qin is indeed essential. Baizhi perceived their confusion and elaborated. The Qin state in Yangzhou and the Shu kingdom in Liangzhou are colossal entities among the 16 kingdoms today. If the Jin state were to ally with them, surrounding nations would not dare to encroach upon the Jin, he continued, emphasizing, most importantly, this alliance must be an ironclad one. Without a firm treaty, the Qin's reputation may not suffice to deter the formidable Wu of Yangzhou or the Jin of Jingzhou. Only a solid alliance can instill a sense of trepidation in their military endeavors. Qin nodded thoughtfully, though his brow furrowed slightly. However, you are suggesting alliances with major states, contradicting your earlier statement that weak nations have no diplomacy. Why would these powerful nations wish to ally with us? He privately mused, could it be that they wish to extract concessions? Indeed, Baizhi nodded in agreement, before shaking his head, while opportunities may be scarce with other nations. The Jin state possesses unique advantages, and there is one person who can undoubtedly persuade the Qin emperor to ally with the Jin. Who? Both Shangwan's siblings queried in unison. The Divine Sky Palace's main hall is situated in the capital of Qin. Should an alliance with the Qin truly be feasible, Shangwan Muxue would be eager to see it happen, though she had never believed she could convince the Qin emperor. The Holy Mother Empress Dowager? Kenton hesitantly suggested, his eyes flickering with realization. Upon hearing the 5 words, Holy Mother Empress Dowager, Shangguan Mushiwe's expression darkened, overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion, while Shangguan Yun felt a jolt of surprise. Grappling with doubt. Does Mother possess such power? Baizha nodded earnestly. The Empress Dowager holds a noble status, being the elder sister of the current Qin Emperor. If she were willing to speak, it is highly likely that the Qin would consent to an ironclad alliance with the Jin. What do you mean by this? Qin Ziyuan questioned, his face etched with seriousness and confusion. Is there any familial loyalty left in the imperial family? Even if she is a sister, would any emperor be willing to prioritize family over national interests? This matter is best left for the Empress Dowager to address herself, he concluded. Just then, footsteps echoed from behind the stage. Though it was but a fleeting moment, the others heard it distinctly. Shangguan Mushiwe's face turned cold. She directed a surge of spiritual energy that instantly tore through the backdrop on stage, revealing Qin Wanyue. Clad in a pale white gown, her exquisite face displaying astonishment. Mother! Upon seeing Qin Wanyue, Shangguan Yun immediately stepped forward with Qin Ziyuan to pay their respects, exclaiming, Mother, why are you here? Qin Wanyue's gaze fixed upon Baizha, ultimately offering a wry smile and shaking her head. Your esteemed self is indeed talented, but Wanyue finds it impossible to remain content in this palace, destined to a life of solitude, since their chance encounter in the bamboo grove. Baizha's words had lingered in her mind. If you desire, the heavens and earth may be yours, that if you do not wish, even the land may become a prison. Contemplating her choices, she yearned to live for herself in her lifetime. As she was considering consulting Baizha, she learned of his participation in today's competition and, driven by curiosity, stealthily came to observe. Your Highness, it would be a grave waste of your talents to remain confined within the palace. Traveling through the 9 provinces would be far more beneficial for the Jin state. Baizha respectfully returned the gesture. He sensed that Qin Wanyue was no ordinary individual, having met her previously without any indication of her attributes. Yet he felt deeply that she must be a martial artist. Qin Wanyue paused, nodding slightly, her crystal-like eyes turning to Shangguan Yun as she asked, Yinner, what Baizha has suggested, your mother can indeed accomplish. But would you be willing to let me go? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yun trembled slightly. It was indeed a significant issue. The sole Holy Mother Empress Dowager of the Jin state being seen among the populace would result in immeasurable damage to the Jin's reputation. Furthermore, with unseen adversaries lurking, should Qin Wanyue be captured, how would the Jin state navigate such a predicament? Do not worry, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager has resided in the palace for so long, and she arrived in the Jin state at a young age. As the saying goes, a woman changes greatly by the age of 18. Even if the Empress Dowager were to appear in the Qin palace, few would recognize her, Baizha reassured him, having anticipated these concerns. Shangguan Mushiwe, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, Indeed, she has changed significantly since 4 years ago. 4 years prior. When Qin Wanyue married into the Jin, Shangguan Mushiwe had accompanied her on one occasion before returning to the Divine Sky Palace. Is that so? Shangguan Yun looked uncertainly at Kenton. This matter was crucial for the nation's integrity, and even he hesitated to make a decision lightly. Qin Ziyuan nodded, suggesting, if your Highness still fears the matter being exposed, perhaps let the Empress Dowager leave under an alias, allowing the palace to maintain that she remains there, while outside, she is merely another person. This idea has merit. I shall agree, in a state of apprehension that Shangguan Yun might disagree. Qin Wanyue hastily consented, seizing the rare opportunity to depart from the depths of the palace. She was unwilling to relinquish it. Nonetheless, Shangguan Yun remained indecisive, despite the significance of this matter concerning the alliance with the Great Qin. Qin Wanyue's exit from the palace also reflected the dignity of the Great Jin. Your Majesty, what do you think of this? Baizha discerned that Shangguan Yun required a firm push, thus he stepped forward and said, This time, I shall accompany the princess on her diplomatic mission to the Jin kingdom, that if we can forge an alliance with them, may I be allowed to accompany the Empress Dowager. Shangguan Yun cast a glance at Baizha, contemplating, if he truly succeeds in allying with the Great Jin, perhaps being by my mother's side could prove advantageous. After a moment's reflection, he readily agreed, Very well. If you can indeed facilitate an alliance between Qin and Great Qin, I consent to my mother meeting secretly with the Great Qin. Qin Wanyue's countenance brightened with joy as she exclaimed, Yinner, thank you. Although success had not yet been achieved, there was at least a glimmer of hope for her departure from the palace, which was akin to a beacon of light for her. Subsequently, Baizhi elaborated on his strategic vision for the nation, speaking from midday until sunset, his voice parched yet brimming with fervor. Even the onlookers, Qinzuan and Shangwan Yun, were visibly exhilarated. If your majesty can develop the country following my recommendations, given time, even if we only possess 3 commanderies, we could muster tens of thousands of troops to sweep through Yuzhou. And even the entirety of the 9 provinces. Baizhi accepted the water handed to him by Shangwan Mushue, his face tinged with a slight flush, though was uncertain whether it was due to the sunset's glow or his overwhelming excitement. These assertions had been the result of an entire night's contemplation. Having once been fond of reading alternate history military novels in his previous life, he naturally possessed considerable insight in this area, though he lacked familiarity with the current geography of Qingyun continent. Qinzhen, standing nearby, was exceptionally animated as he bowed and knelt, exclaiming, Your Majesty, all that Baizhi has articulated are excellent policies for governing the state, and must not be dismissed lightly. Should these be adopted, Great Qin shall surely regain its former glory. Once, Great Qin had dominantly occupied the eastern part of the continent, leaving the other nations breathless with indignation. Yet in just a few short decades, it had fallen to such a dire state, a lamentable fate for posterity. Which emperor does not aspire to revive their ancestral legacy? Shangwan Yun, though reigning during the decline of Great Qin, harbored grand ambitions of rejuvenating the realm and restoring its past splendor. Excellent. In his excitement, he stepped forward to clasp Baizhi's hand, saying warmly, Your efforts in forging an alliance with the Qin kingdom are most commendable. Perceiving the tremor in their clasp, Baizhi was momentarily taken aback, his heart filled with bittersweet amusement. He never anticipated that while others traversed realms to hone their martial skills and ascend through ranks, he would find himself embroiled in the intrigues of statecraft, leading to a moment of reflection. Yet he solemnly nodded, Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall not betray your trust. His mission also required him to devise a means to acquire the Liuli Golden Zune Lantern, which was vital for his martial ambitions, as he aspired to become the foremost master of the continent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the silhouettes of the sovereign and the commoner stretched long. Yet they appeared remarkably harmonious together. That very night, Shangwan Mushu busied herself in her chamber preparing for the journey. Accustomed to solitude, she had no maidservants attending to her, and, as she arranged her garments, a frown creased her brow. The more she pondered, the more unsettled she felt, prompting her to abandon her clothing and hasten to Baizhi's residence. She sought to inquire how he had come to know Qin Wanyue. She had observed their flirtatious exchanges at the horse grounds with keen awareness. Upon arriving at the Imperial Medical Institute, the attending young physician hurried to greet Shangwan Mushu. Is Baizhi present? She glanced around, peering into the dimly lit courtyard of the institute. Yes, he is in the back by the small pond. Princess, do you wish to see him? The young physician, clad in the distinctive attire of the institute, replied, and oh need. Continue your duties, Shangwan Mushue responded, her expression brightening as she swiftly vanished from sight. The young physician was left momentarily stunned, still hearing her voice while finding her absent. The night air was cool, imbued with a fragrance of medicinal herbs that wafted throughout the courtyard by the small pond. Baizhi sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, absorbing the ethereal energies of the universe. Your dantian is shattered. What are you sensing in the realm of spiritual energies? You cannot possibly gather them. A graceful figure appeared behind him, her lips parting with a hint of curiosity. Baizhi, without needing to open his eyes, recognized her. Such carefree disregard for others' feelings could only belong to Shangwan Mushue. Could you speak more subtly? Are you not just reiterating that I am useless? Baizhi retorted, feeling the four-quadrant ding within him absorbing the dual energies of yin and yang. Perhaps realizing her words were somewhat unkind, she felt a twinge of remorse but stubbornly countered. Did I say anything incorrect? Your approach is merely redundant. You would be better off contemplating how to repair your dantian. Baizhi's irritation grew. and he abruptly stood, turning to glare at her. His teeth gritted. Yes, yes, I am a useless individual. May I ask, Princess Shangwan, what brings you to seek out this useless person at such an ungodly hour? In that fleeting moment, Baizha found himself momentarily at a loss for words, incredulously staring at Shangwan Mushua. Are you perhaps feeling lonely, Your Highness? No longer the naive girl she once was. Shangwan Mushua could not help but retort, You rogue, who is feeling lonely? It is you who seems to be the one in need. With that, her gaze inadvertently flicked towards Baizha's lower body, causing him to stumble backward in alarm, nearly falling into the pond. He could hardly endure being scrutinized by a girl in such a manner and, covering himself, exclaimed, What exactly do you intend to do? He conceded defeat in that moment. With her victory, Shangwan Mushua's smirk broadened. That is more like it, that on this journey to the Jin Kingdom, you shall rely on this princess for protection. Baizha rolled his eyes in exasperation. Did you come here just to tell me that? After a brief pause, he added, If so, there is no need. I am capable of self-defense. Although he could not gather spiritual energy as he absorbed the dual energies, the quantity of spiritual energy he could temporarily unleash was increasing, sufficient for half an hour of combat. As long as he did not encounter an opponent of too high a realm, he would not be in mortal peril. Puffed, boasting again. Shangwan Mushua sniffed disdainfully. Who is it that owes me 5 gold coins? And who is it that I saved twice without receiving any recompense? At the mention of the 5 gold coins and her life-saving favors, Baizha's expression softened with tenderness. He indeed owed Shangwan Mushu much inside. All right, my esteemed lady, I acknowledge my error, but do enlighten me. What is it that you truly seek from me? My esteemed lady. The title sounded quite domineering, and she found herself pleased. Actually, it is nothing of great importance. Yet as she broached the subject, she hesitated, fidgeting with the hem of her garment, unable to articulate her thoughts. Observing the once fiery Shangwan Mushu, now transformed into a picture of demure elegance, accentuated by her stunning beauty, Baizha found himself momentarily enraptured. He vigorously shook his head to dispel any impure thoughts and forced a smile. Speak freely. I assure you, I shall hold nothing back. How did you come to know Qin Wanyue? Shangwan Mushu summoned all her courage, closing her eyes as she shouted. Once the words escaped her lips, she felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her, her spirit liberated. Baizha was taken aback, scanning her from head to toe. Puzzled, why do you ask such a thing? Do you harbor feelings for me? As he spoke, a mischievous grin crept on his face, causing Shangwan Mushua's heart to race as if a fawn were bounding within her chest. Unable to endure his teasing expression, Shangwan Mushua pushed him away, shouting, Who has feelings for you, perverse rogue? With a splash, she inadvertently sent Baizha tumbling into the pond. The night was heavy with dew, the chill in the air penetrating deeply, and the water was frigid. As she gazed at Baizha, who had fallen into the water, Shangwan Mushua's heart leapt with alarm, prompting her to call out, Where are you? Come out quickly. After a minute or two passed without any sign of him, her anxiety escalated, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over. With a sudden splash, Baizha erupted from the water, sending droplets flying and drenching Shangwan Mushua, who stood by the pond's edge, seemingly unsatisfied with the amount of water. He playfully splashed her again, exclaiming, That will teach you for pushing me. Though he has lived 2 lives, he still eagerly indulges in this joy. After all, regardless of how many lifetimes one has experienced, who does not yearn for the carefree spirit of childhood play? In this moment, he resembles a great child, splashing water upon Shangwan Mushua with unrestrained delight. Instinctively, she raises a hand to shield herself, and upon seeing that he is unharmed, she breathes a sigh of relief. Yet a flicker of anger ignites within her, prompting her to huff, You scoundrel, how dare you make me worry? The tears that hung suspended have long mingled with water, their destination unknown. As she contemplates retaliating and returning his jest, she inadvertently bends down to catch a glimpse of herself in the clear water. Her gown is delicate as silk, clinging to her form after being drenched, rendering her exceedingly alluring. Upon witnessing this scene, Shangwan Mushua, startled like a frightened rabbit, swiftly flees. Baizha, still anticipating a lively competition, is taken aback by Shangguan Mushue's hasty retreat. The night is deep, visibility poor, and consumed by laughter. He fails to appreciate the rare beauty surrounding him. With Shangguan Mushue's departure, a tinge of disappointment washes over him as he steps ashore, wringing out his soaked garments. In truth, he too wishes to discern whether her visit is intentional or merely coincidental. Just then, behind a wooden pillar, the figure of Qin Wanyue appears. Without turning, Baizha shakes his head while adjusting his attire, saying, "Whether by design or by chance, it matters not, as long as you, my lady, wish to traverse the 9 provinces." Qin Wanyue's delicate face momentarily falters before she offers a wry smile. "Why do I feel as though I have boarded your pirate ship?" "Oh." Baizha chuckles softly, standing tall and gazing at the moon hanging in the sky, a profound expression gracing his features. "Then it seems you may never disembark." Though his words carry a hint of levity, they resonate differently in Qin Wanyue's ears, causing her to nod involuntarily, murmuring to herself, "Compared to this deep palace, I would rather board your pirate ship." The following day, at the grand entrance of the imperial city, Baizha observed Shangguan Mushue burdened with numerous packages, his expression darkening. It seems this young lady perceives their journey as a mere outing. Not only does she carry an abundance of items, but she has also brought along Xiao Shi, justifying it with the pretext of lacking personal attendance. Yet, how could Baizha be unaware of her ulterior motives? Leaving Xiao Shi alone in the palace leaves him somewhat uneasy. "Sir, this journey to the Jin kingdom should be kept simple. The matter of forming an alliance with Jin rests upon you. I implore you to take care." Dressed as a scholar, Qin replaces Shangguan Yin to bid Baizha farewell. As Shangguan Mushue travels to Jin kingdom under her own name, making the farewell quite understated. Casting a glance at Shangguan Mushue, who has shed her elaborate palace attire for a youthful, pale pink dress, wrapped in a pristine white inner garment, he notes that while she lacks the stunning allure of her previous attire, she emanates a more approachable charm. "What are you staring at?" Shangguan Mushue shoots him a glare, pulling Xiao Shi along as she climbs into the carriage. Just as she lifts the curtain, she commands, "You, come and drive." After issuing her orders, she slips inside, leaving Baizha bewildered. Qin offers a rueful smile, awkwardly explaining, "The princess grew up in the Shenshao Palace, where everyone indulges her whims, thus cultivating her current disposition that I hope you can bear with her." Baizha dismissively waves his hand, leaping onto the carriage, and with a tug of the reins and a light cough, he commands the horse to move, setting forth towards the city gates. Notably, the steed is the white horse from the stable, which he had taken a liking to and subsequently acquired. After traversing several dozen miles beyond the city gates, Baizha suddenly reins in the white horse, bringing the carriage to a halt. Inside, Shangguan Mushue senses the stop and pokes her head out. Puzzled, "What's the matter? We've only just set out." Shielding her forehead from the blazing sun, she questions, "I senti it's still too early for a meal. Why we stopped?" Baizha nearly stumbles at her words. This girl truly has the heart of a glutton. Clearing his throat, he calls out to the trees behind them, "Miss Qin, you've accompanied us for several dozen miles. Are you not weary? Why not join me in the carriage?" Shangguan Mushue's expression changes as she spots Qin Wanyue's figure, unable to suppress a cold snort and retreating into the carriage, choosing to ignore her. Clad in a pure white long dress, Qin Wanyue awkwardly sniffs, having avoided appearing until now due to uncertainty about how to interact with Shangguan Mushue. "Miss Qin, since the emperor has granted you leave from the palace, why do you still hide in the shadows?" Baizha inquires suspiciously. Her presence here indicates that Shangguan Yin has consented. Thus, why not join the carriage? Qin Wanyue gazes at the carriage, then at Baizha, her expression conveying an understanding, sighing with a hint of resignation. She never anticipated that her youthful actions would create such a significant barrier for herself. "Not to worry, you may share the carriage with me." Baizha offers a reassuring smile and nods. "Not at all. I refuse." Suddenly, Shangguan Mushue bursts forth from the carriage, her eyes filled with jealousy as she glares at Baizha, then turns to Qin Wanyue with a stern countenance. "You come in. I'll make space for you." With that, she retreats back inside. Qin Wanyue is momentarily taken aback, then expresses her gratitude to Baizha. "Thank you, sir. she senses that Baizhi seems intent on resolving her past grievances. Within the confines of the carriage, Qin Wenyue sits opposite Shangwan Muxue, both avoiding each other's gaze, enveloped in silence, which renders Xiaoxi, seated beside Muxue, quite awkward, as she longs to speak but refrains out of caution as a maid. Baizhi shakes his head in exasperation, gently urging the horse onward, and they continue their journey. By midday, the group arrives at a quaint tea house nestled along a mountain path. Xiaoxi takes Shangwan Muxue's hand, assisting her down from the carriage, finding a seat and wiping it down for her. After years of seclusion, Qin Wenyue has grown accustomed to attending to herself, and thus, she lightly dusts off a bench before preparing to sit. Find yourself a spot elsewhere. Don't sit in front of me. It's bothersome. Shangwan Muxue huffs, having already made a significant concession by tolerating their shared carriage ride. She has no desire to see Qin Wenyue even during meals. Qin Wenyue, who possesses a gentle demeanor, awkwardly smiles, rising to seek another table. Just as she begins to move, Baizhi pulls her back gently, saying, "Sit down." When one is out and about, there is little need for formality. You, Shangwan Muxue is taken aback to see Baizhi pulling Qin Wenyue's hand in front of her. Instantly displeased, she retorts in indignation. "If you want to leave, I will. Xiaoxi, let us go." As she rises, a moment of hesitation strikes her upon seeing Baizhi disregard her, and in a fit of anger, she yanks Xiaoxi's hand and heads to another table, plopping down in a huff. "Thank you." Seeing this, Qin Wenyue expresses her gratitude, but soon grows concerned. "I assent it rather unkind of you to treat her this way." She can discern some of Shangwan Muxue's feelings for Baizhi. Baizhi shakes his head, distributing utensils to Qin Wenyue. She grew up in the Shenxiao Palace, where everyone catered to her whims. The young lady has a rather fiery temper and has always been rather brusque with others. It is already commendable that Miss Qin does not hold it against her. Qin Wenyue's expression stiffens momentarily, lost in thought before murmuring, "Once I was just like that." Thus, the four of them find themselves at two separate tables. Shangwan Muxue notices that rather than being concerned about her departure, the two at the other table are deeply engrossed in conversation, which irks her considerably. With a sharp crack, she snaps her chopsticks in frustration, causing the waiter nearby to wince and hurriedly retreat. Even Xiaoxi, seated beside her, is sweating nervously, whispering, "Miss, you should eat." Though displeased, Muxue does not take her frustrations out on others, grabbing a bun from Xiaoxi and biting down fiercely. Her gaze fixed intently on Baizhi and Qin Wenyue across the way, as if she were preparing to devour them whole. Suppressing a giggle, Xiaoxi cannot help but chuckle, which momentarily startles Shangwan Muxue, prompting her to inquire, "Xiaoxi, what are you laughing at?" "Miss, if there were a mirror now, seeing yourself would surely be quite amusing." Xiaoxi dares not speak plainly, but at this moment, Shangwan Muxue resembles a scorned woman. "Really?" Shangwan Muxue pauses, about to retrieve her mirror from her storage space, to see if she truly looks ridiculous, when suddenly a commotion erupts, attracting the attention of everyone in the tea house that a group of several individuals, clad in coarse linen, appears in the distance, their faces bearing an expression of urgency, some even stained with traces of blood. Behind them, a regiment of soldiers stood in neat rows, brandishing long halberds, advancing at full speed under the leadership of a mounted general. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the few individuals. The leading general appeared remarkably youthful, likely not yet having reached the age of 20, clad in armor. He held a single long spear in his right hand. His expression stern and unyielding. "Surrender your possessions, and I shall spare your lives." The young general snorted coldly, sweeping his spear and locking eyes with the martial practitioners before him. A gray-clad man, his face marred by a prominent scar, stepped forward with a grave demeanor, stating, "We have never encountered what the general seeks. How can we hand it over?" "Indeed, General, we martial practitioners have never harbored intentions of opposing you. Why then do you relentlessly pursue us for a day and a night?" A voice chimed in agreement from the group. Among them, a burly man, bare-chested and wielding a meteor iron chain, angrily retorted, "If you wish to kill me, let us see if you possess the capability." The young general frowned, and with a wave of his hand, the surrounding spearmen charged forward. Although the few individuals were of varying martial prowess, they were not intimidated by these ordinary soldiers. They swiftly felled several halberd-wielding soldiers. boosting their morale as they shouted, "Don't plead with him. Let us carve a bloody path. We need not fear this mere child." No sooner had the words left their lips than an iron arrow pierced the throat of the shouting man, his eyes widening in shock as he fell lifeless to the ground. The young general remained expressionless, raising his bow once more to release another arrow, which struck true, penetrating the brain and ensuring a swift death. The encircled martial practitioners resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, with the young general as their executioner. Unable to endure the stifling atmosphere, the burly man roared, stomping the ground with force, and whirled his meteor iron chain above his head, sparks flying in all directions. "You scoundrels, feel the wrath of my meteor fire hammer." As his words fell, a fierce and searing aura of fire erupted from within him, igniting the meteor iron chain above him. In an instant, he charged towards the young general, his eyes ablaze with bloodlust. In the face of such ferocity, the young general remained utterly indifferent, gripping his spear and slicing through the air, a cold light cleaving through everything in its path. The flaming meteor iron chain had yet to be thrown when the giant man, barely half a meter from the young general, felt a gash open on his forehead, his body sagging lifelessly to the ground. In his final moments, disbelief filled his eyes. He could not fathom that he had failed to breach the young general's defenses by even a mere half-meter. The fiery chain fell to the ground with his demise, igniting the surrounding dry grass, and within moments, the tea house was ablaze. Watching the inferno unfold with a chill in his heart, Baja placed 2 fingers to his lips and whistled sharply. Bai Ma, with a neigh, broke free from its tether and rushed to Baija's side. Observing the flames, Baija quickly pulled Shangwan Mushue and the others into the cart. The fire spread rapidly, engulfing the tea house in mere moments, flames erupting everywhere. In the distance, the young general could be heard issuing orders to execute the martial practitioners on the spot. Baija surveyed the surrounding flames. He furrowed his brow and asked Bai Ma, "Can you leap out of here?" At this point, the tea house was entirely surrounded by fire, and any ordinary person attempting to escape would undoubtedly suffer severe burns. Bai Ma rolled its eyes, snorted, and stomped its hooves impatiently, eager to spring into action. Baija's face brightened as he maneuvered the cart toward the edge of the fire. Fortunately, Bai Ma's speed was exceptional, and both the cart and its occupants remained unharmed. This fire came quite unexpectedly. Baija pondered, observing the flames confined to the small area of the tea house with a frown. Suddenly, Shangwan Mushue exclaimed in astonishment, "Why hasn't anyone escaped?" Considering that there were patrons in the tea house, alongside the soldiers and martial practitioners, it seemed implausible that no one had managed to flee. Just as she finished speaking, figures began to emerge from the flames, and soon the young general, spear in hand, along with soldiers, stepped forth. His halberd was drenched in blood, indicating a grim fate for the martial practitioners. His narrow eyes briefly glanced at Shangwan Mushue before he urged his horse forward. Hastening along the road, seemingly in pursuit of fleeing martial practitioners, which explained his urgency. "What an arrogant fellow!" Shangwan Mushue thought to herself, feeling displeased at his fleeting gaze. Just as she contemplated retaliating, he had vanished. Qin Wanyue, peering out from the cart, furrowed her brows tightly and hesitantly remarked, "But this is still within the territory of Dejin. How could there be a general and soldiers from another nation?" Indeed, Baija and the others remained within Dejin's borders, making the presence of foreign commanders unlikely. Yet the scene they had just witnessed was undeniably real. "Do you recognize the armor and weapons of those soldiers?" Baija mused, perplexed by the extraordinary sight before them, compounded by the surrounding flames, which added an element of horror to the situation. Having lived their lives without significant military encounters, the question left the women speechless. However, the young Creekside man hesitated before speaking up. "Young master, those soldiers wield strange weapons. Unlike ordinary blades, they resemble the long spear of the leading general, but it seems to be called." Her reminder sparked a shift in Qin Wanyue's expression as she uttered a few words. "That's the halberd of Dejin." The revelation struck Shangwan Mushue and Baija, their faces paling at the realization. How could soldiers from distant Dejin appear here? Could it be that Dejin has intentions towards Dejin as well? Shangwan Mushue's eyes reflected a rare panic at the thought of such dire circumstances, Baija pondered for a moment before shaking his head. There are too many inconsistencies and questions. We should refrain from jumping to conclusions. What do you mean? Qin Wanyue asked curiously, eager to hear Baija's thoughts. Firstly, the situation was exceedingly bizarre. How could the young general, possessing such skill, allow these scattered martial practitioners to escape so far? Secondly, how could a small tea house ignite so rapidly due to fire attribute energy? More crucially, the fire only burned within the confines of the tea house, pointing to the flames still blazing before them. Baija's expression turned cold as he remarked, "Moreover, don't you find it rather brazen of the young general to act so openly, almost as if he wanted us to witness this?" His last statement left the group stunned. Shangguan Mushue's mind raced, and she gasped, "Could it be that we are being watched? But we have only just left the country." Baija remained uncertain, shaking his head. "I cannot say for sure." Just as they were lost in thought, a bloodied figure crawled out from beneath the cart, startling the creekside man into near unconsciousness. Baija rushed forward, flipping the man's face to the side, and was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "It's him." "Who is he?" the three women asked in unison, their voices oddly synchronized. Baija pressed his fingers on several acupoints of the injured man to staunch the bleeding and, noticing the women still frozen in place, snapped, "Quickly, lend a hand." The creekside woman hurried to assist, helping to lift him into the cart. "Who is he? Do you know him? He seems somewhat familiar," she questioned as she tended to the man. Shangguan Mushue, now curious, turned her gaze towards Baija. Baija rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Don't you remember the scar on his face?" "Ah, it's him," Shangguan Mushue exclaimed in surprise, but then her expression turned puzzled. "How did he end up beneath our cart?" The man was one of the martial practitioners pursued by the young general, the first to speak out. "Let us not dwell on that. Since it's him, we should leave quickly," Qin Wanyue urged, her expression serious as she gazed down the road. The three exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and hastily set off in the cart, leaving the tea house behind and heading towards the road, with an injured person in the cart. They needed to act swiftly. Though they had performed basic first aid, he required proper treatment to avoid life-threatening consequences. Thus, Ma and Baija, in sync, galloped down the road with remarkable speed that by evening. They arrived at the border town of Jun County, a necessary stop on their journey to the kingdom of Jin. Baija and his companions sought lodging while searching for a physician to treat the injured man. The creekside woman found a doctor who examined the man and treated him, ultimately saving his life, though he remained unconscious, uncertain of when he might awaken. "You all should rest. We must continue our journey tomorrow." Baija observed the three girls, their exhaustion evident after a long day. "I will keep watch here. I will know the moment he awakens." Shangguan Mushue stifled a yawn, utterly unable to bear it any longer. She bid good night and, accompanied by Xiao Shi, exited the room. Meanwhile, Qin Wanyue chose not to leave. Instead, she plopped down onto a chair, poured herself a cup of tea, and gently pressed her lips together as she inquired, "What do you think is truly going on?" It was evident that she harbored considerable concern regarding the possibility of the Great Qin causing turmoil within the Great Jin, for such a scenario would render her own position exceedingly awkward. Not to mention the prospect of allying with the Great Qin. If this glimmer of hope were to vanish, she would inevitably find herself confined once more within the lofty walls of the imperial palace. The fear that this notion incited left her wide awake, devoid of any trace of drowsiness. "Do not fret. I find this unlikely to be in accordance with the Great Qin's typical modus operandi." Baija replied, his mind as clear as crystal, as he chuckled softly and took a seat, attempting to reassure her. Noticing Baija's comforting demeanor, Qin Wanyue lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes meeting his. Coincidentally, Baija's gaze met hers as well, and in that moment, their eyes locked together, enveloping them in a profound stillness. "Ahem, I'm feeling rather tired. I shall take my leave," Qin Wanyue conceded, succumbing to the intensity of their shared gaze and hastily averting her eyes as she exited the room. Observing her hurried retreat, Baija couldn't help but smile softly before turning his attention back to the man lying on the bed, his expression gradually regaining tranquility. "Get up. They have all departed," Baija stated. However, he was met with silence from the man on the bed, causing him to furrow his brow, momentarily questioning his assessment. Yet his abilities had never failed him before. above the man's head. A series of bubbles floated, indicating vital information. Target: awakening. Target: weak. Health points: 15. Strength: 20. So far, he had encountered two types of bubbles. One type allowed for the extraction of attributes, while the other did not. The latter could be further categorized into attribute bubbles, which could not be extracted due to their being far superior to his own strength and prompt information. For instance, the current target, awakening and weak. Baija raised an eyebrow and abruptly seized a stool, coldly exclaiming, "Are you still pretending? If you do not awaken, I shall indeed bring this stool down upon you." Despite his threats, the man on the bed remained unresponsive. Baija inhaled deeply, gripping the stool tightly. His teeth clenched as he prepared to strike. The rush of air approached the man's cheek, and at last he could no longer feign sleep, hastily raising his hand to stop the impending blow, the agitation causing him to cough several times. The stool remained firmly in Baija's grasp as he looked upon him with a smile and said, "Well then, you ought to explain yourself. Do you not? Otherwise, I would not hesitate to put an end to a lifeless body." His mind was filled with numerous questions, and since this individual was the only lead he had, he hoped to glean something of value from him. The scarred man's lips twitched as he managed a bitter smile. "I am Liu Ping, the sole son of General Liu of the current Jin dynasty, the loyal and unparalleled General Liu, who guards the borders." Baija furrowed his brow. This name resonated within the memories of this body. The Liu dynasty was a pillar of the great Jin, held in high esteem within the military, yet tragically accused of treason, leading to the extermination of his entire clan. Mentioning his father, Liu Ping's lips quivered and his eyes glistened with unshed tears as he choked on his words. "Indeed, it is my father, the detestable Shi Chong. He was deceived by treacherous individuals, leading to the murder of my father and the annihilation of the Liu clan." As he recounted his sorrowful tale, Liu Ping experienced a sharp pain in his chest. Succumbing to a fit of coughs, Baija gestured toward the corner of his eye, noting that Liu Ping's tears did not cascade down his cheeks, but instead pooled beneath his eyes, an eerie sight. Realizing this, Liu Ping understood that perhaps his tears had betrayed the mask he wore. Without hesitation, he tore away the human skin mask, revealing a fair and handsome visage. This strikingly handsome face was a stark contrast to the scarred one from before. Leaving Baija puzzled, why would one conceal their true appearance with a mask, only to be hunted by the Great Qin? That is not the Great Qin. It is merely the Dan Gu camp. Trained by my father, upon uttering the name of the Dan Gu camp, Liu Ping was once again overcome with grief, lamenting, "These elite troops, painstakingly trained by my father, ended up being the very ones to eradicate my Liu family. Is that not laughable?" Baija was momentarily speechless, unable to articulate a response. Considering the Liu dynasty's dedication to training soldiers for the Great Jin, it was unfathomable that the first bloodshed from his ace troops would involve his own family. Then why were you still pursued by them? What was the item that young commander spoke of? Baija had countless questions, and with a rare opportunity for answers, he unleashed them all at once. Liu Ping's gaze lingered on Baija's face for a long while, as if he were wrestling with unspoken words. "If you have something difficult to say, do not feel compelled to speak. I'm not one to force your hand," Baija remarked, sensing Liu Ping's discomfort. "You have just awakened. Rest well, I shall remain outside. Call for me if needed." Baija stood and turned to leave the room. Just as he was about to depart, Liu Ping coughed violently, then said, "Sir, you have saved my life. It would be remiss not to inform you of this matter." Baija's curiosity piqued at this. Eager to understand the significance, "Are you familiar with the 9 provinces Yuan Ding?" Hearing the words 9 provinces Yuan Ding once more caused Baija's expression to shift, puzzled as he asked, "Isn't that merely a legend?" Liu Ping shook his head, affirming, "It is indeed true. The Qingyun continent is divided into 9 provinces. During the reign of Emperor Yu, when he quelled the floods, he melted the nation's precious artifact, the Simu Wu Ding, into 9 smaller Ding. These were then placed in the 9 provinces. Each small Ding contains top-tier martial arts, and it is said that one who obtains any of them may bring glory to the 9 provinces and be hailed as the Ding Qingyun." This was the first time Baija had heard such tales, a frown creasing his brow as he questioned, "How credible is this?" "Very credible," Liu Ping asserted confidently, though. Baija raised an eyebrow, somewhat incredulous. Surprised by Lu Ping's certainty to this moment, he hesitated, biting his lip before letting out a sigh. He retrieved a thin, lightweight piece of parchment from a seam in his inner clothing. Benefactor, you have saved my life. And for the Lu family, you have bestowed upon us a chance for revival. This martial art, derived from the 9 provinces Ding, I present to you as a token of my gratitude for your life-saving grace. Top-tier martial arts from the 9 provinces Ding? Baizhi mused, intrigued. But what of the Ding itself? Presently, he was unable to gather spiritual energy, and thus lacked fervor for martial arts, especially given his possession of the top-tier Sunyan sword art from the Song family. If he were to learn, it would certainly be their techniques. Yet, driven by curiosity, he reached out to take it, that a glance revealed that the text was obscure and difficult to decipher, but there was an unmistakable aura of dominance emanating from it. Suddenly, Baizhi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the parchment in his hands trembling as he stammered. This is Dragon Vein martial arts. In the present world, the continent is divided into 9. With each province housing royal dragon energy, each dragon varying in strength and authenticity. Dragon Vein martial arts is the only martial art left behind by the true Dragon Emperor from the time of Emperor Yu's flood control. The one that everyone on the Qingyun continent has long yearned for. Realizing this, Baizhi's expression shifted drastically, his eyes like blades as he glared at Lu Ping. You dare deceive me? How can Dragon Vein martial arts possibly exist within the 9 Ding martial arts? The parchment contained a faint trace of dragon energy, a detail Baizhi could not misidentify. For there was a peculiar bubble on the parchment, the only one with color, a golden bubble, true dragon energy. 1. He attempted to extract this strand of true dragon energy, but found himself unable, perhaps due to insufficient cultivation, he surmised. Upon hearing Baizhi's words, Lu Ping's pupils momentarily widened in astonishment, his admiration for Baizhi growing as he thought. This man is no ordinary individual. He possesses no spiritual energy, yet can perceive the dragon energy within this martial art. Excitement sparkled in Lu Ping's eyes, and he could not suppress a violent coughing fit. His chest heaving, Baizhi was taken aback, stepping forward to ease Lu Ping's chest, frowning as he inquired. What do you mean by this? Can you not perceive it? Ha! You jest, sir. The 9 Ding martial arts is indeed a treasure left by Emperor Yu. And while the true dragon energy contained within it is genuine, few can discern it, let alone absorb it, Lu Ping replied, recalling the fate of his family in their attempts to preserve this treasure. A bitter smile gracing his lips. This martial art was never mine to claim. It was obtained by my father on the battlefield, intended for presentation to Emperor Shi Chong of the Great Jin. Alas, he never had the chance to present it before being falsely accused by treacherous men, leading to the heinous crime of treason against his life. As he spoke, Lu Ping's fingers clenched tightly, anguish radiating from him as he lamented, how infuriating, how utterly infuriating. The 9 tripod martial arts are not something that just anyone can cultivate. The text is exceedingly obscure, compounded by the protection of dragon energy, making it exceptionally difficult to fathom its depths. Yet, despite this, countless individuals are drawn to the allure of the 9 tripods. Particularly among the many royal families of the 9 provinces, acquiring the 9 tripod martial arts grants the ability to siphon dragon energy, achieving the true form of a dragon, and potentially ascending to the coveted throne of the 9 tripods. How could such prospects not incite greed? Alas, what the 9 tripods? What the pinnacle of martial arts? Even if one were to gather dragon energy and attain the true form of a dragon, ascending to a grand seat, what would it truly matter? Baizhi, coming from the modern era, perceives the role of an emperor with great clarity. It is merely a service to the people, devoid of significance. Having said this, he handed the parchment to El Pin, stating, "Take this." I have no interest in it. That El Pin was taken aback. This item was something for which countless individuals yearned. Yet in Baizhi's presence, it seemed utterly trivial, casually gifted away. Sir, this is the essence of a true dragon, a pinnacle martial art, a symbol of the 9 provinces. El Pin assumed Baizhi was unaware and couldn't help but remind him. Baizhi snorted coldly, expressing his displeasure. If I tell you to take it, then take it. What use is such a thing? Merely a hollow title. Besides, even if one were to attain the true dragon's throne without seeking the welfare of the common folk, Would the vast populace of the 9 provinces allow him to escape unscathed? Pin stood in stunned silence, having never encountered such words, and his gaze towards Baija suddenly burned with fervor. Struggling yet excited, he rose unsteadily from the bed and knelt before Baija, reverently declaring, "Your disregard for hollow fame and your concern for the world truly commands respect from Pin." Baija, momentarily at a loss for words, helped him to his feet and, with a serious expression, warned, "You must handle this matter well. The commander of the Dangu camp will not spare you." He was hesitant to reveal his thoughts, fearing Pin might misconstrue his intentions as a concern for the nation and its people, which would be quite problematic. Pin, bewildered, asked in alarm, "Sir, will you not protect me?" Observing Pin's reaction, Baija felt a mix of irritation and sympathy. Had this fellow mistaken him for a free bodyguard? Yet recalling Pin's experiences softened his heart, and he reluctantly replied, "Just follow me for now. We will decide what to do once you have recovered." With that, he tossed the parchment to Pin, leaving no room for rebuttal, and turned to exit the room, leaving the bewildered Pin kneeling behind. Once outside, Baija took a deep breath, inhaling the cool night air, feeling a heaviness in his chest. While he had no interest in the position of the 9 tripods, he was nonetheless intrigued by martial cultivation, as he aspired to become the strongest warrior of the Qingyuan. It was a pity that he could not absorb that essence of the true dragon. If only he could, he might reap countless benefits. This wretched ability must be so unreliable, visible yet unattainable. "It truly pains me," Baija muttered, gazing into the inky darkness of the night, feeling a pang of sorrow. As the cool breeze caressed his cheeks, his hair fluttered gently, and sensing the tranquility of the night, his mood gradually settled. After lingering on the balcony for a while, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, prompting a series of yawns. Just as he contemplated sitting down for a brief nap, he suddenly heard footsteps overhead, startling him into hiding. With his enhanced speed, strength, and agility, Baija quickly detected a figure in black swiftly traversing the rooftop. Intrigued, he exerted himself and leapt, deftly maneuvering around wooden posts on the side of the building. Closely trailing the figure in black, the cloaked individual moved swiftly under the moonlit sky, arriving at the commander's mansion. With sharp eyes darting about, the figure let out a howl at the waning moon, akin to a wolf's cry. This call summoned several other figures clad in black from all directions, who exchanged glances before stealthily infiltrating the commander's residence. Baija furrowed his brow as he observed the guard being dispatched with lethal precision, and the assailants, unsatisfied with merely eliminating the guards, rushed towards the interior of the mansion, in an instant. Baija witnessed several individuals fall silently to their demise. A chilling realization struck him. They intended to massacre an entire family. Baija, feeling a surge of urgency, swiftly maneuvered into the courtyard where the guards were most concentrated. The very residence of the commander's family, the figures in black, continued their assault on the commander's servants. Baija executed a nimble leap from the rooftop, landing softly on the ground just as he collided with a small girl with a ponytail, who was yawning and sleepily making her way inside. Judging by her attire, she was likely the commander's daughter, but a surge of protectiveness compelled him to swiftly embrace her and hide her away in a concealed spot. Startled by the sudden embrace, the petite girl instinctively attempted to scream and struggle, but Baija whispered urgently in her ear, "Do not move. If you do, your parents will perish." To his surprise, his instinctive words managed to quell her panic, and he couldn't help but admire the girl's intelligence. "Brother, is something truly wrong with my father?" The little girl turned to face Baija, her eyes sparkling with tears, but upon seeing his youthful and innocent face, her fears began to dissipate, replaced by a flicker of delight at encountering someone only slightly older than herself. Baija paused, setting her down gently, and instructed in a low voice, "You must stand here and not move." Just as he finished speaking, a swarm of black-clad figures descended upon the commander's household. The girl's heart raced with fear, and she nearly cried out, but remembering Baija's warning, she quickly covered her mouth. However, the next actions of the intruders sent her into a panic. They were tearing through the windows and releasing a cloud of smoke inside. The little girl, unaware of the substance's nature, instinctively knew it posed a threat to her parents. And without a second thought, she shouted, "Father, mother, there are thieves!" her innocent cry prompted Baija to scoop her up and flee, swiftly changing positions to hide. The girl's call proved effective. The commander's couple immediately reacted, evading the smoke and bursting outside, only to encounter two of the intruding thieves. They struck simultaneously, one to the left and one to the right, executing precise moves that ended the assailants' lives in an instant. Yet, they soon found themselves surrounded by dozens of black-clad figures. The commander, his square jaw tightening in confusion, glared at them and demanded, "Who are you? Why have you invaded my estate?" The leader of the black-clad figures, wielding a large knife, sneered, "Zhuge-in, you have betrayed your sovereign and attempted to ally with the Jin state. It is only fitting that your entire clan be exterminated. You are from the Great Jin." As the words left his mouth, Zhuge-in scoffed, "Now that you have been exposed, what more is there to say? Come and take my head if you dare. Husband, do not waste your breath on them." A woman wielding two short iron spears interjected, "The Great Jin is weak. It will inevitably fall to another nation. A good bird chooses the right tree to perch on, and a good minister chooses the right sovereign to serve. My husband has chosen another worthy lord. What is wrong with that?" Zhuge Yin's heart jolted at her words. With matters having escalated to this point, there was nothing left to discuss. He bellowed, gripping his spear tightly, his gaze fixed on the black-clad figures. "Come, let me see what the Great Jin is still capable of." The leader of the black-clad figures signaled to his comrades, and at once a throng of them surged forward to engage in battle with the Zhuge couple. Hidden nearby, Baija listened to their exchange, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. He sighed deeply. The Great Jin is ultimately too weak enough that even its capable generals are beginning to contemplate defection. He was well aware of Zhuge Yin's reputation as a rare and formidable general in the annals of the Great Jin, a master of the Zhuge family's martial arts. More importantly, the Zhuge family had always been known for their erudition and martial prowess, excelling in both scholarship and strategy. Yet even such a capable general harbored thoughts of switching allegiance. "Your Majesty, you must strive harder," Baija mused, his mind swirling with thoughts as he recalled discussions with Shangguan Yun about the path to development for the Great Jin, never anticipating the depth of the latent dangers within the nation. "Brother, please save my parents." Just as he was lost in thought, the situation on the battlefield took a dramatic turn. The Zhuge couple found themselves encircled by the black-clad figures. Sustaining various injuries, before them stood two assailants wielding peculiar weapons, their combined forms resembling intersecting crescents, splitting into two sets of blades, truly a sight to behold. The little girl, witnessing her parents being harmed, felt tears welling up in her eyes, her anxiety palpable. Yet, she was astute enough to realize that rushing in would only complicate matters for her parents, potentially throwing them into further disarray at that moment. She glanced up at Baija, her heart stirring with hope. With her clear, tear-filled eyes fixed on him, he felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. Baija gently ruffled her hair, offering a bittersweet smile. "Do not worry, your parents will be just fine." Even without the plea of the young girl, he would still extend his assistance to the Zhuge couple. After all, these were formidable generals of the Great Jin. As for whether they might shift their allegiance to another nation, that was of no concern to him. During their conversation, Zhuge Yin had already undergone several changes in expression, his eyes cold as he gazed at the two men in black before him. He spoke icily. A person of honor does not engage in clandestine affairs. Those wielding such extraordinary weapons must surely be the Mingyu twin heroes of the Qingzhou Tower. The two men in black exchanged glances, then lifted their masks to reveal smiles, saying, as expected of General Zhuge, "You have recognized our identities so swiftly." These two were the Mingyu twin heroes, the foremost figures in the martial prowess of the Great Jin, serving under the master of Qingzhou Tower. The elder brother was named Ming, while the younger was called Yu. Their true names remained unknown. What was clear was that both possessed the strength of the postnatal realm, and when united, they could easily overpower any one of the 5th or 6th stages of that realm. However, the Zhuge couple was merely at the initial stage of the postnatal realm. How could they hope to contend with such formidable opponents? It was well known that in the Qingyun continent, martial prowess was revered above all, and that martial strength was derived from one's qi, which encompassed the 5 elemental forces. Metal served as a weapon of aggression and slaughter, while wood was a remedy to save the world. water and fire were merciless, capable of destroying all things and breaking all laws. Earth, embodying the yellow energy of the center, represented a harmonious blend of offense and defense. Once an individual stepped into the postnatal realm, the spiritual energy within them began to take on a dominant attribute. No longer a haphazard mix, techniques and skills that complemented one another could unleash far greater power than those that were discordant. The Mingwei twin heroes, in both their choice of spiritual attributes and martial techniques, exhibited an extraordinary synergy. Even with only the strength of the second stage of the postnatal realm, their combined might could rival that of the fifth stage. Thus, it was evident how crucial it was to select martial arts that aligned with one's spiritual attributes. The Zhuge couple practiced a family martial art, yet the fire and qi they each cultivated clashed, rendering it difficult for them to merge their powers. How, then, could they withstand the onslaught of the Mingwei twin heroes? Furthermore, the peculiar weapons wielded by the twin heroes and the combined might of their techniques presented a challenge that was almost insurmountable for the Zhuge couple, who found themselves perilously outmatched after just a few exchanges, their lives hanging in the balance. Witnessing this, Baizhi concealed the young girl in a safe place, offering her earnest instructions before picking up several small stones from the ground. Relying on his agile movements, he stealthily hurled the stones from the shadows. Baizhi possessed an explosive, entry-level strength, and with his surprise attacks, the small stones managed to take down several of the black-clad assailants. As the situation deteriorated for the Zhuge couple, the leader of the black-clad men, who had been reveling in their advantageous position, suddenly noticed his comrades falling one by one and barked, "Who is it?" At this shout, the remaining black-clad men became aware that their companions had been silently dispatched from a distance. The tension among the surrounding black-clad men grew, their grips tightening on their weapons as they scanned their surroundings. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Although the Mingwei twin heroes held the upper hand, the Zhuge couple, determined to resist to the death, proved not so easily vanquished. A moment's carelessness could result in injury. Just then, Ming observed that Zhuge Madam was low on spiritual energy and breathing heavily, that a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes as he raised his chain weapons, unleashing a powerful torrent of water attribute energy in a fierce strike aimed directly at Zhuge Madam's forehead. Zhuge Yin was already struggling against you. He could not afford to divide his attention. Seeing his wife in peril left him filled with despair and rage. At the critical moment, a small stone shot through the stillness of the night like a shooting star, striking Ming's weapon-bearing arm with tremendous force. The impact caused him to wince in pain, his grip faltering, and the weapon fell from his grasp. Zhuge Madam, no stranger to ruthlessness, seized this fleeting opportunity. Her eyes narrowed as she summoned the remaining vestiges of her spiritual energy, channeling it into a small iron trident. With a fierce shout, she hurled one of the tridents towards Ming. The tremendous force of the throw tore through his arm, which had been struck by the stone, causing blood to spray forth and a howl of agony to echo through the night. The cold iron trident lodged firmly into a wooden post in the courtyard with a resounding clang. "My hand!" Ming cried out in excruciating pain, his face pale as he clutched the remaining half of his arm. "You!" Alarmed at his brother's condition, rushed to his side after fending off Zhuge Yin. "Brother," he called, horrified at the sight of Ming, whose arm had been severed, blood gushing uncontrollably, mingling with flesh and shattered bone in a grotesque display. Seeing this, Yu's fury ignited, and he raised his weapon to engage the Zhuge couple in a desperate fight. Fortunately, the still conscious Ming grasped his brother's arm with great difficulty, urging, "We must go." But how could they easily flee with their enemies so near? Run, quickly. Ming understood that the Zhuge couple posed little threat compared to the unknown adversary lurking in the shadows. The strength of that small stone had been astonishing, shattering the bones in his wrist. After calling out twice, he could no longer endure the agony and succumbed to unconsciousness. Yu, filled with resentment, shot a fierce glare at the Zhuge couple before gathering his brother in his arms and leaping away into the darkness. At that moment, Baizhi, having shifted his position, gazed at the small stones in his hand, muttering to himself, "It seems I still have a couple of throws left that I wonder if this strength can deter that black-clad leader." One should not underestimate Baizhi's current strength. When combined with the potent spiritual energy he had amassed, striking from shadows would yield devastating results. It was fortunate that he had not abandoned his pursuit of collecting the foundational attributes of power, life, and speed in recent days. Otherwise, he would not have attained such swiftness and strength. Though he could not condense spiritual energy or store it, he could still gather those basic attributes. Unbeknownst to him, Baizha had climbed onto the rooftop, in his right hand. He held a small stone, aligning it before him as he aimed for the neck of the black-clad leader. In an instant, he unleashed a tremendous wave of spiritual energy, hurling the stone with ferocious force. The small stone flew like an arrow released from a bow. Anticipating his move, the black-clad leader, already on guard, immediately threw a three-pronged dark weapon at Baizha. The two projectiles collided mid-air, producing a shower of sparks. The stone split in two, but the three-pronged weapon continued its trajectory towards Baizha. With a thunderous roar, the weapon struck the rooftop, causing a cataclysmic crash that sent half the roof collapsing. Yet no figure was discernible. The black-clad leader's eyes narrowed as he turned to glance at the Zhuge couple, sneering, "Consider yourselves fortunate." With that, he signaled to the remaining black-clad men, and they swiftly vanished into the night. In that fleeting moment, as the leader turned, Zhuge caught sight of a scratch on his neck, a mark left by the split stone that had grazed his skin. "Oh, powerful," he murmured. The clash of their hidden weapons had unleashed a force even greater than that which they had exerted against the Minuet twin heroes. As the black-clad men departed, the guardhouse was soon filled with the voice of the deputy commander, who arrived clad in armor, accompanied by a throng of soldiers. Leading the charge was none other than their only daughter, Zhuge. Upon seeing that his daughter was unharmed, the pallid Zhuge madam broke into a smile and rushed forward to embrace her. However, the little girl's eyes darted around, her small voice calling out, "Where's the big brother? Big brother, where are you?" Yet, on the ground, there was no trace of Baizha, and thus, no answer to her inquiry. Just as the three-pronged weapon was about to strike, Baizha had evaded it with his speed, and while the others were distracted, he tucked the dark weapon away and vanished into the night. Upon returning to the inn, dawn had broken, the sky lightening, and Baizha found himself wide awake. He decided to sit cross-legged on the balcony, naturally absorbing the essence of the moon through his breath. It was peculiar. Ever since he had absorbed the dual energies of yin and yang by the pond in the Thai hospital, he discovered that subsequent absorptions felt remarkably effortless, akin to the act of breathing. A continuous intake with each passing moment that the yin and yang energies accumulated within him. Their transformative effects on Baizha's body became evident, allowing him to fully utilize the foundational attributes he had previously amassed. When the first rays of sunlight graced Baizha's face, he opened his eyes to behold the crimson horizon, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Sitting there, he felt his foundational attributes strengthen yet again. The power of yin and yang was indeed formidable. Breakfast was soon served by a young attendant, and as Baizha opened the door, he noticed that Pin's complexion had improved significantly. He was barely able to rise from bed. "Don't push yourself," Baizha said, stepping forward to assist Pin into a chair. Pin managed a weak smile. "Thank you, benefactor, there's no need for such formalities. You can simply call me by ZHT of the modern Baizha." The term benefactor was evidently not to his liking. Baizha owed him a debt of gratitude, and since he could not call him benefactor, nor could he address him by name, he finally ventured to say, "Sir, how about I call you sir from now on?" Baizha waved his hand, picked up his chopsticks, and with nimble fingers regarded the breakfast spread before him. As long as he did not have to call him benefactor, he could call him whatever he pleased. With that, he began to devour his meal ravenously. After the exertions of the previous night, he needed to replenish his strength. Pin's expression brightened, and he joined in the feast, sweeping away the food on the table. After breakfast, Baizha and his companions decided to linger in June County for a day or two. This would allow Pin time to recuperate and also give them an opportunity to admire the charm of this border town. Although Baizha initially used the excuse of needing rest, he found himself unable to resist Shangwan Mushua's insistence and was ultimately dragged out of the room to enjoy the sights of June County. Meanwhile, Qin Wanyue remained behind, striking up a lively conversation with Pin as if they were old friends. As they walked along the streets of June County, observing the two cheerful women, Baizha's face turned a shade reminiscent of liver. He had never anticipated that modern girls enjoyed shopping, even in a foreign realm. It appeared that women's inclinations were timeless and transcendent of place. Baija, come take a look. This is quite beautiful, Shangwan Mushua exclaimed, standing by a street vendoress stall, with Xiaoxi closely following her. In her hand, she held a small figurine, resembling a young man, complete with a long sword in his left hand, long hair cascading down his cheek, and dressed in elegant attire, exuding an air of refinement. Baija rolled his eyes and retorted, "Isn't that just a little clay figure? What is so special about it? I could craft one in a heartbeat." In his previous life, he had engaged in many whimsical pursuits. Moreover, he found the craftsmanship of the figurine to be exceedingly crude, with indistinct features that rendered it rather unsightly. "Dear customer, you need not purchase it, but please do not belittle my ancestral craft." The elderly vendor grumbled upon hearing Baija's remarks, glaring at him with indignation. Shangwan Mushua, sensing the tension, hurriedly paid for the figurine and pulled Baija away, apologizing to the vendor as she did so. "Why did you pay him? This is far too crude. Once I find suitable clay, I will sculpt a much finer figurine for you." Baija thought the girl had little understanding of the value of money. Even if it was not his own, he still felt a pang of regret at the expenditure. "Really?" Shangwan Mushua's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Baija, filled with hope. Baija, taken aback, nodded and replied, "Of course, it is true. When have I ever deceived you?" Waving the little clay figure in her hand, Shangwan Mushua felt elated, her mind racing with thoughts of what kind of figurine he would craft for her in the future. Little did she know, she had become so lost in her thoughts that she failed to notice a horseman galloping towards her, showing no signs of slowing down. As the horse bore down on Shangwan Mushua, she remained oblivious, still pondering the figurine Baija might create. Baija's heart raced. Without a moment to contemplate why she did not move, he sprang forward, swiftly pulling her behind him, positioning himself to confront the approaching rider. Without any evident action from Baija, he merely parted his lips slightly, and the galloping steed immediately halted, rearing back on its hind legs, skidding to a stop just inches away from him. The rider, taken by surprise at the sudden halt of his horse, was unceremoniously flung from the saddle, landing amidst a vendor's stall and finding himself covered in vegetables. This shocking scene drew gasps of astonishment from the onlookers nearby. A well-meaning passerby, noticing the commotion, approached and warned, "You two should move quickly. That bully is coming." Before he could finish, a furious voice echoed from behind, "Which bastard dare to startle my horse? I'll kill him." The young man, now sprawled in a heap of greens, spat out the remnants of his meal and stormed towards Baija and Shangwan Mushua, seething with rage. The kind passerby, realizing the impending confrontation, hastily retreated in silence. The brash young man approached Baija and Shangwan Mushua, his eyes widening with avarice as he beheld Shangwan Mushua clad in a delicate pink wrap and simple garment, her slender figure captivating and alluring. Even with a veil covering her face, her beauty was undeniable, and a lecherous grin spread across the young man's face as he straightened his attire and said, "Good day, fair maiden. May I inquire your name?" He thought that with his proper demeanor and decent appearance, he might win the favor of the beauty before him, a notion that filled him with secret delight. However, unbeknownst to him, Shangwan Mushua had already noticed his lascivious expression and was contemplating how best to teach him a lesson. Just then, an armored young general surged through the nearby city gate, wielding a single halberd, followed by rows of soldiers, all armed and ready for battle. That its him. Baija's heart raced as he instinctively pulled Shangwan Mushua closer, retreating several steps until they melded into the crowd. Shangwan Mushua, taken aback by the warmth of his embrace, felt a blush creep to her cheeks, instinctively lowering her gaze. Xiaoxi, observing the scene, felt a surge of happiness for the princess and followed them into the throng of onlookers. Meanwhile, the previously lecherous young man stood frozen, astonished that his advances were met with silence as the pair simply walked away. "Miss," he began, reaching out to call after Shangwan Mushua, but before he could utter another word, the young general had already arrived before them, his brow furrowed. With a swift motion of his halberd, he struck the young man on the back, sending him tumbling to the roadside. The young general surveyed the fallen figure before him, then led his troops toward the city lord's residence. Baija's brow furrowed even deeper as he contemplated, could the Zhuge couple be so eager to seek refuge in the Jin state? The young general belonged to the Dangu camp of the Jin state, and last night's events had made Baizhu aware of Zhuge Yin's intentions to defect to Jin. "What troubles you? Why do you look so pale?" Shangguan Mushua, sensing the shift in Baizhu's demeanor, inquired with concern as he held her close. Baizhu shook his head, but then his eyes lit up as he turned to her. Smiling, "Do you have anything on you that can prove your identity?" Bewildered, Shangguan Mushua instinctively nodded. She always carried the royal token of the great Jin Empire, a symbol well recognized throughout its territory. "Good, let us go," he said, taking her hand and leading her toward Zhuge Yin's residence, with Xiao hurrying to follow. The trio soon arrived at the entrance of a grand estate, and Shangguan Mushua examined the plaque inscribed with the words Zhuge Mansion, her brows furrowing in confusion. "Whose residence is this? Why are we here?" Baizhu offered no explanation, guiding them inside. Just as he was about to knock, the grand door swung open on its own, revealing a frail old man, his hair white as snow and his features betraying his age. "Are you three looking for our master?" the elderly man inquired, peering at them with curiosity. "Indeed, good S.I.R.I.S. General Zhuge, not at home," Baizhu replied with a friendly smile. The old man shook his head, responding calmly, "You have come too late. The master and his wife have already gone to the city lord's residence." "How long ago?" Baizhu's expression shifted dramatically. Could this be fate? Was Jun City no longer under the dominion of the Great Jin? "Half an hour ago," the elder replied. Baizhu's heart sank. He turned to leave, but was interrupted by a familiar voice from within. "Big brother, is that you?" A little girl suddenly emerged from inside, her small dress and braided hair making her look adorable. Her delighted exclamation rang out as she spotted Baizhu, her face lighting up with joy, tears glistening in her eyes. Big brother, it really is you." Baizhu was taken aback and stepped forward to embrace her, laughing. "Yes, but big brother doesn't take you time to reminisce right now. I must find your parents." The little girl's charm also melted Shangguan Mushua's heart, prompting her to reach out and gently stroke the girl's cheek, exclaiming, "What a lovely little girl. I know why big brother has come. You need not worry. Wait inside, and before noon, you'll have your answers," the little girl said sweetly, leaving Baizhu and the others momentarily stunned. "Who told you that?" Baizhu instinctively questioned, pondering how even Zhuge Yin's daughter could possess such insight at such a tender age. However, he underestimated Zhuge Guo's wisdom, sticking out his tongue and chuckling, "Little brother, don't worry. You'll have your answer by noon anyway." At this moment, Shangguan Mushua also realized that Baizhu had come for a purpose, and her gaze instinctively turned towards him, curious about what they should do next. "Let us proceed inside." Baizhu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, under the old man's watchful gaze, he cradled Zhuge Guo and walked towards the Zhuge residence. While waiting for the Zhuge couple to return, Baizhu gradually recounted the events of the previous night to Shangguan Mushua. Upon learning that he had gone to fight without inviting her, Shangguan Mushua immediately felt displeased, huffing, "Why didn't you call me for such an exciting event?" Ahem, next time. He had indeed forgotten about Shangguan Mushua's fierce nature. However, had she been present last night, it likely would not have been so troublesome. "Does sister also know martial arts?" Little Zhuge Guo raised her head, her small eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked, seeing such an adorable Zhuge Guo. Shangguan Mushua couldn't help but feel uplifted. She took Zhuge Guo's hand and smiled. "Of course, 10 of your little brothers wouldn't be my match." Baizhu awkwardly sniffed, inwardly mocking, "I assent it, because we can't condense spiritual energy. Otherwise, I might not have lost to you." So impressive. Zhuge Guo's eyes were filled with little stars as she tugged at Shangguan Mushua's hand, exclaiming, "Sister, will you teach me? I want to learn martial arts." Hearing this, Baizhu was taken aback. Did the Zhuge family not have a family martial art? Now that the little girl was at an age to build a foundation, why had no one imparted it to her? "What is your name? Didn't your parents teach you?" Shangguan Mushua instinctively inquired. Zhuge Guo shook her head, biting her lip in discomfort. "My name is Zhuge Jiu. Why parents 1T let me practice martial arts. They say I can't touch weapons." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Mushua's expression subtly changed. She instinctively retrieved Lei Yuan from her storage space, just as it unexpectedly soared into the air, seemingly out of her control for the first time. The sword unsheathed itself and began to zip around the hall, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder, its formidable aura causing Shi to turn pale. "What are you doing? Quickly put away Lei Yuan." Baijia's expression shifted, puzzled by Shangguan Mushua's actions, as she unleashed Lei Yuan's unique elemental power right here. Shangguan Mushua's face turned pale as she spread her hands in a helpless smile. "Lei Yuan seems to be out of my control. Are you joking? The swords on the sword ranking do indeed possess a degree of sentience, but there are distinctions in strength. A sword lacking power cannot exhibit such intense behavior as Lei Yuan. Yet even so, I senti Lei Yuan's current display a bit excessive." Baizhi glanced up at Lei Yuan, revolving ominously overhead, its thunderous roars causing unease. "Come here." Just then, Zhuge was suddenly reached out toward Lei Yuan, her small lips pursing as if she was already accustomed to such sights, softly stating, to everyone's astonishment, the Lei Yuan sword, as if endowed with consciousness, floated down into Zhuge's hands like a human seeking favor. And even the thunder ceased, seemingly wary of harming her. This, Shangguan Mushua, having long resided in Shenshao Palace, had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. This was no ordinary weapon. It was a divine artifact from the sword ranking. To think it would seek to please a little girl. Shangguan Mushua felt as if the sky were about to collapse, her perception of reality utterly shattered. Baijia's eyes were fixed on the Lei Yuan sword that danced continuously in Zhuge's palm, his heart racing with excitement. Unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch his surprise, the sword's demeanor suddenly turned aggressive. Unleashed a bolt of lightning toward Baijia's outstretched hand, a terrifying energy swirling forth, leaving him rooted to the spot in shock. Fortunately, Shangguan Mushua swiftly absorbed the lightning, or else Baizhi might have found himself bedridden for quite a while. "Why did you attack my little brother?" Zhuge's face flushed with anger upon seeing it strike at Baizhi. She clapped her small hands, producing sharp sounds. Instantly, the Lei Yuan sword fell to the ground as if bereft of life, returning to its original state. "What is this?" Baizhi was bewildered. Just moments ago, Lei Yuan had exhibited behavior reminiscent of a top-ranked divine sword, displaying a sword spirit, yet now it had transformed so drastically. Shangguan Mushua stepped forward to pick up Lei Yuan, sheathing it with a slight frown, and approached her with a gentle smile. "Is your ability to communicate with swords innate?" "Pretty sister, you're mistaken. Doesn't just communicate with swords. She can communicate with all weapons." Zhuge flicked her ponytail, and amidst the astonished gazes of those present, she waved her small hand, causing the weapons on the rack in the courtyard to suddenly spring to life. Flying towards her as if imbued with souls, Baizhi and Shangguan Mushua's expressions changed dramatically, instinctively shielding Zhuge as they warily observed the inexplicable weapons. However, the weapons bypassed them, swirling around Zhuge like the Lei Yuan sword had earlier, staring at her in a dazed "Are you a naturally born sword body?" Shangguan Mushua, observing Zhuge amidst the swirling weapons, recalled her master's word from long ago and gazed at Zhuge in astonishment. "What is a naturally born sword body?" Zhuge's small face showed confusion as she looked up at Shangguan Mushua. "Sister, my father is particularly afraid I might accidentally harm someone." Reminded of Zhuge, forbidding her from leaving the house. A hint of sadness flickered in her young heart. Following the gazes of those present, Shangguan Mushua revealed a nostalgic expression, recalling her master's teachings. In the Qin continent, while martial artists are a small portion of the population, due to the large base of people, many still cultivate martial arts. Among them, there are those who are naturally at the pinnacle, possessing unique physiques, abundant cultivation resources, and being nurtured by the continent's top powerhouses. As she spoke, she looked at Zhuge, a smile gracing her lips as she gently patted her little head. It seems Guo'er's extraordinary ability must be the naturally born sword body. Naturally born sword body? What kind of physique is that? Zhuge's little eyes sparkled with curiosity, having never heard this term before. The so-called naturally born sword body possesses a unique talent for comprehending the sword path. Regardless of whether it is a common or divine weapon, they will temporarily awaken a sense of self-awareness in the presence of Guo'er. As she concluded, Shangguan Mushua's expression grew serious, tinged with concern. The clattering sounds of the floating weapons echoed as they all fell to the ground, and Zhuge's face turned pale as she fainted. Thankfully, Shangwan Mushiwe was quick to catch her, preventing her from falling. She is still too young. Controlling these weapons consumes too much energy. Let us help her to rest, Shangwan Mushiwe instructed, placing Gui'er on a chair to recuperate. Xiao Shi and the old man picked up the fallen weapons and returned them to the rack in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Baizhi glanced at Gui'er and then at Shangwan Mushiwe, asking, will her sword body pose any disadvantages for her? Baizhi firmly believed that heaven would not bestow such extraordinary innate conditions without reason. Just like Shangwan Mushiwe, who had been struck by lightning in her youth. Had she not survived, she would not possess the special physique of the thunder body. She likely wouldn't live past 15. Shangwan Mushiwe hesitated for a moment before replying, her physique is different from mine. Though I'm known as the innate thunder body, it is actually a result of later development. However, Gui'er was born this way, possessing an exceptionally rare innate sword body. Shangwan Mushiwe's gaze drifted, a faint sorrow appearing on her face. Given her age, Gui'er should be around 10. Being too close to weapons would cause her forehead to throb violently. Tightly furrowing her brow, a sign of her inability to control her mental energy. If this continues, in less than 2 years, she will be burdened by her physique, and her life will be in jeopardy. Shangwan Mushiwe looked at Zhuge with a hint of compassion. This little girl had to endure such suffering. Baizhi furrowed his brows, asking, is there any way to save her? Anyone who witnessed such a delightful little girl facing a dire fate would inevitably feel a pang of sympathy. The only solution is to have her join the sword sect, the foremost sect among sword cultivators. There, we can hope to address the hidden dangers posed by her innate sword body, Shangwan Mushiwe relayed her master's words. Speaking each one with gravity, the sword sect, located on the floating island of the Qian continent, was, as its name suggests, suspended in the sky above the continent, existing in the form of an island. Due to its constant movement, no one could predict where it would appear, let alone the legendary sword sect, home to the foremost sword among 10,000 swords. What difference does it make to say this? Baizhi frowned, casting her a glance. The floating island has only appeared a handful of times in the history of Qiyun, and only a few disciples of the sword sect have ever been seen. How can we place our hopes on the sword sect? A certain sense of despair enveloped the atmosphere. Shangwan Mushiwe, unfazed by his tone, shook her head helplessly and remarked, there is nothing I can do. This is what my master instructed me. Given the status of the current leader of the Shunjiao Palace, the foremost martial arts faction in the Qin Kingdom, one could naturally expect no deceit. Since the palace master has stated it thus, it is unlikely that any other sword cultivator faction could resolve the inherent risks posed by the innate sword body. Must they truly resign themselves to watching Gui'er in this plight? Baizhi felt a surge of reluctance, reminiscent of the helplessness he experienced in his past life. Observing his furrowed brow, Shangwan Mushiwe could not help but offer words of comfort. You need not despair. Perhaps Gui'er possesses her own fortuitous opportunities in matters of the world. Who can predict with certainty? Baizhi was aware that mere contemplation would yield no solutions, so he shook his head, forcing himself to dismiss these thoughts. At that moment, the doors of the Zhuge residence swung open, revealing 2 figures, battered and supporting each other. The visible wounds on their bodies indicated they had suffered severe injuries. Master, Madam, the elderly man with graying whiskers, who had spent the majority of his life in the Zhuge residence, immediately recognized the injured couple as Zhuge Yin and his wife. Alarmed by their grave condition, he rushed forward to assist them. Baizhi was taken aback, quickly advancing 2 steps to reach Zhuge Yin and his wife, with Shangwan Mushiwe trailing closely behind. Zhuge Yin lifted his gaze to Baizhi and urgently called out to the elder. Fu Bo, quickly take Gui'er and flee as far as you can. His voice was laced with acute concern. Before they could fully process the situation, a synchronized sound of galloping hooves resonated from outside the Zhuge residence, followed by a fierce light that shattered the entrance, causing the massive wooden door to crash down at their feet. Before them stood the young general they had encountered in the tea house. Brandishing a solitary long spear, his eyes icy and penetrating as he fixed his gaze upon the Zhuge couple, a treacherous wretch, unworthy of existence. Kill! As the command echoed, the young general's horse neighed loudly. its hooves stomping fiercely as it swiftly approached Zhu Garin, the heavy spear gleaming ominously as it aimed directly at his throat. In that moment of impending doom, Zhuge Yin's wife, Huang Pingying, bravely stepped forward, pushing Zhuge Yin aside to shield him with her own body from the chilling spear. The spear pierced through her neck, the blood spraying onto Zhuge Yin's face, a stark contrast of warmth from his wife's lifeblood turning frigid in an instant, leaving him utterly stunned. The young general's expression hardened, taken aback that he had failed to deliver a lethal blow to Zhuge Yin, but he showed no hesitation as he swiftly withdrew his spear, aiming to cleave Zhuge Yin's head in two. Stop. Previously, as Huang Pingying was struck, Bai Zhe had been unable to react, but now he could not stand idly by as Zhuge Yin faced a similar fate. In that moment, Bai Zhe summoned all the spiritual energy stored within the four-direction small cauldron, his aura erupting with an intensity far surpassing his usual self. He executed the most basic steps of the Song family. Yet his speed was on par with that of a postnatal realm expert. Weaponless and in dire straits, he made a desperate attempt to intercept the young general's terrifying spear with his bare hands. The cold, glinting spear struck fiercely against his palms without any sign of slowing down. No, Shangwan Muxue exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously as she shouted. She had never anticipated Bai Zhe would unleash such speed. What filled her with despair was the realization that he was foolish enough to attempt to catch the spear with his bare hands. The young general's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. He had witnessed such futile attempts before. He increased the force behind his strike, intending to pierce through both Bai Zhe and the spear's wielder. A resounding clang echoed as the spear collided with Bai Zhe's palms, as if it had struck something formidable, forcefully repelling both the spear and its wielder. The young general furrowed his brow in confusion, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he prepared to deliver a sweeping attack aimed at severing Bai Zhe in half. Bai Zhe, still in shock at his own ability to withstand the spear, was left pondering the nature of the four-direction small cauldron, unaware of the young general's relentless assault. The spear sliced through the air, the sound of rushing wind slamming against Bai Zhe's waist. Get lost! Instead of striking Bai Zhe as anticipated, the spear collided with the Lei Yuan sword held by Shangwan Muxue, which crackled with terrifying lightning energy. Shangwan Muxue, the young general, gripping his long spear with one hand, recognized the peculiar weapon and the woman before him, recalling tales of the Golden Kingdom's Princess Jinling. Indeed, it is I. Who are you to dare slay a court official within the borders of my Golden Kingdom? Shangwan Muxue stepped forward, casting a cold glare at the man before her. She had already found him disagreeable in the tea house, but that had ultimately been a conflict within the martial world, unrelated to her status as a princess. However, she could not tolerate a man who had murdered a court official's wife and attempted to kill Bai Zhe. I did kill her. What can you do about it? The young general waved his spear dismissively, his demeanor arrogant, showing no remorse for Huang Pingying's death. Shangwan Muxue's eyes flickered. She recognized the contempt for life in his expression, reminiscent of someone she had encountered before, causing her heart to tremble involuntarily. Despicable, Shangwan Muxue shouted, her spiritual energy surging forth in a magnificent display, akin to the mighty yellow river cascading down, forming a layer of milky white armor around her, astonishing all who beheld it. This armor was a manifestation of spiritual energy, achievable only after condensing 6 spirals of energy within, a feat that was merely a probability, not a certainty. Yet here stood Shangwan Muxue, having opened up more than 6 spirals even before reaching maturity. The young general cast aside his underestimation. This girl was indeed younger than him by a margin. If she were to enter the golden body realm, she would undoubtedly become an unparalleled talent. Let me see if your spiritual armor can withstand my might. The young general's eyes narrowed, and he began to whirl his spear, unleashing a fierce wind that spiraled from within him, forming a small vortex, an extraordinary sight. Wind attribute. Bai Zhe, regaining his senses, was astonished to realize that this young general from the Dangu camp possessed wind attribute abilities, rare in its own right, rivaling Shangwan Muxue's prowess. As he pondered this revelation, a graceful figure surged forward, lightning-imbued Lei Yuan sword slicing through the air towards the young general. With a resounding clash, the Lei Yuan met the spear. Surprisingly, The seemingly ordinary weapon sustained no damage, indicating its extraordinary nature. In the midst of their clash, the young general dismounted his horse, engaging in a fierce duel, his spear technique bold and unrestrained. Were it not for Shangguan Mushue's spiritual armor, she would have undoubtedly felt the weight of his strength. With her right hand wielding the Lei Yuan to block the incoming spear, Shangguan Mushue formed a seal with her left hand, unleashing a fine bolt of lightning aimed directly at the young general's forehead. Humph! Resorting to petty tricks, he scoffed, deftly maneuvering his spear to deflect the lightning with the shaft. The lightning struck the spear, creating a vortex that swiftly absorbed it. Shangguan Mushue was taken aback. Her reliance on the nine skies' divine thunder had seemingly vanished before him. What sorcery was this? In her moment of disbelief, the young general swiftly retracted his spear, launching a rapid series of thrusts toward Shangguan Mushue's chest, striking the same spot repeatedly. Despite this, she remained unharmed, her spiritual armor showing no signs of damage. The young general's expression shifted to one of seriousness. His consecutive strikes, imbued with wind attribute power, had failed to breach the defenses of her spiritual armor. The two battled evenly. Baiji's eyes ignited with fervor, and he suddenly noticed several enticing bubbles emanating from both opponents. Each bubble was a testament to their extraordinary prowess, and he could not help but feel a surge of greed. Above Shangguan Mushue's head floated a smaller bubble, inscribed with Wind Attribute 40, Wind Attribute Resistance 50, Nine Skies Divine Thunder Technique, Shun Zhao Palace's top-tier skill, a legacy of the heavens, strength 100, vitality 1100, agility 150. The attributes displayed above Shangguan Mushue were astonishing, with each stat exceeding 100. The young general was no ordinary foe either. Appearing barely past his youth, he exuded an aura of arrogance. His bubble revealed Wind Attribute 45, Wind Attribute Resistance 55, the great Jin royal family's top-tier skill, the Hun Yuan Spear, strength 110, vitality 1500, agility 120. The attributes of these two individuals are extraordinarily lavish. Should Baizhi manage to absorb even one of them, he would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Alas, he could only watch helplessly as their attributes remained impenetrable, leaving him in an awkward predicament. In the past, he would burst the bubbles of others within a 2-meter radius with mere thought, subsequently absorbing their essence for his own gain. Yet now, unable to penetrate those bubbles, how could he hope to assimilate their power? Nonetheless, these bubbles were not without merit. They revealed the strengths and weaknesses of the two individuals, in terms of attribute comprehension, as well as strength, vitality, and spiritual power. Shangguan Mushue was clearly inferior to the young commander. In other words, Shangguan Mushue was destined to be overwhelmed by the young commander, with no chance of victory. However, with the anomaly that was Baizhi, the situation was not so certain. Aware that Shangguan Mushue surpassed him in speed, he immediately called out to her distant figure. Utilize your speed. Resolve this with swiftness. Shangguan Mushue, ever astute, instantly grasped Baiji's intent. With a subtle nod of her elegant head, the Thunder Abyss sword in her hand remained unperturbed. While she elevated her own form to its utmost limits, her seemingly light steps cloaked in an air of mystery. The lightning steps of the divine, celestial palace. The young commander furrowed his brow as Shangguan Mushue's figure circled around him. A sense of foreboding settling in his heart. It was not that she had created duplicates, but rather that her movement was so swift that his own eyes could not perceive her clearly, leaving merely countless afterimages in her wake. Crafting an illusion before him, as he pondered her location, a sudden scent of death wafted from behind him. Instinctively, he turned to evade, yet remained unaware of the extent of his opponent's strike area. Even as he narrowly avoided a direct hit, the Thunder Abyss sword carved a gash into the armor on his shoulder, revealing a bloodied scar. His armor, too ordinary, was easily pierced by the blade. It dawned on him the gravity of the situation. His defensive capabilities were evidently far inferior to Shangguan Mushue. Before he could contemplate further, his pupils dilated in alarm, instinctively sensing danger on both sides. How could this be possible? Wasn't Shangguan Mushue but one person? How could she execute such maneuvers? Regrettably, he had no time to deliberate. In a state of panic, he countered with offense against Shangguan Muxue. Yet he found himself striking at nothing but air, for her true form was on the opposite side, the thunder abyss sword shimmering with lightning as it lunged toward his shoulder. The young commander's reflexes were commendable. Even as he missed his initial attack, he leveraged his momentum to block the incoming strike with the haft of his spear. However, how could Shangguan Muxue's full-force attack be so easily thwarted? The sword, imbued with crackling energy, cleaved through the spear's shaft and struck his left shoulder, in pain. He retaliated with the spear, forcing Shangguan Muxue to retreat, thus preventing further injury. A scar marred his shoulder armor. Blood oozing forth as he maintained an impassive demeanor while regarding Shangguan Muxue and her companions, coldly declaring, "Consider yourselves fortunate. When next we meet, I shall claim your heads." He had allowed himself to be outmaneuvered by Shangguan Muxue's speed, yet he remained in a position of absolute strength, easily able to withdraw. With a fierce sweep of his spear, he unleashed a gust of wind that kicked up sand and debris, obscuring the vision of Bai Zhe and the others. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, the young commander and his soldiers made a hasty retreat. How infuriating! Shangguan Muxue glowered at the young commander vanishing into the dust, her heart seething with resentment. This individual was stronger than she. Having let him escape this time, she wondered if she would have another chance to confront him. Bai Zhe furrowed his brow, his concern shifting from the young commander to Zhuge Yin's state. Following Huang Pingying's demise, Zhuge Yin appeared as a lifeless puppet, his eyes devoid of focus. My lord, the elderly Fu Bo, now in his 60s, gently nudged Zhuge Yin, his voice laced with sorrow. With Huang Pingying gone, the Zhuge family required Zhuge Yin to take charge. Yet, Zhuge Yin remained like a weeble, swaying slightly before returning to his original stance, dazed and silent. Would he remain this way forever? Shangguan Muxue regarded Zhuge Yin with a hint of worry on her delicate features. The Zhuge family was, after all, a prominent military lineage in the Great Jin, and their descendants were invaluable to the realm. It would be a pity to let this continue. That moment. The Lord of Jun City hurriedly arrived with soldiers in tow. He was a portly middle-aged man, perspiration beading on his forehead as he approached Shangguan Muxue. His demeanor flustered as he exclaimed, "Your humble servant arrives late to the rescue. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Shangguan Muxue waved her hand, signaling for him to rise. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe scrutinized the man and inquired, "What was Zhuge Yin's purpose in visiting the Lord's manor? Speak candidly." The Zhuge couple had returned from the Lord's manor grievously injured. The circumstances surrounding this matter were perplexing and troubling. The rotund lord hesitated upon hearing Bai Zhe's question. Typically, he would have retaliated with harsh words, but he was shrewd enough to recognize the gravity of the situation. With the princess present, he directed his gaze towards Shangguan Muxue. Hesitating to respond, "Relay what you know, and be warned, should you deviate even slightly, I shall annihilate your entire clan." Shangguan Muxue maintained her icy demeanor, her expression forbidding. The mention of annihilation sent a jolt of fear through the lord, compelling him to kneel involuntarily, stammering, "This morning, General Zhuge and his wife arrived at my manor. Without a word, they took me captive, denying me the opportunity to speak. Shortly thereafter, I witnessed a young commander in armor burst in and engage in conversation with the Zhuge couple, only for a confrontation to ensue. He had been positioned at a distance, observing everything through the curtain. Shangguan Muxue glanced at Bai Zhe, and upon seeing him nod, she spared the lord further scrutiny. Catching sight of the silent Huang Pingying, she sighed faintly. "Ensure that Lady Zhuge receives a proper burial, honoring the contributions made by the Zhuge couple in safeguarding the borders of the Great Jin. Do not neglect this, do you understand?" The lord, flustered, nodded repeatedly, swiftly agreeing. Bai Zhe and the others forcibly guided Zhuge Yin into the manor, the process proving exceptionally arduous. Despite his dazed demeanor, he clung tightly to Huang Pingying's delicate hand, unwilling to release it under any circumstances. Following Huang Pingying's passing, a pall of sorrow enveloped the Zhuge manor, permeating the atmosphere with an unbearable heaviness. As night descended, little Gur finally stirred from her slumber. Everyone was apprehensive, fearing that she might learn of her mother's death and her father's catatonia. worried that her tender heart might not withstand such a blow. They were united in their intent to shield her from the truth. However, upon awakening, Ger's face was marred with uncontainable sorrow, tears glistening on her cherubic cheeks, evoking a pang of sympathy from all who beheld her. "Brother, sister, you need not conceal anything from Ger. I saw it all. I saw everything," Ger lamented, rubbing her eyes with her small, delicate hands. "You saw everything?" Bai Zhe and Shangwan Muxue exchanged astonished glances, realizing the implications. The unique innate sword body allowed little Ger to perceive everything even while unconscious. How could this be? "Good girl, do not cry. From now on, stay with your brother and sister. All right. Let's take care of you." Shangwan Muxue could not bear to see the sweet girl in such distress. Especially after witnessing the tragic fate of the Zhuge couple, that a twinge of guilt surged within her as she spoke. Yet little Ger stubbornly shook her head, suppressing her grief to know, "I must find the sword sect. I must cultivate martial arts and avenge my mother." The fierce determination in her young eyes bore a mixture of anguish and hatred, leaving one uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. During her unconscious state, Ger had overheard Shangwan Muxue's words and understood that her time was limited, which only solidified her resolve for vengeance. "Foolish child, do not act rashly. Your mother would not wish this for you." Fu Bo, who had brought tea to the side, lamented upon hearing Ger's declaration. The young Zhuge, no more than a teenager, displayed an uncommon resolve on her small face as she clenched her tiny fists and declared, "Fu Bo, you need not persuade me. I must avenge her. I must." Fu Bo was momentarily taken aback, never having imagined that the little girl he had watched grow would possess such stubbornness, recognizing the clarity of purpose in her eyes. He understood he could not sway her, and with a heavy sigh, he retreated to the side. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe's eyes lit up, and he smiled. If Ger wishes to seek vengeance, she must first learn the necessary skills. However, you are aware that your time is short. Do you have a plan for acquiring these skills? Zhuge was consumed by thoughts of vengeance, to the point of forgetting her surroundings. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind, and she turned her gaze towards Shangwan Muxue. With a graceful bend of her knee, she knelt down. This scene not only took Shangwan Muxue by surprise, but even Bai Zhe, who had been guiding her, was astonished by her unwavering determination. "Princess sister, could you allow me to enter the Shunxiao Palace to learn skills?" Zhuge raised her small head, her cherubic face brimming with hope. Shangwan Muxue gently caressed her cheek, her expression filled with joy as she replied, "My master has always yearned for a disciple with an innate sword body. If Ger is willing to go, she may very well receive my master's true teachings." Although she had only inherited the Nine Heavens divine thunder technique from the Shunxiao Palace, she lamented the fact that she could not pass on her master's ultimate skills. "Really?" Zhuge's face lit up with delight, and she stood up, excitedly grasping Shangwan Muxue's hand. The more Shangwan Muxue looked at the little girl, the more she cherished her, smiling. Of course it is true. With this, Zhuge had found a promising path, and Huang Pingying could rest easy in the afterlife. However, Zhuge Yin, now lost in the sorrow of losing his wife, remained oblivious to when he might awaken from his grief. After managing Huang Pingying's funeral, Bai Zhe and his companions took Zhuge and departed from the Zhuge residence, heading toward an inn. Upon meeting with Elpin and Qin Wanyue, they succinctly recounted the events that had transpired at the Zhuge residence. Elpin immediately began to devise a plan, stating, "I recognize that young general. He is Su Ziqing, a prodigy placed in the Dongye camp by the Emperor of the Great Jin. His talents, appearance, and intellect are all remarkably outstanding. His arrival in Jun City." As he spoke, Elpin cast a cautious glance at Bai Zhe, revealing an air of concern. Only when he saw Bai Zhe nod did he exhale, revealing the connection between the Longmai martial arts, the Zhuge couple, and Su Ziqing's possible covert intentions. After hearing this, Ger huffed. "Father and mother decided to abandon their allegiance to the Great Jin after my elder brother saved our family last night. Otherwise, we would not be in this predicament." Reflecting on the consequences of this decision, the young girl found it difficult to accept. Now that both matters seemed resolved, did it imply that he had already returned to the Jin kingdom? Bai Zhe raised an eyebrow. The trail regarding the Longmai martial arts had ended with Elpin, and the Zhuge couple's fate had been sealed. Elpin shook his head. a glimmer of worry in his eyes. I am well aware of Su Ziqing's character. The princess has wounded him, and I vanished while at the tea house, that I suspect he will ambush us on the road, most likely near the border between the Great Jin and the Great Jin Kingdom. The implication was clear. Su Ziqing would lie in wait at the borders, using the chaos of banditry as a pretext to absolve himself of any responsibility for their demise. Moreover, the Dongye camp rarely revealed themselves to the public, let alone anyone knowing Su Ziqing's true origins, which would further facilitate his actions. What shall we do? Shangwan Mushiwa was taken aback, feeling somewhat intimidated at the prospect of facing Su Ziqing. After all, he was far more accomplished than she, and her modest abilities seemed insufficient against him. Beside her, Qin Wanyue furrowed her brows. This was a scenario she particularly wished to avoid, as the outcome of their mission to the Jin Kingdom would determine her fate. At that moment, Baiji's gaze shifted between Qin Wanyue and Shangwan Mushiwa, and an idea sparked in his mind. He glanced around, shut the door, and gestured for everyone to gather closely to discuss further. A night passed without incident as everyone prepared for the impending battle the next day. On the morrow, Baizhi, along with Shangwan Mushiwa and Xiao Shi, departed the city. They continued their journey in the same horse-drawn carriage. Riding the same white steed, the group exited the city gates under the auspices of the corpulent city lord. They moved towards the last boundary between the Great Jin and the Great Jin Kingdom. A distance of several miles away, where the mountains rose 1,000 meters high and the foothills were teeming with vegetation. The distant mountains lay to the southeast of Jun City, serving as the final barrier to the Jin Kingdom. They were aptly named distant mountains due to the undulating terrain and the jagged cliffs flanking the winding paths. Not long after Baizhi and his companions left Jun City, a throng of martial artists began to pour into the city, numbering nearly 10,000, creating an impressive spectacle. As Baizhi and the others traversed the rugged terrain of the distant mountains, they appeared relaxed, as if nothing were amiss, quietly continuing their journey. Just as their carriage passed through a gully, they suddenly heard the rustling of grass nearby, as beasts scattered in fright. Baizhi's brow furrowed slightly. Instinctively, he reined in the white horse, steadying the carriage, and scanned the surroundings. Before he could ascertain the situation, a sudden swish rang out, and soldiers wielding weapons emerged from the grass on either side, their expressions pallid, gradually encircling the entire carriage. Upon seeing these figures, Baizhi's face reflected shock, and he exclaimed, "What do you want?" In his panic, the reins slipped from his grasp. I could see that moment. Su Ziqing appeared, mounted on horseback, wielding a long spear, and clad in armor, his expression as impassive as ever. Even as he surrounded Baizhi, he displayed no visible emotion. "Hand over your belongings, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Su Ziqing's eyes turned icy, a chilling glint forming on his face that was utterly terrifying. Baizhi, relieved to hear that it was merely his possessions that were sought and not his life, replied, "What does the general want? Anything I possess, I will offer willingly." However, Su Ziqing had no intention of following the expected script. His gaze fixated on Baizhi, his eyelids twitching slightly as he coldly retorted, "I want your life." Without further ado, he squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, swiftly maneuvering to Baizhi's side, his cold spear aimed straight at his neck without the slightest hesitation. Su Ziqing vividly recalled how Baizhi had effortlessly parried his strike the previous day. This time, he intended to show no mercy, eager to see if Baizhi could evade his assault again. With a clang, the anticipated did not occur. Su Ziqing's spear was intercepted by a melodic sound, failing to pierce Baizhi. "Who is in the carriage?" Su Ziqing's expression shifted as the sound contained a subtle power that deftly neutralized his force, even dissipating the wind attribute energy within the strike. In response, a gentle and melodious tune emanated from within the carriage, resonating with a spiritual essence, crafting an enchanting symphony that launched waves of sound towards Su Ziqing. Despite Su Ziqing's prowess, the soldiers behind him suffered greatly. Several waves of sound struck them, tearing their bodies apart, spilling blood and entrails onto the ground. After enduring a barrage of sound waves, Su Ziqing's countenance darkened, and he raised his spear, sweeping it in a wide arc to dispel the incoming sound waves. With a fierce shout, he propelled himself into the air, descending upon the carriage while brandishing his spear, unleashing a series of icy glints infused with wind attribute energy towards the carriage, inside the carriage. The woman's fingers danced rapidly over the guzheng, producing a chaotic melody that countered the high and low notes directed at her. As the two forces collided, the wooden roof of the carriage shattered, splintering into numerous fragments that scattered around. Itsu. Su Ziqing recognized Shangguan Muxue, clad in a light white dress, seated before the guzheng. His gaze turned cold, a hint of surprise flickering within him. The information he possessed had not mentioned her proficiency in the art of sound. Could it be that his sources were incomplete, concealing her true capabilities? Veiled and composed, Shangguan Muxue did not respond. Instead, she took a deep breath, her fingers rhythmically plucking the strings of the guzheng. The resonant tones fluctuated from deep to high, echoing the sounds of battle. Su Ziqing's spear tore through the carriage roof towards Shangguan Muxue. The distinct sound waves formed a delicate barrier, enveloping both her and the pale-faced Xiao Shi beside her. With a series of resounding clashes, the fierce wind energy collided with the sound barrier, resulting in a violent explosion that shook the air around them. Once the dust settled, Su Ziqing landed, his figure swiftly closing in on the carriage, raising his spear to strike ruthlessly at Shangguan Muxue within the sound barrier. Realizing that spiritual energy could not penetrate, he resolved to overpower her with brute force, revealing his ruthless nature. Shangguan Muxue's gem-like eyes glimmered as she clutched the guzheng with one hand while embracing Xiao Shi with the other. Gracefully leaping away from the carriage, both figures stabilized in mid-air. The carriage was cleaved in two by Su Ziqing's spear. Had it not been for Shangguan Muxue's protection, the residual force alone could have been fatal for Xiao Shi. Su Ziqing stood amidst the shattered remains of the carriage, observing the descending Shangguan Muxue with a cold expression. Who are you? Where is Shangguan Muxue? His interception here is primarily aimed at Shangguan Muxue. Should any misfortune befall her, it would undoubtedly incite chaos along the borders of the three nations, Dejin, Deqin, and Dejin. This would greatly benefit him in his endeavor to fish in troubled waters and acquire the dragon vein martial arts. Furthermore, it would effectively thwart any potential alliance between Dejin and Dejin, which is something he, as a pro-war faction member, would certainly welcome, although the Shangguan Muxue before him bears some resemblance. Her martial arts path cannot be concealed. This particular Shangguan Muxue exudes not a trace of lightning attribute energy. As she gracefully descended to the ground, the figure of Shangguan Muxue, disguised by Qin Wanyue, paused in surprise, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "What difference does it make who I am? However, I possess what the general desires." With that, she produced a piece of yellowed parchment from her bosom, waving it before him. The slightly waxy parchment emanated an aura that was both unsettling and intriguing. Upon glimpsing the parchment, Su Ziqing momentarily froze, his typically impassive demeanor betraying a flicker of excitement. Though it was quickly masked. "Hand it over to me, and I shall let you go." The sudden emergence of the dragon vein martial arts had caused Su Ziqing to forget all prior considerations. His eyes fixated solely on the imminent acquisition of the coveted martial arts. "Brother, do you truly hold me in such low regard?" came the low, discontented voice of Baizhe from behind Su Ziqing. Before he could turn around, Baizhe crossed his arms over his chest, the faint outline of Yin-Yang Taiji symbol subtly visible, as if it contained some profound and esoteric principle. With a thunderous shout, Baizhe unleashed the yin-yang energies, which erupted forth as two intertwined black and white fish, surging towards the unsuspecting Su Ziqing's back. By the time Su Ziqing sensed the overwhelming force behind him, it was already too late. The yin-yang fish struck his armor, seamlessly merging into his body without any warning. What is this? The sudden infiltration of the yin-yang fish into his body instilled a primal fear within Su Ziqing, akin to that of an ordinary person facing the unknown. Though he felt no immediate harm, the uncertainty of future repercussions loomed ominously. Just as he voiced his concerns, he noticed the wind attribute energy within him visibly diminishing. Prompting a surge of alarm, he swiftly sealed the vortex of wind attribute energy within, halting the alarming decline. Meanwhile, Baizhi, reveling in the delightful sensation of the yin-yang fish absorbing his power, suddenly felt a disconcerting disconnection, his brow twitching involuntarily. That was the precious yin-yang energy he had painstakingly extracted from the four-legged square tripod. Could it truly be lost so easily? Having discovered that this energy could absorb attributes, he had attempted multiple extractions, and though it had been a challenging endeavor, he managed to retain a portion as a trump card. Yet, to lose it on the very first use, such a miscalculation was akin to losing the rice while attempting to steal a chicken. The yin-yang fish had formed upon the four legs of the four-legged square tripod. In other words, there was only a single pair of yin-yang fish. Could they have been lost so swiftly? As he lamented, Su Ziqing suddenly felt a tumultuous surge in his chest. He coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The yin-yang fish had stirred within him, creating a gaping hole in two of his energy vortices, from which they flowed out, returning to Baizhi's palm. The yin-yang fish, having absorbed some wind attribute energy, manifested as one black and one white fish in Baizhi's hands. What a treasure! Baizhi rejoiced inwardly. Knowing that the yin-yang fish had successfully disrupted Su Ziqing's two wind attribute energy vortices, the energy contained within would undoubtedly bolster his own strength. Su Ziqing had initially possessed 6 energy vortices, with a 7th already in its nascent stage, but this unforeseen attack had caused cracks to form in 2 of them, and the 7th's emergence now appeared to be in jeopardy. This filled him with both shock and fury. "Damn it! What have you done to me?" Su Ziqing pointed his spear accusingly at Baizhi, his face a mask of anger. Had it not been for the peculiar nature of Baizhi's technique, he would have lunged at him in a fit of rage. Baizhi shrugged nonchalantly, chuckling. "I assure you, I have done nothing." He nodded towards Qin Wanyue behind Su Ziqing and added, "The next move is yours, my lady." And oh, sooner had he spoken than Qin Wanyue, holding the parchment, lightly tossed it towards Su Ziqing's outstretched hand, staring in disbelief at the dragon vein martial arts now in his possession. Su Ziqing was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that the legendary martial arts had come so easily to him. However, before he could peruse it further, Baizhi's voice rang out. "Well done, Su Ziqing. You have appropriated the L family's dragon vein martial arts. How detestable!" With that, he inexplicably produced some red chili sauce, applying it to the corner of his mouth, pounding his chest, and smearing his face with white powder, feigning the appearance of one grievously wounded. Su Ziqing was left astounded. The bizarre occurrences seemed to multiply. First, the effortless acquisition of the dragon vein martial arts, followed by Baizhi's theatrical display, leaving him with nothing but a massive question mark in his mind. Yet the subsequent events clarified his understanding. Not far behind them, Shangguan Muxue arrived with a throng of martial artists, some leaping through the trees, others traversing the ground, and a few even soaring through the air on swords, creating an imposing assembly of no less than 10,000. "I am Su Ziqing, and I possess the dragon vein martial arts." Shangguan Muxue, clad in the regal attire she had brought from the palace, exuded an air of aristocracy as she pointed directly at Su Ziqing, her voice ringing with authority. Upon hearing this, the multitude of martial artists behind her ignited with fervor, thousands of eyes ablaze as they charged towards Su Ziqing, instilling a palpable fear in him. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Su Ziqing had no time to rally his soldiers. He felt the wind at his feet and disregarded his injuries, fleeing with the dragon vein martial arts in hand, vanishing from sight in an instant. The nearly 10,000 martial artists pursued him fiercely, rushing past Baizhi, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. The spectacle before him was nothing short of magnificent. He had not anticipated Shangguan Muxue's ability to rally such a vast following. Surely, none from the current young generation would dare provoke this formidable assembly of martial artists. Baizhi wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a twinge of trepidation. After a prolonged chase of nearly several dozen minutes, the martial artists finally dispersed. Shangguan Muxue approached Baizhi, her face alight with a smile as she inquired, "What do you think? Quite a show, isn't it? These individuals will surely give that despicable Su Ziqing a run for his money." The thought of this swept away her previous anger at Su Ziqing, filling her with immense satisfaction. It was at this moment that Elpin and Guer finally arrived. Elpin cast a wary glance at Baija, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and hesitation, his mouth opening as if to speak but ultimately refraining. Baija, perceptive to his thoughts, grinned and said, "What do you think this is?" He produced an identical piece of parchment to that which Su Ziqing had previously seized, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Seeing the outcome, Baija felt a surge of elation. He had pondered for a considerable time, realizing that luring someone as talented as Su Ziqing with an ordinary piece of parchment would be exceedingly difficult. Only a parchment infused with the essence of the dragon vein would suffice. However, the challenge lay in extracting even a trace of that genuine dragon essence, a task of significant difficulty. After a night of contemplation, he had finally extracted the yin-yang energy from the four-legged square tripod, allowing him to imbue a semblance of true dragon essence onto the counterfeit parchment that in this manner, the unsuspecting Su Ziqing would undoubtedly fall into his trap. He was destined to stumble into this pitfall. Upon hearing Baija's explanation, the crowd erupted in astonished praise for his cleverness. That moment, an elderly man clad in a gray robe approached silently, his footsteps so light they produced no sound. Unbeknownst to Baija and the others, his figure seemed to meld with the very essence of the world around them. Even standing among them, he remained undetected. "You are quite the clever young man, and your skills are indeed remarkable," the gray-robed elder spoke, his voice raspy yet piercing, evoking an eerie sensation that resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Baija was taken aback, bowing respectfully. "Senior, your praise is unwarranted. Such trivial tricks hardly merit your attention." A sense of panic washed over him. The man before them was clearly an extraordinary powerhouse, far beyond their capacity to confront, should he harbor any ill intentions. It was likely that none would emerge unscathed, just as he contemplated whether to voluntarily surrender the dragon vein martial arts to ensure the safety of the group. The gray-robed elder spoke once more, his raspy voice slicing through the air. "Young man, I have no interest in that dragon vein martial arts. However, since I have witnessed this matter, I shall not depart so easily." A smile of age creased the elder's face. Appearing amiable, yet to Baija, it was akin to thunderclaps in his ears. Was this not a classic case of extortion? Yet he found himself in no position to refuse, for the elder's power was insurmountable. The bubbles of energy above the elder's head were not mere question marks, but rather deep crimson exclamation points. It is evident without even a glance that it signifies extreme danger. He wouldn't dare entertain any other thoughts. "Senior, you have my word that if there is a need, I shall certainly assist you," Baija said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he spoke with considerable pressure weighing upon him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shangwan Mushue, Qin Wanyue, and the others did not dare to breathe, let alone speak. Keep it simple. I shall not beat around the bush with you," the elder in the long robe said, directing his gaze towards Zhugagwa with a smile. "I have taken a liking to this girl at first sight. She is fated to be among us that I wish to take her under my wing. Would you be willing to part with her?" So it was a matter of accepting a disciple. Baija finally felt a sense of relief in his heart. However, he soon expressed a hint of helplessness. "Senior, Guerre possesses a unique constitution. Without addressing the issue of her lifespan, it would be of no avail." His implication was clear. Regardless of how formidable your sect may be, if you cannot resolve Zhugagwa's impending fate, it would be of no use, and they might as well seek assistance from the Shunshao Palace. The elder in the long robe maintained a smile, his withered hand gently stroking Zhugagwa's small head. The originally curious Zhugagwa suddenly froze, her small face reflecting a touch of incredulity. "Little brother, Gore wants to go with Grandpa," Zhugagwa said, hesitating for a moment, her small hand tightly gripping as she looked towards Baija and Shangwan Mushue. Baija exchanged glances with the others, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded and said, "All right, Gur, you must obediently follow Grandpa. Do you understand?" Although he was not entirely clear why little Gur would actively request to accompany the elder. She was no ordinary child. Despite her youth, her wisdom had already blossomed, undoubtedly for her own reasons. The elder in the gray robe stroked his sparse beard and laughed heartily. "Your name is Gua. From today onwards, I shall take you under my wing. Little girl, are you willing?" Such a simple procedure for accepting a disciple must still be followed. Zhugagwa, with her exceptional talent, had awakened her spiritual roots early. And coupled with her unique constitution, she would undoubtedly be an extraordinary figure on the Qingyun continent were it not for her lifespan limitations. Burr earnestly nodded her head, kneeling down on both knees to pay her respects to the elder. Good, good. At last, my sect has a successor. From today onwards, little girl, I shall call you Linga. Seeing how astute Zhugagua was, he deemed her naturally intelligent, and thus conferred upon her a disciple's name. Guer performed another bow, her voice sweet as she said, Thank you, Master, for bestowing me with a name. Linger will certainly heed your teachings and strive to cultivate diligently. The elder did not afford them the opportunity for farewells. A large dark yellow sword soared through the air, and he stood upon it with Zhugagua, bidding farewell to the crowd. Senior, can we go there to find Linger in the future? Baija interjected. His brows raising as he called out, he refrained from addressing Guer directly, opting instead for Linger, hoping to elicit a response from the elder. After all, Guer, his biological father, was still alive, and he had an inkling that the two would meet again in the future. Outside the building, the scenery was extraordinary, and the sword from beyond the heavens. The elder left behind this cryptic remark as he departed with Zhugagua, his form seemingly immobile, yet traversing 100 miles in the blink of an eye. Incredibly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Baija ultimately murmured the phrase to himself, his brows furrowing slightly as he turned to the others. Have you ever heard this saying? Shangguan Muxue and Qin Wanyue both shook their heads, while Lu Pin appeared somewhat contemplative, as if he had a faint recollection but could not place where he had heard it. After this matter reached a temporary conclusion, Baija and the others returned to June City, prepared a carriage once more, and set off towards the great Jin kingdom, mindful of their purpose in this diplomatic mission. The group traversed the rugged mountain ranges, journeying for several thousand miles over the course of nearly 3 days. Finally arriving at the border city of Dejin, Shaiyun City, as the only city adjacent to the great Jin's borders, Shaiyun City was constructed to be impregnable. The towering walls, dozens of feet high, were entirely forged from fine iron, a material essential for crafting military weaponry. However, the fact that such fine iron was used for a city wall was nothing short of extravagant, standing beneath these iron-crafted walls. A chill of iron coldness enveloped them. Even Baija could not help but shiver, drawing in a sharp breath. This city was remarkably grand. Shangguan Muxue looked up, and it seemed as if Shaiyun City reached straight into the heavens. Appearing as though one could only see clouds in the summer sky, devoid of any other hues, Qin Wanyue remained indifferent, showing no particular interest in the city before her. Meanwhile, Lu Pin felt a sense of pride swell within him, being a citizen of the Jin kingdom, despite being wanted by the great Jin. Yet when thoughts of the Lu family's grievances crossed his mind, that fleeting sense of pride vanished without a trace. These individuals clearly appear to be outsiders, standing here for so long. Baija and the others had donned ordinary garments. Shangguan Muxue and Qin Wanyue, both stunning beauties, wore rough hemp clothing, concealing their faces with clean black cloths. To be fair, those few women had commendable figures, especially that one. Look at that carefree one. That despite this, the graceful figures of Shangguan Muxue and the others still became the subject of discussion among the crowd. After standing at the city gate for a while, several people began to murmur among themselves. Baija raised an eyebrow, seizing Shangguan Muxue's hand and leading her into the city, with the others following closely behind. Upon entering the city, Shangguan Muxue shook off his hand and huffed in annoyance. Why are you holding me back? Those people dare to comment on this young lady. They deserve a beating. She nearly let slip the words this princess, but thankfully she had the wit to rephrase. Baija sighed. We have a long way to go to the capital of the Jin kingdom. Can we refrain from causing a fuss? If we stir up trouble at every city we pass through, it will take us months to reach the capital of the great Jin, let alone complete the alliance mission swiftly. Hearing Baija's admonishment, Shangguan Muxue wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, pouting. Who told him to point fingers at me? I was merely venting my frustration. Little Shi, what do you think? She sought a comrade. And upon seeing Qin Wanyue, she opened her mouth to speak but changed to Little Shi. The ever-dutiful Little Shi, suddenly questioned by Shangguan Muxue, quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Baija observed this scene and felt a vague sense of something being amiss with Little Shi. While her behavior seemed typical of a servant, His ability to wield the dual energies of yin and yang allowed him to perceive subtle nuances that felt concealed. The group entered Xiayan City and found the most popular establishment within, the Lion Inn, ordering some food and drinks. Shangguan Muxue was already famished, and without hesitation, she seized her chopsticks and began to eat, her manner betraying none of the grace one would expect from a young lady of noble birth. In contrast, Qin Wenyue delicately nibbled her food, each movement exuding the regal demeanor of a princess. Truly, Baizhi poured himself a cup of wine, shaking his head as he observed the eating habits of the two. Lu Pin also poured himself a cup, and the two exchanged toasts. Just as they were relishing their meal, they suddenly overheard a conversation at the table in front of them. "Hey, brother, have you heard? Recently, nearly 10,000 martial artists appeared in the mountain ranges several dozen miles from Xiayan City. It was a truly spectacular sight." "What of it? I already know that they all went there for the Dragon Vein martial arts." "Dragon Vein martial arts? You must be joking on my temper. You better believe it. Within those mountain ranges, a young man obtained the Dragon Vein martial arts, and nearly 10,000 martial artists besieged him. As of now, he still hasn't managed to escape." He took a sip of wine and sighed slightly. "Speaking of which, he seems to be from our Jin kingdom. I wonder if he can safely retreat with the Dragon Vein martial arts in his possession." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Muxue's mind conjured the image of Su Ziqing fleeing in a disheveled state, and in her amusement, she inadvertently spat out the wine in her mouth, hitting Baizhi squarely in the face. Baizhi rolled his eyes at being splashed. Utterly speechless at the girl's antics, he felt an urge to be angry, but upon seeing her remorseful expression, he could not bring himself to be upset. Resigning himself to wiping his face and converting his frustration into appetite, devouring his food, the others couldn't help but laugh at Baizhi's reaction. "Young man, bring me 10 pounds of beef and 10 jars of daughter red." At that moment, a group of individuals suddenly barged in through the door, led by 10 burly men, each towering at 9 feet tall, with round bellies that jiggled as they walked, with a resounding crash. The hefty double axes they wielded slammed onto the table. Had it not been made of fine iron, it might have been reduced to splinters. The proprietor of this establishment is quite clever, Baizhi thought, having previously found it odd that all the tables were made of iron, only to realize it was to prevent such incidents. Surrounding the corpulent man were several others, all adorned with red headbands. Their expressions fierce, clearly not of good nature. The young waiter approached with some trepidation, placing the items on the table without daring to utter a word, turning to leave in evident fear. Baizhi waved at the young waiter, who hurried over, forcing a smile as he inquired, "Customer, how may I assist you?" The table at which he sat was positioned at a considerable distance from the rotund man, yet Baizhi felt at ease enough to inquire with the young waiter about the identity of that group. "Who are they? Are they regular patrons here?" It was not out of idle curiosity that Baizhi sought this information, but rather because he had noticed a slight tremor in Xiaoxi's frame upon the entrance of the stout man. As if she were gripped by fear, her head lowering even further. "Objectively speaking, you would do well to avoid provoking them. That corpulent fellow is a bodyguard from the Longhu Escort Agency in Xiayan City, and he frequents this establishment," the waiter whispered, leaning closer to Baizhi, his eyes betraying a palpable fear. Baizhi frowned slightly in confusion, asking, "What exactly does the Longhu Escort Agency do?" He had seldom watched films his previous life and was unfamiliar with the workings of such escort services. At that moment, Shangguan Muxue, who was in the midst of serving herself, nearly choked on her food. Fortunately, she managed to swallow it down, and upon observing Baizhi's innocent expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. "You mean to say you don't even know what an escort agency does? Is that truly so surprising?" She continued, clearing her throat. An escort agency is essentially responsible for transporting precious items or certain matters from martial artists from one location to another. The individuals involved are referred to as bodyguards. Even the usually gentle Qin Wenyue couldn't resist chiming in, ultimately feeling compelled to provide an explanation. "Isn't that just a courier service? Goodness, what's the difference from ancient messengers, risking the lives of several horses along the way?" In truth, there were distinctions. The ancient services were primarily concerned with either the underworld or governmental matters, whereas the current transport involved martial artists whose prowess was not to be trifled with. Speaking of which, I recently heard rumors that the Longhu Escort Agency is preparing to transport an artifact and some precious medicinal materials. The waiter muttered, I believe they are set to depart in just a few days, with the destination being Chung City. Upon hearing the name Chung City, Bai Zhe and his companions exchanged glances, each of them furrowing their brows slightly. Chung City was the capital of the Dejin Kingdom, situated above a vast expanse of water, often referred to as the Isle of Solitude. Don't bodyguards typically shy away from accepting missions to the capital? Qin Wanyue inquired, holding her bowl and balancing her food. The waiter, taken aback by her ethereal voice, felt a jolt of surprise and quickly replied, You're quite astute, miss. Indeed, most bodyguards are hesitant to take on tasks leading to the capital, but the Longhu bodyguards are a different breed. Bai Zhe raised an eyebrow, sensing something unusual. Qin Wanyue, ever so clever, retrieved a small piece of silver from her sleeve and handed it to the waiter with a smile. We are but travelers from afar, unfamiliar with this place. This approach was one the waiter had encountered numerous times, yet he was more than willing to accept the unexpected gain. Tucking the silver into his pocket, he beamed, Miss, the Longhu escort agency was founded by the royal relatives of the Dejin. It is said that this transport concerns matters of national significance. Before he could finish his sentence, the innkeeper furrowed his brow and bellowed, What are you standing there for? Get back to work. The waiter, embarrassed, offered a hasty apology before scurrying off. They chose not to press further. If it were truly such a significant matter, a mere waiter would hardly possess the full details. Bai Zhe pondered for a moment, a vague sense that this could very well be the crux of their negotiations in the Jin Kingdom. After a brief hesitation, he declared, Let us proceed to the Longhu escort agency. With that, he led the way out of the inn, followed closely by Lu Ping and the others. The Longhu escort agency was located in the northwest of Xiayan City, surrounded by blacksmith shops and several apothecaries, making it easy for Bai Zhe and his companions to locate. Before the entrance of the Longhu escort agency stood two stone statues, one of a dragon and the other of a tiger, both crouched as if to welcome incoming guests, yet exuding an air of vigilance. The agency was bustling with activity. Numerous martial artists had come to pay their respects, and the entrance was adorned with festive decorations, suggesting a grand celebration was underway. Bai Zhe felt a flicker of excitement. Amidst the commotion, it was the perfect opportunity to blend in. After some contemplation, he instructed Lu Ping, take Mu Shiwei and Xiao Shi to the Liyun Inn to secure a room. I shall accompany Miss Qin inside to investigate the S. Soon as he finished speaking, Shangguan Mu Shiwei pouted in displeasure, protesting, Why does she get to go, while I cannot? Her gaze flitted between Bai Zhe and Qin Wanyue, radiating discontent. Bai Zhe felt a headache coming on. Among their group, Lu Ping was a local and could easily attract attention. Shangguan Mu Shiwei was too carefree, prone to causing trouble, while Qin Wanyue appeared composed and calm, making her the ideal choice for stealth. But how could he explain this? That would only lead to chaos. Perceptive as ever, Qin Wanyue immediately grasped his dilemma and smiled gently. It would be fine for Mu Shiwei to accompany you. Her martial skills surpass mine, and with her protection, we can all feel at ease. For the first time, Shangguan Mu Shiwei found herself appreciating Qin Wanyue's presence. Grinning at Bai Zhe, she says it's fine. Now tell me how we should sneak in. She had a feeling that being by Bai Zhe's side promised many exciting adventures, and she was determined to stick with him, resigned to the situation. Bai Zhe sighed. All right then, you all head to the inn. I will return with Mu Shiwei later. Qin Wanyue nodded, leading Lu Ping and Xiao Shi toward the Liyun Inn. Left behind, Bai Zhe noticed that when entering the Longhu escort agency, the others made no particular demands, and a thought struck him. He took Shangguan Mu Shiwei to a nearby clothing store to select a few outfits. With Bai Zhe's careful styling, the two emerged from the shop transformed. Shangguan Mu Shiwei had shed her coarse linen attire for a new silk gown, adorned with shimmering beads on her arms, her hair styled high, and a veil as delicate as a cicada's wing. Radiating an air of elegance, Bai Zhe's attire, however, was peculiar. He had wrapped himself in white cloth, resembling a mummy, leaving only his eyes and mouth visible, presenting a rather bizarre appearance. You look just like a mummy. Shangguan Mu Shiwei laughed, clutching her stomach at the sight of Bai Zhe's white fabric. With an eye roll, Bai Zhe cleared his throat and gestured towards his throat. Mind your tone, prompted by his remark. Shangguan Mu Shiwei immediately raised her voice. What are you babbling about? Her flawless Sichuan dialect flowed effortlessly, causing Bai Zhe to burst into laughter, the familiar sound striking a chord with him in the Qiyun continent. Sichuan dialect seemed almost foreign, leaving others perplexed, which Bai Zhe intended to exploit. As they approached the Longhu escort agency, the two guards stationed at the entrance were momentarily taken aback by Shangguan Mushue's unusual accent, compounded by their odd attire. "Who are you? If you have no business here, don't cause a ruckus," one of them said, unable to restrain his impatience. However, at that moment, Bai Zhe suddenly spoke in broken Qiyun. "Hello, I am from TLF, Ashibashayad." The other guard furrowed his brow, confusion etched across his face. What did he say? Some foreign language. What is that? He looked at his companion, bewilderment filling his eyes. In contrast, the other guard's expression brightened, exclaiming, "A foreign envoy! A foreign envoy!" With that, he personally ushered Bai Zhe and Shangguan Mushue into the Longhu escort agency, leaving his companion looking perplexed. "Foreign envoy? What on earth is that?" He muttered under his breath, continuing his watch at the entrance. The guard who led Bai Zhe and Shangguan Mushue into the courtyard suddenly turned with a sinister grin, approaching Shangguan Mushue with hands rubbing together. Startled, she swiftly drew a dagger from her storage space, aiming it at his heart with a clean and decisive motion. However, Xian covered his mouth, and fortunately, Bai Zhe was right beside her, quickly stepping in to restrain the guard by the shoulder, effectively silencing him. This seamless action created the illusion that Bai Zhe was merely assisting the guard. Shangguan Mushue, astute as ever, maneuvered expertly as they discreetly guided the guard to a less populated area. Once they reached a secluded spot, Bai Zhe lowered the white cloth covering his mouth and reproached, "What on earth were you thinking? You nearly caused a disaster." The girl inexplicably drew a knife. But fortunately, he was quick-witted. Otherwise, the situation might have escalated. Shangguan Mushue displayed a look of grievance. Pouting as she remarked, "He reached out towards me, rubbing his hands together. I thought he wanted something from me." As she recounted this, a hint of indignation and embarrassment colored her cheeks, and she fiercely gestured with her hand like a knife. Bai Zhe, upon hearing this, nearly stumbled to the ground, his eyes rolling in disbelief. Others are simply after money. He hadn't expected that this guard truly understood the local customs. Rubbing his hands together was merely a gesture to request payment. However, such an action could indeed appear rather lewd in the eyes of a woman, making Shangguan Mushue's misunderstanding quite understandable. At this point, Bai Zhe's eyes brightened with a sudden idea. He immediately crouched down, peeling off the guard-esque clothing piece by piece. "What are you doing, you rogue?" Shangguan Mushue gasped in shock as she saw Bai Zhe preparing to strip the deceased of his undergarments. Covering her face with her hands, she turned away in astonishment. Bai Zhe did not respond. By the time she turned back, he had donned the guard-esque attire. Augmented with a few minor disguising tools, in both form and expression, he bore a striking resemblance to the guardsman. This sight left Shangguan Mushue momentarily speechless, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, "How did you become a guard?" Having spent considerable time with Bai Zhe, she was well aware of his distinct demeanor, making it easy for her to discern who stood before her. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and move the body." Bai Zhe rolled his eyes, tossing the covered guard into the bushes behind a rockery, where the dense underbrush could effectively conceal the corpse. Having completed this task, Bai Zhe, now dressed as a guard, led Shangguan Mushue toward the main hall. Upon encountering a maid, he promptly ordered, "This is an esteemed guest of TLF. Please escort her to the VIP seating." The maid hesitated, internally questioning, "What is VIP seating?" Just as she was about to inquire, she caught sight of the fierce determination in Bai Zhe's eyes, swallowed hard, and wisely chose to keep her thoughts to herself. Thus, she guided Shangguan Mushue toward the guest area of the Longhu Escort Bureau, while Bai Zhe, clad in the escort's uniform, roamed the premises in search of information. Alone in the back room, he searched high and low but found naught of value. Just as frustration began to set in, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder, startling him into instinctively seizing the hand of the assailant, preparing to execute a shoulder throw. However, upon turning, he found himself face to face with another ordinary guard. With a mental pivot, he quickly shifted his grip from a hold to a handshake, smiling broadly as he said, "Hey there, what brings you here?" The guard, oblivious to the force in Bai Zhe's grip, responded curiously, "Old 3. What are you up to?" Shouldn't you be at the entrance welcoming guests? Baija, having adorned himself with a semblance of the guard's appearance, managed to evade immediate suspicion. Ahem, the master called me in to assist. He lowered his voice, attempting to mimic the original guardsman's tone, deliberately rendering it a touch rough, making any discrepancies difficult to detect. Upon hearing assist, the guard paused and replied, "All right then, follow me." Though he sensed something amiss about Baija, he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, and thus, he led Baija toward the back courtyard. The courtyard of the Longhu Escort Bureau was expansive, with a group of young escort trainees practicing martial arts in the center, their punches and kicks echoing with vigor. The guard guided Baija to a storage room in the courtyard, cautioning him, "The items in here are quite precious. Handle them with care." Baija nodded earnestly. Lowering his gaze, inside and outside the storage room, several escorts were busy, each carrying identical wooden boxes that appeared relatively light. Upon entering the storage room, Baija beheld a vast array of wooden boxes, all crafted from the same ebony wood and secured with golden locks. The only exception was a rectangular box sitting prominently in the center. Observing the abundance of spiritual energy bubbles emanating from these small boxes, Baija couldn't help but salivate. Alas, his damaged dantian rendered him unable to absorb any spiritual energy. Given that these boxes exuded spiritual energy, and recalling what he had overheard at the inn, it dawned on him that these were likely precious spiritual herbs and medicines. How had the Longhu Escort Bureau acquired such a substantial quantity? More intriguing than the boxes, however, was the rectangular box. Distinct not only in shape but also forged from fine iron, adorned with an opulent golden chain lock that suggested great worth. "What are you waiting for? Get moving!" The supervising escort, whip in hand, glared at Baija, exuding an air of intimidation that hinted at punishment for inaction. Baija, unfazed, joined the moving line, yet his gaze continually strayed toward that rectangular box. Curiosity piqued about its contents. "Brother, stop staring and focus on moving," a fellow escort chided, noticing Baiji's lingering gaze. Carrying a small wooden box, Baija followed the group to the back door, where a throng of escorts gathered. The leading figures appeared to be core members of the Longhu Escort Bureau, dressed distinctly from the regular escorts. One was clad in full armor, wielding a spear, exuding a military air. Baijia's heart raced. The presence of a military force in Cheyenne City likely indicated the involvement of the Great Gene. The implication that the escort was safeguarding something of significant importance was not lost on him. "General Linghu, all the spiritual herbs and medicines are loaded onto those carts in the back." Baija prepared to place his wooden box onto a cart. He overheard this conversation, momentarily slowing his movements. The stout general, adorned in silver armor and gripping a spear, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Has that item been secured properly?" This question ignited Baijia's curiosity, just as he leaned in to eavesdrop further. An elbow from behind jostled him, prompting him to hastily place the box on the cart and turn to leave. Baijia's mind raced with questions. What on earth was that item? Once the spiritual herb boxes had been transported, dusk began to settle, and the guests in the hall had thinned significantly. The only item remaining was that rectangular iron box, which was too large for a single person to move unaided. The supervising escort ordered the other guards away, neglecting to assign anyone to transport the rectangular box. As Baija departed with the escort, he discreetly inquired along the way, learning that the iron box was a valuable item to be transported by the escorts themselves. "I heard this shipment is scheduled for midnight. It will be pitch black, that I can't say for sure if it's true." The informant spoke freely, divulging such critical information to Baija, seizing the opportunity while others were distracted. Baija slipped away into the crowd. The night had fallen, and he shed his guard uniform, treading lightly as he concealed himself in the shadows, swiftly making his way back to the inn. By the time he arrived at the Liuyun Inn, it was nearing closing time, and the only remaining table housed Shangwan Mushue and her companions. Upon seeing Baija return, Lu Pin hurried over to welcome him, shutting the inn's door behind him. "What happened?" Shangwan Mushue inquired, her curiosity piqued. Having been left alone to play the guest, she found herself utterly bored, relegated to mere eating and drinking. Baija glanced at her, taking a sip of tea from the table before retorting, "What about you? Any discoveries?" To him, the bustling gathering was likely to yield more information than his own efforts. Discoveries? It's all just mindless chatter about how this is the nth meal or whatever. Utterly useless, Shangguan Mushua lamented, her expression clouded with frustration. Wait, what did you say? Baizha seemed to latch onto a useful tidbit, his eyes widening as he grasped Shangguan Mushua's wrist, exclaiming, Tell me, in his urgency. He gripped her a bit too tightly, causing her to wince as she furrowed her brows. I didn't say anything. I just mentioned that this is the nth meal. What about it? As the words left her lips, she couldn't help but voice her confusion. The nth meal? A flash of insight struck Baizha, and he realized something significant. Without a moment to explain himself to the others, he turned and hurried away, having uncovered an important revelation. Left in a state of bewilderment, the group watched as Baizha departed, but Qin Wanyue, composed and perceptive, recognized that he had likely stumbled upon something crucial, with time of the essence. She could not relay this to them, so she simply urged, Mushua, hurry after him. He needs you. Shangguan Mushua, though initially huffing in annoyance, understood the underlying urgency and swiftly followed suit. Concerned for Baizha, she quickly caught up to him before they reached the Longhu Escort Bureau. As she approached, she asked, somewhat irked, What are you doing, rushing around like that? Shoo! Baizha made a gesture for silence, and the two of them hid in a secluded alley opposite the Longhu Escort Agency. Although the location was rather remote, the view was quite expansive, allowing them to clearly see the entrance of the agency. First, Shangguan Mushua obediently squatted beside him, watching the entrance of the Longhu Escort Agency. But after a while, with no signs of activity, she could no longer remain calm. What exactly are you doing? Please clarify. Baizha's gaze remained fixed on the entrance of the agency as he softly explained. In the backyard of the Longhu Escort Agency, there is a warehouse containing a substantial amount of spiritual herbs and elixirs, and among them is a mysterious iron box, nearly a meter in length. Crafted entirely from fine iron, secured with a fist-sized golden lock. And what is so extraordinary about that? Didn't we hear at the end that the Longhu Escort Agency had taken on a mission? It could just be those items, Shangguan Mushua remarked dismissively, as soon as she finished speaking. Baizha unexpectedly added, I discovered the order of General Linghu Yu from the Great Jin in the backyard's carriage. On his way back, he had been puzzled about who this General Linghu was. While there were few commanders in the Great Jin with the surname Linghu, there were still several. It wasn't until he returned to the inn and Shangguan Mushu mentioned that this was already the third meal that he realized this might very well be the renowned General Linghu Yu of the Great Jin. Linghu Yu, a prodigious talent of the Great Jin, had begun his military training at the tender age of 10 and commanded troops by the age of 15 that time. Jingzhou was divided between the Great Jin and the Great Ming, both possessing equivalent strength. Was Linghu Yu's first time on the battlefield, leading 5,000 men, and within a single day, he traversed hundreds of kilometers, decisively breaching several cities within the Great Ming. This marked a turning point in the conflict, and within a few months, the Great Jin captured 3 counties and 16 cities, stunning the realm. From that battle onward, Linghu Yu was conferred the title of Divine Speed General by the Great Jin, simultaneously commanding the only troop composed entirely of martial practitioners, the Bingfeng camp. Now, 3 years had passed since that battle, and while many had forgotten it in the eyes of ordinary people, Baizha, who was familiar with the history of Qingyun, still remembered it vividly. Impossible. You must be mistaken. He should be in the capital. Shangguan Mushua exclaimed, her face displaying shock. After that battle, Linghu Yu had married into the royal family of the Great Jin, becoming the current prince consort. How could such a dignified figure be found in a border city? Baizha shook his head, his expression resolute as he said, I have never met Linghu Yu, but this audacious scheme must certainly have been devised by him. Audacious scheme? What do you mean? Shangguan Mushua asked, her face a mask of confusion, completely failing to comprehend his words, seizing the opportunity while there were still no figures emerging from the Longhu Escort Agency. Baizha succinctly explained, according to what you said, the Longhu Escort Agency has likely hosted such banquets several times, and he had mentioned that they have numerous tasks involving spiritual herbs and elixirs. Additionally, I have learned that the agency might be transporting goods at midnight, and that Linghu Yu is involved. His vague insinuations infuriated Shangguan Mushua, and she shoved him with her delicate hand. Huffing, why don't you finish your explanation? What exactly is going on? In truth, with her intelligence, She could deduce the implications if she thought carefully, but she instinctively resisted doing so. Baija nearly stumbled from the force of her shove. Rolling his eyes back at her, before continuing to focus on the entrance as he explained, given Ling Huyu's character, all this information could be a smokescreen. I cannot ascertain what is inside. But it must be of great importance. Of course, the prince consort has made a move. How could it not be significant? Shangwan Mushua retorted derisively. However, she soon had a moment of realization. So, you mean to say, he won't transport the goods at night, but rather during the day. There's a banquet happening then, and many would assume the Longhu escort agency wouldn't be active if they were to transport goods during the day. It would indeed catch many off guard. Baija, losing patience with her need to guess, stated directly, if my predictions are correct, someone will emerge from the Longhu escort agency shortly, and it won't be just one person. No sooner had he spoken than figures began to stir within the Longhu escort agency, followed by a procession of horse-drawn carriages appearing, accompanied by a large group of escort guards, their expressions cautious as they swiftly made their way toward the city gate. Indeed, should we follow them? Shangwan Mushua exclaimed in surprise, exhilarated by the accuracy of his prediction. Baija shook his head. Those are merely herbs. There is nothing particularly noteworthy about them. What is crucial is that iron box. I know from personal experience that those wooden boxes contain spiritual herbs and elixirs, but what I truly seek is the contents of that iron box. My instincts tell me that all the spiritual herbs and elixirs are merely bait. The true significance lies within that box, which is undoubtedly the reason for Ling Huyu's presence here. If I could obtain it, perhaps I could leverage it against the great Jin. Of course, this was merely his conjecture. Yet it was worth a try. After all, he still felt somewhat apprehensive about an alliance with the great Jin, and the task was undeniably challenging. Once the convoy of carriages had exited the city gate, a considerable time passed before several individuals clad in black appeared. These 5 individuals each bore identical, similarly sized boxes on their backs. The 4 of them dispersed to the east, west, south, and north gates, leaving only one person seated quietly at the entrance of the Longhu escort agency, legs crossed, seemingly waiting for something. Could those be the long boxes? Shangwan Mushua asked, puzzled, having never seen the iron box or golden lock with her own eyes. And with the boxes shrouded in black cloth, it was indeed difficult to discern their authenticity. Baija's brow furrowed. He had not expected Ling Huyu to have prepared such a contingency, with 4 individuals moving simultaneously while leaving behind one solitary figure, sitting cross-legged. Which one of them was genuine? Hurry and tell me what to do, Shangwan Mushua urged anxiously. With her speed, she could still barely catch up, but if she delayed any longer, it would be impossible. Baija regarded the black-clad figure before the Longhu escort agency, his gaze flickering. With a determination that set his jaw, he stated, "We will not leave. We will wait right here." Wait? Shangwan Mushua glanced at his face and then at the seated black-clad individual. Reluctantly nodding, she could not possibly abandon Baija to chase after them alone. If it truly was Ling Huyu, Baija would stand no chance against him. He was far more formidable than Su Ziqing. The 2 waited for another quarter of an hour, yet the black-clad figure remained motionless at that moment. Shangwan Mushua's brows twitched, and she suddenly pulled Baija aside to hide, her eyes signaling toward the front. Before them stood a middle-aged Taoist priest clad in a green robe, wearing a green cap and boots, his expression calm as he gripped a long sword in his hand, addressing the black-clad figure. Wuyang Tiandan, General Ling Hu, how have you fared? The black-clad individual did not respond, not even opening his eyes. Do not waste time talking. Kill him, and the items will naturally fall into our hands at the southern gate. Another towering figure, over 9 feet tall, stood bare-chested, hoisting a massive iron pillar that several men would struggle to encircle. With his other hand, he held a black-clad individual, whose iron box had already been smashed. His head hanging low, clearly lifeless. Years have passed, yet you remain unchanged, still so brutal. The eastern gate. Before anyone appeared, the iron box on the black-clad figure's back was the first to arrive, floating through the air, pinning the black-clad individual to the iron box, dead beyond recovery. Behind the box was a middle-aged woman dressed in nun's attire, her whisk lightly swaying, her demeanor cold. The western gate stood Baija's old acquaintance. a young man with his arms crossed over his chest, stepping upon the iron box, while the black-clad individual had vanished without a trace. This individual was none other than Li Jianxian, whom Baizhi had encountered during his assessment in the capital of the Great Jin. The Taoist Huizi, the butcher Yan Ludian, the Imam Master Ningqing, the highly skilled disciple of the Shushan sword sect. The cross-legged black-clad figure gazed at these familiar faces, recounting them as if they were treasured memories. As for Li Jianxian, it was likely that he did not even know the name of this individual. You all truly regard me. Ling Huyu, with great esteem. Ling Huyu slightly shifted his right hand, adjusting his position, and then stood up, a smile spreading across his face as he looked at the crowd. In that moment, Baizhi's expression changed dramatically, and he began to pace back and forth unconsciously. Muttering logically, if the 4 black-clad individuals are eliminated, the iron box should be retrieved. But where is Ling Huyu? What do you mean, where is Ling Huyu? Ascent, he right in front of us. Shangwan Muxue looked at him, puzzled by his restless movements. No. This is not Ling Huyu. Baizhi shook his head, explaining, everyone knows that Ling Huyu is the divine speed general, and it is also known that he is left-handed. Shangwan Muxue glanced at the black-clad figure, who was indeed wielding his sword with his left hand. Perplexed, he is indeed holding the sword with his left hand. What is wrong with that? The posture of rising is wrong. Right-handed individuals tend to step forward with their right foot first, while left-handed individuals step with their left foot first. Baizhi's gaze sharpened, enunciating each word carefully. He just stood up, and the first foot he raised was his right. This was a very subtle detail, and given that the black-clad figure had been speaking, few would pay attention. Upon Baizhi's reminder, Shangwan Muxue recalled the movement of the black-clad figure standing up, her eyes widening in realization and astonishment. Then, where is Ling Huyu? This is not merely a matter of Ling Huyu's presence. It is akin to the iron box itself being there. Moreover, given Ling Huyu's meticulous scheming regarding this affair, what could possibly be contained within that iron box? Baizhi found himself increasingly intrigued. What should they do now? Should they wait? Shangwan Muxue, lacking direction, inquired, with the certainty that Ling Huyu was not present. It was highly likely that the iron box before them was merely an illusion. Baizhi was momentarily at a loss, for he too was unaware of Ling Huyu's whereabouts. He hesitated. The few individuals had already engaged in combat with the cloaked figures, the one bearing the iron box fighting 4 adversaries and growing ever more resolute in battle. Yan Luo Jian, will you not reveal your ultimate move? Do you intend to allow Ling Huyu to escape? Ning Qing, the elder, blocked Ling Huyu's long sword, her countenance ashen. The imposing Yan Luo Jian, wielding the iron pillar, let out a cold laugh, stepping forth to leave a massive imprint on the ground, and declared, stand aside. A mere Ling Huyu is more than enough for me alone. The 4 were all renowned cultivators, each a formidable golden core stage master, and they had no reason to fear a single Ling Huyu. Had their thoughts not diverged, their collaboration would have been seamless. Indeed, they might have preferred to engage in individual combat for its simplicity. Exchanging glances, the 3 simultaneously released their grip, allowing Yan Luo Jian to take the lead. One could still perceive the audacity of Yan Luo Jian, who was unflinching in his lethal intent. The cloaked figure wielded his sword with a diagonal sweep, his eyes blazing with intensity, betraying not a hint of fear. Ling Huyu, taste my strike. Yan Luo Jian suddenly lifted the iron pillar, spinning it around his body, the fierce aura of fire bursting forth, instantly igniting the area around him in a blazing circle. Inferno of flames. With Yan Luo Jian's bellow, the fiery energy surrounding him surged several levels, and he swung the iron pillar with a single hand. The immense column accompanied by a thunderous roar as it charged toward the comparatively diminutive cloaked figure. The cloaked figure, undeterred, felt the energy lock onto him for the briefest moment. His shoulder trembled slightly, and that tiger-like energy shattered instantly as he sidestepped the ferocious assault. Although he evaded it, the entrance to the Longhu Biaoju behind him was violently smashed in 2, splintered wood flying about. Yet this was not the end. A fierce blaze ignited in Yan Luo Jian's eyes as he utilized the momentum from the iron pillar's strike to sweep horizontally, executing these 2 actions in one seamless motion without a hint of pause. The cloaked figure was taken aback, Realizing that the seemingly colossal iron pillar was wielded with such finesse by Yin Luo Jian, commanding the fire attribute energy with remarkable expertise, leaving him genuinely astounded. In that moment, he could no longer evade. He hastily raised the sheath of his sword a block across his chest. Should he be struck, he would surely perish on the spot, and the cloaked figure dared not underestimate the situation. The tremendous force disrupted his balance, sending him staggering backward for several dozen steps, leaving a distressing mark upon the ground. Although he managed to block the iron pillar, the force still took a significant toll on him. Within him, several spirals of energy surged violently, and the sword within the sheath suddenly shot forth, slicing through the air with a frigid sensation. The sword, freed from its sheath, transformed into a long icicle midair, striking fiercely into Yin Luo Dian's massive iron pillar. Both Yin Luo Jian and the colossal iron pillar became enveloped in a thick layer of frost, momentarily freezing into ice sculptures alongside the flaming lotus that surrounded Yin Luo Jian. This scene, while peculiar, possessed a certain beauty, a juxtaposition of icy lotus, the gigantic iron pillar, and a human figure, merging into an oddly captivating tableau. Ice attribute. Baijia's heart raced. The cloaked figure possessed an ice attribute energy. Not only him, but even Wu Yizi, Ning Qing, and Li Jianxian's expressions turned grave, for Ling Hu had dominated the realm of earth attribute energy within Dejin, renowned throughout Xinyan. Such a unique attribute had never been witnessed before. Who on earth are you? Ning Qing, holding a whisk, bore a countenance filled with menace. They had never anticipated that the individual captured by the four was not Ling Hu Yu. The contents of that iron box were likely not what they desired either. The cloaked figure caught the descending sword, sneering as he gently removed the black cloth from his face, revealing a strikingly handsome young man with fair skin. His appearance undeniably youthful. Ling Hu Tianchong. It is you. The ever-serious Li Jianxian could no longer maintain his composure. He recognized this young man all too well. However, Li Jianxian's knowledge was limited to hearsay, for this individual was one of the three absolute prodigies of sword cultivators from the south. His appearance was intended as a means of self-validation, yet he found himself encountering an unexpected opportunity. The so-called ice sword immortal, Ling Hu Tianchong, had come to him at 8T this moment. Li Jianxian's hand trembled around his sword. This was a chance to prove himself. He, Li Jianxian, had trained in the Shu mountain sword sect since childhood, possessing unparalleled talent, yet had never revealed himself to the world, leaving no one the wiser. The moment he stepped out of Shu Mountain, he aimed to demonstrate that the South held not only three sword cultivator prodigies, but also he, Li Jianxian. Ning Qing's brows furrowed as she waved her whisk repeatedly, sending ripples through the air, the energy cascading down upon the frozen figure of Yin Luo Dian that a droplet of water fell from above, splashing onto his shoulder and dispersing across his body in an instant. With a resounding crack, the icy aura that had encased Yin Luo Jian was shattered from within by a surge of powerful energy, revealing his rugged visage. Damn it, you little brat, playing tricks. If you have the ability, face me again. Yin Luo Dian's fiery essence reignited, transforming him into a raging lion, the massive iron pillar in his grasp poised to deliver a fatal blow to Ling Hu Tianchong. Confronting the unshackled Yin Luo Dian, Ling Hu Tianchong displayed no sign of fear, calmly stating, "You are all renowned Golden Core experts. Why must you trouble a mere junior? Should this news spread, it would reflect poorly on the Taoist anime sects, wouldn't it?" His words, though seemingly humble, carried a tone of unyielding confidence. Instead, he deftly countered Wu Yizi and Ning Qing, reminding them that their affiliations with major sects meant their every action represented their respective factions. In stark contrast to the more carefree and unrestrained martial artists, that Wu Yizi and Ning Qing exchanged glances, falling into silence, their grips on their weapons loosening unconsciously, indicating they were no longer inclined toward a swift resolution. The young one's tongue is quite sharp. Allow me to witness the prowess of the three sword cultivators from the south. Yin Luo Dian's brows arched, his right hand clenched tightly, veins bulging along his arm, each vein resembling the size of an ordinary person's thumb, a truly terrifying sight, offering a powerful visual spectacle. With a thunderous roar, Yin Luo Jian hurled the iron pillar into the air, his right fist colliding with the bottom center of the pillar, unleashing a ferocious energy aimed directly at Ling Hu Tianchong. The speed was astonishing. In mere moments, even Ling Hu Tianchong could only sense the energy's confinement and had yet to react when the iron pillar was already upon him. As he prepared to counter, a blinding flash of sword light pierced through the air, akin to a solitary point of brilliance in the darkness. Quick and fierce, stunning in its precision. The sword light vanished in an instant, revealing Li Jianxian, holding his long sword with the blade facing outward, positioned horizontally toward the iron pillar. The sword struck like thunder, retracting like water, creating a subtle ripple that left no trace. This single strike truly exemplified the swiftness of the sword, subtly embodying an ethereal sword essence. As Li Jianxian withdrew his sword, the immense iron pillar cracked with a resounding snap, splitting in two and crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and exposing Yin Luo Dian's fist. "You, what nonsense is this? We're on the same side, you little brat. Have you made a mistake?" Yin Luo Wang, entwined in iron chains, stared in disbelief as the iron pillar split in half, his anger mingling with astonishment as he couldn't help but shout, in stark contrast to Yin Luo Dian's rage. Ling Hu Tianchong appeared dumbfounded, a hint of surprise crossing his features. That is, suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression darkened. His words jolted everyone, to cleave the colossal iron pillar forged from deep sea iron directly down the middle. That sword could not be an ordinary weapon, yet its appearance was so unremarkable that it evoked no memories of a legendary artifact. Shu Mountain, Baiyu. Wu Yizi scrutinized the sword sheath in Li Jianxian's hand. Disbelief etched across his face, his grip on the sword trembling. The Baiyu sword, ranked 10th on the sword rankings, was the sacred treasure of the Shu Mountain sword sect, crafted from a millennium of white jade. Pristine and flawless, adorned with intricately carved phoenix feathers, exuding an aura of latent lethality, Li Jianxian caressed the small phoenix feather pattern on the sword's tassel, nostalgia evident in his expression that in the past, when his master sent him down the mountain, he bestowed upon him the sacred treasure of the Shu Mountain sword sect, the Baiyu sword, intending to show the world that the Shu Mountain sword sect was not in decline, but merely biding its time. Having witnessed the iron pillar being cleaved in two, Yin Luo Jian, grasping one half, grumbled resentfully, "Humph, what is there to be proud of, relying on the might of a divine weapon?" In his eyes, the opponent was merely an inexperienced youth. How could he possibly be his match? One sword. If you are able to withstand my strike, I shall personally mend your iron pillar weapon. Li Jianxian's sword-like brows twitched as he flicked the white feather scabbard in his hand, maintaining a serene demeanor while gazing at the Hall of Yama. How could the so-called butcher, the murderous king of the Hall of Yama, have ever been so underestimated? Instantly, his rage surged, gripping a half of the iron pillar, the thick cold chains coiling around his arm as he glared furiously. "Young one, just now I underestimated the might of your divine weapon. Do you not think that receiving just one strike from you would be a challenge? 10 or even 100 strikes would pose no difficulty." He indeed possessed such arrogant confidence, being a seasoned master of the golden body realm, having long since refined a golden Dan within himself. Although the quantity of his spiritual energy vortexes could not compare to those of the younger generation's elites, the power of a single golden Dan far surpassed that of multiple spiritual energy whirlpools. Li Jianxian raised his brows slightly, choosing not to respond. He understood the disparity between those who had refined a golden Dan and those who had not. However, this knowledge did not cause him to retreat in the slightest, even though he currently lacked a golden Dan within him. He brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together, performing a sword technique, silently reciting incantations. In an instant, the white feather within the scabbard soared into the air, transforming from 1 into 2, then 2 into 4, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of swords appeared above his head. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the fierce aura of the 100 swords. Though the 100 swords existed individually, they coalesced into a singular sword aura, their might reminiscent of mountains and rivers in reverse, sweeping across half the sky, leaving all living beings despondent. "This is..." Ling Hu Tianchong observed the seemingly simple yet formidable sword aura before him. Incredulous as his pupils widened, the river of sword qi. It cannot be mistaken. It is indeed the river of sword qi. The so-called river of sword qi represents a unique realm of sword cultivators, epitomizing the pinnacle of talent in the sword path. The initial glimpse into the mindset of the river of sword qi allows the sword energy to undergo qualitative transformations, forming its own momentum. Li Jianxian before us evidently possessed a sword momentum that was distinctly his own, embodying the grandeur of mountains and rivers, a sight unparalleled by ordinary sword energies. The three greatest sword cultivators of the southern region were deemed the elite of the younger generation precisely because they had all formed their own sword momentum. One strike of sword momentum, with power so vast, could not be countered by mere weapons. Once one forms their own sword intent, it instills an overwhelming fear in the hearts of others. It seemed that the Hall of Yama did not grasp the seriousness of the situation. Observing the seemingly simple yet potent sword aura emanating from Li Jianxian, he scoffed disdainfully. "Young lad, this sword aura is nothing remarkable." He lifted two segments of the iron pillar, positioning them in front of him, effectively shielding himself behind them. Yes, the seasoned master of the Golden Body Realm, the Hall of Yama, possessed his own pride. The dual iron pillars stood before him, and the scorching, violent power of fire surged within him. Resembling a fire dragon that coiled around the iron pillars, T is Dantian. The fiery golden Dan radiated a golden warmth. He activated his unique secret technique. The crimson golden Dan descended upon the eyes of the fire dragon entwined around the iron pillars. At that moment, the entire fire dragon appeared to come alive, writhing along the two iron pillars, glaring furiously at the 100 swords momentum above. Witnessing this scene, Weiazi, Master Ning Qing, and Ling Hu Tianchong's expressions changed dramatically. The butcher, the Hall of Yama, was indeed unleashing his true prowess, even employing his life-bound golden Dan. It seemed he had truly been provoked. Nevertheless, Li Jianxian remained unfazed. With a flick of his sword, he pointed it straight ahead. A fierce aura of slaughter erupting from his fingertips as the hundreds of sword energies surged towards the fire dragon, perched upon the iron pillars. As they flew, the hundreds of swords seamlessly shifted positions, fusing into a colossal sword energy, matching the iron pillars in size. The fire dragon, coiled around the iron pillars, emitted a roar, releasing a burst of fire attribute true qi, its shimmering aura ferocious beyond measure. The overwhelming sword momentum clashed with the fire dragon possessing a golden Dan, resulting in an extraordinary spectacle. Contrary to expectations of a tremendous explosion, there was no sound. The sword momentum directly overpowered and obliterated even the fire attribute golden Dan. A glimmer of cold light surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, the sword momentum cleaved through the fire dragon and the iron pillars, in the astonished gaze of the Hall of Yama. Blood appeared at his throat. His massive form collapsed to the ground like a golden statue. An era-defining master of the Golden Body Realm had fallen, defeated by the nameless Li Jianxian with a single strike. Instilling terror in all, this lad possesses an astonishing sword qi cultivation. He is likely but a step away from becoming a sword master. Ling Hu Tianchong witnessed Li Jianxian's all-encompassing momentum, faintly sensing the tendency to form a sword barrier. The barrier, representing domination, is derived from the culmination of sword energy, capable of shattering mountains and splitting waters, shaking the very heavens. Jianxian sheathed the white feather sword, not casting a glance at the slain Hall of Yama, turning instead to fix his gaze like a blade upon Ling Hu Tianchong. "Let us engage in combat. Should you emerge victorious, you may retreat safely. Should you lose, the names of the southern three sword cultivators shall be changed. What do you say?" Li Jianxian, aware that the object within the iron box was no longer what they sought, preferred to engage in a straightforward battle. Ling Hu Tianchong spread his hands casually, responding, "Do as you wish. Should you defeat me, I shall relinquish this hollow title." Though his words seemed nonchalant, the battle intent in his eyes was undeniable. He deftly twirled the delicate sword in his hand, creating a floral pattern of ice in midair. A stunning sight. Ling Hu Tianchong was the direct disciple of the Ice King Sima Yin, and it was uncertain how much skill he had acquired. The ice attribute, being a special element, might yield different results compared to the murderous intent of the gold attribute. One could only wonder. Weazi stroked his beard, speaking meaningfully. Master Ning Qing glanced between the two, her gaze wavering, before finally taking a light step away from the scene, her destination unknown. The others did not impede her, but rather eagerly anticipated the clash between Ling Hu Tianchong and Li Jianxian. A duel between two of the era's young sword sages that Ling Hu Tianchong accepted the challenge. Li Jianxian wasted no time, immediately preparing to unleash the sword momentum technique he had employed against the Hall of Yama. This time, however, the form was that of the white feather sword slicing through the air, casting a colossal shadow that blotted out the sun, evoking fear. The momentum of the river of sword chi was indeed exaggerated. Baizhi gazed at the enormous sword energy above, covering half the sky. Feeling helpless, Shangwan Mushue scoffed dismissively. If this qualifies as the momentum of the river of sword chi, then I must have mastered it long ago. When she executed the Nine Heavens Thunder Sword technique, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder roared. Was this not momentum? Yet she remained unaware that her abilities were extraordinarily unique, inherently existing within the realm of the river of sword chi, and with time would only ascend further. Faced with the vast sword energy blocking half the sky, Ling Hu Tianchong remained unperturbed. He waved his light sword, embedding it into the earth to a depth of over 3 inches. Was Ling Hu Tianchong out of his mind? Did he intend to catch this overwhelming, murderous gold attribute sword energy with his bare hands? Weazi was filled with questions, unable to restrain himself from speaking. Even Baizhi was curious about Ling Hu Tianchong's intentions. Meanwhile, Shangwan Mushue haughtily interjected, is he overestimating himself? Ling Hu Tianchong is innately attuned to ice attributes. Within him flows the purest ice attribute spiritual energy, cultivated meticulously by the Ice King Sima Yin. Would the momentum of the river of sword chi truly perplex him? Shangwan Mushue was skeptical. The 3 young sword sages of the south, while outwardly exhibiting the golden body realm and possessing a golden dan, would undoubtedly hold back to some extent. Clearly, Ling Hu Tianchong also had his reservations. The massive sword energy pressed down, causing the air to thicken, yet Ling Hu Tianchong's expression remained unchanged as he smiled faintly. I acknowledge your innate talent in swordsmanship. However, your spiritual energy realm is ultimately too LOW. As soon as the words left his lips, the frosty chill emanating from Ling Hu Tianchong swept through the area, turning everything it touched into ice. This scene sent Weazi, Ning Qing, and Baizhi into a frantic retreat. In comparison to Li Jianxian's sword realm, Ling Hu Tianchong was directly wreaking havoc across a 100-mile radius with his spiritual energy, a display of spiritual might that was nothing short of awe-inspiring. These two are truly terrifying, Baizhi observed as the surrounding buildings were encased in a thick layer of frost, the inhabitants within remaining in an unending slumber, unable to awaken, leaving him utterly astonished. In the face of Ling Hu Tianchong's overwhelming spiritual energy, Li Jianxian raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. This individual's spiritual energy was far stronger than that of a golden body realm cultivator with a golden dan. Yet even so, he remained undaunted, the heart of his path to enlightenment blazing fiercely within him. Let the sword soul be summoned. As the sword path momentum was obstructed from above, Li Jianxian inverted the white feather sword, forcefully plunging the hilt into the ground, his voice resonating with authority. Upon hearing these words, Weazi's expression changed dramatically. In that instant, the desire to continue watching vanished, and they turned to flee. Shangwan Mushue, unable to explain, quickly grasped Baizhi's arm and departed from the heart of Xiayun City with haste. Why are you leaving? Baizhi inquired with curiosity. The reason the top 10 sword in the Mingjian list have remained unshaken for years lies within this. Shangwan Mushue explained as they ran towards the inn. Baizhi shook his head, expressing his confusion regarding the underlying significance. Shangwan Mushue recalled her master's words, feeling a surge of anxiety as she continued to lead Baizhi toward the Liayun Inn. The reason the top 10 swords in the Mingjian list have never been dethroned by subsequent divine swords is that each of these blades conceals the true spirit of an ancient demon beast as its sword soul. Shangguan Mu Shui trembled as she glanced back at the frosty flames stretching towards the heavens, saying, "Within the Baiyu sword lies the true spirit of an adult fire sparrow. The adult fire sparrow's true spirit." The fire sparrow is a branch of the sacred beast Zhuke, perfectly inheriting the legendary sacred power of the Zhuke, possessing one of the ancient 10 flames, the Zy heavenly fire. The Zy heavenly fire is born from the convergence of the starlight of the 7 stars: Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, forming the potent essence of the 7 stars. This Zy heavenly fire possesses destructive levels of lethality, complementing countless metal attributes or cultivators, especially under the starry sky. Its damage is simply explosive. The more Shangguan Mu Shui spoke, the more anxious she became. By now, they had reached the Liuyun Inn, where they spotted Qin Wanyue and the others, urgently urging them to flee. Behind them, the terrifying power of the Zy heavenly fire was gradually expanding, with a vague outline of a Zhuke visible within it, flapping its wings and emitting a piercing cry. Surrounding it, the Zy heavenly fire, which had turned half the sky crimson, appeared boundless yet advanced towards them at a clearly visible speed. Liu Ping swallowed hard, turned, and ran, moving at a frenzied pace without daring to look back. Shangguan Mu Shui pulled along Xiao Shi, while Qin Wenyu led by Zhe, the group fleeing without a backward glance, their spiritual energies elevated to the utmost, yet still feeling the overwhelming might of the Zy heavenly fire behind them. It was easy to imagine the terror faced by Ling Hu Tianchong, who was directly confronting I in truth, when confronted by the fire sparrow's true spirit released from the Baiyu sword. Ling Hu Tianchong offered no resistance. He summoned his 2 ice attribute golden cores and 5 spirals of spiritual energy, forming a barrier of frost before fleeing without a moment's hesitation. What nonsense! On the other side was the true spirit released from the Baiyu sword. Even as the renowned young sword immortal of the southern generation, Ling Hu Tianchong was not someone who could contend with an ancient true spirit, even if the spirit's power could not be fully unleashed in Li Jianxian's hands. It was still beyond his capacity to withstand. Ling Hu Tianchong, who arrived after, swiftly zipped past Bai Zhe and the others, leaving a frosty path in his wake. Damn, Bai Zhe couldn't help but curse. Ling Hu Tianchong's speed was astonishing. Perhaps in terms of basic speed, Bai Zhe was comparable, but others had the assistance of spiritual energy, leaving him far behind. Qin Wanyue, lacking in strength as she was, stumbled alongside Bai Zhe, her steps appearing unsteady. Meanwhile, Shangguan Mu Shui had already distanced herself from him. As the Zy heavenly fire drew closer, Bai Zhe clenched his teeth, offering no explanation to Qin Wanyue. He simply released her hand, letting it slip from his grasp. "Run!" Qin Wanyue stood frozen, watching Bai Zhe fall away from her grasp, his words echoing in her ears, leaving her mind blank, paralyzed in place. In that moment of hesitation, the merciless Zy heavenly fire engulfed both of their figures, completely consuming them. The entire Xiayun city was engulfed by the Zy heavenly fire, many citizens unable to even cry out, their souls dissipating in an instant as the lives of hundreds of thousands vanished like dust. The stationed soldiers of the Great Jin watched helplessly as their fellow citizens and comrades perished. Had they not sensed something amiss and opened the city gates in time, they too might have met the same fate. Alas, most of the people in the city ultimately perished in this manner. "General, are we to simply watch?" An old soldier, tears streaming down his face, gazed at the city turning to ashes, powerless to act, his frail fists pounding the earth in frustration. The city guard's commanding officer fell silent. This inexplicable malevolent fire, impervious to water, uncontainable by earth, and reducing anything it touched to nothingness, filled him with a sense of helplessness. What could they use to fight? The power of cultivators was excessively tyrannical. No wonder there had once been an agreement forbidding cultivators from interfering in national wars, yet now it seemed almost entirely disregarded. Though this may temporarily benefit the Great Jin, it was uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse in the long run. Fortunately, this strange fire did not escape Cheyenne City. Otherwise, the great Jin would surely suffer. Amidst the ever-burning Zuai heavenly fire, Baizha, whose dantian was shattered and unable to absorb spiritual energy, did not turn to ash but instead moved with ease. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would surely think they had seen a ghost. The four-footed square cauldron within Baizha's chest shimmered with black and white energies, forming a faint protective barrier that saved him from disaster. Upon landing, Baizha discovered that Qin Wanyue had not fled, and he was somewhat astonished to see her unharmed amidst the Zuai heavenly fire. Yet he could not discern why she floated in midair. Appearing to be unconscious, Baizha jumped from the building, reaching the spot where Qin Wanyue had fallen, noting her pale dress and furrowed brow. Above her head, a peculiar light radiated, this luminescence shielding her from the weakened Zuai heavenly fire's flames. What could this be? Curiosity piqued, Baizha instinctively reached out to touch it, only to be repelled before he could come close. That mysterious force prevented him from approaching, making the prospect of moving Qin Wanyue a distant hope. Having escaped immediate peril, yet unable to relocate Qin Wanyue, Baizha's gaze was involuntarily drawn to Li Jianxian, who had unleashed the Zuai heavenly fire. Linghu Tianchong had fled, but Li Jianxian remained. Having summoned the fire sparrow's true spirit, it appeared that something unexpected had occurred. Baizha's thoughts shifted, and he cautiously approached the fire sparrow's true spirit, which circled above, flapping its wings and screeching. The closer he got, the more he felt the vibrations from the four-footed square cauldron within him, as if the frequency of the vibrations resonated with the fire sparrow's cries. Could it be that this small cauldron had some connection to the fire sparrow's true spirit? Baizha recalled the first time he had experienced resonance, triggered by a fragment of a spiritual pearl, a precious gem of pure spiritual energy passed down from ancient times in the Qingyan continent. Though it was merely a fragment, it contained remarkable spiritual energy. Could the fire sparrow's true spirit also absorb it? With this thought, Baizha's heart raced, having absorbed a small piece of the spiritual pearl fragment previously. His four-footed cauldron had unlocked the dual energies of yin and yang, allowing him to master them. Now, if he were to absorb the fire sparrow's true spirit, what abilities might he gain? His heart pounded with excitement, drawn irresistibly by the allure of the opportunity. Under the influence of such temptation, Baizha inched closer to the fire sparrow's true spirit. Yet as he drew near, he was filled with trepidation. Even if the Zuai heavenly fire's power had been diminished a millionfold, the sensation of his skin and heart being scorched was still vividly clear. This was under the protection of the four-footed square cauldron. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely been reduced to ashes. When he reached within 10 meters of the fire sparrow's true spirit, the creature suddenly let out a fierce cry. Its eyes ablaze with two tongues of flame, fixated on Baizha, its wings flapping more forcefully as if to threaten him. Initially, Baizha felt a twinge of fear, but soon realized that the creature's threats were more bluster than substance, especially as the four-footed square cauldron effectively shielded him from its attempts. Humph! As if it were so formidable, Baizha flicked his wrist, glancing beneath the creature, and was instantly struck dumb with astonishment. What? Baizha's teeth chattered as he beheld the scene before him, feeling as though he had just won a $5 million jackpot. The surprise was overwhelming. Beneath the fire sparrow, Li Jianxian sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands resting on his knees, forming strange seals, each hand differing from the other. Yet what emerged from him thrilled Baizha to the core. Fire attribute 1. Fire attribute resistance 1. Li Jianxian resembled a bubble generator for fire attributes, continuously producing bubbles marked with 1 that floated skyward, only to be absorbed by the fire sparrow's true spirit. Heh, featherless bird, those are mine. Baizha understood that the fire sparrow's true spirit posed no threat to him. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he mentally shattered those bubbles. All the bubbles that were meant to be absorbed by the fire sparrow's true spirit were intercepted by Baizha in midair. The fire sparrow's true spirit, witnessing this scene, erupted in fury, flames swirling around it as it beat its wings with increasing ferocity. Yet despite this, it did not plunge down to impose any harm upon Baizha. As he absorbed an increasing number of fire attribute bubbles, Baizha discovered that the veins and blood within his body were gradually transforming, reminiscent of the time he absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. The very embodiment of yin and yang that it seemed as though his power had significantly augmented, and he felt a sustained vitality coursing through him. Baija swung his fist, and even a mere ordinary fist could ignite a few sparks, indicating that the results of his absorption were indeed remarkable. After nearly half an hour of absorption, Baija realized he could no longer gather the bubbles, his expression faltering in confusion, attempting to peer within himself. He noticed that on one side of the square cauldron, a flicker of flame had appeared, seemingly increasing slowly, connecting bit by bit. Following the flow of energy, Baija was struck with astonishment. This side of the cauldron was actually absorbing fire attributes. Unfortunately, despite the vast quantity of fire energy, it merely traced faint marks upon the dark surface of the cauldron wall. Baija gazed at that side of the cauldron wall, feeling an itch of impatience. Although it was continuously absorbing, the speed was excruciatingly slow. It was not the absorption of the bubbles that was sluggish, but rather the pace at which the patterns were being etched upon the cauldron wall, moving only a small fraction after a considerable time. How long would it take for the patterns on this cauldron wall to manifest? Sighing, Baija shook his head and resolved not to observe it further to avoid growing distressed. The absorption speed of the cauldron wall was so rapid that Baija could no longer continue bursting the bubbles, leaving him in a stalemate with the fire sparrow spirit. The fire sparrow spirit noticed the diminishing fire energy emanating from Li Jianxian. Realizing it was being fervently absorbed by something, causing it to grow anxious. Yet, each time it flapped its wings, attempting to attack Baija, its fiery eyes flickered momentarily before it settled down, merely screeching in rage at him. This back and forth led Baija to sense something amiss. Instinctively, he glanced towards the direction it was fixated upon, where Li Jianxian sat in meditation. Baija felt perplexed. Having circled around Li Jianxian, he found nothing else of note. He raised his gaze to the fire sparrow spirit, then back to Li Jianxian, utterly baffled by their connection. Observing Baija's failure to discern the matter, the fire sparrow spirit ceased its screeching. Instead, it emitted a series of mocking coos, seemingly ridiculing Baija, which irked him greatly. What a farce, you featherless firebird, laughing at me for absorbing your fire energy. Unable to tolerate the insolence of the irritable creature, Baija felt a surge of anger. However, the fire sparrow spirit remained unfazed, its fiery eyes revealing a disdainful expression, igniting Baija's fury. How dare a long-dead, featherless spirit mock him? In a fit of rage, Baija kicked Li Jianxian's knee, empowered by the transformation from the fire attributes. His kick was immensely forceful, yet Li Jianxian remained utterly unmoved. His eyes darted around, noting the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations from Li Jianxian, yet countless fire attribute bubbles were erupting. What was the meaning of this? Despite having scoured the vicinity, he found nothing unusual. Could it be? A thought crossed Baija's mind. Perhaps it was Li Jianxian himself. His gaze shifted back and forth between the fire sparrow spirit and Li Jianxian, ultimately drawing the white feather sword from the ground, ready to strike at Li Jianxian. Just as he was about to act, a foreign voice broke through, tinged with a hint of desperation. Instinctively, he looked around, finding only the fire sparrow spirit, and queried, "Are you speaking to me?" The fire sparrow spirit's fiery eyes flickered, its long beak moving, shedding its previous arrogance. It flapped its wings a few times, but fell silent thereafter. Observing this, Baija's lips curled into a sly smile. Now we're talking. These bubbles emanating from Li Jianxian must imply he harbors something valuable within. With that, he grasped the white feather sword once more. Shouting as he aimed for the seated Li Jianxian, "Don't," came the familiar voice of admonition, but this time Baija pressed on, the sword blade mere inches from Li Jianxian's neck when a voice panicked. "Stop! I'll give you what you want." Baija rolled his eyes, exasperated, turning to the fire sparrow spirit. "You should have said so earlier. We could have avoided all this hassle." He returned the white feather sword to the earth, dusting off his hands and gazing at the fire sparrow spirit like a rogue. "You know it's me speaking?" The fire sparrow spirit, somewhat taken aback, inquired, its voice resonating with a masculine timbre, indicating it was an adult male fire sparrow. "Aside from you, it's just me and Li Jianxian here," Baizhi replied, glancing at Li Jianxian. This fellow seems to be in some meditative state and cannot speak. Leaving only Yu Ti regarded the fire sparrow spirit with a half-smile, rubbing his hands together. What was it you said you would give me? If it's not something valuable, I won't hesitate to proceed. With that, he prepared once more to grasp the white feather sword, which startled the fire sparrow spirit into pleading, Please, don't draw your sword. Baizhi gestured for it to elaborate. Otherwise, he would indeed continue his actions. After all, when he had drawn the white feather sword earlier, he sensed a faint recovery within his shattered dantian. Observing Baizhi's expression, the fire sparrow spirit sighed in resignation, gently waving its wings towards the meditating Li Jianxian. Instantly, a faint image manifested upon Li Jianxian's chest. There a fist-sized entity ablaze with flames appeared, its fiery aura palpable even through skin and air. What is this? Baizhi turned to the fire sparrow spirit. Curiosity piqued that it did not resemble a golden core, but rather appeared stone-like. Furthermore, Li Jianxian was primarily a sword cultivator of metal attribute energy. How could he possess a fire attribute golden core? This is the innate spiritual fire, the last remnant of the ancient Zhui heavenly fire. The fire sparrow spirit seemed resigned to its fate, explaining, in ancient times, 10 flames vanished, yet some retained their lineage. For instance, our Zhuke clan's unique Zhui heavenly fire has preserved a fragment of its essence. Hearing this, Baizhi felt a twinge of disdain, sensing that the fire sparrow spirit was 7 parts truth and 3 parts deception. If it were indeed the last remnant of the Zhui heavenly fire, how could it possibly reside within one among countless cultivators? Surely, it would have been revered long. It was akin to a person brazenly parading a precious item through the streets while loudly proclaiming its worth. Few would be inclined to believe it. The essence of the Zhui heavenly fire erupted within him due to the activation of the true spirit within the white feather sword. The fire sparrow spirit continued, its fiery eyes reflecting rare exasperation, the flames flickering slightly weaker. After a pause, it added, When Li Jianxian was young, the sect master of Shushan implanted the Zhui heavenly fire seed within him. Upon hearing this, Baizhi's pupils widened in disbelief as he stared at the fire sparrow spirit. Utterly bewildered, this thing can actually be implanted within him. The Zhui heavenly fire seed, possessing such profound energy, placed within the young Li Jianxian's body, should have resulted in his immediate demise. The fire sparrow spirit rolled its eyes, a hint of white showing as it scoffed. Humans cannot possibly contain the fire seed of the Zhui heavenly fire, let alone implant it. What did it imply? Baizhi's mind slightly sank as he directed his gaze towards the white feather sword embedded in the ground, suddenly realizing the anomaly. Where the sword was inserted, there are not even marks of its blade, let alone a sword pit. What could this signify? Baizhi murmured, shaking his head at the sight. The fire sparrow spirit chuckled awkwardly, saying, You've caught on. This white feather sword serves as the vessel for the Zhui heavenly fire seed. While within the sword cultivator, only the root of the Zhui heavenly fire resides. It reminisced about the day it became the spirit of the white feather sword, recalling how the sect master of Shushan had stated that the white feather sword possessed innate conditions, and with its presence, the Zhui heavenly fire seed would thrive well. However, this necessitated a root to separate the source from the vessel, ensuring the best nurturing of the Zhui heavenly fire seed. Baizhi paused, pondering. So those bubbles are emanating from the Zhui heavenly fire seed within him. The vessel of the Zhui heavenly fire within the white feather sword was visibly growing at an observable rate, with a vivid crimson flame gradually spreading across the blade. In a matter of moments, it inscribed a delicate rune, appearing intricate and obscure. Baizhi stared at it for a while, feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp. What is this? He inquired, pointing at the newly formed mark on the white feather sword. Unable to contain his curiosity, the fire sparrow spirit, caught off guard by the question, instinctively replied, that's the 7-star technique. Realizing it had let slip, it hesitated mid-sentence. The 7-star technique, Baizhi murmured, his brow furrowing slightly as he recalled the writings in the tomes of the continent. Zhui heavenly fire, condensed through the 7-star dueling technique, is rooted in the essence of the stars, and upon refinement, can imprint the power of the 7 stars. Baizhi gazed at the slowly coalescing obscure runes and spoke in a deep voice. Could it be that the Baiyu sword is fermenting within Li Jianxian's body through the Ziwei heavenly fire seed, thereby catalyzing the 7 stars Do technique? The moment the positions of the 7 stars upon the Baiyu sword are fully inscribed, it shall signify the completion of the 7 stars Do technique to 8T that point. The power of the Baiyu sword will ascend to unprecedented heights, drawing no distinction from the divine swords ranked among the top 5 in the famed sword list. The fire sparrow true spirit felt a pang of trepidation. This Baizhi was indeed formidable. Merely by observing the vessel of the Baiyu sword and the Ziwei heavenly fire seed, he could deduce all of this. In truth, this was the case. Li Jianxian had inadvertently activated the fire sparrow true spirit within the Baiyu sword, inadvertently stirring the Ziwei heavenly fire seed within him, triggering a resonance with the vessel of the Ziwei heavenly fire seed in the Baiyu sword, thus resulting in the current predicament. Therefore, are you referring to the treasure as the Ziwei heavenly fire seed within him, or this Baiyu sword? Baizhi gazed meaningfully at the fire sparrow true spirit, which had promised to provide him with something. The fire sparrow true spirit chuckled awkwardly and said, "Ahem, young one. This is for you." As it spoke, it removed its left eye from its true spirit form. The fiery eye, radiating a scorching aura, withdrew from its gaze, and the presence of the fire sparrow true spirit diminished significantly, losing its previous formidable essence. "What is this?" Baizhi extended his hand, naturally reaching for the descending fiery eye. Upon grasping it, he found it devoid of any scorching sensation. Instead, it transformed into a crystal-clear fire-red orb, shimmering brilliantly. The fire sparrow true spirit, appearing slightly weakened, remarked, "This is a Ziwei heavenly fire essence that I have spent nearly a century condensing. While it may not possess the might of the heavenly fire seed, it is far from ordinary. What do you expect me to do with this?" Baizhi held the heavenly fire essence, his expression calm, though his heart brimmed with delight. The 4-legged square cauldron within him trembled incessantly, seemingly eager to absorb this heavenly fire essence. The fire sparrow true spirit displayed a look of relief, recognizing that while the heavenly fire essence lacked the boundless potential of the heavenly fire seed, the Ziwei heavenly fire it currently possessed was far superior to the seed in every respect. It regarded this as a small gift for Baizhi, though in reality, it had no choice. Otherwise, Baizhi might inadvertently disrupt the derivation of the 7 stars Do technique. Soon, the positions of the 7 stars upon the Baiyu sword would fully coalesce at that time. I hope you can assist this child, Jianxian, in withstanding the backlash of the heavenly fire. Upon mentioning this matter, the fire sparrow true spirit's tone turned solemn, as if it harbored great apprehension regarding the backlash. Although Baizhi was safeguarded by the 4-legged square cauldron, he ultimately felt uneasy and managed a sheepish smile, asking, "What do you wish me to do?" Despite the fire sparrow true spirit being a remnant of an ancient holy beast, Baizhi had no intention of truly clashing with it. When it came to determining what to do, the remaining fiery eye of the fire sparrow true spirit scrutinized Baizhi intently, causing him to feel a sense of unease, as if it were plotting against him. Baizhi chuckled awkwardly. "Senior, please state your business directly. I am not one to act so recklessly." What a joke! No matter how lacking in romantic prospects Baizhi was, he could never entertain the notion of engaging with a true spirit. "There seems to be something on you that makes even me feel apprehensive." The fire sparrow true spirit furrowed its brow in confusion. "That power feels somewhat familiar, yet I cannot place it." Baizhi's heart skipped a beat. It was highly likely that the fire sparrow true spirit was referring to the mysterious little cauldron within him. Surely, it could not be his ability to extract attributes. Could it? He felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. "Senior, what do you need me to do? Please speak plainly. I will certainly assist you in any way I can, as long as it is within my capabilities." Baizhi stated calmly while holding the heavenly fire essence. This heavenly fire essence felt inherently warm to the touch, soothing the meridians within him considerably. The fire sparrow true spirit turned its gaze to Li Jianxian, who was seated on the ground, and said, "When the 7 stars Do technique erupts, and the positions of the 7 stars are fully inscribed upon the Baiyu sword, the heavenly fire within Jianxian will explode forth. If not properly channeled, he will perish from internal rupture. The Ziwei heavenly fire seed within Li Jianxian would erupt in proportion to the degree of inscription of the 7-star positions upon the blade of the Baiyu sword. Once it erupted, it would unleash a massive surge of Ziwei heavenly fire, and with his cultivation level, he would likely be beyond salvation. The fire sparrow true spirit had initially contemplated expending its remaining strength to ensure that Jianxian received the inheritance of the Ziwei heavenly fire. But upon encountering Baizhi, an anomaly, perhaps it was the will of fate. You cannot be asking me to withstand the eruption of this Ziwei heavenly fire, can you? Baizhi gazed at the fire sparrow true spirit as if it were a monster. Such a request was tantamount to a death sentence. With his cultivation level, it would be a guaranteed demise. Why are you panicking? The fact that you can survive in this sea of Ziwei signifies that you possess the ability to cope with the eruption of this heavenly fire. The fire sparrow true spirit asserted with certainty. Baizhi's lips quivered slightly as he coldly laughed. You expect me to risk my life for merely one heavenly fire essence? Senior, are you overestimating yourself? The eruption of the Ziwei heavenly fire seed would likely deter even the most accomplished masters at the peak of their realms. How could you expect me to confront it? This was no different from sending me to my death. Although he harbored a vague suspicion that this featherless bird sought to exploit the 4-legged square cauldron, he would not easily reveal it, thus rendering it inconsequential. The fire sparrow true spirit, having existed for millions of years and possessing remarkable wisdom, widened its single eye in sudden realization, exclaiming, "The object within you is of the same lineage as the Ziwei heavenly fire. It cannot harm you. Do you not understand? Otherwise, how could you traverse this sea of flames?" Upon hearing this, Baizhi recalled the faintly inscribed patterns on the 4-legged square cauldron and suddenly thought, then, can I absorb the Ziwei heavenly fire that erupts? Absorb the Ziwei heavenly fire. The fire sparrow true spirit seemed to have heard the most amusing joke in the world. But just as it was about to laugh, it recalled the peculiar fact that Baizhi could walk among the heavenly fire, rendering it speechless, and thus it could not muster a laugh if you possess that ability. Absorb as much as you can. At this point, the fire sparrow true spirit could afford to care little for anything else, as the fiery red Ziwei heavenly fire seed in Li Jianxian's chest began to crack. The fissures were distinctly visible, and from within the crevices, a sanguine substance oozed forth, resembling a vast expanse of magma, emanating a terrifying aura that seemed to scorch the very soul. Hurry, young one, it's up to you now. The fire sparrow true spirit, witnessing this scene, did not bother to consider Baizhi's willingness. It flapped its wings and hurled him towards the seated Li Jianxian, using its body to shield against the impending eruption of the Ziwei heavenly fire. With a resounding crack, the fiery red eggshell shattered, opening a fissure the size of a fingernail, and immediately, several streams of Ziwei heavenly fire, imbued with astonishing might and searing flames, erupted from above Li Jianxian's head. Blooming like flowers, Baizhi was taken aback. The eruption of this Ziwei heavenly fire resembled a spectacular display. Before he could react, the 4-legged square cauldron within him suddenly sprang to life, leaping from his body and voraciously inhaling towards the Ziwei heavenly fire seed. Miraculously, the explosive heavenly fire did not rain down to harm Li Jianxian. Instead, it was entirely absorbed by the 4-legged square cauldron, with countless fiery tendrils from the seed's eruption neatly streaming into the cauldron. Upon witnessing the 4-legged square cauldron, the fire sparrow true spirit's singular eye quivered, and it furrowed its brow in deep thought. This object seems so familiar. I feel as though I've seen it before. Yet, no matter how hard it pondered, it could not grasp the connection, and that sense of obscurity only intensified. Initially, it was believed that the eruption of the Ziwei heavenly fire seed would take time. Yet the scene before them left them utterly astounded. The 4-legged square cauldron suddenly doubled its efforts to absorb, causing the still uncracked portions to yield to its immense suction. The stream of absorbed heavenly fire intensified. And in no time, the fiery red eggshell of the heavenly fire seed completely shattered, revealing a small dragon with a tiger-like head. Its limbs were slender, devoid of scales, and though its horns were small, they exuded an air of majesty The Ziwei heavenly fire seed split open. The four-legged square cauldron ceased its absorption, and the positions of the 7 stars upon the Baiyu sword were entirely inscribed. Emanating an extraordinary brilliance, the small dragon, upon noticing the Baiyu sword, emitted a series of chirps, resembling a lively infant as it leaped from Li Jianxian to perch upon the 7-star position of the Baiyu sword. In that instant, the 7-star positions on the Baiyu sword radiated dazzling light, and the Ziwei heavenly fire spirit upon it was promptly absorbed, successfully illuminating one of the star positions. The formerly pure white Baiyu sword, flawless and devoid of color, underwent a dramatic transformation. Its pristine white hue morphed into a vibrant crimson, a hue both striking and somewhat disquieting. Baizha gazed at the pristine white feather sword, momentarily lost in thought. The fire sparrow spirit, witnessing this scene, cast a grateful glance at Baizha and remarked with a smile, "Thank you, young lad." The white feather sword has finally made significant progress. After uttering these words, it swiftly darted into the white feather sword, continuing its role as the sword spirit. The instant it entered, the sky filled with Ziwei heavenly fire began to gradually dissipate. The four-legged square cauldron, which remained outside Baizha's body, showed no mercy, voraciously absorbing the remnants of the Ziwei heavenly fire, leaving behind only a charred wasteland in the aftermath of the inferno that had consumed Summer Cloud City. At that moment, Li Jianxian stirred awake, startled by the sight of Baizha's face mere inches from his own. Instinctively recoiling his dismay, he found himself touching a heap of scorched, oppressive earth, so searing that he had no choice but to tend to himself. The flames of Summer Cloud City blazed for nearly an hour before abruptly ceasing. The fire had arrived mysteriously and departed just as suddenly, claiming the lives of hundreds of thousands of citizens. The guarding general, along with the remaining soldiers, entered Summer Cloud City, utterly stunned by the scene before them. What was once a thriving Summer Cloud City had been utterly transformed, exuding the stench of burnt resin. With not a single intact house in sight, let alone any peopled, it was precisely this devastation that afforded the soldiers a clear view. In astonishment, they exclaimed, "General, there are survivors amidst such a cataclysmic fire." The presence of any living soul was astonishing, drawing the attention of the crowd. There in the distance stood a young man clad in white, wielding a blood-red sword devoid of scabbard, his expression cold and impassive. Beside him stood a handsome youth clad in black, incessantly whispering into the ear of the stoic young man, who regarded him with evident disdain. At a few dozen meters away, a young woman in light white attire beamed as she watched the two approach, suggesting a familiar connection among the trio. "Baizha, you're unharmed. Thank heavens!" exclaimed Qin Wanyue, who had just regained consciousness, relieved to see Baizha safe, finally letting go of the worry that had plagued her before she fainted. The individuals before her were indeed Baizha and Li Jianxian. Hearing her words, Baizha paused momentarily, nodded at Qin Wanyue, and then turned to Li Jianxian, saying, "Show me your sword. After all, I did save your life." Unfortunately, Li Jianxian clutched the reborn white feather sword tightly, unwilling to reveal it. Having absorbed the essence of the heavenly fire provided by the fire sparrow spirit, Baizha was eager to see what the white feather sword, now awakened to the 7-star Do technique, could achieve. Yet Li Jianxian remained as he always was, uttering only a brief thank you upon awakening and thereafter choosing to ignore Baizha entirely, his demeanor suggesting disinterest. This infuriated Baizha, who felt an overwhelming urge to snatch the sword away, though he recognized such an act would be futile given his inability to contend with Li Jianxian. With the Ziwei heavenly fire seed absorbed and the white feathers rebirth, Li Jianxian's combat prowess now rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the 3 great sword immortals of the South, despite no change in his cultivation level. "Enough. We shall meet again when the opportunity arises." Li Jianxian seemed to be at his wit's end with Baizha's incessant inquiries. He suddenly huffed, lightly pressed his foot against the ground, and vanished from sight in an instant. Watching his departing figure, Baizha clicked his tongue in frustration, muttering, "I saved your life, and this is how you repay me." Qin Wanyue, unaware of the exchange between Baizha and Li Jianxian, noticed the approaching army of Dijin and suggested, "We should leave at once." Baizha nodded, and the two quickened their pace toward the nearest northern gate, leaving the Jin generals in their dust, unable to catch up. Upon exiting the city, they spotted a small group of individuals in the nearby thicket, who appeared far from ordinary, including Elpin and Shangwan Mushue among them. Upon seeing Bai Zhe, Shangwan Mushu bit her lip, her figure moving gracefully across the grass until she stood before Bai Zhe. Her eyes reddened, suggesting she had been crying. Bai Zhe felt a surge of emotion upon witnessing Shangwan Mushue's state, yet he dared not act too hastily, for she was the princess of the Great Jin and a favored disciple of the divine Fog Palace. Therefore, it was prudent to tread carefully. "Are you all right?" he inquired awkwardly. But before he could finish, Shangwan Mushue suddenly slapped his face with a resounding crack, leaving him momentarily stunned as she stormed away in a huff. What was that about? Bai Zhe wondered, looking at Qin Wanyue, then back at Shangwan Mushue's retreating figure, his face a mask of confusion. Qin Wanyue stifled a laugh and suggested, "Perhaps you should go and appease her." However, Bai Zhe was more curious about why this group had gathered. Just then, Elpin approached, his expression grave as he reported, "Young master, it appears that the Dragon Vein martial arts have been taken away by Su Ziqing without incident." The Dragon Vein martial arts he referred to were the very ones Bai Zhe had created. However, this news hinted that Su Ziqing might have encountered some fortuitous event. Otherwise, how could he have escaped the pursuit of so many martial artists in the remote mountain range? This could potentially become a ticking time bomb. If he were to discover the truth, he might very well seek revenge against them. "Never mind. We shall take things as they come," Bai Zhe said, nonchalantly. Not wishing to delve further into the matter, he glanced at the gathering and inquired, "Who are all these people? Why are they congregating here?" Elpin explained, "Some are martial artists who fled Summer Cloud City, while the majority sensed an anomaly and came out of curiosity, thinking there might be some treasure unearthed. Presumably, the so-called treasure referred to the rebirth of the White Feather Sword. The successful manifestation of the seven-star Do technique had indeed seen a starry force descend from the heavens, yet it had occurred in the blink of an eye. Something Bai Zhe had hardly noticed at the time. "Since everyone is safe, let us take our leave," he concluded. Not wishing to engage in lengthy discussions with the gathering, he signaled for the others, including Xiaoxi and Shangwan Mushue, to follow as they prepared to head towards the capital of Dejin. Just as they were about to depart, they were blocked by the gathering of martial artists, one of whom, holding a paper fan and possessing a pale countenance, coldly remarked, "You must be the one who survived from Summer Cloud City." Bai Zhe regarded the nearly 100 martial artists behind him, his brows furrowing with an ominous premonition. "What of it?" he retorted, but before he could elaborate, Shangwan Mushue, exuding an air of authority, stepped forward from the side, retorting, "What do you want?" Unbeknownst to them, the weapon Lei Yuan had appeared in her hand, crackling with sparks of electricity, emanating a terrifying power. Lei Yuan was a divine weapon ranked 35th on the renowned sword list, well known among the majority of the Jojo populace. Thus, the appearance of this iconic weapon caused several faces to blanch. "Shangwan Mushue, others may fear you, but I do not that you're merely a high disciple of the divine Fog Palace," scoffed an elderly crone among the martial artists, her hunched form gripping a staff, her voice raspy. This was none other than the infamous Yin Poxi. Some in the crowd recognized her, shouting, "What have we to fear from an old hag?" Once a free-spirited martial artist who achieved the Golden Body realm through her own efforts, she had become a matron of the Flower Pavilion, renowned alongside the Yinluo Hall as the twin fiends of the Yellow Springs. Yet, unbeknownst to many, Yinluo Hall had been decimated by Li Jianxian's sword, leaving her as the sole remnant of the twin fiends, significantly less fearsome than before. Yin Poxi called out Shangwan Mushue's name without courtesy, infuriating her to the brink of rage. Yet Bai Zhe intervened, asking, "Elder, do you intend to obstruct our passage for some purpose?" Clad in a purple shawl, Yin Poxi's eyelids drooped, her demeanor languid as she replied, "Who is this fresh-faced brat? Do you think you are worthy to speak to me?" Her expression was one of utter disdain, as though Bai Zhe were invisible to her. Bai Zhe raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the arrogance of the so-called twin fiends. Yinluo Hall had looked down upon Li Jianxian, only to meet a swift demise at his blade. Was this Yin Poxi also seeking her end? A flicker of menace flashed in Bai Zhe's eyes, though it quickly masked itself. While he managed to restrain himself, Shangwan Mushue could not hold back any longer. She pushed Bai Zhe aside, brandishing Lei Yuan with a fierce swing, unleashing a blinding bolt of lightning that struck Yin Poxi squarely in her stooped form with a resounding crash. The onlookers were struck with terror. The beloved disciple of the divine fog palace exhibited an alarming temper. They had expected Yin Poxi to falter under the blow, yet she vanished in an instant. Evading the lightning strike, this the legendary Nine Heavens divine thunder. The divine fog palace seems to be just that, someone remarked, noticing Yin Poxi reappearing to the left of her previous position. A smirk playing on her lips as she clutched her staff, looking down upon Shangwan Mushue with contempt. Old witch, you seek death. Shangwan Mushue erupted with a fervor that was both fierce and unyielding. The Shunshao Palace had been her home for the greater part of her childhood. It was a sanctuary she held dear. How could she possibly tolerate anyone who dared to insult it? Grasping the Lei Yuan sword firmly in her right hand, she formed a sword finger with her left, her eyes glinting with a deadly resolve as she glared at Yin Paxi and declared, "You look down upon the Shunshao Palace. Today, I shall make you experience its might." As her words fell, she flicked her finger, and the Lei Yuan sword seemed to awaken with a spirit of its own, slicing through the air towards Yin Paxi with a flash of lightning. Yin Paxi's sunken eyelids twitched, and in an instant her form split into three, accompanied by a shrill laughter as she taunted. The Shunshao Palace is merely a gathering of petty miscreants. What prowess could they possibly possess? Just a bunch of thieves and rogues. With a surge of fury, the Lei Yuan's sword darted forth, piercing through the three illusions of Yin Paxi. Yet they were merely phantoms, her true self hidden from sight. How infuriating! Have some courage and show yourself. Shangwan Mushue barked in frustration. Despite Yin Paxi's incessant taunts, her elusive movements rendered her nearly impossible to strike. At that moment, Bai Zhe's gaze darted through the crowd, recalling Yin Paxi's visage as he endeavored to provoke the aura above her head. Historically, such attribute bubbles had appeared passively. They had never reacted to his thoughts. However, after his body absorbed a sufficient amount of Ziwei Tianhua, 1/3 of the emblematic pattern on the four-legged square cauldron within him had manifested. He wondered if this attribute information might change. With a mixture of hope and curiosity, he decided to test it, as he had yet to explore the transformations following his absorption of the Ziwei Tianhua. His focus intensified. The four-legged square cauldron flickered slightly, and in the next moment, Bai Zhe was astounded to discover Yin Paxi, hunched over, lurking behind Shangwan Mushue. Shadow Mirage Technique, a primary tier skill of the celestial rank, golden body at the 3 Dan realm. Renowned for her silver needle of shadows, a esteemed matron of the flower workshop on the Qingyan continent. Spiritual energy, 10,000. Strength, 323. Vitality, 9,000. Mastery of wind attribute, 90. Bai Zhe gazed at the series of impressive data above Yin Paxi's head. His mind reeling in disbelief, he had not anticipated that after absorbing such a vast quantity of fire attribute energy, the information would become so detailed. Not only were the attribute values clear, but even her affiliated power was laid bare. And oh wonder she moved with such swiftness. Her mastery of the wind attribute combined with her celestial rank technique explained it all. Bai Zhe nodded in understanding, feeling a sense of amusement as he turned his attention to Shangwan Mushue, curious about her attributes. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a cascade of bubbles erupted above the furious Shangwan Mushue's head. Thunder attribute, 70, beloved disciple of the Shunshao Palace, cherished by its members. Golden Emperor Clan, Princess Jinling. Jiuxiao Divine Thunder Technique, a top-tier celestial cultivation method. Thunderfall Step, a primary tier technique. Postnatal 9 Dan, possessing 9 spirals of spiritual energy within. Spiritual energy, 23,000. Vitality, 30,000. Bai Zhe's head buzzed with astonishment as he beheld this array of information. Shangwan Mushue had actually cultivated 9 spirals of spiritual energy. Such a feat was almost mythical. Typically, it took millennia for one to form even a single spiral after reaching the postnatal realm. Only prodigies of extraordinary caliber could achieve 9 spirals. Was it possible that Shangwan Mushue belonged to such an elite class? Yet, she appeared utterly flustered like a fool desperate to locate Yin Peshi's elusive form. I nearly thought this data was fabricated, Baija sighed, exasperated by her demeanor. Ultimately, they were two peas in a pod. And he reluctantly remarked, "She's right behind you." Trusting Baija implicitly, Shangwan Muxiue did not hesitate to pivot toward him, controlling the Lei Yuan sword to strike behind her while bending low. Yin Peshi, basking in her arrogance, was startled to see the approaching Lei Yuan. In a panic, she left behind a shadow and vanished, leaving Shangwan Muxiue swinging at nothing once more. Upon realizing she had missed again, Shangwan Muxiue cast a forlorn glance at Baija, as if to say, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Baija rolled his eyes, responding curtly, "Listen, 10 steps to the left, 5 steps to the right, 7 steps forward." With each change in Yin Peshi's position, Baija rapidly called out directions, and as he quickened his pace, Shangwan Muxiue's sword control kept up with him. The onlookers, fearing that the cold and unyielding Shangwan Muxiue might inadvertently strike them, stepped back in trepidation. Shangwan Muxiue's swordsmanship seemed to have improved significantly in this exchange. Finally unable to endure the sensation of being relentlessly tracked like prey, Yin Peshi resolved to eliminate this radar by appearing behind Baija. Unfortunately for her, she had chosen the wrong target. Accelerating her movements, she conjured multiple illusions to confuse Baija. While her shadows still flickered, she stealthily approached him from behind, raising her staff adorned with the head of a flat-headed serpent, which hissed as it launched a silvery needle directly at Baija's neck. This was Yin Peshi's signature tactic, utilizing silver needles for stealthy ambushes to effortlessly vanquish her foes. However, Baija was destined to be an ill-fated target for her. To her astonishment, the needle missed completely, merely grazing past Baija's neck and embedding itself in the ground, a hair's breadth away. "Are you perplexed?" Baija turned to face Yin Peshi, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. He had anticipated her intent too late, but had inadvertently saved something she could never have foreseen. Indeed, it was her very own shadow mirage technique. Baija could not extract her spiritual energy, but he could assimilate her foundational attributes, techniques, and skills that he had set his sights on the shadow mirage technique, and upon extraction, he found himself on par with her in skill, a far superior outcome than any prior attempts. All of this was thanks to the small cauldron within him, which had gained considerable strength after absorbing the Zui Tianhua. Yin Peshi's eyes widened in realization, disbelief flooding her expression as she gazed at him. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though Baija had moved ever so slightly. The manner of his movement mirrored her shadow mirage technique to an uncanny degree. Baija chuckled softly, nodding without reservation. "Yes, do you still wish to fight me?" To Yin Peshi, his smile was nothing short of diabolical. The very technique she prided herself on had been so effortlessly appropriated by him. After all, her shadow mirage technique was a treasure she had fortuitously discovered. How could another possibly possess it? "Child, do not be so arrogant." Yin Peshi struggled to accept this reality, flicking her left fingertip to conjure a weak thread of spiritual energy into a silver needle, aiming to pierce Baija's collarbone. Yet before she could execute her attack, Shangwan Muxiue, cold as ice, deflected it with a swift stroke of her sword, declaring, "Your opponent is me." With that, she shouted, activating the Thunderfall step, as thunder roared beneath her feet, causing the ground to tremble. Those nearby struggled to maintain their footing as Shangwan Muxiue lunged towards Yin Peshi, her sword aimed directly at her throat. As the Lei Yuan sword pierced through, Yin Peshi's face twisted in terror, a flicker of panic crossing her features. However, her form began to dissipate once more. It was yet another illusion. Baija observed Yin Peshi's retreat with a slight smirk, inwardly amused as he thought, "Let her go. I am curious to see who dares to brazenly oppose the Shunshao Palace." The Shunshao Palace, a prestigious force renowned across the continent, had never entangled itself with the flower workshop. So who would so brazenly belittle it? "What are you laughing at? Quickly tell me where she is." Shangwan Muxiue, having not heard Baija's directions, grew impatient and urged him on, with Yin Peshi having escaped. What was there left to report? Baija waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned, his gaze shifting to the remaining cultivators as he spoke calmly. "I know what you seek. The peculiar light from Shen City is indeed a rare treasure." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement. Young brother, what kind of treasure is it? Did you acquire it by chance? Show it to us. Baizhi shook his head, chuckling. That item is currently in the possession of the Ice Sword Immortal. Linghu Tianchong.it is a black box of mysterious iron, within which lies something comparable to the Dragon Pulse martial arts. His words, delivered with conviction and flair, led some to genuinely believe him. But if you wish to obtain this treasure, you must seek it in the capital. That I lack the ability to assist. I can only wish you all the best in seizing it. His declarations effectively dispersed a large portion of the crowd, leaving behind only those who remained indecisive and uncertain. Baizhi, indifferent to the plight of these individuals, took hold of Shangguan Muxue and others, leading them down the official road as they prepared to continue their journey. This group of martial practitioners harbored both fear of Baizhi and his companion's prowess and a lingering curiosity due to Baizhi's revelation regarding the existence of that entity, while many chose to abandon their pursuit. A considerable number still yearned to seek out Linghu Tianchong.as for the outcome. Baizhi lacked the inclination to concern himself. His actions were merely intended to inconvenience that scoundrel, Linghu Tianchong, who had dared to stride away on ice before him, making it exceedingly difficult for him to maintain his composure. Once matters here concluded, Baizhi and his companions resumed their expedition. Crossing over Xiayun City and traveling for half a day, they arrived at the largest river within the realm of Dejin, the Mei River. It is said that in ancient times, a girl named Mei would frequently wash her clothes here, leaving the waters crystal clear and refreshing to the palate. Hence, it was named after her. At this moment, Qin Wanyue stood by the banks of the Mei River, gazing at the transparent waters where fish and small pebbles were visible. She couldn't help but exclaim, "The Mei River truly is this clear." Dipping her small hand into the water, a refreshing chill enveloped her. Ah, who is that? Suddenly, the little stream spotted someone lying by the riverside, clad in simple garb, making it impossible to discern their gender from afar. Her cry drew the attention of the group, who hurried over as they approached. Baizhi was finally able to discern the figure's features, and his brow furrowed in dismay. It was none other than Master Ningqing. During the contest between Li Jianxian and Linghu Tianchong, Master Ningqing had departed early, and he had assumed she had matters to attend to. Little did he expect to encounter her here. Shangguan Muxue stepped forward, placing her small hand over the figure's nostrils. Her expression immediately darkened as she shook her head and said, "There's no saving her." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent for a moment. Baizhi observed the lifeless body of Master Ningqing, noting the absence of any obvious injuries and the neatness of her attire. How could she have perished? Let me take a look, Baizhi said as he stepped closer, bending down to place his hand on her carotid artery. Just as he was about to assess her condition, Master Ningqing, who had seemed lifeless, suddenly opened her eyes wide, revealing a ghastly visage, her pallor horrifying. The two were too close for Baizhi to react in time. Master Ningqing opened her mouth, attempting to bite Baizhi's neck, but Shangguan Muxue swiftly kicked her away, sparing him from harm. Undeterred by her failure to bite, Master Ningqing rose in a peculiar manner. It was less a stand and more akin to crawling. Her hands and feet remained on the ground. Her body sprawled, straining to lift her head, revealing her malevolent face. Her movements resembled those of a ferocious beast. The sight left Baizhi and the others with expressions of disbelief. Could a human truly transform into such a creature? While they were still in shock, Master Ningqing let out a low growl and charged at them like a wild animal. Her speed was astonishing, so swift that Baizhi could barely track her with his eyes. In a mere breath, a scratch appeared on Qin Wanyue's neck. Moreover, Master Ningqing had not shifted her position. Somehow, she possessed long, terrifying nails stained with Qin Wanyue's blood. Instinctively, Baizhi moved closer to Qin Wanyue, his gaze fixed on the approaching Master Ningqing, deep confusion clouding his features. "Are you all right?" Baizhi inquired softly, lowering his head. Qin Wanyue touched the thin line of blood on her neck, her brows momentarily relaxing. "This scratch is so fine. I hardly feel any pain." She found it peculiar that the now transformed Master Ningqing hadn't simply pierced her throat. With such speed, she could have silently taken her life. Meanwhile, Shangguan Muxue, witnessing Baizha protect Qin Wanyue, scoffed and shielded the little stream behind her, turning her head away from the two. Meanwhile, El Pin trembled in fear as he faced the bizarre Master Ning Qing. With both hands and feet on the ground, Master Ning Qing let out a howl, her disheveled hair cascading down, resembling a lunatic under the moonlight, despite it being broad daylight. After her howl, a flicker of crimson flashed in her dull eyes. Suddenly, without any further movement, a flash of white light appeared before Baizha, still targeting his neck. Baizha's base speed had significantly improved through his cultivation, yet even so, he could only catch a glimpse of her movements. By the time he realized she was attacking him, it was too late. The pale, elongated nails sliced through Baizha's slightly yellowed skin like a beam of light in the darkness. In that critical moment, a resounding clang echoed as a bolt of lightning surged forth, severing Master Ning Qing's elongated nails at the root. That flash of lightning was none other than Lei Yuan, from a distance. Shanghua Mushue brought her fingers together, wielding her sword technique to manipulate Lei Yuan, striking like lightning to cut off Master Ning Qing's outstretched fingers. Master Ning Qing, now deprived of her fingers, seemed oblivious to the pain. Emitting no loud cries, she merely tilted her head back towards the sky, a fleeting glimmer of crimson flashing in her eyes, and then something bizarre occurred. From the top of her head, appendages resembling ears sprouted, and the severed fingers began to regrow. Astonishingly, a fluffy tail sprouted from her rear. All of this transpired in just a few breaths. Master Ning Qing glanced at the Lei Yuan sword, a hint of fear creeping into her expression. Before she shrieked and fled, it was at this moment that everyone noticed the animal-like flesh wall emerging from her limbs. Don't let her escape. Shenhuan Mushue, with a singular focus, could not allow someone who dared to harm Baizha to flee. Without hesitation, she activated her thunderous steps and leapt 100 miles in pursuit. Baizha's eyelids twitched as he commanded, "You all go wait for us at Yueme City." With that, he sprang into action. Employing the shadowy movement, he had pilfered from Yin Shi to its utmost potential. However, even with this, he still struggled to catch up to Shanghwan Mushue, who was imbued with spiritual energy. Initially, Baizha could rely on the exaggerated tremors of Lei Luobu to track Shanghwan Mushue's whereabouts, but as the distance widened, he could no longer sense the tremors. Baizha furrowed his brow, observing the towering trees around him, sensing a weighty tension. Had he known, he would have stolen her Lei Luobu as well. Baizha inwardly cursed himself for not acquiring Shanghwan Mushue's thunderous steps, leaving him unable to even catch a glimpse of her figure. In truth, even if he had stolen the thunderous steps, it would still be challenging to keep pace with Shanghwan Mushue, who was continuously supplied with lightning attributes. It is essential to note that without the vortex of spiritual energy in his dantian, Baizha could only sustain the use of spiritual energy for half an hour, relying solely on the small cauldron within him. Moreover, differing attributes ultimately hindered any chance of pursuit. Just as he felt utterly at a loss, the Yin-Yang Xian fish on his palm suddenly glowed, inexplicably moving, leaving Baizha momentarily dumbfounded. A compass. Baizha observed the black and white fish, their mouths incessantly pointing towards a particular direction, regardless of how he altered his position. Was there something significant in that direction? Baizha remained uncertain about the purpose of the Yin-Yang Xian fish. Formed from the convergence of yin and yang energies, driven by curiosity, he proceeded towards the direction indicated by the Yin-Yang Xian fish, this time moving at a slower pace, stealthily advancing, until he comprehended the situation. It was prudent not to reveal his presence. Before long, Baizha arrived at the location indicated by the Yin-Yang Xian fish, and he immediately discovered a group of unusual individuals ahead. What made them unusual was that they were clad in black attire in broad daylight, which certainly did not bode well. Baizha noticed that the black-clad individuals surrounded a figure carrying a large black iron box, resembling a coffin, adorned with golden locks, identical to the one he had seen the previous night. "Ling Huyu?" Baizha frowned, feeling a sense of unease. He contemplated eavesdropping, but was apprehensive. If these were indeed Ling Huyu and Ling Hu Tianchong, his abilities would be insufficient to confront them. He hesitated. A sharp sound cut through the air. An alive figure leaped through the trees, seemingly pursued by something that filled her with dread. Baizhi recognized the figure to be the mutated master Ning Qing, and his gaze instinctively scanned the surroundings, searching for Shangguan Muxue. Sure enough, before she even arrived, Baizhi felt the tremors of Lei Luo Bu, akin to an earthquake, unmistakably confirming it was indeed her thunderous steps. "Demon, don't you dare run!" The sharp reprimand of Shangguan Muxue echoed behind them. The cloaked figures, sensing the formidable power of Lei Luo, furrowed their brows and attempted to hastily extricate themselves from this perilous place. However, they were a moment too late. The mutated master Ning Qing let out a piercing scream, suddenly gripping the back of one of the black-clad men, her mouth agape, revealing her sharp, elongated fangs as she sank them into his neck. A chilling cry erupted as the man's features rapidly withered, leaving behind nothing but a mere skin-and-bone shell, a sight that was utterly suffocating. After consuming his blood, Master Ning Qing became even more bizarre. Her limbs, previously resembling those of an animal, now manifested fur upon her skin, with tufts of brown hair sprouting from the corners of her eyes, evoking a sense of dread. "General, what in the world is this?" One of the cloaked men stammered, his grip on his weapon trembling in fear as he looked upon the transformed Master Ning Qing. The black-clad man addressed as the general's expression shifted slightly, his eyes darting nervously before he ultimately suppressed his trepidation and waved his long sleeves, commanding, "Leave, quickly." At his order, the now cowardly figures fled in a panic. Some, however, attempted to strike at Master Ning Qing, only to meet the same fate, their blood drained, leaving behind lifeless, weightless husks that it seemed that Master Ning Qing had no intention of letting this group escape. As they ran ahead, she pursued closely behind. Alas, given her speed, there was no chance for the cloaked figures to evade her in a brief moment. Only the one carrying the long, iron-bound chest remained. Having absorbed a substantial amount of blood, Master Ning Qing had transformed beyond recognition, resembling a feral beast. Were it not for having previously witnessed her half-human, half-demon visage, one would hardly believe she had once been human like a tea that moment. Baizhi had also found Shangguan Muxue, and the two stealthily followed to uncover the truth of the matter. They maintained a leisurely pace, just in time to witness the entire metamorphosis of Master Ning Qing into a beast. "She looks like a fox," Shangguan Muxue remarked, her brows knitting in contemplation as she observed the transformed Master Ning Qing. Indeed, though her claws are alarmingly long, the two conversed. The black-clad man, carrying the iron chest, engaged Master Ning Qing in combat. Master Ning Qing's power was somewhat peculiar. It did not conform to the 5 basic attributes, nor did it resemble any known special attributes. The black-clad man was undoubtedly Ling Hu Tianchong, for every move he executed was imbued with an icy aura. Yet, even though he could freeze Master Ning Qing, she shattered the ice in an instant. In terms of speed alone, they were evenly matched. However, Ling Hu Tianchong excelled in the rapidity of his strikes, while the beastly Master Ning Qing exhibited remarkable agility in her movements. As such, after dozens of exchanges, neither had sustained injuries. Master Ning Qing, her crimson eyes fixed intently on Ling Hu Tianchong, greedily licked her clawed paw, appearing to regard him as potential prey. "Beast, you dare to feast upon me? Let me see your capabilities." Ling Hu Tianchong's expression darkened as he wielded his long sword, which exuded a frigid aura, and with a stomp, unleashed a chilling wave. The bone-chilling cold made even Master Ning Qing, clad in her beastly form, shiver uncontrollably. Such a profound, icy essence. This individual is on the verge of refining 3 golden pills. Shangguan Muxue, with her keen eyesight, quickly discerned his prowess. Yet, differences among individuals existed. Some had a far greater capacity for spiritual energy. Take Shangguan Muxue, for instance. Despite possessing merely 9 spirals of spiritual energy and lacking golden pills, her spiritual energy far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners at the 1st or 2nd levels of the golden body. "Do you know what has become of Master Ning Qing?" Baizhi's gaze remained fixed on her, his curiosity piqued regarding her beastly transformation. Shangguan Muxue shook her head thoughtfully. "I am uncertain, but that crimson power she wields resembles the blood attribute described by my master. albeit not entirely on the Qingyun continent. Spiritual energy naturally formed without inherent attributes. But as martial practitioners integrated their personal traits, they developed their own unique spiritual attributes, primarily categorized into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There were also some special attributes, such as wind, thunder, ice, and yin-yang, among others at a S for the blood attribute. Baizhi recalled reading that it was an abhorred spiritual attribute across the continent. Blood attribute energy was brutal and sanguinary. Those who cultivated it were predominantly beasts, and humans who attempted to cultivate it would be universally hunted down. There had once been a sword practitioner on the continent who cultivated the blood attribute. His frenzied, bloodthirsty sword energy seemed solely intended for slaughter, as he mercilessly killed martial practitioners and even ordinary folk to enhance his bloodthirsty sword intent. Regrettably, he was met with retribution from the continent's saints and ultimately met his demise. That I've heard of this. My master participated in that massacre. Blood attribute practitioners are indeed terrifying, devoid of emotions, only knowing slaughter. Shanghua Mushue recalled, her face paling at the memory, her delicate features growing cold. It was said that the blood attribute sword practitioner had single-handedly swept through the continent saints, engaging in a savage battle that lasted 71 days, leading to mutual annihilation. The saints perished, and the blood sword practitioner left no trace behind. This calamity resulted in the Qingyun continent being devoid of any saint-level individuals, with the highest level being merely extraordinary. This event became a topic of fascination for future generations. Although the blood sword practitioner was savage, his power was undeniably fearsome. Are you suggesting that someone is cultivating this malevolent blood attribute? Shanghua Mushue furrowed her brow upon hearing Baizhi recount the past, her expression reflecting deep thought. Baizhi shook his head, his gaze lingering on Master Ningqing. He too was uncertain if anyone truly pursued the blood attribute, a form of energy so vile. While they exchanged thoughts, the combat scene unfolded in one-sided fashion. Master Ningqing dared not approach Linghu Tianchong, as the bone-chilling power capable of freezing even blood compelled her to retreat. She attempted to scream and swipe at him with her claws, but they were instantly encased in ice before she could draw near. Had she not decisively severed her own claws, she would have been completely frozen. Frustrated and at a loss, Master Ningqing shook her head violently and let out a roar before attempting to flee. Linghu Tianchong, witnessing this, snorted coldly, thinking of escaping. Not a chance, with his subordinates falling to this monstrous being. He would never let her go. Taste my attack, Ice Spike. Without any visible movement from Linghu Tianchong, a large, solid ice spike erupted from within Master Ningqing's body, piercing through her skin and encasing her entirely in ice. With a resounding thud, she plummeted from the air, still frozen. However, before she could hit the ground, a burst of blood light emanated from her, shattering the ice that had entrapped her. Like a wounded rat, she fled in a panic, heedless of her surroundings. This turn of events caught even Linghu Tianchong off guard. He had meticulously laid this trap, using his subordinates as bait, only to have the seemingly certain victory shattered by that bloodlight. Contemplating that bloodlight, Linghu Tianchong's eyes turned icy, lost in thought. By the heavens, that ice spike. You should be wary of it in the future. This individual has achieved a remarkable level of control over ice attributes, quietly embedding spiritual energy within Master Ningqing, ready to erupt and claim a life at a moment's notice, Baizhi remarked, his countenance grim. Although he could discern this, executing it was another matter entirely. Baizhi had no intention of pursuing such an endeavor, for the effectiveness of his tactic appeared limited, preferring instead to remain cautious of the energy within. It was only because Master Ningqing had lost her humanity that he had succeeded. Are you worried about me? Shanghua Mushue, hearing Baizhi's words, felt a warmth rise to her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with hope as she awaited his response. Baizhi nearly stumbled at her words. He had merely spoken instinctively, yet she had perceived so much from it. However, seeing her blushing face, he gently nodded. If you perish, I shall seek another patron. I have no desire to live in poverty. Baizhi waved his hand dismissively as he made his way out of the forest. By now, Linghu Tianchong had departed, and Master Ningqing, grievously wounded, had vanished without a trace. Remaining there served little purpose. As Shangguan Muxue observed Baijia's retreating figure, a subtle smile crept upon her lips, and she followed suit, her footsteps light. Their pursuit of Master Ning Qing had consumed considerable time, and dusk was fast approaching. Yet, it was evident they could not find their way out of the woods. Seizing the moment before the sun dipped below the horizon, Baizhi captured several swift-winged rabbits nearby, a type of first and second-tier spirit beast. Baizhi handled these creatures with ease, thanks to his impressive speed. Even without spiritual energy, one can still surpass the renowned speed of the Gale rabbit. Gathering some dry twigs, he stacked them together, and with a swift motion his fist sliced through the air, a faint flicker of flames becoming visible. With a crackling sound, the twigs ignited. Observing this scene, Shangguan Muxue inquired with curiosity, "Did you gain this ability from the ZY, heavenly fire?" She recalled that Baizhi had not possessed such a skill previously. Baizhi nodded, placing the prepared rabbit meat onto the fire to roast while recounting the events of that time. Shangguan Muxue listened with alarm, particularly when he voluntarily released Qin Wanyue's hand, unable to restrain her frown as she remarked, "How could she let you go? Thankfully, you are unharmed. If anything had happened to you, I would not hesitate to settle the score with her." "What are you thinking? It was I who requested to let go. Otherwise, with me as a burden, how could she possibly escape?" Baizhi shot her an exasperated glare. Yet a warmth blossomed within him. "I don't care. If you were in trouble, I would hold her accountable," Shangguan Muxue huffed defiantly, adding, "Moreover, even if she released you, she didn't escape herself." Baizhi was at a loss for words but refrained from countering this girl who meant well. "By the way, how confident are you regarding this mission to the Jin and the Alliance?" Noticing Baijia's disinterest in discussing the ZY heavenly fire, Shangguan Muxue deliberately shifted the topic, regarding the matter of the Alliance. Baizhi gazed into the flickering flames, his expression tranquil as he replied, "I have no confidence, rather than a lack of confidence. It is more accurate to say I have no leads at all. Forget it, don't dwell on it." Shangguan Muxue perceived that although Baijia's eyes were calm when he spoke, she sensed a subtle melancholy emanating from him. Inexplicably, she extended her delicate hand to retrieve the rabbit meat from the rack. Smiling, "I haven't had rabbit meat in ages. It seems to be ready." Baizhi, exasperated, grasped her outstretched hand and explained, "Look, the color still has traces of blood, and you can see the flesh. It indicates it is not yet cooked. Don't eat raw meat. It's unhygienic." Shangguan Muxue chuckled foolishly, allowing him to hold her hand, feeling sweet inside, her head naturally leaning against his shoulder. As the flames danced, she asked, "Do you truly aspire to be the strongest on the continent?" Suddenly, she recalled the young man's vow in Jinsha town, those resonant words echoing in her ears. Baizhi nodded silently, his gaze fixed on the flames, exceptionally resolute. Having come to this continent, if he could not accomplish his desires or protect those he wished to safeguard, then what was the point? They sat in silence by the fire, leaning against the rabbit meat. No further words exchanged, only the crackling of the burning twigs and the flickering shadows dancing above. The following day, Baizhi and Shangguan Muxue continued their journey. Yuehui City lay to the southeast of Meihe. Yet to pursue Master Ning Qing, Shangguan Muxue had stubbornly chased nearly 100 kilometers in the opposite direction. Even if they traveled at full speed, they would reach Meihe by noon, let alone Yuehui City. As they journeyed, they chatted and laughed, making it a light-hearted trek. In the blink of an eye, the sun blazed overhead, and noon arrived as they reached Meihe. However, the river had undergone a dramatic transformation, causing both Baizhi and Shangguan Muxue's expressions to shift as a shadow loomed over their hearts. The once crystal-clear Meihe was now tainted crimson. The blood-red water flowing from upstream transformed the entire river into what resembled a sea of blood, evoking dread in those who gazed upon it. Shangguan Muxue dipped her hand into the Meihe, collecting a bit of the liquid, and upon noticing the altered quality, her delicate features hardened as she contemplated tasting it. "No, that should be blood." Baizhi swiftly intervened, using his Akin fish to absorb the bit of river water from her hand. Shangguan Muxue, puzzled, asked, "How do you know it's blood?" "There's no viscosity or metallic scent at all. Generally, blood capable of dyeing a river red would, even if diluted, carry a bloody odor." This was precisely why she was tempted to taste it. This blood might be rather unique. Baizha hesitated, unsure how to explain, contemplating whether to reveal that he had seen bubbles of demon blood in the Meha. Demon blood. This was clearly not feasible, as few would believe such a statement. Indeed, quite special. I noticed it too. Before Baizha could elaborate, Shangguan Mushue's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly grabbed his hand marked with the akin fish, inspecting it closely. "What are you doing?" Baizha felt uncomfortable being held in such a manner. Shangguan Mushue pointed, indicating, "Look over there." Not far upstream, a massive peculiar fur was slowly drifting towards them. Wherever this fur passed, it wreaked havoc upon the Meha. The once clear river, where fish and stones could be seen, turned to charcoal in the wake of this fur, bubbling as if boiling water, producing a gurgling sound. Baizha stood up and approached the flowing fur. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the strands were tightly packed, not chaotic, and arranged with an aesthetic quality reminiscent of peacock feathers. However, these were clearly not peacock feathers. Shades of brown, white, and gray mingled, even featuring peculiar red strands that raised suspicions. Baizha's gaze, however, was drawn to the area beneath the fur. His eyes darted, and he picked up a sizable stone from the roadside. Hurling it towards the mass of FURT, oh his surprise. Instead of splashing, the stone landed firmly atop the fur without sinking. They exchanged bewildered glances, both recognizing the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. Shangguan Mushue stared at the fur floating on the river's surface, supporting the stone, her pupils dilating in shock as she exclaimed, "This is the fur from Master Ningqing. Then this blood must be demon blood." Before Baizha could inquire further, she produced a strand of fur from her sleeve, identical in color to that in the Meha. Her brow furrowed as she continued. "She was gravely injured by Linghu Tianchong yesterday. All this fur must have come from her. The Meha flows from the northwest to the southeast, meaning its downstream reaches Yuehui City, supplying the water consumed by the city's residents." Realizing this, Baizha's expression shifted as he questioned, "If this fur and blood are indeed from her, what will happen if ordinary citizens consume the water contaminated by her blood?" Shangguan Mushue shook her head, but it was evident that this question would yield no favorable answers. "We must hurry and follow the Meha downstream to see the extent of the pollution." Baizha understood as well that this contaminated river water would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for the populace. As they followed the Meha, just as they were about to catch sight of Yuehui City, they suddenly spotted a young man clad in purple standing ahead, his dark hair framing a furrowed brow. He stood precisely at the point where the river remained untainted, seemingly resolute, his grip on the sword tightening. What is he doing? Although they were still several kilometers away, they could see him but not discern his intentions. As soon as the thought crossed their minds, the young man abruptly plunged his long sword into the clear waters of the Meha. In an instant, a tremendous and astonishing chill of ice attributes erupted from his body, racing along the sword to envelop the river's surface and plunge to its depths. Within moments, the section of the river he occupied was completely frozen, the sword serving as the focal point, horizontally sealing off the Meha, trapping the demon blood within. Such impressive density of spiritual energy, Baizha remarked in astonishment at this sight. The ability to freeze from the surface down to the riverbed was a testament to the extraordinary thickness of the ice attributes. Even merely severing the Meha in half was astonishing. "You are truly formidable," Baizha applauded sincerely. The young man in purple paused, noticing the two, and upon realizing they had come from upstream, he shook his head, saying, "Even if it can be temporarily frozen, if a method to cleanse the demon blood from the river cannot be found, all of Dejin will suffer the consequences." His words rang true. The Meha was a unique river, essentially traversing a significant portion of Dejin's counties. Should the contaminated blood be consumed by the populace, the repercussions would be dire. Your presence here is fortuitous. May I ask your names? The young man clasped his hands in greeting, appearing quite courteous. However, Shangguan Mushue was unimpressed, huffing. "There are only two esteemed disciples of the Ice King Sima Yin. One is Linghu Tianchong, and the other is Xiajia." Her gaze lingered on the young man before her before she continued. "I've seen Linghu Tianchong, and he is not as diminutive as you. I take it you must be Xiajia." In response to the sarcasm in Shangguan Mushue's words, Xiajia remained unperturbed and chuckled lightly. "Say, miss, you are undoubtedly astute. May I inquire if Xia Jie has the privilege of knowing your esteemed name? Sima Yin, crowned as the Ice King, stands as the sole extraordinary adept of the great Jin kingdom. With only 2 disciples under his tutelage. Point 1 is the prodigious youth Linghu Tiancheng from the Linghu family. While the other lacks any significant background and is rather obscure, Xia Jie never anticipated that merely by observing his ice attribute, one could deduce his identity as a disciple of Sima Yin. Baizhi stepped forward, interrupting their conversation with a hint of irritation. Are you here to resolve the issue of the demon blood? Do you know its origin? Xia Jie's brows furrowed slightly. He had little inclination to converse with Baizhi. He turned his gaze back to Shangwan Muxue and smiled. Miss, fret not that I have a method to eliminate this demon blood, and my senior brother will soon arrive in Yumei City, at which time a solution will be at hand. It was evident that his senior brother referred to Linghu Tiancheng. Baizhi exchanged glances with his companion, both silently acknowledging one another. Shangwan Muxue stepped forward and introduced herself. My surname is Shangwan, and my given name is simply Shui. She gestured towards Baizhi, saying, This is Baizhi. We grew up together. Shangwan Muxue had stored Lei Yuan in her spatial storage and did not carry it with her. Thus, as long as she refrained from using spiritual energy, few would discern her as a wielder of lightning attributes, and hence, her identity as a disciple of the palace master of Shunshao Palace would remain concealed. Upon hearing that they had grown up together, a flicker of disdain crossed Xia Jie's expression, though it quickly vanished as he smiled, saying, Miss Shangwan, our meeting is indeed serendipitous. Would you care to accompany me to Yumei City? He added, My residence is in Yumei City. Seeing Baizhi nod in agreement, Shangwan Muxue feigned compliance. Their journey to Yumei City went smoothly under Xia Jie's company, leading them directly to the city lord's mansion. The mansion appeared grand and imposing. Young Master Xia, what brings you to my humble Yumei City? A middle-aged man in casual attire, the city lord, hurriedly emerged before they could even cross the threshold. Had he not seen Xia Jie's gesture, he might have inadvertently addressed him as Lord Xia. Xia Jie waved his hand and gestured for Shangwan Muxue to enter, smiling. It is nothing of great importance. Upon encountering such a celestial beauty today, it is only fitting that we share a small gathering. City Lord Gua, I would be grateful if you could prepare some refreshments. City Lord Gua quickly bowed and nodded. Retreating to arrange the meal, as Shangwan Muxue settled down, her mind was far from the food. She inquired, Do you know the source of the demon blood? Both she and Baizhi had their suspicions but were hesitant to confirm them. Regarding the demon blood, Xia Jie's expression turned slightly helpless as he replied, The emergence of this demon blood is not a novel occurrence. Previously, it afflicted martial artists who fell into a state of madness, leading them to become beast-like and subsequently reliant on blood to survive. Despite the apparent strength of the great Jin, there have been undercurrents of turmoil in recent months. Not long ago, a headless corpse was seen roaming the streets of the capital, viciously attacking commoners, biting them only to discard them. Within a minute, each bitten person's eyes turned blood red, plunging them into madness and causing them to attack those nearby. Thankfully, the martial artists of Great Jin managed to suppress the situation before it escalated. However, within less than a month, a decaying corpse surfaced in the capital's moat, with only a pair of crimson eyes remaining distinct, the rest obscured. Investigations suggested that this corpse was likely that of the former Grand Tutor, who had been reported ill and subsequently vanished from public view. To encounter him again in such a state is indeed unfathomable. Recently, there have been claims of half-beast, half-human monsters spotted near the Mei River. Following these reports, I investigated and discovered the river had been polluted, ultimately resorting to temporarily sealing it with ice. Xia Jie's tone conveyed his frustration. Despite extensive inquiries, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of the culprit. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Muxue smiled. Baizhi and I have indeed encountered such a half-demon, half-human creature. However, it seems your senior brother managed to defeat her, though she escaped unscathed. My senior brother? Xia Jie paused, then looked at Shangwan Muxue with excitement. Are you implying that my senior brother Linghu Tiancheng has appeared near the Mei River? Indeed, why do you ask? Shangwan Muxue responded, slightly puzzled. With confirmation, Xia Jie beamed with joy. Wonderful! This means a solution to the problem is finally at hand. It appeared that Xia Jie had been burdened with the matter of the blood attributes for quite some time, hence his exhilaration upon hearing about Linghu Tianchong. Baizhi felt a pang of confusion, asking, "But why is that? If the blood demon remains uncaptured, does that not imply we are still at a loss regarding the demon blood issue?" Xia Jie appeared unconcerned as he explained with a smile. "My senior brother's return surely indicates he has acquired what is necessary. Once that is in hand, the blood demon will pose no significant threat." "What item is that?" Baizhi dared not probe further, fearing it might arouse unwarranted suspicions. Shangguan Muxue, however, was less restrained and inquired, "What is that item capable of slaying the blood demon?" Considering that Linghu Tianchong's meticulously arranged ice formations failed to eliminate the blood demon, what other means could there be for its complete destruction? Xia Jie hesitated momentarily before laughing heartily. "If Miss Shangguan is interested, you are most welcome to stay in Yumei City for a while. Then, you shall surely find out." It seemed that Linghu Tianchong was destined to arrive in Yumei City shortly, and perhaps they would soon witness the true nature of the long box with the golden lock. After spending some time at the city lord's mansion, they excused themselves under the pretext of wanting to explore the area. Leaving the premises, Baizhi and his companion inquired around the city and learned that the Changyan Tea House was the best place to gather information. He pondered whether he might catch a glimpse of Qin Wanyue and others while also verifying the strange occurrences within the Great Jin as described by Xia Jie. The Changyan Tea House stood as a unique establishment in Yumei City, with the ground floor dedicated to dining, while the second floor was devoid of rooms, merely covered by a roof with open sides. The second floor served as a socializing area for tea and conversation, a layout that indeed rendered it distinctive. Baizhi and his companion found a cozy corner on the second floor. Almost immediately, a jovial waiter with a towel draped over his shoulder approached them. Beaming, "What may I offer you, esteemed guests? What delightful teas do you have?" Shangguan Muxue, dressed in a light pink corset dress, casually inquired while adjusting her hair. Having emerged from the forest, she had not worn a veil along the way, much to Baizhi's dismay. Especially within the tea house, the collective gaze of those around made him feel quite uncomfortable. "Miss, you are as enchanting as a celestial being. Why not indulge in our finest tea?" "The Xianyuan?" the waiter suggested with a smile. Upon hearing the name of the tea, Baizhi paused and asked, "What is the origin of this tea?" In his past life, he had been fond of tea and always sought to uncover the stories behind various types. "An excellent question, young master. Our Xianyuan tea has a rich history," the waiter replied, his enthusiasm evident as he pulled up a stool beside them. "The Xianyuan tea traces back to the history of the Changyan Inn, which was originally the resting place of the founding emperor of Great Jin. The feng shui of this place is remarkable, and the emperor held an inexplicable fondness for it, personally renaming it Changyan, which also symbolizes longevity and fortune. It signifies the enduring prosperity of the Great Jin, lasting through the ages. Perhaps it was fate that after the emperor's naming, a natural spring gushed forth from the ground, reaching nearly a meter in height, prompting exclamations of miracle from onlookers. The water was crystal clear and felt as smooth as the finest silk. The emperor, enchanted by this heavenly gift, has his rapture immortalized in the annals of Great Jin's history. He believed this spring was a divine blessing, and having heard the tales of martial artists possessing celestial affinities, he named it Xianyuan. Over the centuries, Xianyuan tea has spread across the continent. While there are other springs beyond Yumei City, none are as renowned as this one, often attracting visitors from other nations to witness its extraordinary spring. "Does that satisfy your inquiry, young master?" The waiter grinned, his demeanor exuding eagerness to please. Shangguan Muxue rolled her eyes, tossing a small piece of silver to him. "Here, take this, and I have some questions for you." The waiter, elated to receive the silver, grinned broadly. "Please, ask away. I shall share whatever I know." He thought to himself that this was a far better tip than he had received all day. "Is the Great Jin currently at peace?" Baizhi inquired subtly. The innkeeper, perceptive as he was, immediately approached them, saying, "You two must be curious about the blood demon. Am I right?" Shangguan Muxue and Baizhi exchanged glances, confirming they had indeed come to the right place. This matter had been the talk of the tea house, though the common folk treated it as mere entertainment, not taking it to heart. The innkeeper continued, "However, I have recently heard that the Swift General and the so-called Ice Sword Immortal, Ling Tianchong, are both coming to Yumei City. I cannot vouch for the truth of this information. Ah, and there's also a figure named Su Ziqing, who seems to be a renowned general of the Great Jin, though I have not heard much about him, reflecting on the gossips circulating in the tea house. The innkeeper expressed a hint of melancholy. As for the blood demon, we in Yumei City have yet to witness it with our own eyes, so the townsfolk remain indifferent to this. The innkeeper glanced around cautiously before leaning in closer, adding, I have had the fortune of witnessing it myself a few days ago. When I ventured outside the city to gather tea leaves from a nearby village, I chanced upon a half-human, half-demon creature feasting upon the villagers. There were corpses strewn about, severed limbs everywhere. It frightened me terribly. Baija furrowed his brow and immediately inquired, Did you catch a clear glimpse of the half-human, half-demon's appearance? Do not jest, esteemed guest. Had I seen it clearly, I would not be here now, replied the innkeeper, his face flushed with embarrassment. After dismissing the innkeeper, the two sat at a table and began to converse. Baija, what shall we do now? We cannot locate Xiao Shi and the others. Nor have we uncovered any leads regarding the blood demon. Shangwan Mushua asked, her brow knitted in concern. Since meeting Baija, she instinctively turned to him whenever faced with a problem, a fact she remained oblivious to. Baija shrugged. They must be within Yumei City. We are bound to encounter them. That said, I am more concerned about the blood demon that if we could find a clue, perhaps it would aid the Great Jin in negotiating an alliance. Possibly leading to a breakthrough, Essie pondered. A ragged little beggar, dressed in tattered clothes and disheveled hair, ambled up to the second floor, swaying slightly as if indifferent to his surroundings. Spotting Baija and Shangwan Mushua, the little beggar staggered towards them, his unkempt appearance eliciting disdain from the other patrons. With a clang, he placed a broken bowl before Baija, then sat down nonchalantly, dirty hands pinching his nose. Embodying a slovenly demeanor, Baija took in the sight of the little beggar. Wrinkling his nose at the unpleasant odor, he was about to speak up to shoo him away when Baija asked, Little brother, what brings you here? Such a question was not typical for a normal person to ask a beggar. After all, it was common knowledge what beggars sought. Yet Baija posed the question earnestly. Surprising both Shangwan Mushua and the beggar himself, a smirk crept onto Baija's lips as he mused, Ah, were it not for the bubbles above your head, I might have mistaken you for a mere beggar. Above the little beggar's head floated a series of bubbles, information extracted by Baija's mind as Yu Chier, a person from the Great Qin, possessor of wood attributes at the second stage of the Golden Body Realm. Breathing concealment technique, a low-tier heavenly skill capable of masking one's cultivation. Wood Tai Ching technique, a top-tier heavenly skill from the Xianqing sect. Upon their initial meeting, it seemed the bubbles only displayed a modicum of information. Lacking details such as attributes, Baija found himself puzzled, unsure of how these bubbles functioned, when they revealed information, when they displayed attributes, or if both were shown simultaneously. Hearing Baija's words, Su Qier burst into laughter. Looking at him with keen eyes, the princess spoke truly. You are indeed no ordinary person, able to discern even the subtleties of my attire. Do not jest. The second floor of this tea house is not a place for the common folk. Besides, the proprietor is no fool. Baija rolled his eyes, interpreting the explanation as if he had merely guessed. Su Qier paused, then chuckled. It seems I underestimated you. His gaze lingered on the two, his expression turning serious. Young Master Bai, Miss Shangwan, here is a letter from the princess. You may read it yourselves. With that, he produced a clean, neatly sealed envelope from his robes and handed it to Baija. Upon receiving the envelope and perusing its contents, Baija's expression grew grave. Shangwan Mushua, anxious, immediately inquired, What is it? Are they in danger? Although Xiao Shi was her maid, after spending these days together, she regarded her as a sister. No, they are not in danger. They have suddenly received an invitation from the Empress of the Great Jin, who has summoned them directly. Baija relayed the contents of the letter, finding the situation rather peculiar. Qin Wan Yue had left anonymously, while El Pin was a fugitive from the Great Jin. How could they be invited straight into the Great Jin's palace? Contemplating this, Baija turned his gaze back to Su Qier, asking, aside from this letter, Did Miss Qin have any other instructions? The princess instructed me to deliver this letter to you. As for the rest, young Master Bai will know how to proceed, Su Qier replied calmly, being from the Great Qin. He referred to Qin Wanyue as a princess because she had not yet married into the Great Qin. To the people of the Great Qin, she remained a princess regardless of her marriage. Baijia's gaze roamed over Su Qier for a while before he asked, "Brother Su, would you be willing to assist me in this matter?" Though he felt uncertain, he was testing the waters. Sensing that Su Qier had more to say, that if he was reluctant to speak plainly, perhaps enlisting his help could yield further information. After all, a person from the Great Qin, affiliated with the Xinqing sect, could hardly have come all this way solely to deliver a letter, could he? Ha! After such a long journey, I am parched and weary. Su Qier laughed heartily, thumping his shoulder with one hand and rubbing his waist with the other. Feigning exhaustion, Baizhi, being a pragmatic man, was well aware of the gestures of the mundane world. Without hesitation, he called for the innkeeper to serve dishes while also ordering 3 servings of the exquisite Xianyuan tea. Shangguan Muxue, witnessing his blatant extortion, puffed her cheeks in indignation, unable to restrain herself from muttering, "Upon returning to the Shunxiao Palace, I shall surely wreak havoc upon your sect," though she was unaware of Su Qier's origins. Since he referred to Qin Wanyue as a princess, it was evident he hailed from the Great Qin. Within the Great Qin, the Shunxiao Palace was the most formidable sect. She could hardly let him off lightly for today's meal. Su Qier appeared to ignore Shangguan Muxue's complaints, his brows twitching as he gazed at the sumptuous feast laid before them. Laughing, "You are quite generous, my friend. I shall not hold back." With that, he began to eat heartily, one hand clutching wine while the other grasped beef, devouring it with gusto. Compared to the Xianyuan tea, I prefer this kind of dining. It is truly delightful. Having come from the northern regions, he had not enjoyed such a meal in ages, and thus was filled with joy. Baizhi merely sipped the Xianyuan tea, a refreshing sensation coursing through him, but as it reached his chest, it felt as though it fell into a 4-legged cauldron, igniting a fleeting flame. "What is this?" Baizhi's heart raced, though he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. He took another sip of the tea, the peculiar sensation resurfacing, as if the flame in the 4-legged cauldron vividly materialized before his eyes. "This tea," Baizhi frowned, scrutinizing the bowl containing the slightly yellowed tea leaves and clear tea water, his face etched with deep confusion. "What is it?" "This tea is delightful. It makes me feel as though all the spiritual energy within me is surging forth." "It is quite refreshing," Shangguan Muxue remarked, regarding Baizhi curiously, puzzled by his expression. She took another sip, the invigorating sensation truly delightful. Meanwhile, Su Qier's lips curled into a subtle smile as he recalled Qin Wanyue's parting words, each word echoing in his mind. Initially skeptical, he found himself beginning to believe them. He was indeed a remarkable individual, seemingly capable of seeing through all matters. Though his dantian was shattered and he could not condense spiritual energy, one should not underestimate him. Observing Baizhi's expression, Shangguan Muxue, filled with concern, could not help but ask, "What is wrong? Why do you look like that?" She had also tasted the Xianyuan tea, finding it refreshing. But aside from that, she felt nothing unusual. This tea, the water within it is infused with spiritual energy. Baizhi stared at the bowl that reflected his visage, his expression one of incredulity. Spiritual energy? Shangguan Muxue was taken aback, instinctively taking another sip. She pursed her lips, finding no distinct flavor, and remarked, "Is this what spiritual energy tastes like?" This was her first experience tasting spiritual energy. Out of curiosity, she found it rather bland, leaving her feeling somewhat disenchanted. Su Qier chuckled lightly, genuinely admiring him. "Young master, you truly possess remarkable insight. How many people have sipped the celestial tea yet remain oblivious to its essence? I never expected you, young Master Bai, to discern it so swiftly. Truly impressive." His words were not mere flattery, but a sincere expression of astonishment. He recalled that when he first arrived in Yume City and sampled the celestial tea, it took him an entire afternoon to form a rough guess. Yet here was this individual, who merely took 2 sips and identified its extraordinary nature. Might you have discerned the secret within this water? Su Qier inquired with growing interest, glancing around before leaning closer to Baizhi and asking in a hushed tone, Baizhi was taken aback, carefully sensing the manner in which the celestial tea entered his body through the four-legged cauldron. He furrowed his brow slightly. This spiritual energy seems to contain a peculiar element. If one is not attentive, it is difficult to distinguish. This insight was gleaned from the brief moment of flame ignited within the four-legged cauldron. The cauldron possessed the ability to refine spiritual energy, capable of processing not only the 5 fundamental types of spiritual energy, but also some special varieties, such as yin-yang and wind-thunder. At the moment, the flame flickered to life. A trace of crimson emerged within the cauldron, only to vanish upon combustion. This revelation, Su Qi'er was genuinely astonished. Having always maintained a smiling demeanor, he now appeared utterly unsettled. "Brother Bai, how did you perceive this?" he asked anxiously, for he himself had not sensed it at all during his initial encounter. On the side, Shangwan Mushui listened in a state of confusion, yet could not help but smile at the evident admiration Su Qi'er held for Baizhi. The secrets of heaven are not to be divulged. There must be some other substance within this celestial tea, Baizhi mused, his eyes gleaming. "Your tone suggests you may know what lies within." Shangwan Mushui twitched her delicate ears, curious about the contents of the celestial tea. "Follow me." Su Qi'er appeared hesitant, caught between words, yet ultimately led Baizhi and her down from the Changyan tea house toward the wellspring. A sight of scenic beauty as dusk approached. There were few people left to witness the natural wellspring. Upon arrival, Su Qi'er quickly directed the nearby beggar children to disperse the remaining townsfolk, thus creating a quieter atmosphere. The trio reached the wellspring, and Su Qi'er held the bowl in hand. Dipping it into the water, he then extended his palm, gently brushing over the surface, allowing a few droplets of faint green wood-type spiritual energy to flow from his hand into the bowl. The moment it touched the water, a reaction occurred. The previously clear surface exhibited flecks of red, gradually spreading across the bowl. This scene caused Baizhi and Shangwan Mushui to furrow their brows tightly. This is the work of blood attribute cultivators, infusing their unique blood spiritual energy into this celestial tea, cleverly concealing its secrets through some special method. As he spoke, Su Qi'er frowned again, perplexed. While it's true that blood attribute spiritual energy can affect one's mental state when isolated, its impact diminishes significantly when mixed with the water from this well. What could the blood cultivators possibly aim to achieve? If the benefits of this act are so minimal, what drives them to employ such means? Su Qi'er could not comprehend this point, yet he sensed that the blood cultivators harbored deeper intentions. Baizhi stared intently at the bowl of well water, his brows knitted tightly in shock. The bubbles on the water's surface indicated that it was actually high-grade spiritual liquid, polluted high-grade spiritual liquid. Nonetheless, spiritual liquid, as the name implies, is a liquid formed by the aggregation of spiritual energy, a rare and precious commodity of great benefit to martial practitioners. The term polluted referred to the red specks, the blood attribute spiritual energy that Su Qi'er had mentioned. Could it be that the blood cultivators were unaware of the mysteries of this water? The bubbles did not exhibit the alarming red exclamation mark he had encountered on that perilous day. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Shangwan Mushui reached out and tapped lightly. Puzzled, what is so remarkable about this water? Is it not merely sweeter than ordinary water, sweeter? The words echoed in Su Qi'er's mind, and he suddenly recalled something. He quickly dipped his hand into the water and brought it to his lips. Taking a sip, after savoring the taste, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This is indeed spiritual liquid." Could it be? Shangwan Mushui, fully aware of the importance of spiritual liquid, knew that even ordinary spiritual liquid was difficult to obtain in a dominant force like the divine sky palace. Thus, spiritual liquid had always been a coveted treasure for martial practitioners. In her surprise, she took another sip, but still found it merely sweet, seemingly lacking anything else. "Miss Shangwan, when you sip this water, try to channel the spiritual energy within your body and observe any reactions," Su Qi'er suggested. Generally, no one would attempt to manipulate the energy vortex while drinking ordinary water. The energy vortex of a cultivator continuously absorbs and circulates on its own, and it is best not to interfere unless necessary, as it may slow the absorption rate. After all, the avenues for absorption are limited. If narrowed or obstructed, the process will inevitably slow. Shangwan Mushui followed his advice and indeed found that her internal lightning attribute energy was absorbing more rapidly under the influence of that water. Was this not the effect of spiritual liquid? She had once had the fortune of absorbing a bit of spiritual liquid in the Divine Sky Palace and was well aware of its properties. This truly is spiritual liquid, she muttered in disbelief, her gaze shifting to the entire well. Utterly astonished, a mere vial of spiritual liquid could incite fierce competition among martial practitioners. Now, before her lay this vast well. Leaving her heart racing uncontrollably, Su was no better off. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. Baizhi, however, rolled his eyes. His dantian was shattered. Even if he were presented with mountains of spiritual liquid, it would be of little use to him. Currently, he was drawing all his spiritual energy from the small cauldron within, and it would only last for half an hour, requiring him to concoct an excuse to explain to Shangwan Mushui. Do not behave like wolves spotting sheep. This spiritual liquid has been tainted by blood spiritual energy, diminishing its efficacy, Baizhi cautioned. Moreover, if consumed regularly, the blood spiritual energy hidden within the spiritual liquid will accumulate. Even with its dilution capabilities, it cannot entirely eliminate the blood cultivator's essence. Over time, one risks losing consciousness, becoming a mindless beast that knows only to kill. Hearing this, both Su Qi'er and Shangwan Mushui, being astute individuals, immediately grasped the implications that Su Qi'er pondered the sequence of events and remarked thoughtfully. So you mean to say that these blood cultivators believe that by dispersing their own essence into this well, they can turn a majority of the city's populace into beasts? Once chaos descends upon Yume City, they could then pursue their own agendas. Shangwan Mushui turned to the two, adding, "Is that what you imply?" Baizhi nodded, a hint of amusement in his expression. However, they never anticipated that this well would contain spiritual liquid and of the high-grade variety, albeit tainted. Even with remarkable dilution capabilities, they cannot completely rid it of the blood cultivator's essence. Blood cultivators rely on blood spiritual energy as their inherent attribute. In nature, there is no blood spiritual energy available for them to harvest. Thus, their only recourse is to extract blood from humans or beasts. They prefer human blood, particularly that of martial practitioners, as it enhances their own essence. The essence is the refined spiritual energy of blood cultivators, and the quantity of essence they possess largely determines their power. At this juncture, Baizhi turned his gaze to Su Qi'er and asked, "How long have you been aware of this? Can you estimate when the blood essence was introduced?" "Indeed, we discovered it 5 days ago. At that time, there was not nearly as much as there is now. We surmised it must have been the blood spiritual energy released in the past couple of days," Su Qi'er replied. A contemplative expression crossing his face, he had not anticipated that the blood cultivators would target Yume City. Shangwan Mushui's expression turned grave. Given this timeline, the first batch of consumers should begin to exhibit effects tonight. She glanced at the setting sun, contemplating the impending nightfall, realizing that several terrifying hidden threats would emerge within the city. The shroud of dread enveloped her heart as she pondered how many innocent lives might be lost. "Foolish, with this spiritual liquid's dilution. Do you really believe tonight is the night?" Baizhi shot her a glare, unceremoniously. "Since they cannot wait until tonight, where do you think they will go instead?" Exchanging glances, Shangwan Mushui and Su Qi'er pointed toward the site of the wellspring, their faces breaking into a knowing smile. "Indeed, tonight we shall bear witness to the audacity of these blood cultivators, daring to scheme against the lives of the citizens of Yume City to fulfill their own ambitions." Baizhi's expression darkened. Such a heinous act deserved universal condemnation. But he had another purpose in mind, to eradicate the blood spiritual energy within these ordinary citizens. The only means being to slay the blood cultivators responsible for releasing their essence. The blood cultivator is distinct from ordinary martial artists, even when their essence blood is separated from their body. It remains an integral part of them. Completely render it inactive. One must eliminate the individual entirely, thus eradicating the blood spirit's vitality in preparation for the impending battle that night. Su Qi'er took his leave and made his way towards the location of the Xianqing sect in Yume City, seemingly in search of allies. After all, A blood cultivator with such ambitions and a formidable nature could prove to be quite a challenge, and having an additional companion would provide an extra layer of security. As a subordinate sect of the top 10 sects on the continent, the Qingyi sect, the Xinqing sect undoubtedly had powerful experts stationed there, potentially offering valuable assistance. Meanwhile, Baizhi and another individual did not depart. With nothing pressing to attend to, the carefree Shangwan Mushua leapt onto the roof to observe the afterglow of the setting sun. The clouds, painted across half the sky, displayed vibrant hues, a truly breathtaking sight. "What are you busy with? Come over and take a look at this evening glow. It's truly beautiful," Shangwan Mushua called out, noticing Baizhi's wandering gaze around the small temple. She wished to share this rare moment and appreciate the scenery together. However, Baizhi was preoccupied and waved his hand dismissively, replying, "You enjoy it. I need to check the position and see if I can set up a formation or something that a formation. You know how to do that?" Shangwan Mushua's curiosity was piqued. Martial artists who could master formations were exceedingly rare, often more so than spiritual liquid, since the talent for formations was not commonly found, whereas low-level spiritual liquids were somewhat more available. "You must be joking. Do you really know about formations?" she exclaimed, intrigued as she jumped down from the rooftop to stand beside him, her surprise evident. Baizhi, too lazy to lift his head, drew peculiar patterns in the dirt while muttering, "Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean I can't do it. Coincidentally, I've got the 4 symbols phantom killing formation here, perfectly suited for this time, and placed at IT should be enough to deal with that individual tonight." "The 4 symbols phantom killing formation? What kind of formation is that?" Shangwan Mushua asked, her interest piqued further by the name, which sounded quite formidable. However, noticing his disinterest in engaging with her, she felt a twinge of annoyance and cautioned, "Just don't end up failing to catch him and provoke his wrath, or he might come after you. Blood cultivators are known for their evident weaknesses in mental fortitude, prone to fits of rage, and with their formidable defenses making them difficult to kill. Typically, whoever incites their ire becomes their target. Rest assured, if even a mindless blood cultivator cannot be slain by this 4 symbols phantom killing formation, then I might as well give up," Baizhi replied confidently. This formation was a product of the body as owner's research in ancient texts, and this would be his inaugural use of it. Nevertheless, he felt assured, for the 4 pillars required for the formation were the 2 yin fish and 2 yang fish he possessed, the 4 mystical fish forming a quadrupedal cauldron. These were no ordinary items, as they could extract the essence of true dragons from the dragon veins of martial arts. Point 1 can only imagine the potency of this yin and yang energy. Even the most unique blood-spirit energy would be sufficiently challenged. Observing his unwavering confidence, Shangwan Mushua found herself lacking a rebuttal. She smacked her lips and approached, attempting to decipher the obscure symbols he was drawing on the ground. Initially intrigued, she quickly grew weary. Yawning as she said, "I'm going to take a nap on the rooftop. Wake me once you're done." Regardless of whether Baizhi heard her, she leapt back up to the roof, settling into a comfortable position to sleep. Baizhi shook his head, continuing with his intricate drawings. With each completed pattern, he placed the appropriate mystical fish within, causing the designs to faintly glow before fading into the ground. After nearly an hour of meticulous work, he finally completed the setup, wiping the sweat from his brow as he remarked, "There's still a bit of pressure. It's my first time arranging a formation, and my energy is truly insufficient." His sentiments were understandable, as he was currently unable to cultivate, despite his physique being significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person, perhaps even rivaling some low-tier martial artists, without the nourishment of spiritual energy. Sustaining his strength proved challenging. Once he had finished his tasks, it was already past the hour of the pig, with only an hour remaining until the hour of the rat. The reason Baizhi was so mindful of this timing was that during that period, the yin xian fish, representing the essence of yin energy, would be at its most potent. The effectiveness of the 4 symbols phantom killing formation would thus be greatly amplified. Having completed all preparations, sweat streamed down his forehead, and he felt a warm sensation enveloping him that a sudden cool breeze swept through, providing a refreshing respite. Seizing the moment, his gaze fell upon Shangwan Mushua, sprawled across the rooftop. And he couldn't help but chuckle at her sleeping posture, propped up on one hand, reminiscent of Yenner. Utilizing the shadowy phantom technique, Baija deftly ascended to the roof without disturbing her. Sitting beside her and gazing at the waning crescent moon above, feeling the heat within him dissipate significantly, he took a deep breath, allowing his miniature cauldron to begin absorbing the pure Yin attribute spiritual energy. Typically, the cauldron would absorb energy automatically, but Baija's initiative accelerated the process. "Hey, why do you always seem so distant from me?" Shangwan Mushu murmured in her sleep, her lips moving slightly. Her words startled Baija, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Once he realized she was merely sleep-talking, a mixture of irritation and amusement washed over him. He found himself leaning closer to her lovely face and muttering, "What s with you? You know nothing most of the time, always bringing me trouble, and now you're even startling me in your sleep. Truly unbelievable." As soon as he spoke, Shangwan Mushue's hand, which was resting against his leg, suddenly swatted at him, brushing against his cheek with a gentle touch. Baija was taken aback, helplessly grasping her hand as he muttered to himself, "You really are something else, even in your sleep." You managed to appear alert. When he attempted to return her hand to its original position, he found it impossible to release it. With no other option, Baija remained seated on the rubble before her, gazing at the hanging moon while the gentle breeze blew through, calming his previously disturbed thoughts. Reflecting on his journey in this world over the past 2 months, he mused about the ups and downs he had faced. Fortunately, he had encountered her along the way. Despite her silly demeanor, her concern for him at times was both unexpected and heartfelt. He found himself pondering whether her naivety was genuine or feigned. Over their time together, Baija had often perceived Shangwan Mushue as somewhat clueless. However, when it came to standing up for him, she was always decisive and unwavering. Warming his heart, he suddenly recalled the task assigned by the Jin dynasty, releasing a sigh of frustration. "As for the matter of forming an alliance, I have absolutely no leads. The Great Jin is in a state of decline, while the Great Jin is rapidly advancing. What could I possibly offer for an alliance?" He knew he couldn't voice these thoughts to Shangwan Mushue, as it would undoubtedly undermine her confidence. Yet he recalled hearing that Miss Qin had been summoned directly into the palace by the Empress of the Great Jin. He wondered about the reasons behind this, and whether it might facilitate their alliance. During the day, when he heard Su Qi mention it, he considered that Qin Wanyue might have connections with the Empress of the Great Jin. After all, why would a woman, far removed in the capital of the Great Jin and a figure of royalty, concern herself with news about a past princess of the Great Jin? Just as he was lost in thought, 2 figures approached hand in hand before the small temple. Their faces were flushed with vitality, and their presence exuded a formidable aura. Standing at the temple's entrance were Su Qi and a skilled practitioner from the Qingyi sect, who appeared quite youthful. "Brother Liu, ahead lies the Well Temple. The young man I mentioned and the disciple of the palace master of Shunshao reside within." Su Qi gestured invitingly, feeling a sense of reassurance at having secured the presence of the individual beside him. Despite his youth, Lu Miao was a standout among the younger generation of the Qingyi sect in Jingzhou, a remarkable talent. Clad in a deep blue robe and holding a paper fan, his angular features radiated a serene smile as he responded, "Oh, the person Su brother has praised so highly is inside. I must approach quietly to discern who this remarkable individual is that has garnered such accolades from you to a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Xinxing sect." Su Qi was also a focal point for cultivation within the Qingyi sect at Lu Miao, being a fellow prodigy of the Qingyi sect, held great regard for him, and their relationship was notably strong. Just before they could cross the threshold of the Well Temple, Lu Miao's expression darkened, and he raised a hand to halt Su Qi, warning, "Be cautious. The Yin energy here is quite dense." Dense Yin energy? How could that be? Su Qi was taken aback. When he visited during the day, the place had been harmoniously balanced between Yin and Yang. How could it have suddenly shifted to become so heavily infused with Yin energy? Yet, the scene before him left no room for disbelief. In the 2 corners of the Well Temple, wisps of Yin energy swirled ominously, resembling fog that obscured the surroundings. Even the wind that gusted through sent shivers down Su Qi's spine, a sentiment that would surely terrify ordinary folk. How could this happen? It was not like this earlier today, Su Qi exclaimed in astonishment as he surveyed the alarming transformation. Upon hearing this, Lu Miao's mind sparked with insight, and he chuckled lightly. This Baizhi truly is an extraordinary individual. In such a short time, he has managed to set up such a formation, which is genuinely impressive. With a decisive step, he entered first, leaving Suver momentarily stunned, his mind swirling with questions that, aha, young master Bai is adept in formations as well. What is it that he cannot master? Upon entering the Wellspring Temple, Baizhu appeared before them. Smiling as he said, "Follow me closely, do not lose your way." As he led the way, he elaborated, "This four symbols illusionary killing formation is founded upon the principles of yin and yang, creating an illusion to vanquish foes. It is perfectly suited for dealing with mindless blood cultivators." As Yuchur listened on the side, filled with astonishment, silently praising the princess for her keen insight. The man before them was indeed remarkable. Should he be granted the opportunity to cultivate, he would surely carve out a place among the young prodigies. In contrast, he and Lu Miao could only be considered talented individuals, still a considerable distance from the level of true monstrosities. As Baizhu approached the vicinity of the wellspring, Lu Miao glanced at the moon overhead, his right thumb tapping rhythmically between his index and middle fingers. In a grave tone, he said, "Young Master Bai, I am Lu Miao. Without further ado, the blood cultivator is fast approaching. We must find a place to conceal ourselves." Baizhu nodded, though he was unsure of Lu Miao's capabilities. However, the timing of his prediction regarding the blood cultivator's arrival closely aligned with Baizhu's previous conjectures. Reflecting a certain mastery of Taoist divination techniques, Yuchur and Lu Miao concealed themselves on either side, while Baizhu ascended to the rooftop, rousing the slumbering Shangguan Muxue to a hiding spot. As the clock struck midnight, a figure cloaked in black appeared outside the Wellspring Temple, enveloped in darkness. Save for a pair of glowing red eyes, he scanned his surroundings and, upon noticing the ominous winds swirling within the temple, hesitated, unsure whether to enter. Yet, at that moment, the well he had longed for materialized before him, and with a fierce resolve he leaped inside. The instant he entered, the temple door closed automatically, and in a corner, a ray of yang energy, embodied as a mysterious fish, began to stir, flickering briefly before settling back into tranquility. Under the shroud of darkness, the four of them atop the temple roof observed the black-clad figure ensnared within the four symbols illusionary killing formation. Lu Miao frowned slightly, expressing concern. Blood cultivators are notoriously ruthless. To some extent, they could be considered simple-minded. Will this illusionary realm truly affect him? Indeed, the simpler-minded individuals tend to have a greater chance of survival within illusions, as they remain unfettered by distractions, thereby avoiding the creation of false images. You are overthinking it. The power of this four symbols illusionary killing formation extends far beyond mere illusions, Baizhu replied with a soft chuckle. His gaze fixed on the black-clad figure within the formation. That it was his first time deploying this formation, and he harbored a certain anticipation regarding its efficacy, especially since it was arranged using the yin-yang mysterious fish. Amplifying its potency, as he spoke, the black-clad figure caught sight of the well he had yearned for and rushed towards it. He aimed to draw a bucket, eager to discern why no one had been affected by the blood essence that night. However, the well before him began to twist and distort, its outline becoming increasingly nebulous. Startled, he reached out to touch it, only to grasp at emptiness, as if it were perpetually just out of reach. With the well shape further contorting, a massive python suddenly surged forth, dwarfing the black-clad figure like an ant. Most individuals would likely be paralyzed with fear at the sight of such a colossal serpent. But the black-clad man displayed a glimmer of excitement in his blood-red eyes, gazing at the enormous python with avarice. By heavens, this fellow intends to consume the python's blood. Suture thought, his expression twisted in disbelief. Even he would hesitate before challenging such a behemoth. Yet the black-clad man, far from being intimidated, sought to drink its blood. Indeed, blood cultivators are perverse, utterly unafraid of life and death. The python, with its massive, flattened head, flicked its crimson tongue and fixed its gaze upon the black-clad man, likely contemplating him as a potential meal. As the serpent's eye, the size of a fist, glinted ominously, its tail, which would require multiple individuals to lift. Suddenly lashed out with the force of 1,000 pounds, crashing down upon the black-clad figure. Everyone's astonishment. He did not evade. Instead, he boldly lunged forward, a spectacle that left Baizhou and the others incredulous. Such immense force was beyond the capability of an ordinary person. Very well. I retract my previous statement. He is not courageous. This man is simply foolish, Su Qi'er mused, brushing his forehead as he gained a deeper understanding of the temperament of blood cultivators. As expected, the overwhelming force sent the black-clad man hurtling away. However, the ground upon which he landed was unforgivingly solid and frigid, causing even his bones to feel the chill, as he attempted to move and rise. He suddenly realized he was atop an enormous shell, struggling to stand but finding himself immobile, a wave of despair washing over him. Before he could process this, the gigantic shell emitted a thunderous sound, leaping into the air and flipping over, crushing the black-clad man beneath it. The violent impact forced a mouthful of blood from him. Upon finally discerning the nature of his predicament, the black-clad man discovered it was a millennium-old tortoise, its size rivaling that of the earlier python, its shell glistening ominously. Seizing the opportunity, while the ancient tortoise was slow to react, the black-clad man transformed into a pool of blood, vanishing before its eyes. In the next moment, he materialized between two large, aged creatures, his gaze darting between them, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. The millennium-old tortoise and the massive python exchanged glances, seemingly in agreement, and simultaneously attacked the black-clad man. The tortoise's head lunged forward, its formidable jaws clamping down on one of his arms, while the python coiled around his waist. Thus, the black-clad man found himself utterly immobilized. Rather than panic, a look of exhilaration spread across his face. Baizhou was taken aback, having not anticipated that the black-clad blood cultivator possessed such a trait capable of dissolving all things. I must confront him, Su Qi'er resolved, intending to unveil his true nature and seek an opportunity to eliminate him. Baizhou nodded, surprised by the turn of events, having not foreseen the black-clad blood cultivator possessing such an ability. Be cautious. I shall manipulate the illusion to assist you, Baizhou urged, beginning to channel the yin-yang mysterious fish patterns inscribed on his palms. These represented the yin and yang energies situated at the four corners of the illusionary killing formation. As Su Qi'er wielded a green short staff, distinctly resembling bamboo, he leaped into the formation. Just as he did, a fiery red bird screeched overhead, flapping its wings as it soared past him, circling above. Simultaneously, a white-faced, black-skinned tiger emerged with a roar, stepping forth beside Su Qi'er. The appearance of these two beings sent a jolt of fear through Su Qi'er. The fiery red bird was none other than the vermilion bird. And the creature beside, it was the white tiger. With two of the four sacred beasts present, he feared he might lack the strength to resist. The black-clad man raised a handful of fresh blood, intending to consume it, when suddenly a flash of light within the pool of blood caught his attention that a dark entity erupted from the liquid, hurtling straight towards his forehead. Instinctively sensing the threat, the black-clad man unleashed a torrent of blood energy that enveloped his entire body, resembling the spiritual armor wielded by Shangguan Muxue. Yet, it was evident that this was not a gift of talent, but rather the accumulation of blood attributes. One could only imagine the heinous deeds he had committed to attain such power. The dark entity collided with the shield formed by the black-clad man's blood energy, producing a crack in less than a second. The shield shattered, the momentum unabated, heading straight for the black-clad man's chest. Caught off guard, he hastily raised his blood-enveloped hand, attempting to grasp the approaching entity. Though swift, he could only make such a desperate choice at this critical moment. Just before the dark entity reached his palm, it transformed into a black, mysterious fish, hovering before him, observing him with curious intent. The dark spot revealed its true form, astonishingly a fish entirely cloaked in black, with a pair of white eyes that blinked curiously. Seemingly intrigued by the blood attribute spiritual energy resting upon the palm of the man in black. Upon witnessing the true identity of this dark entity, the man's face paled in terror, and in a panic he attempted to flee. However, his legs betrayed him, rendering him utterly immobile. This creature was none other than the yin-yang Xian fish, a manifestation set by Baizhou within the four symbols illusionary killing array. And the black fish before him was the Yinqi Xian fish, indicating that its illusion was likely that of the Xianwu. In contrast to this, Baizhou, positioned outside the array, was more curious as to why this blood cultivator exhibited such fear towards the Yin attribute Xian fish. Before he could ponder this further, Su Qi'er arrived at the side of the man in black, accompanied by the illusory forms of the vermilion bird and the white tiger. Upon sensing the arrival of its companions, the Yin attribute Xian fish leaped into the ground with a splash, and in the blink of an eye, the Xuanwu, with a serpent coiling atop a colossal tortoise, emerged from the earth. Thus, 3 of the 4 sacred beasts appeared simultaneously, with only the azure dragon absent. Observing these 3 extraordinary apparitions, Su Qi'er felt a surge of bravado and exclaimed, "You reckless fiend, how dare you plot harm against the innocent citizens of Yumei City? I shall see how you escape this array." Hearing this, Baizhou outside the array inwardly lamented, "Oh no, this is bad, this is bad." The blood cultivator, with a mind so limited and a temperament so volatile, focused solely on his desires that at this moment, his gaze was fixated solely on the well. And as Su Qi'er spoke, the blood cultivator, now alert, regained his senses, and it would not be easy to restrain him. Sure enough, upon hearing those words, the man in black's blood-red eyes twirled, and he pounded his chest with his fists, striking 3 times in quick succession, visibly enraged. Shangguan Muxue observed this spectacle and couldn't suppress a laugh. Does this blood cultivator not speak? Why does he pound his chest like a primitive man to express his fury? Beside her, Lu Miao of the Qingyi sect waved his paper fan and explained with a smile. "Miss Shangguan, you may not be aware, but once one embarks on the path of blood attribute cultivation, they cannot speak unless they attain the great perfection realm that in the history of blood cultivators. Communication has primarily been through body language or eye contact." Shangguan Muxue rolled her eyes, acknowledging her limited understanding of blood cultivators. Realizing that what lay before them was merely an illusion, the man in black resumed pounding his chest. Blood-red spiritual energy surged forth from his body, coalescing into a sharp, long sword in his hand, causing the faces of those present to pale in alarm. Ordinary blood cultivators merely consumed blood, refining it into spiritual energy through special techniques to enhance their cultivation, as for martial arts and techniques. In the eyes of blood cultivators, such things held no value compared to blood itself. With the refinement and solidification of blood, a blood cultivator's abilities would multiply, and the manifestation of blood, as seen before them, was a testament to the purity of blood attribute spiritual energy. Baizhou's expression soured. According to texts he had read, the manifestation of blood was not limited to weapon formation, but could even allow the body to transform into blood and escape to utterly destroy him. One would need to obliterate the essence of his blood. Lu Miao, maintaining a grave demeanor, cautioned, "Let us not dwell on that for now. Su Bro cannot confront a blood cultivator capable of such manifestations alone. Our only chance lies in combining our efforts." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qi'er, accompanied by the vermilion bird and the white tiger, prepared to unleash their might, only to find his words had provoked the man in black. Grasping a blood-colored long sword, the man charged towards Su Qi'er without the need for techniques, his speed surprisingly swift. Alarmed, Su Qi'er brandished his green short staff and silently chanted, "Tai Ching Wood Shield." Instantly, a circular shield composed of wood attribute spiritual energy appeared before him, inscribed with Taoist symbols, radiating a golden glow. Behind him, the vermilion bird and the white tiger simultaneously screeched, with the vermilion bird diving from the sky, its sharp claws aimed at the head of the man in black. The white tiger, not to be outdone, sprang forward with a white light trailing behind it, embodying the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain. The momentum of these 2 illusory beasts was formidable. Alas, upon colliding with the man in black, their forms were shattered, dissolving into pools of blood, just as the previous beast had. Su Qi'er stood in stunned silence, despite holding the Tai Ching Wood shield aloft. His mind was in turmoil. How could such seemingly powerful illusory beasts vanish in an instant? The man in black would not grant him the luxury of contemplation, as the blood-colored long sword, seemingly imbued with the power to sever all, tore through the Tai Ching with shield and plunged towards Suture's chest. In a critical moment, Baizha activated the reconstituted Xuanwu from the four symbols illusionary killing array, buying a moment of time, allowing Lu Miao, who had leaped from the rooftop, to rescue him. However, the Xuanwu was once again reduced to a pool of blood, and the dark Xian fish appeared somewhat fatigued, as if it had expended considerable energy. Observing the enraged man in black, Su Qi'er felt a chill of dread. What manner of creature was this? Why did everything that came into contact with him disintegrate instantly? The Tai Ching with shield, which he had taken pride in, crumbled like paper under another's assault. It was a bitter pill to swallow for anyone at this juncture. Baizha and Shangguan Muxue appeared at their side. Observing the furious man in black pounding his chest, Baizha declared solemnly, "We must devise a means to breach his body and extract his essence, thereby annihilating him completely." With the situation at hand, all four of them found themselves devoid of options. The blood cultivator had etched their identities into his memory. As long as the four symbols illusionary killing array remained, he would perceive them as the ones who had concealed the wellspring. With his singular focus, he would not easily let Baizha and the others escape. "Allow me. I wish to see what this creature is capable of, and whether it can withstand heavenly thunder." Shangguan Mushue's gemstone-like eyes sparkled with excitement. Since her debut, she had never wielded heavenly thunder before. The techniques she typically employed were merely one form of the nine heavens' divine thunder. Baizha showed no intention of stopping her. Eager to ascertain whether this blood cultivator was indeed invincible, capable of nullifying all attribute attacks. With the Thunder Abyss sword in hand, Shangguan Mushue's eyes glimmered as she softly murmured, "Heavenly Thunder Summon." In an instant, a streak of lightning surged from the pitch-black sky, hurtling down towards the man in black and exploding upon impact. The blood cultivator, previously consumed by rage, was struck by the heavenly thunder. His body convulsing violently, and the black garments that had cloaked him were obliterated, scattering to the ground. Now exposed before all, the sight was enough to turn Shangguan Mushue's stomach. The Thunder Abyss sword slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. That is not human. His entire body was covered in fist-sized black blood blisters. Aside from his eyes, not a single intact piece of skin remained, presenting an exceedingly grotesque visage. As Suture furrowed his brow in distaste. "This is hardly a human. What has he endured? To cultivate blood, attribute spiritual energy, and lose the ability to speak, even to the point of physical transformation. Even if he gains immense power, it is deeply despairing." Baizha, well-versed in the history of the Qingyun continent, shook his head and explained, "Though blood attribute spiritual energy is indeed tyrannical and venomous, even corrupting the heart, there's never been a record of such a transformation." Pausing briefly, he continued, "I suspect he must have ingested something extraordinary, leading to this transformation, even nullifying his own attribute powers." Initially puzzled by the blood attribute energy's unparalleled dominance, which seemed to erode other attributes under his control, it now appeared evident that he must have unwittingly consumed another's blood. Liu Miao's eyes glinted with insight as he remarked, "Indeed, it seems that Su Bro's assessment is spot on. I too believe that this blood cultivator has inadvertently ingested some other blood, resulting in his current condition that as they discussed. The blood cultivator, now fully enraged after being revealed, unleashed a torrent of blood blisters from his arms, charging directly towards Shangguan Muxue. Witnessing this scene, Baizha's face turned ashen. He could not afford to gamble on whether this creature could corrupt heavenly thunder, as it would put Shangguan Muxue's life at stake. In an instant, he focused his thoughts, commanding two yin-yang mysterious fish from the four symbols illusion-killing array to return to his palm. Simultaneously, he executed the phantom shadow technique, arriving before Shangguan Muxue ahead of the approaching monster. With no time to speak, he summoned the dual energies of yin and yang from the four-legged square cauldron within him. Activating the mysterious fish in his hand, a taiji diagram emerged before his chest as he pushed forward with both hands, unleashing a surge of black and white energies. Baizha had no opportunity to accumulate power. Time did not permit such luxury, and thus he could only release his energies immediately. The speed of the yin-yang energies was astonishing, even as the blood cultivator's furious expression turned to panic upon seeing them. Retreat was impossible. The energies collided, not with the anticipated explosion, but rather, the forces seamlessly penetrated the blood cultivator's body, in less than a breath's time. The blood cultivator, with his blood-red eyes wide in terror, turned on his heel and fled without a moment's hesitation. The onlookers were left bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired that could instill such fear in a being that had no intent to retreat. It was evident that Baiji's attack had taken effect. Qingyi Lu Miao and Su Qi exchanged shocked glances, both determined to keep this adversary at bay and disrupt his vitality. Suddenly, as the blood cultivator fled, tendrils sprang forth from the ground, ensnaring his limbs with relentless grip. Blood spilled from the cultivator, sizzling as it splashed upon the vines, releasing wisps of green smoke, indicating that its corrosive ability was being curtailed. This was all thanks to the lingering yin-yang energies within him, as the mischievous, mysterious fish worked to dismantle the blood attribute spiritual energy within him, though it remained unaware of its actions. Had it possessed consciousness, it would likely have sought out the vital essence directly. With his blood attribute restricted, the corrosive power of the toxic blood was naturally diminished, no longer able to obliterate with the same ferocity, quickly dissolving into a puddle of blood. Imprisoned, the cultivator emitted muffled roars from his throat, unable to articulate his urgency and frustration. Meanwhile, Qingyi Lu Miao summoned the water attribute spiritual energy within him, a massive wave of water spirits dancing around him. With a soft hum, the gentle water energy sprang to life upon his paper fan dance of disturbance. This was the mightiest water attribute technique from the Qingyi sect celestial level skills. Though only at the initial stage of the celestial tier, when cultivated to perfection, its power was not to be underestimated. Liu Miao twirled the paper fan in his hand, rolling it at his wrist, his gaze steady as he released it, sending it straight toward the blood cultivator's back. In mid-air, the water attribute energy erupted from the fan, multiplying into no fewer than 100 fans, all hurtling toward him in unison. It was akin to a torrential downpour striking his back. Though water may be soft, its combined force was formidable enough to deliver a stinging blow as the initial fans struck the blood cultivator's back. The dark blood blisters there erupted, forming blood-like pyramids that ensnared the subsequent fans. Step aside. Let me handle this. Amidst this barrage, the blood cultivator remained unharmed. His foremost concern was the mysterious fish within him. Yet Baizhi found himself in a similar predicament. The yin-yang mysterious fish, having entered the blood cultivator's body, did not act as naturally as it had when facing Su Ziqing. It seemed Baizhi was also affected. At that moment, sweat beaded on his forehead as he slumped down, seemingly enduring immense suffering. Shangguan Muxue sought to assist him, but felt utterly powerless. Just then, witnessing the blood cultivator being restrained by Su Qi and Lu Miao, her fury ignited. She would not allow this creature to escape. Wielding the Thunder Abyss sword and stepping with the Thunderfall technique, she appeared before the blood cultivator in the blink of an eye, intent on engaging in close combat. The Thunder Abyss, radiating pure white lightning, aimed for the blood cultivator's neck, only for the vines binding his right hand to snap at that critical moment. In a split second, the cultivator conjured a blood sword in his right hand, clashing with the Thunder Abyss. Lightning and blood intertwined, each refusing to yield, crackling ominously, as if on the verge of exploding. I will kill you. Shangguan Muxue's eyes blazed with fury, and her grip on the Thunder Abyss seemed to resonate with her wrath, bursting forth in a radiant display of lightning that cleaved through the blood sword in the cultivator's hand. With no intention of halting her assault, she wielded the Thunder Abyss against the blood cultivator, alternating between slashes and thrusts, while her left hand occasionally summoned heavenly thunder, their attacks weaving together in a relentless onslaught. This scene left Su Qi and Lu Miao dumbfounded, both thinking in unison. To anger this woman is truly terrifying. They finally grasped the overwhelming might of the lightning attribute. Initially, the blood cultivator could withstand the blows, but the unceasing barrage ultimately led to a lapse in his defenses. Struck by the summoned heavenly thunder yet again, his movements faltered. In that fleeting moment, he was utterly obliterated under the relentless assault of the Thunder Abyss and the celestial lightning. The powerful bolts of thunder and the radiance of the Thunder Abyss rendered Su Qi and Lu Miao momentarily unable to perceive the blood cultivator's form, though he could dissolve into a puddle of blood. Such a state could not endure for long. Moreover, Shangguan Muxue had no intention of allowing him a moment to recover. After what felt like an eternity, the blood cultivator was reduced to mere remnants, unable to reconstitute into human form. Gazing at the blood puddle, Shangguan Muxue's fury had yet to abate. She summoned heavenly thunder once more, striking the blood with explosive force, revealing the earth beneath. Cough, cough, Miss Shangguan. That blood cultivator is as dead as can be. Lu Miao observed her raise her hand to call down more heavenly thunder, unable to restrain himself from advising. His words pulled Shangguan Muxue back to reality. Taking a deep breath, she sheathed the thunder abyss and hurried to Baiji's side, her brows furrowing as she murmured, "What on earth is wrong with you?" At that moment, Baiji's sweat had ceased to flow. Yet his furrowed brow indicated that his pain had not diminished. If hearing her voice, he managed to open one eye with great difficulty, uttering painfully, "He isn't dead yet. Don't let him escape." Upon hearing this, the trio turned their gazes toward the blood puddle, their hearts sinking as they noticed it shifting. Such violent attacks had not claimed the cultivator's life. Their reactions had been swift, yet ultimately too late, allowing the blood cultivator to flee. Shangguan Muxue did not pursue. Her concern for Baizhi outweighed that for the creature, wondering why he had fallen into such a weakened state after employing that technique. "Are you all right?" As Su Qi'er and Lu Miao chased after the blood cultivator, only the two remained at the small temple, with the four symbols illusion-killing arrays for yin-yang energy nodes taken by Baizhi. The formation had ceased to exist. After a considerable time, Baizhi managed to force his eyes open, offering a wry smile. "It seems I have done something quite remarkable." Upon introspection, he was astonished to discover that the yin-yang mysterious fish, through some twist of fate, had stealthily taken a portion of the blood cultivator's vital essence, that it was truly uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Though the partial vital essence could not entirely eliminate the blood attribute spiritual energy's effects on ordinary people, it would at least delay any imminent transformation into a mindless beast driven solely by bloodlust. However, for Baizhi, it posed a significant dilemma. The blood attribute essence, pilfered by the yin-yang energies, was inexplicably stored within his small cauldron. If it were to overflow, his already fragile dantian would become infected, turning him into an alternative blood warrior. Yet he chose not to dwell on such thoughts for the moment, trusting the cauldron's mysterious nature to prevent any such leakage of the blood attribute essence that would cause him suffering. "What is it?" Shangguan Muxue asked, momentarily taken aback that a fleeting thought crossed Baiji's mind, and he forced a smile, saying, "I severely wounded that blood cultivator. It seems I even disrupted some of his vital essence." "Absorbing a portion of his vital essence, doesn't that mean destruction?" "What of it? Are you injured?" Shangguan Muxue clicked her tongue, exasperated. "Why did you rush in front of me? I wouldn't think twice about that insignificant blood cultivator." She shot him a glare, clearly displeased with his actions. In truth, Baizhi had only read about Shangguan Muxue through the bubble information, noting her 9 spiraling energy vortices, a prodigy of unparalleled caliber in the history of Qingyun continent. He had no inkling of her true strength. What could possibly be wrong with me? Baizhi chuckled awkwardly, attempting to assuage her worries as he struggled to stand. Yet his trembling legs betrayed him, signaling his serious injuries. In a moment of instability, he nearly collapsed until Shangguan Muxue steadied him, chiding, "You should be more honest about your injuries. Why pretend you're fine?" Her scolding demeanor was a stark contrast to her earlier fury, now resembling a gentle woman. I just wanted to show you I was fine, so you wouldn't worry." Baizhi scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. To my surprise, my first attempt at bravado ended in failure before I had even set the stage properly. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Muxue puffed up her cheeks, placed her hands on his shoulders, and insisted on making him sit on the ground. Huffing, "You stay right here. With me around, no one can harm you." Her utterly earnest demeanor elicited an involuntary chuckle from Baizhi. "What are you laughing at?" Shangguan Muxue asked, momentarily taken aback, her expression one of confusion. Baizhi shook his head, the smile fading from his face as he adopted a serious expression. Replying earnestly, "Thank you, Muxue." The mention of her name rendered her momentarily speechless, and she stammered, "What did you just call me?" Despite her boisterous and cheerful nature, she found herself hesitant to openly acknowledge matters of the heart, often reacting with anger whenever Baizhe was involved in something. Until now, Baizhe had primarily referred to her as Miss Shangguan or Princess, never using such an intimate appellation, leaving her momentarily at a loss. "Are you deaf?" Baizhe rolled his eyes and retorted, "If you didn't hear me, it's fine. Just go help me destroy those array diagrams." Although the yin-yang Xian fish that served as the core of the formation had already been retrieved by Baizhe, the four symbols illusion-killing array diagrams at the core still needed to be destroyed. Otherwise, if someone learned from them later, it would be a significant loss. Shangguan Muxue pouted, feeling somewhat deflated, and muttered, "I'll go. No need to be so fierce." With a hint of reluctance, she turned to dismantle the array diagrams. Just as she spun around, Baizhe chuckled softly, "Thank you, Muxue." This time his tone was clear and calm, and Shangguan Muxue heard it distinctly. Instantly, her face lit up with joy, her smile as sweet as honey. The earlier resentment dissipated entirely, and she hurried off to destroy the array diagrams. Once she had left, Baizhe could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, thinking to himself, "I must expedite my quest for strength." Despite possessing numerous skills, he felt the disparity in status between himself and Shangguan Muxue was insurmountable. As the esteemed princess of the Golden Kingdom and the younger sister of the reigning emperor, she was also the cherished disciple of the formidable leader of the Shunshao Palace, a titan of influence in the Qingyun continent. These dual identities weighed heavily upon Baizhe, preventing him from revealing even the slightest hint of his feelings, as he feared causing her pain. It was reminiscent of his previous life, where he had brought suffering to Yenner. A heart-wrenching agony that lingered in his heart to this day. "I must quickly mend my dantian." Baizhe clenched his fists, silently vowing that this journey to the Great Gene would yield the coveted golden Zun Liuli lantern, allowing him to restore his dantian and ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Before long, Su Che entered the Wellspring Temple, looking despondent and shaking his head. Liu Miao, accompanying him, consoled, "The opponent is a blood cultivator, with myriad tactics at their disposal. Moreover, this encounter is rather unique, as our attributes are completely countered, making it difficult to exert our abilities, and it's only natural that we couldn't detain them. Don't lose heart." Su Che merely managed a bitter smile, realizing that although he once believed himself formidable among the younger generation, tonight's events had starkly illuminated his inadequacies. Upon returning to the temple, they found Baizhe still seated on the ground. Su Che inquired with concern, "How are you holding up, brother?" If it hadn't been for Baizhe's yin-yang diagram, it was likely that none present would have escaped unscathed this evening. "I'm fine, much better now," Baizhe replied, having rested for a while. The blood attribute essence within him had calmed significantly, firmly restrained within the four-legged cauldron by the dual energies of yin and yang. Liu Miao observed Baizhe rising and expressed sincere admiration. "Initially, I was skeptical of Su Brother's praises for you, but it seems I was too narrow-minded. Brother, you truly are an extraordinary individual." The feat of vanquishing a blood cultivator capable of manifesting their essence while in a state of dantian disintegration was a challenge that rivaled the ascent to the heavens that I told you. Brother is a remarkable person. You just didn't believe me. Su Che recalled the princess's appraisal and felt even more convinced that this man before him was indeed capable of miracles. At that moment, Shangguan Muxue approached with small, deliberate steps. Noticing the three engage in conversation, she clapped her hands and asked, "What are you discussing?" recalling how Shangguan Muxue had mercilessly beaten the resilient blood cultivator into an unrecognizable form in her fury. Su Che and Liu Miao exchanged uneasy glances. Had it not been for the cultivator's tenacious vitality, they might have been utterly obliterated. Just thinking about the scene sent shivers down their spines. Adding to their apprehension of Shangguan Muxue, they awkwardly replied, "We were discussing the unfortunate escape of the blood cultivator." "What?" Shangguan Muxue's face darkened upon hearing the disheartening news, but after a brief moment of silence, she composed herself and said, "It's for the best. I wanted to deal with him personally." At her moment of rage, Su Che and Liu Miao instinctively took a step back, sharing a silent, resigned laugh at their predicament. "Su brother, brother, let us leave it at that for now. Given that our presence has been revealed, the blood cultivator will be more cautious. For the time being, the wellspring temple should be safe. The key concern is how to counteract or even eliminate the negative effects brought on by the common folk's usage of the immortal tea. Baiju's complexion had regained some color, and his breathing had steadied considerably. Suchier pondered for a moment and said, I do know of a method to completely negate the effects of the blood attribute essence. But what? Lu Miao interjected. Speak plainly, Su brother. Ascent our pursuit of martial arts meant to benefit the people. If there is a solution, we can't afford to hesitate. Seeing Su Chier's hesitation, Lu Miao waved his fan emphatically. Bai Zhe and the others were equally curious and would not refuse such a proposition. In the capital of the Great Jin, there exists a spring of high-grade spiritual liquid. If we could channel its essence, the blood essence in this small well would surely be diluted, and purification would be inevitable. Su Chier sighed and shared his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three men shifted simultaneously. To propose using high-grade spiritual liquid from the Great Jin for the benefit of common folk, such a notion seemed utterly implausible. The reason the Great Jin could dominate two-thirds of Jingzhou over the years was closely tied to this source of high-grade spiritual liquid. It was inseparable from their power. This liquid was essentially the lifeblood of the Great Jin royal family. How could they possibly expend it for the sake of the common people? Lu Miao shook his head, saying, the high-grade spiritual liquid of the Great Jin capital cannot be replenished. Given the years of consumption, little remains. And even if there were only a small amount left, do you honestly believe the royal family would part with it? The answer was glaringly obvious. They would never relinquish it. Ask openly would yield a firm refusal. But what if we approached it differently? Bai Zhe mused, his eyes glinting as if he had stumbled upon a potential avenue for alliance. Everyone was at a loss, yet Bai Zhe suddenly had a thought. That moment, Shangwan Mushua could not help but inquire, what is the plan? Her expression showed no sign of skepticism regarding his method. Bai Zhe scrutinized Su Chier and Lu Miao, hesitating to speak. Both were prodigies in their own right, and they understood Bai Zhe's gaze all too well. It's getting late. I have some matters to attend to at the Qingyi sect. Bai brother, Su brother, Miss Shangwan, I must take my leave. Lu Miao inclined his head in a formal bow, waving his fan as he exited without a moment's pause. His actions clearly communicated to Bai Zhe. I apologize. But I have the interests of my sect to consider and do not wish to involve myself in state affairs. On the other hand, Su Chier scratched his head and chuckled. Don't look at me like that. Although I'm from the Xinqing sect, I've known the princess since childhood, that if her highness has chosen you, by brother, then naturally I will stand by your side. Both understood that while they were uncertain of Bai Zhe's plan, their initial trust was minimal due to their recent acquaintance and the weight of their respective identities. Humph. If you trust your princess so much, why not follow her to the Great Jin capital? Shangwan Mushua's long-standing resentment towards Qin Wanyue flared up again, and her expression soured at the mention of her name. Bai Zhe shook his head, his gaze intense as he looked at Su Chier and asserted, I don't need you to trust me because of Miss Qin. I need you to follow me. These words stunned not only Shangwan Mushua, but also Su Chier, that a young man with a shattered dantian dared to ask a seemingly limitless genius like Su Chier to follow him. How absurd it sounded. If it were Shangwan Mushua, there might have been a glimmer of possibility as Su Chier gazed into Bai Zhe's eyes, which sparkled with determination, and in that moment, it felt as if he glimpsed the vastness of the stars and the sea. His previously steadfast spirit began to waver, drawn into the boundless brilliance of that twinkling light. After a while, he vigorously shook his head and looked at Bai Zhe with excitement, saying, By big brother, please allow me to pay my respects. Though Bai Zhe was a year or two younger, having made the decision to follow him, Su Chier naturally regarded him with respect. Seeing Su Chier bow before him, Bai Zhe felt a weight lift off his shoulders, and with joy, he helped him up, smiling. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Su. As soon as he finished speaking, he extended his index finger to lightly tap Su Chier's forehead, transmitting all the knowledge regarding the shadow step technique into his consciousness. I see that you're primarily attuned to wood attribute spiritual energy, although the shadow step is better suited for wind attribute users. It still serves as a temporary method of movement for you. Bai Zhe observed Su Chier's steps, which appeared disordered, likely due to his lack of practice with lightness techniques. Thus, he decided to impart the shadow step he had acquired from Yin Peshi to Su. The information flashed through Su Cheater's mind, and upon completion, his face flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Thank you, thank you." Despite being considered a prodigy among the younger generation, possessing top-tier techniques, such as the Wood E Tai Ching decision and the breath-restraining decision, he had yet to find a suitable movement technique. The shadow step, while not a perfect fit, was still a rare martial skill. Subsequently, Baija shared his thoughts on how to persuade the royal family of Dejin to willingly relinquish the high-grade spiritual liquid spring to save the local populace. The three of them reached an agreement, deciding that Su Qi'er would find a way to prevent the further sale of immortal tea at Changyan Tea House in Yumei City, minimizing its impact. Baija and Shangwan Mushui would head to the capital of Dejin to convince the royal family to cede the high-grade spiritual liquid spring. However, fate had other plans. The very next day, Baija and his companion encountered a citywide lockdown. In an instant, they found themselves unable to leave Yumei City, rendering all their plans moot. While Baija and his companion anxiously awaited news in their room, the door swung open, revealing Su Qi'er, now clad in simple garments. "Young master, Miss Shangwan, I have discovered the reason behind the city lockdown." That Su Qi'er poured himself a cup of tea and gulped it down, clearly having exerted himself in his inquiries. Noticing his demeanor, Shangwan Mushui frowned slightly, urging, "Stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us what is going on." After a brief pause, Su Qi'er spoke. "Ling Huyu and Ling Hu Tian have arrived in Yumei City. Ling Huyu, in his capacity as the prince and a swift general, has ordered the city lord to seal the city, causing a wave of panic among the citizens, who are all speculating about the situation." "What is the situation?" Baija and Shangwan Mushui asked in unison, and for a moment, the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, with a fleeting blush appearing on Shangwan Mushui's cheeks. Su Qi'er continued after taking another sip. "According to the intel from my Xianqing sect, it seems that Ling Huyu and Ling Hu Tian are planning to eliminate the notorious blood cultivator who has been causing chaos in Dejin recently." This was within the realm of expectation, as Xia Jie had previously mentioned that Ling Hu Tian was confident in his ability to completely eradicate the blood cultivator. The most perplexing part was that Ling Hu Tian had boldly proclaimed that the martial artists of Yumei City should come and witness how the twin disciples of the Ice King would vanquish the blood cultivator tonight. Su Qi'er was utterly baffled by this. Generally, people would avoid blood cultivators at all costs, let alone openly expose such information. For once they failed to eliminate the threat, the blood cultivator would relentlessly pursue them. Hearing this, Baija paused for a moment before chuckling. "It seems we shall have quite a spectacle tonight. If the Ling Hu brothers truly manage to kill the blood cultivator, it would save us a great deal of trouble. After all, the Yin-Yang Xianyu is still within that blood cultivator's body, and for some reason, it has not returned on its OKWI in that case. What are we waiting for? Let us take this opportunity to explore." Shangwan Mushui exclaimed. Her spirits lifted as she grabbed Baija's hand and darted outside. Su Qi'er, sensing the excitement, chimed in, "I know Yumei City well. There are several entertaining spots. Allow me to guide you." With that, he stood up and opened the door, taking on the role of a tour guide. In light of the unfolding events, Baija could only smile wryly and follow the two out of the inn. Yumei City, named after the crystal-clear Mei River that flows through it, offers unparalleled benefits to its residents. The locals have developed a deep affection for the river over the years. That arch bridge up ahead is called the Bridge of Fate. Every year during the Qixi Festival, people gather beneath this stone arch bridge to release floating lanterns onto the river, Su Qi'er explained, pointing at the bridge. Having spent several years in Yumei City, he was quite familiar with the local customs. "The Bridge of Fate," Shangwan Mushui murmured in surprise. "Do the people of Yumei City truly believe in fate? Why is it that everything here seems to carry the character fate?" Upon hearing this, Su Qi'er laughed. "Miss Shangwan, you might be surprised to know that the locals genuinely do believe in fate. And why is that?" Baija interjected with newfound interest. "While fate is indeed significant, some matters ultimately depend on human effort, whether one is fated or not. Inaction yields no results like the tea that moment." An elderly person lying beneath the Bridge of Fate opened his eyes and, using a cane for support, stood up. "Young people, without fate, no matter how hard you try, it will be in vain. Baija could not agree with this sentiment. Having endured the suffering of his previous life, he firmly believed that success ultimately lay in human action rather than relying on so-called fate and karma. The elderly person seemed to realize that Baija was not easily swayed, approaching him and the others while sighing. Do you know why this bridge is named the Bridge of Fate? Baija and Shangwan Mushui were naturally unaware, and even Su Qi'er, who had lived there for years, looked perplexed. Granny, isn't the name derived from the belief in fate among the locals? Su Qi'er inquired. And what about fate? The elderly woman stomped her cane and shot Su Qi'er a glare, retorting, there are many kinds of fates. The bond between teacher and student, the bond between close friends, and even marital bonds. The story of the Bridge of Fate solely pertains to marriage. Su Qi'er was rendered speechless, as he truly did not comprehend these matters. He shrugged his shoulders, deciding to remain silent and listen attentively. However, Shangwan Mushui, intrigued by the mention of marital bonds, could not help but ask, Granny, what story lies within? The elderly woman sighed as she began her tale. In the past, two people, drawn together by the unseen threads of fate, met beneath the arch bridge in Yumei City. They developed affection for each other, but were too timid to express their feelings. Over time, as they spent more time together, their bond deepened, leading them to silently vow to be with one another for life. However, calamity struck in the form of a bizarre phenomenon. Red rain fell from the sky, each drop burning everything it touched. At that moment, Yumei City transformed into a hellish landscape filled with wails of despair. The man urgently sought out the one he cherished, only to discover her in the company of a more outstanding young man. He watched helplessly as they departed from the tormented Yumei City, unable to utter a single word, knowing all too well the pain within his heart. After the disaster, the man dedicated himself to aiding the survivors in rebuilding Yumei City and personally constructed this arch bridge, naming it the Bridge of Fate. Though it was a brief account, Baija felt a swirl of emotions within him, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Meanwhile, Shangwan Mushui glared at the Bridge of Fate, her eyes ablaze with anger. Unbeknownst to her, the Thunder Abyss sword had appeared in her hand, and she furiously declared, "What a ridiculous Bridge of Fate! It's merely a deceptive facade. Let me destroy it." As she spoke, traces of the Thunderfall step began to appear beneath her feet, prompting Baija to hastily grab her, exclaiming, "Stop! We don't want to stir up unnecessary trouble." It was broad daylight. Creating such a disturbance would only alert the Ling Hu brothers to their presence. Although the brothers did not know Baija, they were certainly familiar with Shangwan Mushui. Indeed, Miss Shangwan is merely a name. There is no need to be so enraged. Su Qi'er shrank back, recalling her volatile demeanor in the small temple by the well. In response to Su Qi'er's comment, Shangwan Mushui shot him a glare and retorted, "What do you know? How can you dismiss their past feelings simply because you saw that girl leave with another man? That is the most useless kind of boy, one without any sense of responsibility." As she spoke, her anger intensified, and she bit her lip, directing her gaze at the elderly woman. "Granny, where is that man? I shall go and deal with him. He is nothing but scum." The elderly woman had not anticipated that her casual remarks would lead to such a confrontation with martial artists. She chuckled awkwardly. "Dear girl, there is no need to be upset or angry. This happened 20 years ago. Whether that young man is still around, I cannot say." Baija furrowed his brow and asked, "Then how do you know this story?" Even Su Qi'er, who had lived there for years, was unaware of it. Why did this elderly woman have such knowledge? The elderly woman paused, forcing a smile. "I merely heard it through the grapevine. It is just a story. Whether you choose to believe it or not is up to you. Are you trying to make things difficult for an old woman like me? Granny, you jest. Who would dare to trouble you? I would take on anyone." Shangwan Mushui freed herself from Baija's grasp and stepped forward to gently grasp the withered hand of the old woman, speaking kindly. During this, she did not forget to cast a fierce glare at the two, this time not sparing even Baija. Baija touched her nose, offering a somewhat awkward smile. Su Qi'er, on the other hand, simply turned his head away, signaling that he knew nothing and had heard nothing. The antics of the two instantly amused the old woman, who chuckled and remarked, "The girl is indeed kind, and I will speak frankly. I have been coming here daily at the behest of the boy from that story, telling it to passing strangers. It is to find that girl, isn't it?" Baija interjected appropriately. The old woman glanced at him and, with a smile that tugged at her sagging skin, replied, "Indeed, but over the years, I have yet to encounter her." Wait a moment. Why do you assume that after telling this story, you can conclude that the girl before you is the same one from years ago? And after all this time, how can you be certain that the girl has not changed? Su Qier suddenly questioned, filled with doubt. And could see this. Even Shangwan Muxue could not help but look down on Su Qier. Retorting, if this story has been preserved, it indicates that both the boy and the girl must be cultivators. For cultivators, 20 years is but a fleeting moment. In a long course of cultivation, it hardly matters. The boy may not be in Yueme City, yet he left behind this story for the old woman to pass down to future generations, hoping that one day, the girl would recall their happiest moments and return to Yueme City. Right? Clearly, 20 years have elapsed without her return. The old woman sighed wistfully, expressing her resignation. Neither of them are ordinary individuals, yet they have never returned to Yueme City. The first thread of their fated relationship may well be lost. That cannot be. If the girl is willing to commit to the boy, it signifies her desire to guard the image of him in her heart. I believe she will certainly return, Shangwan Muxue asserted. Her gaze fixed intently on the fateful bridge, her resolve unwavering. This steadfastness caused the old woman's heart to tremble, and she inquired with surprise, "Why such certainty? It has been 20 years, and neither has returned to Yueme City or this fateful bridge." Shangwan Muxue shook her head, yet affirmed, "I believe in a girl's heart." Her words appeared somewhat nonsensical. How could one place faith in the heart of two individuals who had never met? The old woman paused, then burst into laughter, saying, 20 years ago, I had a glimmer of belief. 10 years ago, I believed not at all. But now, I find myself believing once more. She pulled out a delicate jade pendant, a heart-locking jade. This jade, akin to a lock, is divided into two parts, a lock and a key. The intricately designed heart-locking jade bore the patterns of a dragon and a phoenix, intertwining as the dragon pursued the phoenix. And vice versa. My dear girl, I present this to you, for you're the only one in these past 20 years who has stood up for the girl in the story and still holds faith that they may one day reunite. The old woman smiled as she handed the dragon phoenix heart-locking jade to her. Should you ever encounter your beloved, you may split this jade, giving one half to him while retaining the other for yourself. Perhaps it will yield a fated outcome. The old woman continued with a hint of nostalgia. Do not refuse. This was left by that young man from days gone by, and all I have done and said has been according to his wishes. Without granting Shangwan Muxue a chance to decline, she placed the dragon phoenix heart-locking jade in her palm. Then, leaning on her cane, slowly departed. Watching her retreating figure, Shangwan Muxue stood in stunned silence, completely unprepared for this turn of events, having simply followed her heart. After securing the heart-locking jade, Baija and the others lost interest in continuing their exploration of Yueme City. With their thoughts diverging, they ordered dinner at the inn, hastily ate, and then returned to their rooms to await the spectacle of Ling Hu's brothers confronting the blood cultivator. As Shangwan Muxue tossed and turned in her room, restless, she held the dragon phoenix heart-locking jade, her gaze lingering on it for quite some time. Abruptly, she sat up, shaking her head, and exclaimed, "Shangwan Muxue, what are you thinking? This item was gifted to you by another. If fate allows, you can return it one day." Yes, she thought, one day it can be returned to that young man. With this realization, she gradually calmed down. Just as she was about to lie back down, a commotion erupted outside her door. Startled, Shangwan Muxue quickly made her way to the door, opening it to find a familiar face staring back at her. Her cheeks flushed. Recalling her earlier thoughts, she instinctively lowered her head. "Come on, Ling Hu is fighting the blood cultivator." Baija's expression turned grim. He had been alert to the movements around them and was taken aback that Ling Hu could confront the blood cultivator head-on. Concerned for Shangwan Muxue's safety, he had come to awaken her so they could witness the meal Ling Hu's brothers were serving to the others. Grasping the railing, the two leaped onto the rooftop, spotting intense fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the direction of the city lord's mansion. Faintly perceiving wind attributes mingled with a sea of blood's attributes. Exchanging glances, they employed their respective methods and hastened toward the city lord's mansion. Meanwhile, in a corner of Yueme City, a man clad in gray with a bamboo hat, a fiery red sword scabbard strapped to his back, looked up toward the direction of the city lord's mansion, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "After all this time, it seems I must still strive to seize it in all four corners of Ume City." Figures in black emerged, some there to spectate, others with their own agendas. Nonetheless, it indicated that this night would no longer be tranquil. Upon nearing the city lord's mansion, Baija quickly discovered several bubbles of spiritual energy in various corners. Devoid of any significant information, many people. "Tonight is indeed lively," Baija remarked, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. Ling Hu's brothers must truly believe that slaying the blood cultivator in plain sight brings a sense of achievement. He mused, gazing at the city lord's mansion rooftop, where Ling Hu clashed with a formidable stranger, whose eyes glimmered with malice. This individual was not clad in black, but was instead a towering figure of remarkable strength. "This blood cultivator is not the one we encountered last night." Shangwan Mushue's heart sank, her expression darkening as she spoke, still hoping to avenge Baija, only to discover they were not the same person. Baija's gaze lingered on the unfamiliar man, a smile dancing on his lips as he observed the so-called blood cultivator atop the rooftop. This man indeed radiated a violent, bloodthirsty aura, yet Baija failed to sense any blood attribute energy emanating from him. In other words, this individual was not a blood cultivator at all. Baija understood that the hidden onlookers had largely been deceived. Although the two engaged in a fierce battle, the clash of blades and the intertwining of wind and blood attributes painted a vivid spectacle across the night sky. Baija, who grasped the truth, found little intrigue in it, clicking his tongue in disinterest. "Let us leave. There is nothing worth watching." "But we just started watching them," Shangwan Mushua protested, her head tilted as she observed the fierce engagement. "They seem to be fighting quite vigorously." She trailed off, her brow furrowing slightly. "Yet, I can't shake the feeling that this man isn't using blood attribute energy," but she was at a loss to articulate why. Baija, witnessing her distress, chuckled softly. He should possess an alternative attribute. Perhaps it is a shadow-like energy from the Yin attributes, adept at mimicking spiritual energies. Above the unfamiliar man's head hovered a large bubble, which was indeed his attribute bubble. Shadow, spiritual energy, level 5. This did not reflect his spiritual depth, but rather the energy value that Baija could acquire. It seemed that Baija had little regard for shadow energy, not even inclined to collect it. After all, shadow energy was a subsidiary force of Yin energy, and possessing both Yin and Yang energies, it was only natural for him to look down upon it. As the dual energies of Yin and Yang were incredibly rare, even as mere subsidiary energies, few had ever encountered them, making their ignorance understandable. Shadow energy. Does such energy exist? Shangwan Mushua expressed her confusion, having never heard of it before. The rooftop battle raged on in fervor, yet it did not hinder their conversation, as if they were detached from the chaos surrounding them. That moment, anguish screams suddenly erupted from the homes of the townsfolk, echoing through the night sky of Ume City, sending chills down their spines. Not good. Such a potent blood attribute energy, and it's not just coming from one place. Shangwan Mushua quickly discerned the anomaly within Ume City, prompting the surrounding cultivators to spring into action. They exhibited a remarkable clarity of purpose, as if someone were leading the charge. There were 3 locations overflowing with the aura of blood, one near the southern gate, another by the northern gate, and the last, alarmingly close to Baija and his companion, less than 100 meters away. They could faintly discern a half-beast, half-human creature ensnaring a civilian with one hand, raising it aloft to drain its life essence. "Let's go." Seeing the situation unfold without intervention was not in Baija's nature, especially not in the face of such monstrosities. The two of them darted forward, accompanied by several nearby martial practitioners who joined them in pursuit. After all, blood cultivators were a common enemy to all. The blood cultivators had wrought too many nightmares upon the people of Qingyun continent. It was Master Ning Qing. As Baija and his companion drew closer to the figure, their eyes widened in shock upon recognizing her silhouette, though the Ning Qing before them had become unrecognizable. The contours of her face and her form were unmistakable to them. Baija clenched his jaw and coldly remarked, "Since we've encountered her, this time we shall not let her escape," seemingly hearing Baija's words. Master Ning Qing discarded the frail human she had been holding, revealing her blood-stained fangs, her blood-red eyes fixated on Bai Zhe, silently contemplating something without advancing. Beside them, Shangguan Muxue felt a chill in her heart and cautioned. She seems to have grown stronger. Be careful. Ordinary blood cultivators are devoid of humanity, their eyes only reflecting a thirst for blood, utterly irrational. Yet, this Ning Qing exudes an unsettling calmness. This is not the demeanor one would expect from a blood cultivator. It can only denote one thing. She has indeed become more powerful. Stay back. If things go awry, flee. I will confront her. After uttering these words, Shangguan Muxue wielded the Thunder Abyss, stepping forward with a thunderous gait. And with a single sword stroke, she aimed for Ning Qing's throat. To everyone's astonishment, not a drop of blood was shed. No, to be precise, the razor-sharp Thunder Abyss could not even penetrate her skin. The Thunder Abyss was a divine weapon. Though it lacked a spirit, its sharpness was formidable. Even without channeling spiritual energy, the weapon's inherent thunderous aura failed to breach her flesh. Muxue, try with all your strength. Bai Zhe called out to Shangguan Muxue, eager to discern the extent of Ning Qing's transformation. Shangguan Muxue nodded, gripping the Thunder Abyss tightly. Within her, 9 spirals of spiritual energy surged violently, a tumultuous wave of thunderous energy spilling forth. In an instant, she was enveloped in lightning, crackling as if the thunder god had descended upon the mortal realm, sword in hand, surveying the world with pride. Bai Zhe swallowed hard, wiping the sweat from his brow. Murmuring, "This is rather exaggerated. Is this truly the power of 9 spirals of spiritual energy? It surpasses even what Linghu Tianchong and Li Jianxian exhibited in the past. Unlike Li Jianxian or Linghu Tianchong, whose spiritual energy spread across the horizon, Shangguan Muxue concentrated hers around her being, the dense lightning illuminating the surroundings and sending shivers down onlookers' spines. Such a commotion immediately drew the attention of numerous martial practitioners nearby. This is thunder attribute energy. How powerful! Someone gasped, realizing the significance of the sword in her hand. The Thunder Abyss sword, indicating her identity as the chief disciple of the Divine Sky Palace, Shangguan Muxue. A prodigy of the younger generation. As astonishment rippled through the crowd, a young man bearing a fiery red sword smiled faintly at this scene and remarked, "We meet again. I shall come to find you when I have the opportunity." With that, he vanished, leaping toward the northern gate, where something awaited him. Meanwhile, at the southern gate, a man engaged in battle with a blood cultivator, his eyes narrowing as he wielded a long halberd, slicing through the blood cultivator with a snort. "Well, everyone is here. It's time to settle the score." Like a thunderous deity, Shangguan Muxue's expression turned cold as she parted her thin lips and declared, "Sword Chi dances in thunderlight." With that utterance, she sprang into the air, unleashing 2 arcs of thunderous sword energy that flanked Master Ning Qing. Before the arcs could descend, Shangguan Muxue pointed the Thunder Abyss, merging her being with the sword as they charged downward. A force that seemed to shake the heavens, moving even faster than the preceding arcs, instilling terror in all who beheld it. The arcs of thunderous sword energy struck Master Ning Qing like mere tickles, eliciting no reaction from her. However, as the line of sword energy approached, the beastly Ning Qing did not falter. She extended her fur-covered arms, attempting to catch the sword energy with her bare hands. Yet as the Thunder Abyss met her palms, her arms instantly sprouted crimson crystals that layered over her limbs, absorbing the impact of the strike. Despite successfully blocking the blow, Shangguan Muxue's assault did not wane. She twisted the hilt of the Thunder Abyss, deflecting Ning Qing's arms, and cried out, "Elegance falls across the sky." The Thunder Abyss, angled upward, summoned a barrier of lightning that surged forward, relentlessly pushing toward Ning Qing. Faced with such a barrage of lightning, Master Ning Qing did not charge forward like most blood cultivators would. Instead, a hint of gravity appeared in her blood-red eyes, and she retreated several steps, her beastly feet thundering against the ground. With nowhere left to retreat, her back met the city wall. With a roar, she stomped the ground and leapt onto the wall, narrowly evading the oncoming attack. The immense barrier of lightning crashed against the city wall, producing a deafening roar and sending up a cloud of dust, revealing the wall as cracks. A sight nothing short of terrifying. Should that have struck a person, it would have likely resulted in instant death. Her blood-red eyes glimmered ominously as Ning Qing leapt down from the wall, using the billowing dust as cover to launch her attack on Shangguan Muxue. Alas, just as she descended, Shangguan Muxue's voice rang out in the starry sky. The full moon, 9 heavens shatter the gates. With that, she unleashed her most proficient technique from the 9 heavens thunder decision. Her strongest attack yet. Bursting forth amidst the swirling dust, dazzling arcs of lightning illuminated the scene. As she shouted, the thunder abyss soared into the sky. In that moment, beneath the full moon, the heavens responded to her call. And as moonlight bathed the thunder abyss, countless bolts of lightning cascaded like rain from the celestial bodies, converging upon Ning Qing, who was shrouded in dust. Even though Ning Qing had gained various enhancements from her transformation into a blood cultivator, she had not anticipated being countered in such a manner, leaving her dumbfounded as the earth-shattering bolts of lightning rained down upon her. Surrounding martial practitioners were filled with terror and more than a little dread. This was the level of power that the Qingyun continent deemed prodigious. Even if others were merely at the perfected stage of their innate talents, their gifts could not be compared to those of the pinnacle talents among humanity. As the lightning fell, Ning Qing was driven into the ground, her beastly form stained with blood amidst the shattered crimson crystals. It seemed that in a critical moment, she had attempted to harness that power to protect herself. Yet, the reality was far from her expectations. Having executed this technique, Shangguan Muxue's complexion grew pale as she descended from the air, sheathing the thunder abyss in her grasp. The tremendous consumption of spiritual energy required for this technique was unprecedented for her, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. What a reckless display. Why did you exert yourself so much? Now you're feeling the consequences, aren't you? Baizhe, who had been closely monitoring her, rushed to her side, chiding her while also shielding her from potential ambush. Shangguan Muxue, fully aware of his intentions, managed a strained smile, replying, "Didn't you ask me to give it my all? Well, I just wanted to see what would happen." The casualness of her words struck Baizhe like a thunderclap. How could his mere suggestion lead her to unleash her full power? Did she not realize the danger in such a choice? All right, let us not dwell on why full effort wasn't in vain. Look at Ning Qing. She seems to have lost her vitality. She passed through Baijia's form, gazing into the pit where Ning Qing lay, a hint of joy breaking through her pallor. At least their efforts had not been in vain. Had they, indeed, the beastly Ning Qing, drenched in the cleansing light of the myriad moons, was unable to withstand the relentless assault of lightning. Blood streamed from her body, staining the pit crimson. As her blood flowed away, her fur gradually vanished, revealing her original visage. Even her blood-red eyes reverted to their former clarity. It turned out that blood cultivators were not invincible. Baizhe mused, noting that compared to the blood cultivator he had encountered the previous night, this mutated blood cultivator was undoubtedly more formidable. Yet Ning Qing's strength had proven superior. A blood cultivator, with a flicker of awareness and the ability to conjure protective crimson crystals, was akin to the pinnacle talents among humanity, an exceedingly rare entity. It remained a mystery who had transformed her into this state. Indeed, she was a victim in this tale. Shangguan Muxue gazed at the silent master Ning Qing, her eyes revealing a rare glimmer of sympathy. Practitioners of martial arts generally wish to avoid any contact with blood cultivators, and it was evident that Master Ning Qing's beast transformation was a carefully orchestrated sacrifice by another, though the identity of that individual remained a mystery. Be careful. Just as the two were lost in their thoughts, a brilliant beam of light, akin to fire and gold, erupted from Ning Qing's gradually ethereal form, hurtling towards the center of Shangguan Muxue's brow. In a critical moment, Baizhe pushed her aside, taking her place and allowing the potent light to pierce his own brow. Upon entry, Baijia's entire being ignited with a blood-red luster, the sanguine aura attempting to seize control of his body. Baizhe, the weakened Shangguan Muxue witnessed Baijia's selfless act of salvation, her heart tightening with urgency as she reached out to grasp him, her voice a pained whisper, furrowing his brow, with eyes tightly shut. Baizhe extended his right hand to deter her, exclaiming, "Stay back. That was the essence of blood attribute spiritual energy, denser by several folds than typical blood essence, posing significant danger. "Keep your distance," he shouted, immediately settling into a cross-legged position, striving to regain his composure. He could not afford to lose control of his heart at this juncture, or he would truly be beyond salvation. "No, I refuse." The determination in Shangguan Mushua's exquisite eyes shone through. Disregarding Baijia's warnings as she crawled towards him from the ground, they were merely 30 centimeters apart. Despite her extreme frailty, she was unwilling to part from him even a fraction. Just as she was about to reach Baizhi, an arm suddenly seized her, preventing her from advancing any further. The owner of that arm was a strikingly handsome youth, clad in the distinctive crescent garb of the Divine Sky Palace, his expression one of considerable exasperation. "Junior sister, do not touch him." His voice, gentle as a soft rain nourishing the skin, would stir the hearts of any woman. Yet at that moment, Shangguan Mushua's thoughts were solely consumed by Baizhi, leaving her no mind to heed his words. Let go of me." With a pallid complexion, Shangguan Mushua bit her lip, screaming from the depths of her soul, "Luo Jichin, release me. Otherwise I will hate you for a lifetime." As the eldest brother of the Divine Sky Palace, Luo Jichin was taken aback. His junior sister had never before directly called his name. Yet now, for the sake of the man before her, she unabashedly addressed him, "Do not be foolish. He has been struck by the essence of blood attribute energy, denser by several folds than ordinary blood essence. If you come into contact with him, you too shall be affected." Instinctively, Luo Jichin did not relinquish his hold, naturally explaining and attempting to dissuade her. However, the frenzied Shangguan Mushua would not heed his words, gritting her teeth as she glared at him. Shouting, "Let go! Let go!" In her agitation, she even attempted to bite Luo Jichin's arm. The weakened Shangguan Mushua had little strength left. Her bite caused him no pain, yet his heart was left in turmoil. The look in Shangguan Mushua's eyes, suffused with hatred and desperation, made him question his own actions. Was he truly doing the right thing? Luo Jichin yearned to let go, yet reason insisted he must hold firm. She was his junior sister, the cherished disciple of their master, the one whom all in the Divine Sky Palace cared for deeply. He could not release her. With his grip momentarily loosening, he steeled himself, fully embracing her and stepping forward to lift her into his arms. "Let go! Let go! Let go!" Shangguan Mushua watched as Baizhi receded further from her sight, tears brimming in her eyes, the anguish of her cries tearing at her heart. Yet in that moment, she was no match for Luo Jichin, who was resolute in his determination to not let go. He was simply following their master's orders to protect Shangguan Mushua. Now that she was in danger, how could he turn a blind eye? As her cries grew fainter, a motley assembly of martial practitioners rushed over, their expressions varying as they beheld Baizhi, deeply affected by the blood attribute energy. Losing his grip on reality, this man is beyond saving. Perhaps we should send him on his way, for the sake of the common people. Are you not afraid that Miss Shangguan will come back to kill you? Her cries were heart-wrenching. It is evident how much he means to her. What nonsense! If we each take a strike, do you think she can kill us all? Indeed, have you not heard of the law not punishing the many? Besides, we are merely ridding the world of evil. This group, who professed to act for the people's benefit, had cowered in the shadows like cowards when Master Ningxing slaughtered innocent civilians. Now, with Shangguan Mushua slaying Master Ningxing and Baizhi succumbing to the blood attribute energy, they dare to step forward and speak of righteousness and the people's welfare. A bunch of rubbish. Amidst this crowd, a distinctly different voice emerged, standing out like a crane among chickens, instantly attracting the attention of all present. A young man, wielding a long spear, regarded them with contempt. "Insects, begone!" The youth, clad in simple white garments, coldly uttered those 4 words. His defiant demeanor incited the ire of the martial practitioners present, and someone, unable to tolerate his arrogance, raised a double-headed axe to strike at him. The axe shimmered with a metallic luster, indicating its formidable nature.